The protagonist crossed over while still in the womb and remains unaware of his situation, hence his loneliness. Thanks to the top supporter for sending the rocket. Love you lots. Yi Wenli glanced at her phone. On WeChat, a man named Crazy for Love sent a message. I sent 10 rockets tonight. You should fulfill your promise. Yi Wenli sent back a location and replied, sure, if you can come before midnight. Tonight, I'm all yours. She attached 2 sexy selfies. Putting down her phone, Yi Wenli returned to the screen and smiled. Family, Meng Meng is feeling a bit unwell. So well end here today. Love you all, moi heart. After ending the live stream, Yi Wenli looked at the replies on WeChat and dialed a number. The big fish is hooked. She hung up the phone. Man, I really envy these top supporters, spending tens of thousands just to make a beauty smile. Sui sat on his electric bike, watching as Su Meng Meng went offline, with a barrage of comments filled with wails. Suhi, you're still too young, this is complicated. Ma Mingjia leaned over. They, the delivery workers, had figured out Su Meng Meng's offline patterns. Whenever a top supporter sent gifts like crazy, Su Meng Meng would definitely claim to be unwell. Hey, no need to spend money just to enjoy the show. Just enjoy it, old ma. Last night, I saw you send Su Meng Meng a Porsche. Not bad. Nearly $100, right? Won't your wife kill you if she finds out? On the other side, Pan Jigang laughed at Ma Mingjia. Nonsense, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Ma Mingjia immediately denied it. Pan Jigang pulled out his phone, scrolling through. I took a screenshot. Wasn't it you, old ma? You little brat, delete that. No, I need to show it to your wife. Sui watched old ma and Pan fighting over the phone, and suddenly, his phone vibrated. Ding! You have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly. He grabbed his helmet and said to the others, they'll head out first. Okay, be safe on the road. Mingjia Community, Building 2, Apartment 603. Ms. Ye.su. He glanced at the delivery address. This Ms. Yi ordered takeout at exactly 11 p.m. every night from the same popular Sichuan restaurant. Excuse me, coming through. Sui chose a shortcut, but to his surprise, there was an accident in the middle of the night. A crowd in front didn't seem inclined to move. Turning the bike around, Sui had to speed up, picking up an order. By the time he arrived, the restaurant was already cleaning up and no one paid him any mind. Sui found the packed takeout, placed it in his box, and rushed toward Mingjia Community. Watching the countdown on his phone, Suhi felt anxious. This month's site evaluation meant if he had one late delivery, he could lose $200. Hey, young man, delivery personnel need to register. The security guard leaned out. He pulled out a prepared dollar and handed it to the guard, jumped off his bike, and quickly picked up the food, running while shouting back, sir, please watch my bike. This kid, I almost didn't recognize him with that mask. The guard examined the coin closely, tossed it on the table, and turned to get a lock, securing Suhi's electric bike. You little brat, trying to trick me with game coins. Mingjia Community had 15 floors. Standing at the elevator, one was out of order, and the other was occupied, so Suhi ran for the stairs 6 floors, not too high. Suhi dashed up quickly, soon reaching the 6th floor, and clicked delivered on his phone. Close call. He was sweating and panting as he contacted Ms. Yi. The order note read, do not call, do not knock. Please text when you arrive. Thank you. If over 20 minutes, leave it at the door and leave. Nearby delivery workers liked delivering to MS. Yi, because she was beautiful and kind, always tipping $10, and if over 20 minutes, she would tip $20 the next day. For Suhi, it was worth standing at the door for 20 minutes. After waiting a few minutes, Suhi started playing on his phone, opened a live stream app, and found Su Meng Meng was offline. So he clicked on a stream called Chummy Baby. The barrage was filled with big B. IG.su. He noticed a familiar ID. Old Ma knows the way, spamming, big. Thanks to Old Ma for the roses. Wishing Brother Ma success in his career, sweet love, and a prosperous life. Once again, thanks to Brother Ma for sending 520 Brother Ma excels in every aspect. Sending gifts is truly impressive. They say companionship is the longest confession of love, and I've received Brother Ma's affection. Heart. Love you lots. Ding, a WeChat message popped up. Ma Mingjia, bro, I need help. Let me 200. Sui ignored it and returned to the live stream. Not long after, a Porsche flashed by, followed by another. Thanks to Brother Ma for the sports car, no bumps ahead, driving straight to Choma's heart. Love you. A few seconds later, Suhi's WeChat exploded with messages, a series of screenshots in the delivery worker group. Old Ma, love you lots. Chummy baby. Ma Mingjia, is this your so-called help? Pay me back. In the live stream, Old Ma knows the way, sent a barrage. Host, can I add you on WeChat? Brother Ma, the old rule in the live stream. Send 10 Porsches to add the host on WeChat, it'll guard you for life. Carving a name in my heart. Damn. Why not just rob? So he couldn't help but curse a Porsche cost $100. 10 would be $1,000. How many deliveries would that take? Freebies are true happiness. He had never sent a single gift. Looking at the time, 20 minutes had already passed. So he placed the takeout at the door and prepared to leave. Bang! A sound of something shattering came from inside. Then footsteps approached. He thought, it's right at the door. It'll wait for Ms. Yi to come out and hand it to her personally. The door opened, but only a crack. Hello, your delivery. He handed over the takeout. Oh, the person inside was startled by He's sudden voice, and the door swung open. A man? He frowned. Many in the group had discussed Ms. Yi, claiming she was a single woman, but it turned out she had a man. The man had water stains on his face and hair and quickly shut the door again, peeking out warily. What do you want? He handed over the food, smiling, just delivering food. The man glanced at the takeout bag but didn't reach out to take it, saying bluntly, not needed, keep it for yourself. Brother, I'm not hungry. All right, that's it. With that, the door closed. This urgency was understandable after all. Ms. Yi was quite beautiful. He pressed his ear against the door, trying to hear something for free. With a creak, the door opened again, and He stumbled inside. What are you doing? The man dragged a suitcase, glaring at He. Glancing around the room, there was another man sitting on the sofa nearby. He quickly got up and apologized. Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for the food you sent me. Chapter 2. I understand the rules of the road. He felt a bit nervous, waved his hand, and grinned. No, big brother, this suitcase, it looks just like a scene from a TV. Drama about murder and disposing of a body. Did you kill a chicken in the house? This outfit is so nice. What a pity. In the future, just go to the downstairs market to buy a chicken. It's only $5 each, not expensive. The key is that it's inconvenient in the community. Big brother, thank you for using Matewan Delivery. Remember to give me a good review. He saw the man inside, pull out a knife, and hurriedly turned to excuse himself. Stop. The man pressed the knife against He's back, the tip digging in his flesh, blood flowing out. Big brother, are you guys filming a short video? I just thought you looked like an actor. Which platform are you on? I want to follow you. A sharp pain hit his head, and everything went black as He collapsed. After an unknown amount of time, He opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain at the back of his head. Luckily, he had a helmet on, otherwise, that blow would have sent him away. Hey kid, Suhi, right? A man in a delivery uniform, wearing a helmet and a mask, kicked Suhi. Suhi instantly woke up and looked down at himself. His clothes had been stripped off, leaving him in just a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, with his hands tied behind his back. Big brother, I was wrong. I won't eavesdrop again. I thought you were getting cozy with your sister-in-law. Really, I didn't hear anything. I don't know anything about you too. Suhi had never seen a scene like this and trembled in fear. The man sat down on a chair, calmly saying, help me analyze this. There are your footprints in the room, your fingerprints on the knife. If I wear your clothes and run away, when the police come and see your body, won't they stop investigating? Beep. The God-level choice system has been successfully activated. The voice in his head made Suhi look around, and 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Refuse to cooperate and fight to the death with evil. Completion reward, an urn made of rosewood. Option 2. Assist the murderer in escaping. Completion reward, pure silver handcuffs crafted by a master artisan. Option 3. Find a way to call the police. Completion reward, a brand new electric vehicle battery. Seeing Suhi silent and looking around, the man pressed the knife against Suhi's neck, threateningly saying, do you believe I can kill you right now? Hearing that, Suhi hurriedly pleaded, big brother, I really don't know anything. I know the rules of the road. After we go out, I won't tell anyone. Let's go out together, I'll cover for you. Where you run first, as far as you can. I'll handle the aftermath here. Once the door is closed, the police won't come knocking for at least 10 days or half a month, maybe no one will know for months. You still haven't answered my question, the man reminded him. What question? Oh, I get it, big brother, that definitely won't work. Think about it. If I die, will my wife look for me at night? If she can't find me, won't she call the police? If the police come, they'll check the orders at our company, and they could trace it back to this room. At most by tomorrow noon, the police will break in. You say I killed that woman, but then who killed me? That doesn't make sense. After saying that, Suhi gulped nervously, looking at the man. The man got up, walked to the back of the sofa, grabbed a foot, and dragged a corpse out, saying he killed that woman. You fought with him, You killed him, he killed you, and you both perished together. This. Big brother, I think there's still a flaw. Think about it. If you leave wearing my clothes, but I'm still here, what does that mean? It means someone else must have worn my clothes. Since there are other people, that proves we definitely didn't perish together. Besides, a forensic expert will see it at a glance, and there's surveillance footage of you. You didn't wear a mask when you came in, right? Even if you did, your eyes would still be exposed. With big data being so advanced, the police will catch you right after you run. After finishing, he started to get nervous again, watching the man, afraid he hadn't taken it in. If we do it your way, how do I know you won't call the police? The man pondered. Seeing an opportunity, He's eyes lit up, and he continued, Big brother, look, there are my footprints in the room, my fingerprints on the knife, and there's no way for me to clear my suspicion. Right now, we are on the same rope. Let's wrap them both in plastic wrap. Even if it takes a few months, who knows if anyone will find out. By then, we'll be living freely abroad. The man shook his head, muttering, I won't go abroad. That's true, it's unfamiliar territory, and the language barrier makes it better not to go abroad. He thought to himself, and then said, so we have to clean up the scene, dispose of the body, and find a way to get the surveillance footage. That way, it'll be as if nothing happened. Even if the police investigate, they can only consider a missing person case. Big brother, what do you think of this plan? The man was silent for 2 minutes before looking up and asking, how do you plan to tamper with the surveillance footage? This is actually very simple. The security guard is an old man. He doesn't understand computers. I'm a delivery guy, often going in and out of the community. When he's not around, I can go in and delete all the footage before today. The police will just think the video has been overwritten. The man nodded and asked, what did you do before? He didn't hesitate and replied, after graduating from vocational school, I worked at Foxconn for 2 years, then studied beauty and hairdressing for a year, sold street snacks. For a year, and my dad used connections to get me a job as a community police officer for 2 years. This year, with layoffs, I started delivering food. The man hesitated for a long time, but finally softened and said, what will we do first? He's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, what time is it? The man glanced at his phone and replied, for 35. We don't have enough time. Big brother, handling the body will take at least a few hours, and we don't have the right tools. Your suitcase can't fit 2 people. Let's come back tomorrow night instead. How do I know you won't trick me? Big brother, we just discussed this, right? At worst, we'll go out together. If I call the police, can I clear my suspicion? After talking to you for so long about how to destroy the evidence and escape, I'm already an accomplice. Why don't you trust me? Forget it, just kill me. A stab to the heart. Make it quick. Destroy it. Hurry up. He closed his eyes and puffed out his chest. If you dare trick me, they'll kill you. The man loosened He's hands. Big brother, don't worry, I understand the rules of the road. He got up and stretched, saying, Big brother, let me find some clothes to wear. He rummaged through the room, but found no clothes belonging to the man. Ms. Yes' wardrobe was full of revealing outfits that he couldn't wear. Feeling helpless, he said, Big brother, how about giving me my clothes back? This is the only delivery outfit I have, and it costs $200 to buy a new one from the company. The man took off the delivery clothes and pants he was wearing, but he didn't remove the helmet and carefully put on his outer jacket inside out. Let's go. The man pressed a knife against He's lower back. He walked in front, opened the door, took a glance, and turned his head to whisper, Big brother, no one's around. As soon as they stepped out, he suddenly said, oh no, Big brother, I forgot my phone inside. Wait for me, I'll go get my phone that I in the empty hallway. The man didn't think much of it. He turned back into the room, grabbed his phone, and whispered, Big brother, I'm here. Just as he reached the door, he quickly closed it, locked it, and did it all in one motion. Leaning against the door, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Hello, is this the police? I want to report a murder at Unit 603, Building 2, Mingjia Community. Yes, I'm safe right now. 2 people are dead. The murderer? Well, I locked him outside. I have no relation to the victims. I'm just a delivery guy. Which delivery person could refuse a brand new electric bike battery? At that moment, the voice echoed in his mind again. Successfully completed option 3, reward granted, a brand new electric bike battery. Given that the host has successfully escaped the control of the murderer, an additional reward is granted, a brand new power bank. The item has been automatically placed into the system space. Chapter 3, borrowing 500 yuan to pay back Huabei. He's mind was in chaos as he sat on the floor, leaning against the door. The wound on his lower back had stopped bleeding, but when he touched the back of his head, he felt a large bump. The room was completely silent, and 3 meters away was the suitcase. He knew it contained the beautiful and kind Ms. Yi. Whenever he thought of the words system space, two small squares appeared in his mind. And when he thought of the battery and power bank, these two items suddenly appeared in his hand. The heavy battery almost fell to the ground. With a thought, the two items vanished again. He didn't know how long it had been. But soon he heard the sound of police sirens downstairs, followed by someone knocking on the door. So he got up and peered through the peephole. After confirming it was the police, he opened the door. "Officer, listen to me. That kid is definitely not a good person. I waited for him for over 2 hours last night, and when he didn't come out, I knew something was wrong." Sure enough, I was right. The security guard said to the recording police officer, "This is his electric bicycle. I suspected something was off and locked it up right away." "Officer, does this count as being a good citizen?" "Oh no, it's that girl from 603 who got into trouble. She is such a nice girl, pretty and polite. Last time my grandson accidentally got her dress dirty, she was so understanding and didn't hold a grudge. A girl alone outside must protect herself. People can be unpredictable. Being too kind isn't good either. That delivery guy must have had ulterior motives. It's such a shame for that girl." At 5 in the morning, the sudden arrival of police cars broke the tranquility of the Jimin community, and many people rushed out to see what was happening. Some even took out their phones to start recording, ready to post online. Delivery guy had ulterior motives late at night. Innocent woman victimized. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Soon, discussions erupted on major online platforms. At Jinan City People's Hospital, in a private room, Sui lay in bed. As the doctor just left, 2 police officers entered. "Officer," Sui tried to sit up, but his lower back hurt badly. An older police officer said, "No need to get up, just lie down and talk. The doctor said you suffered a heavy blow to the head and have a mild concussion. We'll be brief. We've already understood your basic situation, and now hope you can cooperate and answer a few questions." So he felt a deep respect for the police, especially now that he had experienced a murder case and was the only witness. "Hello, I'm Detective Yang Lin from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We're here to gather some information from you." The younger officer took out his badge to show Soo-hee, adding, "This is our team's Deputy Captain, Mingjia." The older officer also showed his badge. So he didn't look closely. After all, it was unlikely anyone would impersonate a police officer to deceive him. On the way to the hospital, "Our officers took your statement. You said the suspect is a local, right?" Officer Yang took out a voice recorder and placed it on the blanket while reviewing the statement. "Yes," Sui answered calmly. "You mentioned you didn't see the suspect's face clearly. How did you determine he was local?" "Accent. That man had a strong Jinan accent. As a delivery guy, I deal with all kinds of people, and I'm sure that person is from Jinan City. At 11:03 p.m. last night, you received an order while you were at number 26 Sanching Street, 3 kilometers from the pickup location. The distance from the pickup point to Jimin community is 5 kilometers, and the system estimated it would take only 19 minutes. Why did you arrive at Jimin community at 11:32 p.m.? After I got the order, I planned to go through the alley on Mingyang Street, but the exit had an accident that night, so I had to turn back and take another route. Produce. When I picked up the food, the restaurant was already closed, which delayed me by 2 minutes. How did you determine that there was a corpse hidden in the suitcase? Isn't that how it's portrayed in TV dramas? So didn't hide anything, including the fact that he eavesdropped at the entrance of 603. The 2 officers asked a few more questions, and Soo-hee answered each truthfully. "All right, Mr. Soo, thank you for your cooperation. If there is any additional information, please contact us promptly. There are colleagues outside. If you need anything, feel free to tell us." Officer Mingjia stood up, preparing to leave. Soo-hee hesitated for a moment and said, "Can I use a phone? I need to ask for leave. Otherwise, I'll lose my bonus this month. We've contacted your station and already helped you request leave. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, you can return to work after you're discharged." Officer Yang took the voice recorder and followed Officer Wen out. In the corridor, Yang Lin couldn't help but turn back and ask Master, "This Soo-hee is too calm. He doesn't seem like someone who has just experienced a murder." Mingjia stopped, looking at Yang Lin critically. "What do you think someone who has experienced a murder should act like?" Yang Lin replied as if it were obvious. "At the very least, they should be scared. He spent over 5 hours with a murderer, and besides, in the police report and statement, he clearly stated 2 people were dead. Yet there are 3 bodies in the room. That only shows you've dealt with too few cases. 6 hours have passed since the report was made." His calmness, now that doesn't mean he is pretending to be calm. From his testimony, he didn't enter the bathroom, and not knowing about the 3rd body is quite reasonable. "Master, does that mean he has cleared a suspicion?" Just then, Minjia's phone rang. After taking the call, he turned back and glared at Yang Lin, saying, "You little brat, don't say I'm your master when you go out in the future. With your behavior, you still call yourself an outstanding graduate from the police academy? You should be embarrassed." Yang Lin lowered his head. "All right, let us head back to the station and organize all the data." The bureau chief said there's a meeting in an hour. In the hospital room, so he kept calling for the system in his mind, but received no response. He got out of bed and approached the door, only to find a uniformed police officer guarding it. "Oh no, am I being treated as a suspect?" So he had watched enough dramas to know that the police officer at the door wasn't there to protect him. It was surveillance. What to do? In 2 days, his 500 yuan Huabei payment would be overdue, and he needed to think of a way to sell the old battery from his electric bike. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before him. Option 1. Negotiate with the police and borrow 500 yuan to pay back Wabe. Completion reward. New delivery uniform. Option 2. Take advantage of the police's distraction and sneak out of the hospital. Completion reward. New phone. Option 3. Tell the police you have important clues but must be involved in solving the case. Completion reward. 10 increase in delivery acceptance rate. Sui didn't think twice before eliminating the second option, if nothing went wrong. Sneaking out of the hospital would lead him straight to the interrogation room next time. The third option was too tempting. So he didn't get excited because he didn't have any significant clues left apart from the system. He chose to keep it confidential. He had already disclosed everything he needed to, including the incident with Mingjia tipping Jumi Dabo Bi. With no other choice, Sui gathered his courage and asked the police officer, "Officer, I was wondering, can I, Sui found it hard to say out loud that he wanted to borrow 500 yuan to pay back Wabe, feeling so embarrassed that he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. The officer looked puzzled. "Can you what? Can I borrow a cigarette?" Sui exhaled a sigh of relief after saying that. "Sorry, I don't smoke." "What a coincidence. I don't smoke either." Sui walked back to the ward. Chapter for I really just remember clue? What clue is there? Sui lay on the hospital bed, carefully recalling what happened last night. From the moment he entered the door, his attention was focused on the man opening the door and the suitcase. The man on the sofa came over with a knife, and he didn't even see his face clearly before turning around. When he woke up, that man was fully armed, revealing only his eyes, and even wore shoe covers. Suddenly, Sui sat up abruptly, laughing uncontrollably. The officer at the door rushed in and saw Sui sitting on the bed, laughing foolishly, asking, "What's wrong? Do you need me to find a doctor?" "Officer, I have a significant clue." Sui wasn't talking nonsense. He suddenly remembered that when he asked the man to return his takeout outfit, the man had worn his coat inside out to disguise himself. He happened to see the label on the collar. Hongxing Erk. There is only one specialty store in Jinan City. Some time ago, there was a flood in another province, and this company donated 50 million worth of supplies to the disaster area. At that time, it was hotly discussed online, and Sui also followed the trend and bought a sweatshirt. "What clue?" the officer asked. Sui suddenly fell silent and said, "But I have a condition. I want to participate in solving the case." "Impossible." The officer directly rejected Sui's request, glaring at him and saying, "You can tell me any clue directly. Concealing information is also illegal." Sui was dumbfounded, saying that without a reward, not telling was also concealing information. Why was it so difficult? He lay back down on the hospital bed and said, "The doctor said I have a mild concussion, and I suddenly forgot again. Let me think about it some more." The officer saw through Sui's thoughts at a glance. "Is there any way to help you recover your memory?" Sui thought seriously and replied, "In my case, it should be retrograde amnesia. If I can participate in solving the case, maybe I can remember something." The officer asked again, "How do you know all this? Isn't it how they portray it in TV dramas?" At the Jinan City Public Security Bureau, in the conference room, when Mingjia walked in with Yang Lin, everyone was already waiting for them. Director Fu Xingrong saw that everyone was present and said, "Let's get started. Wen, you go first." Mingjia took out a stack of photos and materials and said, "There are a total of 3 victims. The female victim, Yi Wenli, 25 years old, lived in Building 1, Unit 2, Room 603 of Mingjia Community, which is also the crime scene. She bought the house last year, a second-hand house, paid in full. We contacted the previous landlord, who stated that when selling the house, Yi Wenli was with another man, who is also one of the victims, Pan Jia, 34 years old. Unemployed, often mingling in bars and KTVs, nicknamed Cat Brother, with multiple prior offenses for introducing prostitution. We learned from various entertainment venues that the two were previously in a romantic relationship. But after Pan Jia went to prison, Yi Wenli stopped working in entertainment venues and started live streaming at home. Yi Wenli also had another identity. On the live streaming platform, her name was Su Mingming, a highly popular streamer. The other male victim, Gu Yongyan, 42 years old, was an executive of a company in the city. From the content of his phone, it could be seen that he had improper transactions with Yi Wenli or Su Mingming online. From Yi Wenli's WeChat, we found chat dialogues with Gu Yongyan. The reason Gu Yongyan went to Yi Wenli's house was that he had given her 10 rockets as gifts during the live stream. While Yi Wenli was in contact with Gu Yongyan, she also called Pan Jia, and the call lasted 5 seconds. We also found a pinhole camera in Yi Wenli's room. The memory card was new and contained videos of Yi Wenli and Gu Yongyan having sex, as well as footage of Pan Jia and Gu Yongyan fighting. It was Pan Jia who killed Gu Yongyan. From the content of the video, it can be seen that Yi Wenli and Pan Jia were preparing to blackmail Gu Yongyan. During the struggle, Pan Jia picked up a screwdriver and stabbed it into Gu Yongyan's neck, causing a rupture of the carotid artery and excessive blood loss leading to death. From the community surveillance footage, we found the man mentioned by the reporter Suhi. However, since the man was wearing a mask and the video was blurry, we couldn't obtain useful features. The technical department is handling it, and we have retrieved nearby surveillance and are in the process of investigating. After Jia finished speaking, he looked at Director Fu. Director Fu looked at the materials in his hand and asked, "What about the reporter, this delivery person? What do we know about him?" "Very clean, no criminal record. He has delivered takeout to the female victim 4 times, This is the 5th time. Through our investigation, we found that Yi Winley orders takeout every night at 11 p.m., and Suhi's colleagues have delivered meals to Yi Winley. His statement matches the scene, but we haven't ruled out the possibility of accomplices. Director Fu nodded and looked at Du Zhe beside him, saying, "Forensic Dr. Du, has the autopsy result come out?" Du Zhe replied, "The preliminary autopsy results are out. The female victim, Yi Winley, died between 11 p.m. and midnight last night. She had a total of 9 wounds, with a fatal injury in the chest. The murder weapon was a dagger, 15 centimeters long and 2 centimeters wide, which was not found at the scene. The victim, Gu Yongnian, had only 1 wound in the next major artery. The murder weapon was a screwdriver, found in the suitcase, with only Pan Jie's fingerprints on it. The victim, Pan Jie, died between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., with only 1 wound in the back, which pierced the heart. The murder weapon was the same dagger that killed Yi Winley. According to the reporter's description, the suspect was wearing gloves and shoe covers, making it very difficult to find useful clues at the scene. Wen Jie's phone lit up. It was a message from Officer Liu, who was guarding Su He at the hospital. There is now a special situation. The reporter Su He is willing to provide an important clue, but he has a requirement. What requirement? He wants to participate in solving the case. Director Fu said sternly, "What does he think the Public Security Bureau is? Didn't he tell him the consequences of concealing a case?" Yes, he said his head was injured, and the mild concussion caused retrograde amnesia, and he forgot the clue. If he can participate in solving the case, he might remember. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Since he wants to come, let him come. Bring him to the interrogation room and interrogate him properly to see what this little slippery guy is up to. Mingjia was also puzzled, judging from the previous testimony. So he was very cooperative. Why did he suddenly want to participate in solving the case? Was he trying to buy time for his accomplices to escape? At the hospital, Suhi was very anxious and nervous. He didn't know whether he should go out and tell the officer about that clue. What if he was charged with concealing information? That would be a huge loss. But the system rewarded a 10 increase in delivery order rates. Forget it. I'll just say it directly. How could the police let me participate in solving the case? At that moment, 2 police officers walked in. "Officer, I want to..." "Suhi, right? Please come with us." "Officer, I have an important clue to provide to you. I just remembered. My concussion caused retrograde amnesia. Really, you can ask the doctor. We now suspect you're a suspect in this murder case. If you have anything to explain, we will talk about it at the bureau. It's over. I'm in deep trouble." Suhi said with a mournful face, "Officer, I really just remembered." Chapter 5. How much is the reward in the interrogation room? Suhi sat on a cold chair, repeatedly mumbling, "The Hongxing Erk jacket." At that moment, Officer Mingjia walked in. Suhi was very excited and wanted to stand up, but was stopped and hurriedly said, "Officer Wen, did you go investigate? That man was wearing a Hongxing Erk jacket, and there is only one specialty store in Jinan City. The store has surveillance." Mingjia took a sip from his water cup and said calmly, "My colleagues have already gone to check. Now, let us talk about your situation." "My situation? I'm fine. Just a few bruises and a mild concussion. The doctor said I just need a rest for a few days." Suhi touched the large bump on the back of his head, which had already reduced in size. Mingjia put down his water cup and said seriously, "I want you to tell me why you concealed this information. Are you trying to buy time for your accomplices to escape?" Suhi sighed inwardly and replied, "I've said it many times, I just remembered this. And I already told that officer when I was in the hospital. You can go ask him if you don't believe me." Mingjia continued to question, "Do you really not know Mizzy?" "I don't know. Well, not exactly. I've delivered takeout to her a few times." "Does that count as knowing her?" Suhi answered honestly. "Then how do you have her photo on your phone?" "Impossible." Suhi blurted out. Another police officer pulled out a photo and handed it to Suhi. "Su Mingming?" "Officer, she is an online streamer. Her name is Su Mingming." Suhi didn't expect the police to mistake Su Mingming for Mizzy. Mingjia said, "Mizzy is Su Mingming on your phone. How is that possible? They don't look alike." At this moment, another officer handed a few more photos to Suhi. "Officer, are you sure you're not mistaken? They look somewhat similar, but they are not the same person." Mizzy's photo shows her as gentle and elegant, looking like a middle school teacher, while Su Mingming is fashionable and trendy. Suhi admitted that they both had delicate features, but he still couldn't accept that Ms. Yi was Su Mingming. Yi Winley, the Ms. Yi on your takeout order, is a web streamer with the online name Su Mingming. Hearing Officer Wen's words, Suhi suddenly remembered that when he was looking for clothes at Ms. Ye's house, the wardrobe was full of styles that Su Mingming would wear. Officer Wen had been observing Su He's expression. If Su He was really acting, his performance would be worthy of an Oscar for Best Actor. The phone rang, and Officer Wen stepped out to take the call. Young Lin, Master. The manager of the Hongxing Erk store said that jacket is a new style just released last week. They sold a total of 35 pieces. I'm currently reviewing the surveillance. Mingjia, show the suspect as photo to the sales staff and see if they can narrow down the target. Young Lin, okay. Master. Less than 5 minutes later, the phone rang again. Young Lin, Master, we found him, the physical education teacher from City Number 1 Middle School, named Liang Jun. He was a middle school classmate of one of the store clerks and is a regular customer of this store. Mingjia, bring that clerk back to the station for a statement. I'll head to City Number 1 Middle School immediately. In the interrogation room, only a female police officer was left taking notes. So he asked, Officer, hello, I want to ask a question. The female officer looked at Soo-hee and said, what question? If we catch the murderer, would this count as an act of bravery or providing significant clues? And would it be a reward? The female officer thought for a moment and replied, currently, you are still a suspect. I advise you not to harbor any delusions. The law is thorough, and don't think you can escape legal punishment by being clever. Currently, there's not been much progress in the case. And without capturing the real murderer, Soo-hee's suspicion has not been cleared. He has a complete motive and timeline for the crime. A photo of Yi Winley was found on Soo-hee's phone, which serves as his motive. City number 1 middle school in Jinan City. Mingjia came up empty-handed. A few days ago, Liang Jun had been suspended due to issues with his personal conduct. At that time, the school received an anonymous letter containing passionate photos of Liang Jun with a woman, and not only did the school receive it, but Liang Jun's wife also received it and caused a scene at the school. Mingjia went to Liang Jun's home, and Liang Jun's wife said they had already divorced. Liang Jun took nothing but a few clothes. After identifying the suspect, Mingjia promptly reported to Director Fu, and a citywide arrest operation quickly commenced. 2 hours later, Liang Jun was captured in a small hotel. In the interrogation room, Liang Jun voluntarily confessed everything. He had been watching Su Mingming's live streams for a while and successfully added her on WeChat. When he learned that Su Mingming lived in Jinan City, Liang Jun often invited her out. At first, they only went out for meals a few times, shopping, and watching movies. Later, when Liang Jun suggested further development, Su Mingming asked him to send 10 rockets in her live stream. Liang Jun secretly took out 10,000 yuan to send to Su Mingming, and indeed, he successfully spent the night with her. However, that was just the beginning of his nightmare. A man barged in, and Su Mingming said he was her boyfriend. The man began to threaten him, constantly demanding money. Liang Jun sold his car, thinking he could settle the matter, but the man became even more aggressive, continuing to demand more money and even pulling out photos of him and Su Mingming in bed. He did not compromise, and the next day, both the school and his home received the photos. His life was ruined. He hated Su Mingming and prepared everything, directly heading to Mingjia community. However, he did not expect that when the door opened, Su Mingming was kneeling on the floor, crying bitterly. His heart softened. But then Su Mingming handed him a screwdriver, asking him to help fix the bedroom light. Before he even stepped into the bedroom, he smelled blood. Turning around, Su Mingming tried to push him into the room, at which point he realized that Su Mingming wanted to make him a scapegoat. He wore gloves, so there were no fingerprints on the screwdriver. Su Mingming did not push him, but in anger, Liang Jun took out a dagger he had prepared and violently stabbed Su Mingming in the body. After killing Su Mingming, Liang Jun turned on the bedroom light and found a pool of blood on the floor, with a man's corpse lying under the bed. Suddenly, the door of the adjacent room opened, and the man who had been blackmailing him, Mingjia, walked out. They did not fight, but began discussing how to deal with the body. Mingjia put the man's corpse into a suitcase and cleaned up the blood in the bedroom. Liang Jun dragged Su Mingming's body to the bathroom. They agreed to each handle one body. Mingjia dragged the suitcase to prepare to go downstairs. As he opened the door, a delivery man stood at the door, startling him into opening the door. Mingjia chased the delivery man away, but unexpectedly, the delivery man eavesdropped at the door, and when the door opened again, the delivery man rolled in. Mingjia hit the delivery man on the head with a hammer, and Liang Jun began to argue with him. Unexpectedly, Mingjia even wanted to kill him. During the struggle, Liang Jun directly stabbed Mingjia, who convulsed a few times and died. Next, Liang Jun put on Soo-hee's clothes, pants, and helmet, cleaned up the scene, until Soo-hee woke up. The subsequent events matched Soo-hee's description without any discrepancies. In another interrogation room, Mingjia walked up to Soo-hee and shook his arm. Soo-hee woke up. You can go back now. The murderer has been caught. Soo-hee became excited. Is it because of the clues I provided? Mingjia didn't want to admit it, but it was indeed Soo-hee's clues that allowed them to quickly catch the murderer. Seeing Officer Wen nod, Soo-hee became even more excited. How much is the reward? Before the reward notice and wanted poster were issued, the case was already solved and there was no bounty. However, there may be an additional reward later, and we'll contact you then. From Soo-hee reporting the case to its resolution, it took only 15 hours. Now that the truth is clear, Officer Wen said seriously, "Thank you for your support of our work, and on behalf of the victim's family, I would like to express our gratitude to you. Yi Winley's parents have arrived, and the elderly couple is still struggling to accept the fact that their daughter has been murdered. The police did not disclose the matter of Yi Winley and Mingjia scheming to extort money. Liang Jun will also face legal consequences." Meanwhile, Soo-hee walked out of the Public Security Bureau, confidently under the apologetic gaze of the female officer. At this moment, a prompt from the system echoed in her mind. Successfully completed option 3, reward, 10 increase in delivery order rate. Chapter 6, you make a good point. Just as Soo-hee walked out of the police station, he turned around and ran back in. He saw the female police officer in the interrogation room coming over and asked, "Officer, where's my electric bike?" Lewin was taken aback and replied, "It's so late now. I'm afraid you won't be able to get it back. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow." "Okay, thank you." So he walked along the street, took out a power bank to charge his phone, and opened it to find dozens of missed calls and over 1,000 messages on WeChat. Hello, Mom. You little rascal. I thought something happened to you. I called you so many times and couldn't get through. Mom, my phone broke. I just got it fixed. Did you need something? This morning, Aunt Zhang said that the girl from the Wu family in the neighboring village is back and still single. I thought you could come back and take a look. The girl from the Wu family is also working in Jinan City. Said she does some kind of deity sister. Mom, I have a girlfriend. Suhee, I'm warning you. Hurry up and break up with that Shenyu. She's a vegetable. Can you stay with her for a lifetime? You're not young anymore. I'm counting on having grandkids. Hello, you little rascal. Why aren't you talking? All right, Mom, don't worry about me. When Shenyu wakes up, I'll break up with her. Let's leave it at that. I have to deliver food now. You little rascal, be careful on the road. After hanging up, Suhee sat down on a bench by the street. He wasn't in a hurry to return to his rental apartment. His mind was very chaotic. A delivery order nearly cost him his life, and, at the same time, he gained a system. He sighed, since he survived and awakened the system. It meant he was lucky. He opened his phone and checked the missed calls. Besides his mom, only the station master called him in the morning, probably to ask why he didn't show up for work. Then he opened WeChat. Aside from a few messages in group chats, no one contacted him. In a private group for delivery workers, various messages about Suhee being arrested for rape and murder had been discussed since 5:30 a.m. The scum of the delivery industry. Ms. Yi is so kind. Sigh, I got scolded by the boss all day because of Suhee. One bad apple spoils the whole barrel. The online community is full of criticism for us delivery workers. Suhee didn't rebut or even get angry. By the time he left, the police were already preparing to release a statement. There was no point in saying more now. It would only lead to insults. Only the police announcement could clear his name. Fortunately, Suhee didn't see any of his close friends in the group. He opened a WeChat group called Top Brother Group, which only had 4 people. Mom Mingjia, have you heard? Suhee got arrested. Panji gang. Ever since his girlfriend had that accident, he's changed completely. I knew something would happen sooner or later. Poor Ms. Yi. Dong Yong, what's going on? I took a day off for hemorrhoid surgery, and the delivery group exploded. Suhee kill Ms. Yi? Mom Mingjia sent a meme saying thanks to my roommate for not killing me, and said, brothers, Suhee's toothpaste and shower gel are mine now. Puns Higunk. I'm planning to write a book called My Murderer Roommate. Dong Yong, Ma Mingjia, Suhee's bottom bunk is mine. Suhee couldn't help but laugh and sent a location in the group, tagging Mom Mingjia. Brother Ma, I escaped from the police station. Come pick me up. Mom Mingjia was climbing the stairs with a delivery bag when he opened the group chat and was so scared that he dropped the food. In the group, Mom Mingjia has exited the group chat. Panji gang. Suhee, is this true? Can I interview you? Dong Yong, Suhee. Is there a reward for capturing you? We can split it, and I'll take the money back to your parents. Dong Yong. Suhee, we could do 60 to 40. Suhee irritably sent a voice message. Disappointing you guys, the real murderer has been caught, and it's not me. Now I've been released. Who the hell is coming to pick me up? At that moment, Mom Mingjia rejoined the group chat and angrily shouted, Suhee, I just called the police. They said you were released. I dropped my delivery and have to pay 36 bucks. 10 minutes later, 3 electric bikes appeared in front of Suhee. Seeing the bandage on Suhee's head, Panji gang threw down his bike and ran over concerned. Suhee, are you okay? Are you hurt? Is it serious? If you don't have money, we can pool together. You can't be discharged. Dong Yong limped over, holding his butt. Suhee, the police said your injury isn't serious. Let's go. We'll accompany you to the hospital. Don't worry about the money. Mom Mingjia walked in front of Suhee and helped him up. Suhee instantly broke down and said with reddened eyes, Can someone lend me 500 bucks? My Hua Bei is about to be overdue. All right. Looks like the injury isn't serious. Let's go. Brothers, let us have some beer to celebrate Suhee being safe. Mom Mingjia let go of Suhee, turned around and got on his electric bike, saying, Get in. Brother Ma, I'm serious. My Hua Bei is about to be overdue. Suhee looked at the other two. Panji gang scratched his head and said, I only have 85 bucks. Dong Yong pouted, I have no money. The hospitalization fee was all paid with Hua Bei. Mom Mingjia grinned. I have 150 bucks left. Suhee, we can't pay it back anyway. Let us just go drink. You make a good point. At Shijin Park, the group found a place with lights and tables. Mom Mingjia took out a smashed potato chicken dish from the delivery box. Panji gang brought a case of beer, and both Dong Yong and Suhee were injured. So Suhee sat down to rest while Dong Yong opened the beer. Come on, let us have one first. Dong Yong raised his glass. Suhee looked at Dong Yong and worriedly said, You just had hemorrhoid surgery. Are you this brave? It's fine. It's rare for Lao Ma and Gongzi to treat us. Tonight, let us drink happily to dispel the bad luck. Suhee, come on. Now that we know you're fine, we can relax. Don't be so formal. Let us have a drink first. After the beer went down, the cold feeling was particularly refreshing. After spending a night in the interrogation room, Suhee was about to go crazy, and he didn't care about the injury on his head. Dong Yong, who just had surgery, was so brave. He didn't want to be so delicate. After 3 bottles of beer, Suhee was a bit tipsy, while Dong Yong was exceptionally fierce, playing rock, paper, scissors with Panji gang. Sister, walk by the river. Cover your mouth. Hey, drink it, you're doomed. Why am I doomed again? Mom Mingjia opened his phone and scrolled through a live stream, saying, Su Mengmeng hasn't logged in for a day. That top brother last night was a bit fierce. Hearing this, Suhee was stunned, then remembered what officer once said. Ms. Yi is Su Mengmeng. He suddenly felt very anxious and took a big swig from the bottle. Welcome, Brother Ma, to Jimmy's live stream. Ma Mingjia poked the screen hard with his finger, grinning, big. So he lay back on the stone chair and fell asleep. Chapter 7. Uncle Police. He is a murderer. What is going on with these delivery guys? Sleeping in the park. Looks like they drank too much last night. Today's delivery workers are really something. I saw the news yesterday. There was a perverted murderer in our city who is also a delivery worker. ISNT that, right? Look, it's even in the newspaper. Right in the gymming community. This guy looks decent. Why can't he just find a girlfriend? Why does he have to harm other girls? It's really sinful. Hey, young man, wake up. If you want to sleep, go sleep somewhere else. We're going to play chess. Ma Mingjia was the first to wake up, rubbing his eyes and looking at the old man with sleepy eyes, cheerfully saying, Old man, playing chess? I'll play a few games with you. Young man, you should check on your friend there's blood all over his pants. If I didn't know he was a guy, I would have thought he was on his period. What the hell? Ma Mingjia turned to look at the unconscious Dong Yong, who just had hemorrhoid surgery yesterday and was now covered in blood. Suhi, Gongzi, wake up. Dong Yong is in trouble. Suhi groggily woke up, feeling like his head was going to explode. Squinting at the people around him, he said, What are you all staring at? Hurry up and take him to the hospital, huh? Young man, you holy crap, a murderer. An old man holding a newspaper glanced at the photo on the paper, then looked at Suhi in shock. Guys, he asked the delivery worker who committed the murder. Old man, you can't say that. My buddy didn't kill anyone. The police have already issued a statement. If you don't believe me, check online. Panji Gang also woke up and, along with Ma Mingjia, helped Dong Yong towards a car. So he was just about to leave the car. They're trying to run away. The old man exclaimed again, shouting to the other old men who were playing chess nearby. Guys, come here quickly. We've caught a murderer, and these guys are his accomplices. Hurry, they're trying to escape. Old man, I'm really not a murderer. The police have already released me. So he tried to start the car, but an old man quickly pulled the keys out. You escaped from the Public Security Bureau. It's obvious you're not a good person. If you're not a murderer, then what are you afraid of? You still on a run? At that moment, there weren't many people in the park. Just a group of elderly practicing Tai Chi and playing chess, who quickly surrounded them. So he was anxious, and suddenly, 3 choices appeared in front of him. Option 1. Fight against the crowd and take down these old people. Reward. 1 million cash. Option 2. Present evidence to prove your innocence. Reward. 500 yuan, Alipay balance. Option 3. Let these old people take you to the police station. Reward. Smart navigation map. Several old men had tightly grabbed Suhi's hands, discussing whether to call the police or take him to the police station. Suhi glanced at the options and quickly scanned his surroundings, realizing the number of old men and women was overwhelming. A few wearing Tai Chi uniforms looked tough, so he decisively gave up on the first option. Although the reward was tempting, it would be troublesome to compensate. Dong Yong was still unconscious, so he took out his phone and said, I'm really not a murderer. I'll show you the announcement from the police. Hey, don't grab my phone. Still trying to tip off your accomplices, kid. You're too naive. An old lady snatched Suhi's phone. The reward for the second option was less, but at least it would be enough to pay off his Huabei. With his phone stolen, he could only helplessly say, Old man, old lady, check the news online to see if the police have cleared my name. We don't go online. Right, there are too many rumors online. We only believe in TV news and newspapers. Don't waste time talking to him. Hurry and take him to the police station. Sue was pulled down from the car by several old men, feeling utterly defeated, and shouted at Ma Mingjia, Take Dong Yong to the hospital first. Don't let them get away. An old man turned back. Everyone, get out of my way. Ma Mingjia lifted Dong Yong onto his back and roared like a mad bull. The old men and women were startled by Ma Mingjia's fierce demeanor and quickly stepped aside. Ma Mingjia ran toward the park entrance, while Panji Gang glanced back at Suhi, hopped on his electric bike, and chased after him. Watching Dong Yong being taken away, Suhi breathed a sigh of relief, lay back on the ground without struggling, crossed his legs, and said irritably, What are you all staring at? Hurry up and take me to the police station. So arrogant. Let us go. We have to take him to the police station. The group of old men surrounded Suhi, each lifting him from different angles, marching toward the Shijin police station. Old man, don't press on my waist. It hurts. A little girl riding a bicycle, being pulled along by her grandmother, pointed at Suhi and said, Grandma, I want to be lifted high too. Shijin police station. Jiang Wei had just changed into his uniform and stepped out when a large group of old men and women surrounded him, chattering about the murderer and the delivery worker. Looking down, he saw a delivery worker with a bandaged head, sleeping with squinted eyes. Stop. Everyone be quiet. One at a time, Jiang Wei shouted. From the crowd, a respected old man was pushed forward, pointing at Suhi on the ground. Officer, P.S. a murderer. I saw on the news yesterday that a woman was killed in the Jiangmen community, and he did it. Jiang Wei, who was 26 this year, felt a bit amused being called uncle by an old man. However, as a police officer, this title represented the trust the public had in him. He walked up to Suhi, raised his head, and said to the elderly, You've misunderstood him. The murderer has already been caught. The news report yesterday was incorrect. He is not a murderer. He is a good person. The murder case that occurred yesterday had also attracted widespread attention within the police force. 3 people were killed. The murderer was on the run, and the police captured him within 15 hours. It was a case worthy of being included in criminal investigation textbooks. Jiang Wei received the case report on his phone that morning, and he didn't blame the group of old men and women. After all, they were quite just. Jiang Wei opened his phone and patiently read it out to the elderly. Hearing the policeman's explanation, the old men and women showed embarrassed expressions. I said he didn't look like that kind of person. Young man, I'm sorry. He got up from the ground, looking at the group of old men and women who were lowering their heads like children who had made a mistake, and said with a wry smile, "Who took my phone?" An old lady hurriedly handed it over. He tucked the phone into his pocket, looked at the old men and women, and said, "Let me tell you, you might have thought I was in a disadvantageous position just now, but actually I'm trained. Ordinary people can't get close to me. I was afraid that if I used too much force, I would hurt you. Now you know you're wrong, right?" The old men and women looked up, and when Suhi glared at them, they quickly looked down again. Successfully completed option 3. Reward. Smart navigation map. The system prompt rang in Suhi's mind, and he didn't continue to lecture the group of old men and women. "All right, since it's a misunderstanding, everyone, please disperse." Jiang Wei persuaded the old men and women and walked up to Suhi, smiling. "Your name is Suhi, right? Are you okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup?" Suhi nodded and replied, "Then let us go take a look." Chapter 8. Please take good care of my girlfriend Su. He called Ma Mingjia and hopped on Jiang Wei's police motorcycle, heading straight for Tianjin Nansha People's Hospital. As he sat on the bike, a map suddenly appeared in his mind, as if from a god's perspective, with real-time traffic conditions within a 5-kilometer radius centered around him, clearly marking the optimal route to the hospital. "Right turn," Suhi suddenly said. It was rush hour, and the roads were congested. As they reached the traffic light, Jiang Wei was just about to stop and wait, but at Suhi's prompt, he instinctively made a right turn. Clearly, the right turn added an extra kilometer. Jiang Wei asked in confusion, "Isn't going straight shorter? It's always congested in the morning." Suhi explained. He couldn't exactly say that the map in his mind indicated there had been an accident ahead. Suddenly, Jiang Wei's phone rang, and he connected to his Bluetooth headset. "Attention all units, a traffic accident has occurred on Huilan Avenue. The suspect taxi driver is suspected of drunk and drug driving and is fleeing. He has now reached Sanqing Street. Officers nearby, please execute a special interception immediately." Jiang Wei slammed on the brakes, and Suhi was thrown against his back, nearly flying off. "Get down," Jiang Wei said, turning back. "What's wrong?" Suhi asked, surprised. "There's a taxi driver who fled after an accident. I need to chase him. You should take a taxi to the hospital." Suhi's foot was already touching the ground, presenting him with 2 choices. Option 1. Get out of the car and rush to the hospital. Reward. 500 yuan Alipay balance. Option 2. Assist the police in intercepting the fleeing vehicle. Reward. 10,000 yuan Alipay balance. With a gentle push of his toes on the ground, Suhi sat back down, wrapping his arms around Officer Zhang's waist, and said, "I suddenly feel fine. Let us go catch the criminal together." Jiang Wei frowned and said, "Get down quickly. This is not a joke. Catching criminals is the police's job. You, a delivery person, shouldn't interfere. If you don't get down, you'll be obstructing official duties, and I'll take you back." Upon hearing this, Suhi jumped down immediately. Officer Jiang activated the sirens and sped away. Watching him leave, Suhi sighed by the roadside. The reward of 10,000 yuan just flew away. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Suhi spotted a yellow electric bike with a delivery person sitting on it, playing on his phone. "Wu Xiaodong, can I borrow your bike?" Suhi? Wu Xiaodong was startled, as if he had seen a ghost. Fortunately, there was an announcement in their delivery group today, saying that Suhi was not a murderer. So he said, "No way, the bike is my girlfriend. How can I lend it to you?" 50 yuan. Suhi pulled out the only cash he had from his pocket. Wu Xiaodong immediately handed over the keys, dramatically shouting, "Please take good care of my girlfriend." Suhi had no time for chit-chat. He took the keys and hopped on his girlfriend, the electric bike, and sped off. "Hey, you haven't said when you'll return it to me." Wu Xiaodong realized but found that Suhi had already vanished. The police sirens blared, and police cars zoomed past as Suhi chased after them on the electric bike. In his mind, countless pieces of information were coming in: pedestrians, vehicles, traffic lights. He placed his phone in the holder and opened the delivery group's chat. Damn, is this a cop and robber movie? That taxi driver fled after causing an accident. He knocked a pedestrian off the crosswalk on Huilan Avenue, killing 2 students instantly. That's just so tragic. The cars along Sanqing Street had all been affected. Not a single rearview mirror remained intact. I'm on Yufei Road. The fleeing car just rushed past me. Damn, he's in a hurry to reincarnate. As Suhi read the messages in the group, he mentally plotted the route. Yufei Road had a fork. One way led to the town. The other went directly to the highway. The highway entrance would definitely be closed, and the suspect car, if not stupid, would surely head towards the town. Once in the countryside, without surveillance and with many forks in the road, even if he abandoned the car and fled, there would be plenty of hiding places. Suhi sharply turned into a small alley and headed directly towards a road leading to the town. Jiang Wei, pursuing the suspect car, had already reached the end of Yufei Road. Seeing the suspect car make a right turn to enter the highway, he quickly said, "Attention all units. The suspect car has made a right turn and is heading onto the highway." Just as he finished speaking, the suspect car suddenly stopped. Jiang Wei slammed on the brakes, but still couldn't avoid crashing into it, sending him flying onto the roof of the suspect car. Quick to react, he grabbed the taxi's rooftop light, and, as the suspect driver started moving again, Jiang Wei found himself precariously lying on top of the car. Meanwhile, Sui saw the messages in the group indicating that the suspect taxi had made a right turn and was trying to get onto the highway. Damn it, I just lost $50, Sui thought, feeling frustrated as he prepared to head to the hospital, hoping to still complete option 1. Just as he turned around, another message popped up in the group. The taxi driver is too reckless. He swerved and sent the police flying. Now there's an officer on the roof. Even movies wouldn't dare portray this. Suhi's eyes lit up as he turned his direction towards the fork leading to Jialong Township, hoping to reach the fork before the suspect car. A few minutes later, Suhi arrived at the fork and saw a taxi swaying back and forth, with a police officer struggling on the roof. Looking around, he noticed a fish pond across the road. Calculating the timing, he twisted the throttle, and the electric bike shot forward. The suspect taxi driver was startled and instinctively turned the steering wheel to the right, driving straight into the fish pond, and the officer on the roof also fell into the water. Sui made another sharp turn, stopping steadily by the roadside. He had actually planned to jump off the bike, but the taxi driver changed direction unexpectedly. The officer resurfaced and swam towards the roadside. Sui noticed a dark shadow appearing underwater, heading towards the other side of the fish pond. Seeing the fleeing taxi driver, Sui grabbed a branch and chased after him along the pond's edge. The taxi driver had decent lung capacity, holding his breath for about 10 meters. Just as he surfaced, he vaguely saw a yellow figure, and then a long, thin branch swung towards him. Crack! The branch hit the taxi driver's face, leaving a red mark instantly. That's what you get for hitting people. For fleeing. You still dare to hide. Let me beat you to death. Suhi yelled, furiously striking the fleeing driver with the branch. Remembering the 2 students who had been killed, Suhi felt his anger boil over. A year ago, he was shopping with Shunyu when a drunk driver sped towards them. Shunyu pushed him aside, but was thrown 5 meters away. Though she survived, she became a vegetable. Please stop hitting me, oh no. Help! Crack! Crack! Suhi was in a frenzy. Even as the driver swam to the center of the pond, he continued to strike the water surface. The taxi driver was nearly out of strength and saw the arriving police, shouting, help! Jiang Wei climbed ashore, removed his helmet and jacket, and, at that moment, police cars arrived, with several colleagues getting out. Quick, you guys save him. Xiaozhong, come with me to catch the criminal. Chapter 9-0, Fate on the Ridge. Sui was held down by 2 police officers, his hands cuffed behind his back, the cold metal of the handcuffs jolting him awake. Officer, you have the wrong person. So he turned his head to shout. Shut up. Don't move. If you move again, I'll use the taser. An older police officer pressed Suhi's helmet down, forcing him into the mud. Sui could already smell the earth, and hearing the word taser, he instantly became obedient. Not moving an inch. Long, you got the wrong person. That man is the real driver. Jiang Wei ran over, pointing at the man being dragged ashore. The head of the police station, Long, loosened his grip, pulled Suhi up, and asked, then what do you do? I deliver takeout. Suhi replied honestly. A deliverer man? What are you doing here? Long signaled for Officer Zhang to unlock the handcuffs. Sui glanced at Jiang Wei and replied, I'm assisting Officer Jiang in catching the criminal. Long turned to Jiang Wei and asked, is that true? Jiang Wei stared at Suhi with a strange expression and sighed. Yes. Well done, but be careful next time. I heard you jumped onto the roof of the car from inside. You scared the sweat out of me. Long, relieved that the real driver had been caught, patted Jiang Wei on the arm. Long then looked at Suhi and said, thank you for your assistance in this operation. Officer Zhang, take down his information and see if we can get him recognized for his bravery. Long, Suhi is not just any deliver man. He assisted the criminal police in solving the murder case in Mingjia community the night before last. Jiang Wei said with a smile. Thanks to Suhi today. If he hadn't forced the taxi into the fish pond at this intersection, the driver would have fallen somewhere else and would have been in the hospital for at least a month. Haha, not bad. It seems like we have a talent here. Are you interested in becoming a volunteer officer at our Shijin police station? Long looked at Suhi with interest. Regarding the murder case in Mingjia community, he had seen the case report this morning, and it could be said that the case was solved in 15 hours thanks to the clues provided by Suhi. Sui grinned and said, Chief Long, I was a volunteer officer at the Nanshan police station for 2 years, but I'll stick to delivering takeout for now. The pay for a volunteer officer is less than that of delivering takeout. Suhi needed money. He had to send 6,000 yuan to Shunyu's parents every month, which accounted for most of his income from delivering food. No wonder you have such a strong sense of justice. What a pity. That rascal Lao Lu missed out on such a talent. As they walked onto the main road, Long expressed his regret. Sui could only smile foolishly. He only had a vocational high school education and could at most be a volunteer officer in the police force, which would be his ceiling. Successfully completed option 2. Rewarded 10,000 yuan in Alipay balance. Upon receiving the system message, Suhi instantly thought of Dong Yong in the hospital. Chief Long, officers, I'll head back now. I won't trouble you any further. Sui ran to his electric bike, picked up his phone, and opened it to find several missed calls and messages from Mom Mingjia. You're out of danger now, but there's not enough money. I asked the station master for an advance of 2,000 yuan and have transferred 500 yuan to your Alipay. You should pay off your Huabei first. Don't come over, just get some rest. The station master already knows about your situation. Just focus on recovering. Don't worry. Your reward for this month will not be less. I have to go buy diapers for Dongyong now. Sudi Blade? Okay. Just then, Wu Xiaodong's call came in. Suhi, hurry and ride my electric bike over. What time is it? I need to take orders. With the system rewarding him 10,000 yuan, Suhi was in a good mood and replied, Wu Xiaodong, I'm on my way. Thank you so much today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Let us do it today. Wu Xiaodong replied immediately. Tomorrow. Suhi began, but Wu Xiaodong cursed. When have you ever kept your word? Enough of this. Get over here. After hanging up, Suhi happily opened Alipay, looking at the displayed balance of 10,500 yuan, his heart bursting with joy. He first paid off the 500 yuan from Huabei and then returned the 500 yuan to Ma Mingjia. Oh, fate. Suhi hummed a tune as he rode into the city. After returning the electric bike to Wu Xiaodong, Wu Xiaodong looked at the marks on the tires and the mud on the helmet with a pained expression, glaring at Suhi. If anyone lends you again next time, they are a fool. You said the same thing last time. Suhi laughed. Ding. You have a new takeout order. Please handle it promptly. Wu Xiaodong's phone rang, and he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Suhi anymore and just left. At this moment, Suhi remembered that his electric bike was still impounded at the police station, that female officer's words didn't count, and she still hadn't brought it to him. It was only a short distance to the police station, taking just over 10 minutes, so Suhi walked over. When he reached the entrance, he saw a crowd of people outside the police station with cameras and filming equipment, interviewing Officer Wen. Officer Wen caught sight of Suhi and quickly said to the reporters, that man in the yellow delivery uniform is Suhi. You should interview him. The reporters rushed over, startling Suhi. He looked at the 7 or 8 microphones pointed at him, while several reporters began firing off questions. Sue, hello. We are from Jinan TV. We'd like to invite you to do a legal awareness program. Hello, we are doing short video live streaming and sales. Could you? Suhi, as a deliverman, did you feel afraid when facing such vicious criminals? I heard you were injured. How's your condition? There have been many negative comments about you online. Have you seen them? Do you have anything to say about that? Suhi was bewildered. This was his first time facing the cameras and being surrounded by so many reporters. He felt a bit nervous and didn't know how to respond. At this moment, he finally understood the joy in Officer Wen's eyes when she saw him. This group of reporters was too relentless. So he looked around, trying to find an excuse to leave, when 3 options appeared before him. Option 1. Answer each question and take this opportunity to become an internet celebrity. Reward. Live streaming equipment. Option 2. Maintain mystery and tell them. If you have any questions, you can contact my agent. Reward. Appearance enhancement potion. Option 3. Point to the sky and shout. Look, an airplane. Then quickly run into the police station. Reward. Stamina recovery potion. The reporters eagerly awaited Suhi's response, but Suhi stared at the 3 options before him, caught in a dilemma. The first option seemed simple, but he didn't want to be famous. Being an internet celebrity was too exhausting, so he eliminated it immediately. Options 2 and 3 had similar completion difficulties, but the rewards were both potions, which, by their names, were clearly not of this world as technology. Enhancing appearance or recovering stamina. Sue? A reporter waved a hand in front of him. Ahem. Suhi came back to his senses, already having an answer in his heart. He took off his mask, put it on, and said in a deep voice, if you have any questions, you can contact my agent. Agent? Did he get signed by someone already? The woman from the short video asked in surprise. Everyone was stunned by Suhi's sudden revelation. A deliverman, just one day after experiencing a murder case, already had an agent and a team. Which company was so quick to act? Suhi silently squeezed through the crowd and walked straight toward the police station, looking at the additional compartment in the space. A glass bottle containing the so-called beauty enhancement potion. Suhi couldn't hide his joy and smiled. The reason he gave up on the stamina recovery potion was that his girlfriend, Shunyu, was still lying in the hospital bed. Strictly speaking, he didn't need this thing right now. He's already so handsome. How much more handsome could he become? So he lowered his head and chuckled foolishly. At that moment, an electric scooter sped towards him. Get out of the way, shouted the female police officer on it, her face filled with urgency. Chapter 10 Doctor. Stop him. Oh no. Luan was lying on top of Suhi, tried to push herself up with all her strength, only to find that the electric bike was pinning her legs down, making it impossible to exert any force. Officer, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. After saying this, Suhi suddenly blacked out and lost consciousness. Sufe. Luan saw a pool of blood under Suhi's head and instantly panicked. She gently patted Suhi's face, but there was no response. Checking for breath, she was relieved to find he was still alive. A group of reporters surrounded them, recording and commenting, yet none stepped forward to help. The police officer at the guardroom rushed out, moved the electric bike aside, and shouted at the reporters. Contact 120 and let the hospital prepare. A police car arrived, and 3 officers lifted Suhi onto a stretcher, with Luan following closely behind. On the hospital bed, Suhi opened his eyes. You're awake? Luan stood up, looking apologetic. I'm sorry, I wanted to ride the electric bike out for you, but I couldn't control it. Water. Suhi said hoarsely. Oh, Lu Wen hurriedly poured a glass of water and brought it to his lips. The doctor said you have a mild concussion and need a rest. Sui smiled and replied, I'm familiar with this. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me. I'll cover the medical expenses, compensation for lost work and nourishment, and I've already taken your electric bike for repairs. Lu Wen said in one breath, lowering her head as if waiting for Sui to scold her. Got it. You can go back to work, I'm fine. Sui probably lost a lot of blood and felt weak all over with heavy eyelids. He fell asleep right after finishing his sentence. Doctor. Lu Wen rushed out anxiously. The next day, Sui was able to get out of bed, but Lu Wen insisted he stay in hospital. Bored. Sui went to Dong Yong's ward. The doctor was doing rounds. Take off your pants. Sui looked at Dong Yong, who was exposing his backside, and wanted to laugh, but his laughter pulled at his stitches, causing his head to throb. Get lost. Dong Yong was lying on the bed, playing with his phone. He turned a glance at Sui and continued watching the live stream. Suddenly, he turned back to Sui. Wait, didn't you hit your head? Why did you get plastic surgery? What's going on? Be honest. Why do you look so handsome? Dong Yong crawled off the bed and walked in front of Sui for a closer look. Step aside. Dong Yong slowly moved to the bathroom. Looking at himself in the mirror, a surge of grief and anger welled up in him, and he lamented, back in the day, before I went bald. They call me Prince Charming. Over the years, I've been hurt by wine and women, and look at me now. From today on, no more drinking. After venting, Dong Yong slowly crawled back out and lay on the bed to continue watching the live stream of a pretty girl. Wow, you really don't hold back. So he walked to the bedside, picked up an apple, and asked, when are you being discharged? Let us go to Lu Sanjia's restaurant and book a table. I'll treat you to drinks. You're treating? Dong Yong glanced at Sui with a look of disdain and said, another day, maybe, if there's a chance. Next time, when have you ever spoken without it being a load of nonsense? I don't believe you. Sui threw the apple core into the trash and grabbed a banana, casually saying, last time we went out to eat, you borrowed $498 from me. When are you going to pay me back? Sui, I've noticed you've changed. Dong Yong turned over and looked at Sui, lecturing him. Did that money magically end up in my pocket? When Ma Good dragged me along, why didn't you stop him? Besides, do you know how complicated the situation was back then? I have hands and feet. If I lose money, I can earn it back. But they're different. Their father gambled and owes debts everywhere. Their mother passed away early, and they have younger siblings to support in school. Isn't it right for me to help them? Don't you have any sympathy? When I went out to settle the bill, I still signed your name. Have I ever complained? Your perspective determines your vision. Please broaden your perspective a bit. Don't let our pure friendship become so complicated over a mere 498 yuan. Besides, getting something for nothing is truly happy. So he was taken aback by Dong Yong's words, tossed the banana peel aside, and lunged at him, grabbing Dong Yong by the neck, saying, getting something for nothing? You bastard. That is my money. Pay it back. There's no money, just a life. Anyway, I'm already dirty. Come on, today I'm yours. At the door, the nurse stood there dumbfounded, dropping the tray she was holding. Smack. A crisp sound echoed as Sui and Dong Yong turned to look towards the door. You guys continue. I didn't see anything. The nurse picked up the tray and quickly closed the door. Damn it, this is all your fault. Now my first love ends like this, beautiful nurse. Dong Yong turned to glance at the nurse's name on the bedside and continued. Wang Tini. Haha, Sui, I can't take it anymore. Hurry and call the doctor. The line is opened. The doctor quickly entered. It was a female doctor, and her first words were, take off your pants. Young people nowadays really don't pay attention to their surroundings. This is a public place, and you just had hemorrhoid surgery. The female doctor glanced at Sui and shook her head, thinking how could such a handsome man have such a habit? Coldly, she said, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get out. Can you suture? Or are you preparing to record a video for your social media? Sui awkwardly smiled, clearly knowing the nurse had quietly informed her colleague after she left. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, the female doctor clutched her chest, her face turning pale, swaying as if she would fall. Fortunately, a nurse caught her. Hurry, Director Tang has a heart attack. The female doctor was helped away, and Dong Yong, still on his stomach, turned around in confusion. What about me? Several intern doctors stood there, tiptoeing, stammering for a long time before managing to say, we've already notified the other doctors. They'll be here in about half an hour. So he asked in confusion, can't you handle this? The intern doctors collectively shook their heads in agreement, taking a step back. 3 options appeared before Sui, and he paused. Option 1. Heartfelt rescue. Save a friend's backside. And loudly declare, I'll do it. Completion reward. Master level wound suturing technique. Option 2. Take out your phone, record Dong Yong's backside, and post it on social media. Completion reward. Master level video shooting skills. Option 3. Honestly wait for the doctors to arrive. Completion reward. A suit for attending Dong Yong's funeral, taking out his phone. Under the puzzled gazes of the intern doctors, Sui put it back and loudly declared, I'll do it. The intern doctors were stunned, surprised. You can suture wounds? I studied for a while. His blood loss is significant. If this continues, he's going to kick the bucket. Suddenly, countless pieces of knowledge about wound healing flooded Sui's mind, as if he were a seasoned surgeon. He put on gloves, and his whole demeanor changed. Do you have a qualification certificate? One of the intern doctors asked Sui. 10 silk thread. Sui turned to the nurse and said indifferently, please hurry. Damn it, Soo-hee, what are you doing? Doctor, stop him. Help. Dong-yong turned to Soo-hee, who was picking up the surgical pliers, and hurriedly shouted at the interns. Shut up. Soo-hee looked at the interns and said, who is going to help clean the wound? You still haven tea? Answer my question. The intern asked again, but still complied with Soo-hee starting to clean the wound. Although it was just a simple suture. For these interns who had just begun their training, they were still hesitant to take action. At this moment, the anesthetist walked in, looking at Soo, who was dressed in a yellow delivery uniform with a bandage wrapped around her head, with a look of surprise. Where did Director Tang go? What is going on? The anesthetist was stunned. Director Tang had a sudden heart attack, and the other doctors would take at least half an hour to arrive. He was a friend of the patient and said he would stitch it up. Isn't that against the rules? The anesthetist frowned. So he glanced at the anesthetist and said directly, my friend can't wait half an hour. I will stitch it up. The anesthetist frowned, but eventually administered the anesthesia and stood by without leaving. Soo-hee, can you do it? Or should we let an intern do it? I am afraid. Please, I'll pay you back. Doctor, you can't do this. He asked just a delivery guy. No one paid attention to Dong-yong, as the stitching had already begun. So he used a hemostat to clamp one end of the soft tissue, quickly threading the suture needle through with her other hand. Soo-hee's movements were quick and steady, leaving the anesthetist beside her in disbelief. The figure-8 stitch is a very simple stitching method, and Soo-hee handled it skillfully, with no excess thread visible. Hemorrhoid surgery usually doesn't require stitching. However, Dong-yong had drunk too much beer after being discharged, causing diarrhea, which enlarged the wound and made it difficult to heal. Soon, Soo-hee put down the instruments, removed her gloves, and patted her hands. The nurse instinctively handed her a towel. Thank you, Soo-hee said with a faint smile. The nurse's face instantly turned red. I recorded the whole process. I'll post it in the group later for everyone to take a closer look, an intern said. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Soo-hee, did you just stitch up my butt? I can't feel anything right now. Doctor, I'm begging you. He asked just a delivery guy. How can he stitch? Dong-yong said, pouting his but in despair. Put your pants back on. Once the anesthesia wears off, you'll feel it. Your friend has already stitched you up, and it looks great. The anesthetist breathed a sigh of relief. If Soo-hee was just boasting and it led to a medical accident, he would also be in trouble. However, the patient's situation was urgent and really could not wait half an hour. Looks great. Dong-yong wondered in his heart. Can that thing really be described as beautiful? Chapter 11. The wind is too strong. Sand got in my eyes. Soo-hee saved Dong-yong the cost of a suturing surgery, and several intern doctors learned suturing techniques by observing. So it was a win-win situation. However, Dong-yong seemed a bit skeptical. He felt that Soo-hee must have stitched him up unless he let out a big poop. When he came out of the restroom, Soo-hee picked up a bunch of grapes and started eating again. Dong-yong looked at Soo-hee in surprise and asked, is what you said earlier true? In front of everyone, Soo-hee had claimed to be a medical school graduate, and when the anesthetist asked which university, he said it was embarrassing for his alma mater and that he wanted to keep a secret. Soo-hee shook his head. You scared me. I almost thought you really graduated from medical school. If I hadn't seen your vocational high school diploma, how could someone who studied excavator operation know how to stitch wounds? Dong-yong snatched the grapes from Soo-hee's hand. The fruits bought by Ma Mingjia were almost finished by Soo-hee. Soo-hee wiped his hands on Dong-yong's face towel and said, nonchalantly, before studying excavator operation, I studied fashion design for more than 2 months. With a sewing machine, I could have fixed that little wound in a jiffy. It wouldn't be that complicated. Dong-yong was dumbfounded and yelled at Soo-hee, you learned sewing for a few days and you dare to mess with my butt? That's totally different. Seeing Dong-yong gradually lose his temper, Soo-hee stood up, grabbed a handful of dates, stuffed them into his pocket, and returned to his ward. The nurses along the way pointed and whispered behind his back. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. As soon as Soo-hee lay down on the bed, Lewin walked in with lunch and a fruit basket. Soo-hee, are you feeling better today? Get up and eat. I grabbed some food from the cafeteria, not sure if it suits your taste. Lewin placed the fruit basket on the cabinet and then looked at Soo-hee, suddenly stunned. After not seeing him for one night, how did Soo-hee become so handsome all of a sudden? Officer Liu, you're too polite. I'm all better now. I can be discharged. You don't have to bring me food every day. There's a cafeteria downstairs. And why buy so many fruits? It's too much expense. I'm not really a fruit person. Why don't you return them? As Soo-hee helped lift the table, Lewin refused, replying, it's not a bother. We have a break at noon, so I came to see you. This fruit basket, something I bought. It's from a reporter at Jinan TV who asked me to bring it up. Reporter? Soo-hee asked, puzzled. Lewin awkwardly touched her hair and said, it's all my good friends. She heard that I hit you and insisted that I persuade you to participate in a program. Seeing that Soo-hee didn't say anything, Lewin added, if it's inconvenient for you, that's fine. Just accept the fruits as my gift. Soo-hee wasn't silent because he didn't want to speak. He was faced with 2 choices again. Option 1. Agree to record the program for Jinan TV. Completion reward. Advanced grappling and fighting skills. Option 2. Decline the invitation. Completion reward. A beautiful fruit basket. Looking at the fruit basket on the bedside table, Soo-hee lost the thought of declining. The system clearly wanted him to agree to record the program. When is it? Soo-hee asked. Lewin smiled and danced with joy, a stark contrast to her previous serious police image. She took out her phone and said, "Wait a moment, let me ask her. You don't know, she has been pestering me for the past couple of days. I'm about to be driven crazy by her. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. Just in time for your discharge. She will come and pick you up. Let us add each other on WeChat first. I'll introduce you to her." Suhi added Lu 1 on WeChat, and in less than a minute, someone added her. The profile picture was of an anime girl, and the nickname was a string of English words he couldn't understand. Luan had to leave for work in the afternoon, and Suhi practiced various grappling and fighting movements and techniques in the ward, which had already deeply embedded in his body. He was confident that he could take on 3 strong men. Throughout the afternoon, Suhi was in an excited state. The old man in the next bed, who had just undergone surgery, couldn't sleep and eventually asked during mealtime, "Hey, young man, which circus are you from?" The next day at noon, Luan helped Suhi complete the discharge procedures and then transferred him 1,000 yuan for lost work and various other reasons. Suhi declined several times, but couldn't push it away, feeling grateful to have met good people. Dong Yong was also discharged, and Ma Mingjia took care of his discharge procedures, while Pan Jigang rode an electric bike to take Suhi back. At the hospital entrance, Ma Mingjia was sitting in the car with Dong Yong, and Pan Jigang stretched his neck to look inside, saying Suhi is here. Luan was carrying a large bag of items, while Suhi walked out empty-handed. "Officer Lu, let me introduce you. They're all my friends. Brother Ma Mingjia, and Brother Ji, Pan Jigang, and Brother Yong, Dong Yong. This is Police Officer Lu, one from the Public Security Bureau." Pan Jigang hurriedly got out of the car to take the items from Luan's hands, smiling foolishly at Suhi. "Hello. Thank you for your contributions to this city. On behalf of the Jinan Public Security Bureau, I express my respect." Luan regained the impressive demeanor of a police officer and shook hands with each of the 3 men. The 3 were so busy, smiling foolishly that they didn't dare to speak. "All right, you all go back first." So he noticed a BMW parked across the street, and a woman was waving vigorously at them. "Are you not coming with us?" The 3 were taken aback. "I have something to do. I'll be back tonight." After saying that, Luan led Suhi over, opened the car door for him, and Suhi got in. The BMW gradually drove away, leaving the 3 sitting on the electric bike in silence. After a long while, Dong Yong spoke first. "Suhi's lower bunk is mine now." Ma Mingjia and Pan Jigang exchanged glances and shouted in unison, "Beast." We agreed to suffer together. Yet he took up with a rich woman halfway through. Suhi just had a bad stomach. Everyone should understand him. The life of a delivery worker is tough. He was forced to take shortcuts. As Dong Yong spoke, tears were almost falling. Pan Jigang looked at Dong Yong. "Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. The wind is too strong, and sand got in my eyes." "Why are you also crying?" "The wind is too strong, sand got in my eyes." Chapter 12, As Long as Our Hearts Are Clean, Sister Zhao. "Should I change my clothes before coming in?" Suhi looked at his delivery outfit, feeling it was out of place compared to others in sharp suits. It was his first time recording a program at the TV station, and he thought he should dress more appropriately. Behind the studio, Suhi had already run to the restroom 3 times, too nervous to sit down, constantly checking the time on his phone. Zhao Luyao was the prominent host of Jinan TV, and her superiors had asked her to host a program titled How Single Women Living Alone Can Protect Themselves Against Bad People, in light of the recent high-profile murder case in Jinan City, to promote legal awareness. With her keen sense for trending topics, Zhao Luyao quickly thought of the delivery worker who had been vilified on short video platforms. Even though the police later cleared him of wrongdoing, many people continued to attack the delivery worker community. Therefore, she made an effort to find out more about that delivery worker, just as her best friend happened to run into him at the hospital. Seeing Suhi's anxious demeanor, Zhao Luyao smiled gently. "Suhi, you don't need to be nervous. The program follows the script, and since this is a recorded segment, we can edit it later. If you make a mistake, it's not a big deal. We can redo it. Your role is as a delivery worker, so you don't need to change clothes. I'll ask you a few questions later. Just answer truthfully. Now, I'll head up first. When I call your name, you can come up and greet the camera." Zhao Luyao, dressed in professional attire, stood in the center of the stage as the recording officially began. After a brief introduction, 4 women and 4 men came on stage to start a debate on whether single women living alone should raise their awareness of self-protection. Suhi lost interest after listening for 2 minutes, thinking it might end soon, so he began wandering around the TV station. As a local station, Jinan TV's ratings were not high, and it was transitioning towards the internet, revitalizing itself on various short video platforms. As he strolled around, he noticed many rooms filled with computers, editing teams, voiceover groups, and directors. Just as Suhi reached the makeup room door, he overheard a discussion about delivery workers. "Isn't the script wrong? What if I hurt a delivery worker during the demonstration?" "Don't worry, Coach Xiang. It's just a simple spar. Besides, if you hurt him, you can just pay for his medical bills. He's just a delivery worker. It's fine to practice on him for the sake of the show. You don't have to go easy on him. The more impressive your moves look, the more the audience will remember the self-defense techniques, thus enhancing their self-protection skills." "You're right. I've been itching to do this for a few days. Too bad for that kid. But he is quite handsome. I wouldn't know how to apply makeup on him." The last sentence was said by the makeup artist, and after that, the room fell silent. The makeup room had no door, just a curtain, and Sui could hear everything clearly from outside. At that moment, two people rushed over. The delivery worker is here. Hurry, it's your turn. Why are you here? Go on ahead. The two went back into the makeup room, their tone becoming gentler. Coach Zhang, it's almost your time to go on stage. Take it slow, mind your step. The floor is a bit slippery. As the curtain lifted, the two noticed Soo-hee still standing at the door and scolded him. Do you understand the rules? It's your turn to go on stage. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. A burly man came out, looking at Soo-hee in his delivery uniform with a hint of surprise, but he quickly walked past him towards the studio. Hurry up. Coach Zhang is very busy. Don't waste everyone's time. Seeing Soo-hee in a daze, the man who accompanied Coach Zhang almost felt like slapping him. Before Soo-hee appeared, three options showed up in front of him. Option 1. During the demonstration, embarrass Coach Zhang. Reward, smart delivery order assistant. Option 2. Cooperate with Coach Zhang to complete the demonstration. Reward, 10 increase in resistance to getting hit. Option 3. Shout loudly, I quit, and leave the TV station. Reward, a new pair of shoes. At that moment, Soo-hee suddenly felt relaxed. He glared at the man next to him and walked towards the studio. A few days ago, there was a brutal home invasion murder case in Jinan City, where a single woman was stabbed 9 times by a deranged murderer, unfortunately losing her life. A brave delivery worker happened to encounter the murderer and engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Unfortunately, the murderer escaped. However, our courageous delivery worker not only had the courage to fight the knife-wielding assailant, but also displayed keen observational skills. He reported the incident to the police immediately and provided crucial evidence, assisting the authorities in capturing the murderer within 15 hours. Let's welcome our brave delivery worker, Soo-hee, with a round of applause. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Soo-hee walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Soo-hee. He greeted with a faint smile and sat down on the sofa. Here, I'm sure everyone has many questions for our delivery worker. I've selected a few from the most concerning topics raised by netizens. Soo-hee, before coming on stage, I saw you were quite nervous. Now that you're in front of the camera, you still don't seem nervous. Zhao Luyao began chatting with Soo-hee as if they were friends. Soo-hee smiled and said, I'm not nervous anymore. Zhao Luyao continued, it's clear that our delivery worker is not only handsome, but also has strong psychological resilience. It's precisely because of this strong mentality that he could fight against a knife-wielding criminal. One can only imagine how perilous the situation was. Sue, can you share with us how you discovered the murder and assisted the police in solving the case? Sorry, the police requested confidentiality regarding the case, so I can't disclose details, Sue replied honestly. I see. It seems we won't get to know the specifics today. After Sue reported to the police. A netizen filmed a video of him being taken away by the police, which was uploaded online, tagged with the topic of a delivery worker committing murder, quickly sparking discussions among netizens. For a time, delivery workers faced criticism and even insults. In light of this, Soo-hee, do you have something to say to the netizens? Soo-hee thought for a moment and replied, no profession is superior or inferior. This incident has caused a lot of trouble for my colleagues. I want to say to all delivery worker brothers, as long as our hearts are clean, we need not fear the dirty water thrown at us. As for the netizens, I have nothing more to say. As long as our hearts are clean, we need not fear the dirty water thrown at us. What a beautiful statement. Our delivery workers brave the wind and rain to deliver hot meals to thousands of households. I hope that in the future, we can show them more understanding, more smiles. Say a thank you and wish them a safe journey, filling our city with warmth and making our delivery workers feel warm in their hearts as well. Thank you. Soo-hee and all the hardworking delivery workers. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Soo-hee's interview concluded. Next up was Coach Zhang from the Jinan Martial Arts School, who would teach single women how to enhance their self-defense skills through learning grappling techniques. Soo-hee was to be Coach Zhang's teaching prop. The script only stated, cooperate with Coach Zhang in teaching grappling techniques. Jinan Martial Arts School is a local landmark. Learning martial arts not only strengthens the body, but also helps protect oneself in critical situations. As women, we should master some self-rescue techniques. Now, let us welcome Coach Zhang Meng from Jinan Martial Arts School with applause. After the applause, Zhao Luyao continued, today, we've specially invited Coach Zhang to teach us some simple and practical grappling techniques. Soo-hee, are you willing to cooperate with Coach Zhang in the demonstration? Soo-hee smiled. I am willing. Chapter 13 Sorry, I shouldn't have hit back. Zhang Meng was 185 meters tall, wearing a white training outfit under his coat, with muscles slightly bulging, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression. In contrast, Soo-hee was 178 meters tall, with a slender figure. Although he couldn't be considered muscular, his long-term experience delivering takeout and climbing stairs had given him a bit of a foundation. Zhang Meng had a smile on his face and was very polite to Soo-hee, constantly emphasizing that he should be careful not to get hurt. Even Zhao Luyao praised Zhang Meng's words from the side. If it weren't for Soo-hee inadvertently overhearing Zhang Meng's conversation, he would have truly thought Zhang Meng was a kind person. In daily life, how should women respond when facing attackers? Let me teach you a few simple self-defense techniques for women. Zhang Meng faced the camera looking quite familiar with this process, and continued. The biggest feature of women's self-defense techniques is practicality. There are no fixed moves or rules. Everything is aimed at injuring the enemy and escaping, using various parts of the body or nearby objects, freely improvising. Next, let me demonstrate. Come on, Suhee, throw a punch at me. Zhang Ming moved his body a bit and looked at Suhee. Since this was a demonstration, everything was in slow motion. Suhee's fist extended out. Zhang Ming raised his left hand to block it, stepped forward with his right foot, and delivered an elbow strike to Suhee's jaw. Zhao Luyao exclaimed from the side. You can tell this move is quite powerful. What Coach Zhang is teaching everyone today is real self-defense for women. The camera shifted to Zhang Ming, with Suhee now just a tool in the demonstration. Zhang Ming clasped his fists and smiled, saying, now let me demonstrate the effect of real combat. Suhee, throw a punch at me again, but this time faster. The two stood facing each other, and Suhee increased his speed compared to earlier. Zhang Ming quickly stepped forward, blocking with his left hand and delivering an elbow strike to Suhee's jaw. Suhee instinctively stepped back, but was still hit. Suhee, are you okay? Zhao Luyao exclaimed, rushing to Suhee's side. There was a red mark on Suhee's chin, and he smiled, saying, I'm fine. Suhee looked up at Zhang Ming, thinking that if he hadn't stepped back just now, this hit could have landed him in the hospital. Zhang Ming also stepped forward to show concern. Are you okay? I'm used to practicing martial arts, and I didn't hold back for a moment. I'm really sorry. At that moment, a man in the audience shouted, that delivery guy, your movements are too stiff. You're not a wooden mannequin. You should resist more for the sake of the show. Isn't this supposed to be acting with you guys? I can still hit back? Suhee said in surprise. Just treat me as an attacker. Don't worry about hurting me. Zhang Ming echoed from the side. Do the same move again. Let's go. The man in the audience shouted. Suhee stood in front of Zhang Ming again, who was staring intently at him. This time, Suhee's punch was faster. Zhang Ming reached out his left hand to block, but suddenly, Suhee's hand struck his jaw. Zhang Ming stumbled backward, covering his chin. Zhao Luyao stood by, at a loss. The previous action was too quick for her to see clearly, and the two had already separated. Stop. What's going on? That delivery guy who told you to hit. Coach Zhang, are you okay? Two men rushed up from the audience, one scolding Suhee and the other checking on Zhang Ming. Suhee hadn't used much force in that hit, and Zhang Ming rubbed his chin, saying in a deep voice, I'm fine. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have hit back. Next time I'll be careful and just stand still for him to hit. Suhee said in a strange tone. It's not that you can't hit back, you. Who the hell brought in this extra? He's just an idiot. Before he could finish, Suhee suddenly moved, kicking the man's inner knee, causing him to kneel down. Suhee coldly looked at him, saying, watch your mouth. Damn. Smack. Seizing the moment while he was still speaking, Suhee slapped him. The man lay on the ground, no longer arrogant, his eyes filled with fear. Suhee, are you okay? Zhao Luyao still didn't blame him. The director's words had indeed been too much. Suhee was someone she had invited, not an ordinary extra. Suhee turned to Zhao Luyao, smiling, Sister Zhao, I'm fine. The recording was interrupted, and the chief director and the leaders from the station rushed over. The man, seeing this, lay on the ground shouting that he wanted to call the police, but was stopped by the leaders. After waiting in the hallway for more than 10 minutes, if it weren't for the fact that he hadn't received the system reward yet, Suhee would have left already. Zhao Liao approached, looking as if she had just cried, her eyes red. Sister Zhao, did they bully you? I'll take care of them. In the TV station, only Zhao Luyao was willing to speak for Suhee, and she was also implicated. Zhao Liao grabbed Suhee, saying it's okay, Suhee. There are some changes in the upcoming recording. It looks like Coach Zhang 1T let you off easily. I've applied for protective gear from the station. You'll wear it later, and be sure to protect yourself. It's fine, Sister Zhao. His little skill can't hurt me. Suhee, calm down. Hitting people wouldn't solve the problem. He would just hit back hard on stage. Look at you. Zhang Ming is a martial arts school coach. Don't try to be brave. I heard that he once participated in a show and broke 3 ribs of the opponent. I don't want you to get hurt. I do have to take care of you in the hospital. Before Zhao Luyao could finish, a woman rushed over, saying the recording was about to start and urging them to go on stage. Did you hear what I just said? Hurry up and put on the protective gear. Zhao Luyao went on stage and continued the previous topic. Fists and kicks have no eyes. To avoid our delivery guy getting hurt, we specially prepared protective gear for him. Coach Zhang, please continue teaching everyone the women's self-defense techniques. At first, it was a demonstration, all in slow motion, with Suhee cooperating with each move. Suddenly, Zhang Ming applied force, twisting Suhee's hand behind his back, whispering in his ear, Kid, watch how I play with you. Zhang Ming kept applying pressure, and Suhee felt the pain, but soon Zhao Luyao's voice rang out, and Zhang Ming released him. This move involved Suhee extending one hand, which Zhang Ming grabbed, then quickly wrapping around to Suhee's back, twisting his arm. The practical exercise began, and the two got ready. Suhee took the initiative, extending one hand, and Zhang Ming reached for it. Suhee stepped forward with his left foot, quickly striking Zhang Ming's neck with the other hand, while his foot kicked Zhang Ming's calf. Zhang Ming knelt on the ground, and Suhee held his arm, pressing him down hard. The intense pain made Zhang Ming unable to help but slapped the ground a few times, signaling his surrender. Zhao Luyao seized the opportunity to pull Suhee back and continued. As you can see, the fixed routines are still difficult to subdue an attacker. So all female compatriots must learn to think critically and not be limited by moves and routines. Coach Zhang, is this what you meant to express? Zhang Meng's face turned red. This time the director didn't call for a stop, and he could only say, yes. The characteristic of women's self-defense techniques is flexibility and variability. As the saying goes, there are no fixed methods, we only want results. Having been ambushed by Suhi twice in a row, Zhang Meng was already getting angry. Speaking to the camera, it seems our delivery guy is also quite skilled. Next, I will have a real match with him. This time, I will use all my strength, and I hope he can last 10 seconds in my hands. This was an outright declaration of war. Even Zhao Luyao didn't expect Zhang Meng to propose a spar with Suhi during the show, and he even claimed he wouldn't hold back. Zhao Luyao immediately looked at the chief director, but was signaled to continue. Zhao Luyao had no choice but to approach Suhi and ask, Suhi, what are your thoughts on Coach Zhang's request? After all, Coach Zhang is a special-level coach at Jinan Martial Arts School and has won numerous awards in his youth. If you disagree, everyone will understand. So he could tell that Zhao Luyao hoped he would refuse, but he shook his head and said, as a supposed thug, I think it's necessary to continue discussing with Coach Zhang. I'm also curious if the self-defense techniques he mentions can really subdue me. In real life, thugs don't follow a script and want to cooperate with your act. The so-called women's self-defense techniques, in Sui's eyes, are just a joke. If there are indeed women who believe in Zhang Meng's teachings and think these few moves can subdue a thug, they would be truly courting death when they actually face danger. The tension between both sides is palpable, and the director is also very eager. Although this is just a small episode, it is enough to attract a lot of discussion online. A seasoned martial arts coach versus a delivery worker. Can the delivery worker last 10 seconds? The catchy title has already made everyone feel that this is another hot topic. Chapter 14, Aunt Wong. I don't want to try anymore. The venue was cleared, and Zhang Meng also put on his protective gear. A male host came up to act as the referee. The competition officially began, and Zhang Meng charged forward. To hit someone, one must first get close. Both hands and feet must be coordinated to be effective. His right hand went straight for Suhi's face while his left knee attempted to kick below. So he lowered his head, pressed both hands against Zhang Meng's knee to dodge this strike, and simultaneously used his head to ram into Zhang Meng's chin. Zhang Meng's pupils dilated, and he thought of blocking in return, but it was too late. A loud bang echoed. Zhang Meng fell backward, staring at the sky, taking a few steps back while holding his chin, looking very painful. 5 seconds. A man behind the director exclaimed, What are you standing there for? Go check it out. The director was somewhat frustrated, wondering if Zhang Meng hadn't slept well last night. Why was he performing so poorly today, getting injured repeatedly by a delivery guy? Watching the recorded video, he complained, How can we upload this? Director, I think this is quite good. It's only reasonable for a martial arts coach to be taken down by a delivery guy. Netizens are already tired of seeing the opposite. Think about it. A delivery guy KOs a martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Doesn't that question the efficacy of women's self-defense courses? Such a title would be more explosive, right? The director's eyes lit up, and he gave the man behind him an approving look. He then walked onto the stage, glanced at Zhang Meng, who was tending to his wounds, and enthusiastically approached Suhi, smiling, Young man, impressive skills. Stay later for an interview. No time, I have to go back. Suhi had already received a system notification and earned a reward. He had no interest in staying at the TV station. He took off his protective gear, greeted Zhao Luyao, and left. Zhao Luyao chased after him, but Suhi was already gone. Zhang Meng lost 2 front teeth and was taken away by an ambulance. The director was furious, but Zhao Luyao changed her clothes and went home. Once home, she eagerly called Lu Wen and chatted for 2 hours. At the Harbor Youth Apartment, dormitory 406, there was a note on the door that read, Those living off a rich woman and Suhi are not allowed inside. Suhi smiled, opened the door, and laughed, Sons, Daddy is back. Dong Yong was lying on Suhi's bed, making a disdainful expression. So soon? What are you daydreaming about? Ma Mingjia and Panji Gang were still out delivering food. Dong Yong had just been discharged from the hospital and couldn't get in and out of bed easily. So Suhi climbed onto Dong Yong's bed. Sue, is there a trick to being supported by a rich woman? Dong Yong asked while watching a live stream of a pretty girl. 1 part looks, 3 parts courage, plus 7 parts shamelessness. What, Brother Yong, are you planning something big? Suhi poked his head to look at Dong Yong. Dong Yong sighed and said, I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on an electric bike. Suhi, I figured out. Delivering food is just trading life for money. While we're still young, we can take a gamble, find a rich woman, live a peaceful life, do laundry, and cook occasionally, sign up for a gym class. And take good care of the rich woman. Isn't that better than going out early and coming home late delivering food? Seeing Suhi silent, Dong Yong continued. That Officer Lu today was pretty good looking. Imagine if I could get a wife like her. Ha ha. Suhi couldn't help but laugh, saying, Then you have to pursue her. Be a simp for the police flower. After all, she is practically a police dog with proper credentials. Damn it, Suhi. I'm cutting ties with you. Pay me back. Good night. Makabaka. The next day, when Suhi woke up, the other 3 were still fast asleep. Dong Yong needed a rest in bed for a few more days. while Ma Mingjia and Panji Gang wouldn't wake up until 10. The repaired electric bike was in the shed, and Luan had left the keys at the security room. The security guard at the Harbor Youth Apartment wasn't an old man, but an auntie. It was said, owned the apartment because it belonged to her son. Hence, it was common to hear someone say, "Aunt Wong, I don't want to try anymore." Aunt Wong had grown accustomed to this playful banter. What started as get lost had turned into come in. It was said that someone had really gone in. However, so he learned from Ma Mingjia that Aunt Wong wasn't actually a rich woman's mom. It was all a scam. "Aunt Wong, could you help me get the keys?" So he went to the security room, where Aunt Wong was holding her phone, watching short videos. She looked up in surprise and said, "Oh, isn't this the popular delivery guy? Suhi, you're famous now. Hey, you look quite handsome today." Suhi snatched the keys and fled, unable to stand the way Aunt Wong looked at him, as if a hungry wolf was eyeing a little lamb. After a few days, without going to the station, Suhi rushed to join the morning meeting. Suhi is back. He initially wanted to blend in quietly, but everyone turned to look at him. The station manager was Zheng Jun, who lived up to his name. He was once a soldier who had taken over the delivery station after retiring. He was a good person, and everyone called him Brother Jun, Brother Jun. "Suegriti Feng Hun. You came just in time. Come here." Zheng Jun ran into the room, took out a red envelope, and loudly announced in front of everyone, "You guys are all my brothers. I know you've faced a lot of grievances these past few days, especially you, Suhi. It must be hard on you. We're all just trying to make a living, so we have to swallow our anger and keep our tears to ourselves. In our line of work, we're often treated like servants. But since we've chosen this path, we have to grit our teeth and persevere. Some of you have elderly mothers sick in bed, and others are supporting 2 kids in school. Sometimes I want to scold those people online. Why do they have to be so nasty to someone they don't even know?" Zheng Jun continued, "You all call me Brother Jun, but it pains me to see you being scolded without being able to help. The police have cleared Suhi's name, yet they can't cleanse the dirt in your hearts. To me, you are the cleanest people and deserve praise. Here, this is a reward for Suhi." Suhi grabbed the red envelope and grinned. "Brother Jun, you are indeed a cultured soldier, even better than the TV hosts. Why don't you let go so I can see if it's enough to treat everyone to a meal? You little brat, just keep the red envelope for now. Look at it later," Zheng Jun said, glaring at Suhi, who had ruined his carefully built-up emotions. "Suhi, treat. Let's have a feast." Several colleagues began to cheer. "What treat? You all save some money. Don't keep borrowing from me. I'm just puzzled. Suhi, your dorm has 4 people. Which month doesn't someone borrow money from me? Dong Yong doesn't even have money for his hemorrhoid surgery?" Zheng Jun scolded loudly. "Haha, I'd rather have empty pockets than not spend on a beauty. Those in their dorm are all great. Ma Mingjia and Panji Gang must have lost money again last night. Get back to work and take orders." Seeing the commotion starting again, Zheng Jun scolded them unhappily. Chapter 15, let me tell you a joke. "Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please handle it promptly." The daily routine of the delivery rider officially begins. At 11 a.m., the peak period starts, and Suhi quickly accepts 15 orders. In his mind, the intelligent delivery order assistant appears, and all the orders on his phone are synchronized to the assistant. The estimated pickup time, the most reasonable delivery route, countdown, and various data analyses are all clear at a glance. This is simply unbelievable. Suhi rode to the nearest pickup location. The intelligent navigation appeared in his mind, even giving alerts for a nail on the ground. Suhi didn't ignore it. He got off the bike, found a nail lodged in the cement crack, picked up a stone from the greenery, and flattened the nail before returning to his electric bike, passing by a nearby repair shop. So he raised his middle finger at the shop owner. The owner, who was sunbathing by the roadside, stood up and began to curse, chasing him for several meters before eventually returning to her spot, grumbling. With the order assistant and navigation, Suhi's efficiency increased exponentially. After completing the 15 orders, he directly grabbed 20 more. Delivering 20 orders was a bit challenging. There was a small incident in which a restaurant accidentally spilled an order and had to redo it, causing a 10-minute delay, but in the end, he managed to avoid being late. He continued delivering until 2:30 p.m., finally able to sit down and take a break. During the midday peak, delivering food felt like fighting a war, with every second counting. He found a small restaurant to eat at and opened WeChat to see that the delivery rider group was in an uproar. Wow, did Suhi get a boost of energy? So impressive. Someone had screenshot the leaderboard and posted it in the group. Suhi was firmly in first place with 68 orders, while the second place, Wu Xiaodong, had only completed 32 orders. Jinan City is just a second-tier city. Under normal circumstances, completing 70 to 80 orders in a day is already the limit. Yet Suhi managed to do 68 in one afternoon. Surviving a great calamity must have its blessings. Suhi has awakened. Worship the god. Does the god need any accessories? Take me with you. Looking at the messages in the group, Suhi laughed while eating. Hee hee hee. The shop owner's son was playing with a digger, looking around. Mom, there's a chick chirping. Son, there's no chick. It's a single dog. After eating, Suhi turned off the order assistant and went to the supermarket to buy 2 large bags of rice and a barrel of oil, riding his electric bike to the Zingfili community. After locking the bike, Suhi carried the rice and the oil barrel and slowly walked into Building 7, Unit 2, Room 601, Shinyu's home. Sui patted the dust off his clothes, took off his helmet, and gently knocked on the door. The door opened, and an elderly woman looked up at Sui, said nothing, and turned to go inside. The elderly woman was named Xiang Wanro. Shinyu always said her mother's name was beautiful. Aunt Xiang, I put the rice in the bucket. The kitchen has a bit of a leak. I'll find a friend to take a look tomorrow. He used to do this. The soy sauce and salt are almost gone. I'll go buy some later. Is there anything else you need at home? In the living room, where the TV used to hang, there was now a statue of Guanyin, and Aunt Xiang was kneeling there, as if she hadn't heard anything. Sui picked up a broom and started cleaning. Just as he was about to mop the floor, the door opened, and an elderly man with gray hair came in holding a fish and several small dishes. Honey, look what I bought. Our daughter's favorite fish. Xiaosu, you're here? Shin Yu's father, Shun Yuanzhong, whose smiling face turned serious upon seeing Sui. Uncle Shun, I came. Sui took the things from Shun Yuanzhong's hands and carried them into the kitchen. Just as he finished cleaning the fish, Shun Yuanzhong walked in. Xiaosu, go keep Ye company. I'll handle the fish. Ye has loved my fish since she was little. Sui washed his hands and made way, saying, then I'll mop the floor first. I'll come after I'm done. No need to mop. It's all going to be sold anyway. Shin Yuanzhong placed the fish on the cutting board and took out a clay pot from the cupboard. Sell it. Sui looked at Shun Yuanzhong, puzzled. Uncle Shun, what do you mean it's going to be sold? What else can we sell? Besides this broken house, which is worth something? Yes, Uncle contacted a hospital in the capital that specializes in treating her condition, but the cost is a bit high. After discussing it with Aunt Xiang, we decided to sell this house, and with the money you've given us this year, we want to try again. Sui didn't speak, mopped the floor, and walked toward Shin Yu's room. The door was open. On a single bed lay a woman with a thin face and pale complexion. The smell in the room was unpleasant, so Sui opened the window a crack, letting the sunlight shine on Shin Yu's face. He gently massaged her body. Yeah. Uncle Shun said he wants to take you to the capital. Are you happy? You told me before that our wedding photos should be taken at Tiananmen Square. Don't forget, I've been waiting. You have to keep your word. Guess how many orders I ran today? 68 orders, can you believe it? Before, when I talked to you like this, you would curse me for bragging. I really want to hear you curse me a few more times. You can take your time thinking of a super long curse for me. And when you wake up, you can let it all out. Let me tell you a joke. Do you know why the sea is blue? You don't know, right? Because the fish can blow bubbles blue. Not funny. Then let me tell you another one. Do you know where Sun Wukong's golden staff is? Are you going to say it's in his ear? His golden staff goes perfectly with his hairstyle. Yeah. I've noticed your sense of humor is getting higher. It seems I really need to pull out some top-notch jokes to make you laugh. At the door, Shin Yuanzhong held the fish soup and cleared his throat. Xiaosu, you can go ahead and be busy. I'll be here with Aunt Xiang. Sui stood up, gently tidied Shin Yu's hair, and then walked out, taking out 10,000 yuan in cash from his bag and placing it on the table. He walked to the door and said, Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, I'm leaving now. After closing the door, Sui took out his phone and began accepting orders again. At 11:50 p.m., Sui stopped accepting orders and looked at his data. 206 orders, which was already 4 times what he had done before. At that moment, Mom Mingjia called. Beast, did you take the blue pill? So fierce. Why are you working so hard? Didn't we agree to be poor together while you secretly got rich? Are you cursing Sui? Let me curse a bit too, Sui. Sui hung up the phone in time, preventing Panji Gang from cursing. Late at night, with only a few scattered people on the streets, Sui found a noodle shop, ate a bowl of noodles, and ended this day of hustle. Chapter 16. I still have to deliver takeout at night in the morning. Sui received a call from Luwan. Sui, are you free in the morning? I'm not sure if I have time. What are you doing in the morning? I'm delivering takeout. Then take a day off. The city is holding a commendation ceremony for acts of bravery today. You weren't originally included, but Director Fu considered your special situation and added you last minute. Otherwise, you'd have to wait until next year. How much is the prize? Sui, can you not be so materialistic? Acts of bravery are about doing good deeds. It's an honor, even if it's just a certificate. Officer Liu, I'm really busy. You can hold on to the certificate for me, and when I deliver takeout to your police station later, you can give it to me. There's also a 50,000 yuan cash prize. Officer Liu, I'm almost there. I'm already on my way. Sui specifically changed into a decent outfit, bought a few buns downstairs, and rode his electric bike straight to the Tianjin city government. Shun, he was going to the capital for treatment, and the medical expenses were undoubtedly astronomical for the Shun family. The compensation from the reckless driver had long been spent, and even if they sold their house, it was uncertain how long they could last. For Sui, every penny brought a bit more hope. He wasn't a doctor. He could only work hard and earn money. He had initially hoped the system would provide some options for Shun Yu's treatment, but unfortunately, no choices were triggered yesterday. In just over 10 minutes, Sui arrived at the city government. As soon as he locked his bike, Lu Wan, dressed in her police uniform, walked over. Sui, hurry up. The ceremony is about to start. Lu Wan looked at Sui in casual clothes and couldn't help but exclaim in her heart that he looked really handsome. No wonder Zhao Luyao kept mentioning Sui. Following Lu Wan, Sui smiled and said, Thank you so much, Officer Liu. Lu Wan turned back while walking and said, Sui, let's not be polite. This is my job, and your act of bravery deserves recognition. By the way, Lu Yao asked me to apologize on her behalf. She wants to treat you to dinner tonight. What happened between you two? She's acting all mysterious. Sui scratched his head awkwardly and replied, It's nothing. Sister Zhao has been taking care of me. Let's skip dinner. I still have to deliver takeout tonight. Lu Wen looked at Su He in surprise and said, Tonight? We can do it later. The price for delivering takeout at night is higher, and there are subsidies. Lu Wen shot Su He a glare and said, Go in, second row, first seat on the left. As soon as Su He sat down, the ceremony began. Several leaders took turns to speak, briefly reviewing the acts of bravery, followed by half an hour of gratitude speeches. So he couldn't help but excuse himself to the restroom and returned just as they started distributing the prizes. On stage, Director Fu personally handed Su He the honorary certificate and a plaque stating 50,000 yuan. Su He took a group photo with all the other brave individuals, and the ceremony concluded. After the meeting, Su He filled out his bank account number at the request of the staff, and the prize would arrive within 3 days. When he walked out of the city government, Su He found Lu Wen waiting for the bus, so he rode over and asked Officer Lu, Do you want me to give you a ride? Lu Wen smiled and said, The regulations in Tianjin City prohibit carrying passengers on electric bikes in the city. I'm a police officer. I can't break the law. Oh, okay. Thank you so much today. I'll treat you to a meal when I get the chance. So he opened his phone to check the time. It was already noon. Unfortunately, his delivery uniform was in his dormitory, where he could start accepting orders right now. He planned to go back first and try to pick up a few orders. Lu Wen's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, How about lunchtime today? Sure. So he regretted saying that. If the people in his dorm were there, he would have to say another day. But he quickly frowned and said, But you don't have a car, and there aren't any good places to eat around here. Maybe. Never mind. You find a place, and I'll catch up. Lu Wen waved her phone at Su He, indicating to contact her by phone, then turned and ran back into the city government. This exchange was quite confusing. Su He opened WeChat to check his balance, found Lu Wen's contact, and sent her a location. Lu Sanj's home-cooked dishes, 48, Wujin East Road, Tianjin City. Usually, Su He would just eat a rice bowl for lunch, but since it was a treat, he took it seriously. Hello, Sister Lu, 1 serving of Kung Pao chicken, 1 serving of mapo tofu, and a seaweed egg drop soup. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. After finishing the call, Su He rode his electric bike towards Wujin East Road. At that moment, an Audi passed by him, the rear window rolled down, and Lu Wen shouted loudly, Su He, I'm going back to change clothes first. You go ahead. Su He was about to respond, but the Audi had already driven away. When he arrived at Lu Sanj's restaurant, Lu Wen was already inside, sitting next to a woman. Zhao Luyao. Su He, why are you just standing there? These two beauties have been waiting for you. At the entrance, the owner, Sister Lu, gave Su He a wink and quietly said, You kid are doing well. These two women clearly look wealthy. Have you given up on takeout? Sister Lu, how could that be? I'm still waiting in line here. Su He pretended to be lewd and glanced at Sister Lu's chest. Many delivery workers like to eat here. Not for anything else, but because Sister Lu had a large bust. You little brat, are you trying to hit on my wife? I won't put any chicken in the Kung Pao chicken you ordered. A Mediterranean man in the open kitchen shouted at Su He with a smile. Then just give me a plate of peanuts. The restaurant was small and noisy, and many people were looking at the stylishly dressed Lu Wen and Zhao Luyao. After Su He walked over, both women stood up. Officer Lu, Sister Zhao, please sit down. Su He smiled awkwardly, and, for a moment, the three of them didn't know what to say. Su He, I scheduled to go shopping with Lu Yao this afternoon. You don't mind that I brought her without informing you, do you? Lu Wen took the initiative to speak first. Of course not. More people mean more chopsticks. Sister Zhao has helped me a lot. I should be grateful to you both. I just ordered 2 dishes and a soup. Do you want to eat anything else? In a corner, Wu Xiaodong was eating a rice bowl, staring intently at Su He, and as he ate, tears began to fall. Sister Lu, passing by while clearing the table, noticed this scene and quietly asked Wu Xiaodong, Are you encountering some difficulties? Tell me, and I'll help you think of a solution. Wu Xiaodong picked up a tissue, wiped his tears, and said, No, I just thought of my mom while eating the rice bowl. Sister Lu nodded, Oh, I see. How many years has it been since your mom passed away? Wu Xiaodong was taken aback. My mom isn't dead. Chapter 17. Get a membership card. You can get 20 off later. Su He, do you know you're about to become famous? Zhao Luyao put down her chopsticks after finishing only 1 bowl of rice. Watching Su He eat his 4th bowl and couldn't he help but laugh. Famous? Su He took a sip of soup and continued, Sister Zhao, you're joking with me again. Lu Wen looked at Zhao Luyao with curiosity. The events surrounding Su He from some time ago had indeed caused a stir in Jinan City, but it was mostly negative comments. Later, the police clarified the situation, and that group of people fell silent, so the hype quickly died down. The case itself was also in a confidential stage, and the public still didn't know what Su He had done. I'm serious, after tonight, you'll be a little internet celebrity, Zhao Luyao said mysteriously. Su didn't take it to heart, chuckling as he continued to eat. Lu Wen also stopped eating and poured the remaining vegetable soup on her rice. Sue, you really can eat. Lu Wen looked at this scene in astonishment. Hee hee. Delivery people are like this. After this meal, who knows when I'll get to eat dinner. If I don't eat more now, I won't have the energy to climb the stairs later. After finishing this bowl of rice, Sui didn't add more and turned to shout, Sister Lu, check, how much is it? 51, just give 50. Lu Wen and Zhao Luyao exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time a man had taken the initiative to treat them to a meal for only 50 yuan. So he was being overly attentive like others, which made them feel comfortable. What's wrong? So he picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, confused. Do I have rice on my face? No. Suhi, thank you for your generous hospitality. We're going shopping now. Why don't you come with us? Suhi shook his head. He wanted to go back and take a nap. He had wasted a whole afternoon and still had to deliver takeout in the evening. All right then, see you later. Suhi, at 9 p.m., Jinan's Satellite TV, don't miss it, where you can follow Jinan's Satellite TV's short video platform. When you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll be a little internet celebrity. Zhao Liao reminded Suhi to watch the program he had recorded before as she walked out the door. Suhi smiled. Aside from answering a few questions, he had disrupted Zhang Meng's teaching, so it should be edited out, and he wouldn't suddenly become famous. Back at the Harbor Youth Apartment, Dong Yong was already out of bed and moving around. It seemed he would be able to continue delivering takeout in a couple of days. So he was woken up by the alarm at 5 o'clock, washed his face, and started accepting orders. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please handle it promptly. He quickly snatched up more than 20 orders and entered crazy delivery mode. The areas he chose were all crowded, including schools, business offices, and residential areas. Aside from the time spent going up and downstairs, he had smart navigation on the road, and his speed had reached its peak. Roamed a building, parking lot, area, spot 503, white Audi. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Suhi had only one order left, but the customer's demands were particularly strict. If it weren't for the note at the bottom saying he would tip him, he really wouldn't want to take such an order. The order read, the car key is on the left front wheel, open the passenger door, feed her a bite of braised chicken rice. Thank you, delivery guy. I will tip you 200 yuan. So he had seen many wealthy people. It was normal for a rich person to tip 200 yuan. He had previously delivered food to pets, which should be either a kitten or a puppy. The garage was dimly lit, and it was Suhi's first time delivering takeout in a parking lot. After circling around several times, he finally found the white Audi and clicked to mark it as delivered. Walking to the left front wheel, he indeed found key. You'd think these rich people are bold. They aren't afraid of someone driving their car away. So he walked around to the passenger side and looked inside through the glass. Due to the dim light, he only saw a blanket. He pressed the key fob, opened the door, and a strong smell of decay hit him. Cough, cough. Oh no, could it be that it starved to death? How long has this guy not fed it? So he immediately called the person who placed the order. After a long wait, the call connected. Hello? Is this Mr. Zhao? How long has it been since you fed it? I just opened the car door, and a smell of decay hit me. It's probably already starved to death. Mr. Zhao was somewhat agitated, repeatedly emphasizing, please help me feed her a bite. She loves braised chicken the most. Please, help me. So he felt a bit speechless and replied, Mr. Zhao, let me tell you, it's dead. How can it eat if it's dead? I'll take the braised chicken to your home instead. Please give me the address. Since there were no other orders, Suhi wasn't in a hurry. It was clear that Mr. Zhao still had feelings for his pet. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Mr. Zhao had sent him the 200 yuan tip. At that moment, Mr. Zhao spoke again. This is all I have. Please help me feed her just one bite. All right. Suhi sighed. The amount was indeed too generous. Suhi opened the box outside and picked up a piece of chicken, preparing to place it near its mouth, fulfilling Mr. Zhao's request. With his other hand, he slowly lifted the blanket. Oh my! Suhi's pupils dilated suddenly, and he jumped back, only to hit a wall behind him. He felt a sharp pain at the back of his head as he bumped into it. When he touched it, the previous wound had reopened, and blood was pouring from his hand. Why am I so unlucky? Suhi glanced again at the passenger seat, where a decaying female corpse lay. Due to his sudden force, the corpse fell forward, its face directly facing him, with a pair of eyes staring at him. Everything went black, and Suhi fainted. Jinan City People's Hospital, in a private room. Suhi woke up, looking at the familiar environment and the familiar doctor, and managed a bitter smile. The doctor was about to speak when Suhi preemptively said, mild concussion, needs to stay for observation for 2 days, and pay attention to rest. The doctor was taken aback, turned to the nurse, and said, what he said are all my words. Suhi grinned. That stuff, whoever says it counts. Remember to deduct it from the treatment fee. I'm the one who diagnosed myself. The nurse covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably, saying, Director Hong, you two are really funny. You should be performing in a spring festival gala skit. Hong Tao was the chief physician of neurosurgery, and this was Suhi's third hospitalization this month. He couldn't help but advise, Suhi, why not get a membership card? You could get 20 off next time. Suhi was speechless. Director Hong was quite humorous. At that moment, 2 police officers walked in. Director Hong originally wanted to remind Suhi a few more things, but he swallowed his words and left with the giggling nurse. Chapter 18. You are the true great ones, Officer 1, Officer Yang. Suhi tried to sit up, but her head felt dizzy. Mingjia walked over to support Suhi, while Yang Lin brought a cup of hot water and handed it to her. Thank you. Suhi took a sip of water and then silently waited to be questioned. Why don't you start by telling us? Mingjia sat down on a chair, and Yang Lin took out a voice recorder and placed it in front of Suhi, preparing to take notes. At that time, I received an order to deliver to the Ronda building. Suhi recounted the events, and, after listening, Officer Wen asked in confusion. You said you already knew there was a corpse under the blanket. So why did you agree to the request and feed the corpse? Is that part of a delivery person's job? I thought Mr. Zhao was a pet lover, and losing a pet must be very sad. Mainly because he gave too much, sigh. Suicide. Usually, a delivery only earns a few bucks, but Mr. Zhao tipped 200 yuan. If it were a streamer in a live broadcast, they would at least give the top donor some attention. Mingjia got up and helped Suhi lie back down, reminding her, this time there's evidence proving you're not involved. You've had enough bad luck. Just rest well. Don't rush to leave the hospital. The doctor said if you get hit 2 more times, who knows if you'll wake up next time. Suhi smiled bitterly. At that moment, it felt like watching a horror movie. I didn't take care that there was a wall behind me. Officer Wen and Officer Yang were about to leave when Suhi couldn't help but ask, have the murderer been caught? Officer Wen shook his head and smiled. The evidence chain for this case is very clear, and the identity of the murderer has been confirmed. We are currently making every effort to capture him. All right, I can't disclose more details. You rest well, we'll be leaving now. Officer Wen, my phone? Suhi hurriedly asked. Xiaoyang, have someone bring Suhi's phone over. Suhi lay in bed and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Suhi was awakened by a ringing phone. She picked it up and saw that it was Mom Mingjia calling. Hello, brother Ma. Suhi, you're quite something, staying out all night. Did you spend the night at a rich woman's place? You sound pretty weak. Be honest, how many times last night? Ma Mingjia's lewd voice came through, with Pan Jigang and Dong Yong's voices in the background, making it hard to hear clearly. Maybe 7 or 8 times. Not in the mood. Suhi replied with a faint smile. You're just bragging. Do you think you're me? Dong Yong's voice piped up. Let us get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Pan Jigang urged from the side. Suhi, you've been hiding deep enough. You're on TV now, and there are videos of you all over the internet. When did you become so powerful, even taking down others martial arts coaches? Last time with those delivery guys from ELE. Me, you were the one getting beaten up. Suhi was at a loss for words, and could only say the TV show recordings were all staged, rehearsed in advance for show effects. I see. I was wondering how that scrawny frame of yours suddenly became a martial arts master. By the way, next time there's something good like this, take us along. Who knows, I might be the next hot one. All right, I'll talk to you later. Oh, I'm going back to my hometown for a few days. Don't miss me too much. Get lost. Mom Mingjia hung up. Suhi opened WeChat on her phone and saw that the top group had mentioned her several times. Mom Mingjia had sent a few screenshots of her on the show, each one looking very handsome, and with everyone he sent, he would curse, calling her a beast. In a large delivery group, people were also discussing Suhi, but they were just a bunch of sour grapes, with comments about Suhi being supported by a rich woman from the TV station and similar things flooding the screen. And it was obvious it was Wu Xiaodong. Opening a short video app, several friends had pushed videos to him, so he didn't even have to look for them. He casually clicked on one. Delivery guy KO's martial arts coach in 5 seconds. Women as self-defense is just a joke. The title was full of drama, and the video had already garnered over 1 million likes, with comments and shares over 100,000. In the video, the handsome delivery guy faced off against the burly martial arts coach in what seemed like a mismatched battle. But a dramatic scene unfolded where the martial arts coach was repeatedly pushed back by the delivery guy, and in the last instance he was knocked down, even losing 2 front teeth. In reality, Suhi and Zhang Ming's fight was very short, ending in just a few seconds. And it didn't seem like the delivery guy was that amazing, especially with the last move, where he headbutt the martial arts coach. Many people directly criticized him. They said the delivery guy lacked martial ethics and made a sneak attack, while martial arts coach was careless and didn't T-dodge. The comment section mainly divided into 3 types of people. One group was there for Suhi's looks, the second was debating whether women's self-defense was practical, and the third was mostly martial arts coaches angrily cursing Suhi for lacking martial ethics. Of course, there were also plenty of onlookers marveling at the talents in the delivery field. In short, Suhi had indeed become famous. However, since he hadn't shown his face, everyone could only comment below the video, and no matter how much traffic there was, it had nothing to do with him. After watching for a while, Suhi felt dizzy again, turned off her phone, and soon fell asleep. At noon, Luan actually brought Suhi lunch. Officer Liu, I can't accept this. I caused this myself, and there's a cafeteria downstairs. I can manage. Lu Wan, dressed in her police uniform, placed the food on the table and said seriously, the case of the female corpse in the parking lot is still under investigation, and the suspect has not been caught yet. As an important witness, you are currently under our police protection. After saying that, Lu Wan smiled and continued, besides, we are friends now. You're injured and have no one to take care of you, so I came to check on you during my lunch break. Is that okay? Friends, huh? Of course, that's fine. Officer Liu, have you eaten? Suhi looked at the 4 bowls of rice on the table and was momentarily stunned. Seeing Suhi's surprised expression, Lu Wan covered her mouth and laughed. I was afraid you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I made a bit more. Thank you, Officer Liu. You should eat some too. Suhi handed a bowl of rice to Lu Wan, only to realize there was only 1 pair of chopsticks. I've already eaten. You eat quickly, or the food is going to get cold. Lu Wan sat beside Suhi and watched her eat. Suhi made quite a noise while eating and did so very quickly, but it didn't seem annoying. Instead, it made the food look very appetizing. Sigh. I'm also a bit of a face control person. Luwen thought to herself. Suhi, eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Be careful not to choke. Hiv hiv. I'm used to it, Officer Lu. You and T know how hard it is for us delivery guys. We often can't get a hot meal, and when we eat, we're usually holding our phones to see if we can grab an order. If we do get one, we can't finish eating. By the time we're done delivering, the food is already cold. Of course, it's tough for you police officers too. Nowadays, there are often homicide cases facing those vicious criminals and psychologically twisted perverts, and you all are on the front lines, risking your lives at any moment. You are the true great ones. Suhi, for bowls of rice can't keep your mouth shut. Tomorrow I'll bring you a rice cooker. Haha, by the way, Officer Lu, why did that murderer want to kill his girlfriend? Chapter 19. Isn't this how it's portrayed in TV dramas? Luwen was taken aback. Out of professional habit, she keenly noticed the question that Suhi had mentioned and retorted. How do you know the victim's boyfriend is the murderer? Suhi looked up and, seeing Luwen's wary expression, couldn't help but smile. Isn't it obvious? He killed his girlfriend, then felt guilty and ordered her favorite dish, braised chicken. If he's not her boyfriend, then he must be her husband. Otherwise, why would he do that? Luwen let out a sigh of relief. Suhi's analysis was not wrong. The murderer was indeed the victim's boyfriend. Officer Lu, you haven't responded to me yet, Suhi said, having finished his meal. Luwen came over to clear the dishes and noticed that the food on the table had been completely finished. Currently, the police only had the cause of death for the victim and had identified the suspect, who was indeed in a romantic relationship with the victim. As for the motive for the murder, it couldn't be determined yet, and the police were still investigating vigorously. After Luwen finished speaking, Suhi suddenly said, "You better hurry up. The murderer might have already committed suicide." Luwen was taken aback, her expression instantly serious as she stared at Suhi and asked, "Why do you say that? How many clues are you holding back?" It's important to note that Suhi had a criminal record. In the last case involving the murder of a female broadcaster, Suhi had requested to participate in the case and provide clues. And Luwen didn't expect him to pull another stunt this time. I've said everything I needed to say, not a word left out. But this is simple logic. The murderer tipped me the last $200. He definitely doesn't want to live anymore. Besides, murder is a serious crime. A capital offense. He broke now, where can he run to? I think he more likely to commit suicide. You have no idea how excited he sounded on the phone. The more I think about it, the more suspicious it feels. Moreover, think about it. Since he voluntarily exposed himself, it supports my viewpoint. Of course, there is another possibility. He is particularly arrogant and thinks he can escape from the police. Luwen listened to Suhi's analysis in a daze, surprised. Suhi, where did you learn all this? Isn't this how it's portrayed in TV dramas? Suhi retorted confidently. All right, you win. Luwen took out her phone and called Mingjia. Team Leader 1. Suhi analyzed that the murderer has suicidal tendencies. Suhi? All right, got it. We've come to the same conclusion here. However, based on the clues we currently have, the murderer is hiding in a very concealed place, making it extremely difficult to lock onto a target quickly. Does Suhi have any more clues? Mingjia was also aware of Suhi's criminal record. If he were to conceal any important clues this time and suddenly jump out to take credit, it would truly be a case of willful concealment. Luwen glanced at Suhi and replied, "No, he has been very cooperative. He shouldn't try any tricks anymore." Suhi felt embarrassed as Luwen exposed his past in front of him and awkwardly said, "The doctor said that a mild concussion might lead to retrograde amnesia. You should believe the doctor." Luwen checked the time and said, "All right, if you remember anything, there are police officers outside. You can also call me or Team Leader 1. The longer the murderer stays out there, the greater the threat to the public. The police cannot rely solely on speculation and analysis. Suicide is just one possibility. He might also retaliate against society and continue to commit crimes. So we need to find him as soon as possible. By the way, the police have issued a reward notice. Anyone who provides clues leading to the capture of the suspect, or who directly captures the suspect, will receive a reward of 200,000 yuan. As she reached the door, Luwen turned back and said, then left. Am I really that kind of person? Suhi felt somewhat dissatisfied with Luwen's tone. She had previously said they were friends, but now it seemed like she regarded him as someone who would provide clues for a reward of 200,000 yuan. Suddenly, 3 choices appeared before him. Option 1. Provide clues to assist the police in capturing the suspect. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2. Directly capture the suspect and hand him over to the police. Reward, 200,000 yuan in cash. Option 3. Do nothing and take a nap first. Reward, a brand new pillow. It was as if a pillow came with the drowsiness. So he suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. Regardless of whether he chose option 1 or option 2, completing either would conflict with the police's reward. If he could obtain 400,000 yuan plus the 50,000 yuan for acting heroically, Uncle Shin wouldn't have to sell his house. So he carefully recalled and realized there really was no additional information that could link to the murderer's south hiding place. He opened his phone and first checked the wanted notice released by the Jinan Public Security Bureau. Zhao Xin, male, 23 years old, senior student at Jinan Foreign Language College. There was a lot of information below, along with a photo. The boy in the photo looked cheerful and bright. making it hard to believe he could be someone who killed his girlfriend. The information about the female victim wasn't disclosed, but Suhi quickly found it on the Jinan Foreign Language College's forum. Tian Xiaojun, female, 23 years old, also a senior student at Jinan Foreign Language College. Someone had posted a photo of Tian Xiaojun, and Suhi felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the scene in the parking lot. He put his phone down, took a moment to calm down, and continued scrolling through the forum. Zhao Xian was in the Foreign Trade Japanese department, seemingly from a good family. He drove an Audi to school in his junior year, and he was an outstanding student who served as the head of the publicity department in the student council. Tian Xiaojun was in the English department, also from a good family, and ranking high in her studies. They were a pair of talented individuals in appearance and intellect. However, there were also many negative comments on the forum, saying Tian Xiaojun spent money lavishly, wearing branded clothes and carrying branded bags. Some even claimed that Tian Xiaojun had someone else outside, which provoked Zhao Xian to kill her. Others said Zhao Xian was trying to save face while being broke, pretending to be wealthy while in debt, even mortgaging his car and renting it back. After browsing for over an hour, Suhi's eyes were starting to blur, and he couldn't tell which news was true or false. However, one thing he could confirm was that this information had no relation to Zhao Xian's south hiding place. Lying on a hospital bed and staring at the ceiling, Suhi felt somewhat disheartened. If the police hadn't even found out where Zhao Xian was hiding, it would be even more difficult for him to find any leads with just his fragmented information. It would be great if the system could reward him with a suspect tracker. Suhi's mind wandered for a while before he fell asleep again. Chapter 20. You, a delivery worker, have the heart of a police officer. Were you after? After waking up, Suhi continued to search for information on his phone, forums, campus websites, short video platforms. Wherever people were discussing the case, he would click in to take a look. When he got tired, he would go back to sleep. After all, he couldn't leave the hospital yet, so he treated it like a detective game. The next noon, Luwen came again with food. Seeing that Suhi had specially taken out a notebook to collect information, Luwen chuckled. It seems that what I said yesterday gave you a lot of motivation. I'm just trying to ensure the murderer doesn't get away and that the public isn't threatened. As for the prize money, that's secondary for me. All right, don't pretend to be virtuous. You're just after that 200,000. But I must remind you to report any information to the police immediately. And do not act on your own. Seeing Suhi's righteous demeanor, Luwen understood him more and sternly warned him. Officer Liu, how about we share resources? When we catch the murderer, we can split the reward. So he was already able to get out of bed. He proactively set the table and took the food from Luwen's hands. Dream on. Just eat your meal. You can go out to get some sun later. Don't just stay in bed playing on your phone. Luwen rolled her eyes at Suhi. Only he could come up with such a suggestion about splitting the reward with a police officer. As Suhi started eating, Luwen picked up his notebook and began to read. Suhi, your handwriting is really terrible. Officer Liu, since you've looked at my information, you should also share some police information. Suhi looked up and smiled. We've already grasped this information long ago. Who cares to look at it? Besides, police case details can't just be casually disclosed to you. That would be a violation of regulations. Stop messing around and eat. Luwen tossed Suhi's notebook back, saying the information on it was useless. If I had known, I would have just taken a nap. At least I could have had a new pillow. Luwen looked at him. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Nothing. I said today's meal is really delicious. Seeing Suhi's dejected expression, Luwen was both amused and curious. Suhi, why are you so determined to catch the suspect? Are you really that short on money? After all, Suhi had just received a reward of 50,000 for his act of bravery. For justice. Suhi raised his head, looking at Luwen with bright eyes, then revealed an awkward smile, and also to make a little extra money. Suhi, can you not reverse your stance next time? You were pretty cool just now, and now you've turned into a little money grubber. Luwen thought for a moment and went out to call Mingjia. Team Wen. Suhi's also investigating leads on the suspect, but he is only searching online. He wants to share information with the police. Mingjia was surprised to hear this. However, he felt something was off. The murder case of the female streamer had no connection to Suhi. Yet he insisted on getting involved, hiding important information. What was he up to this time? To be honest, Mingjia really wanted to bring Suhi into the interrogation room to question him thoroughly and see if he was withholding any important clues. Okay, got it. Keep an eye on him. I'll be there soon. Mingjia decided to check on Suhi in the hospital since he was currently a patient and there was no evidence proving he was problematic. After lunch, Suhi found that Luwen had not left, and he asked in confusion, Officer Liu, aren't you working this afternoon? I'm working right now. Luwen replied, just as Mingjia and Yanglin walked in. Luwen stepped forward to take Suhi's notebook and handed it to Mingjia. Team Wen, I'll head back now. After Luwen left, Mingjia first skimmed through the information Suhi had recorded about Zhao Xian and Tian Xiaowan before sitting down and looking at Suhi calmly. Really can't remember anything? It would be a pity if you can't remember. The police are offering a reward of 200,000. Suhi grinned. Officer 1, what you said makes it sound like I would deliberately hide clues for a 200,000 reward. I've told you everything I know. I was just idly writing things down. Officer 1 picked up the notebook. Serious. This isn't just random writing. Your current behavior is seriously disrupting our normal investigation. Do you believe I'll take you back to the interrogation room and question you properly? Oh no. My head hurts, Officer Win. Please call a doctor for me. Suhi's face turned pale, and he frowned, shouting. Young officer was about to go out to call a doctor, but was stopped by Officer One, who looked at Suhi sitting on the bed and said with a faint smile, "This kid is just putting on an act, not honest at all." After waiting for 2 minutes without any movement, Suhi opened his eyes and sighed. "Oh, much better. This mild concussion needs quiet rest. It hurts like hell when I think." Officer One, what were you saying just now? I suddenly forgot. Suhi, be honest and don't pull any tricks. If you keep this up, I'll just handcuff you. Young officer glared at Suhi. All evidence indicated that the case was unrelated to him, yet he kept trying to solve it. Were you after a delivery worker like you taking on the heart of a police officer? Officer Win stared at Suhi for a long time before finally speaking. What information do you want to know? If I can, I want to know too. Suhi suddenly became serious. Wasn't he involved in the case, and wasn't he afraid of being held responsible afterward? If he could find the murderer, that would be a huge sum of money. For Shunyu, he was fearless. Can I get out of bed? Officer Win smiled. Suhi also smiled, yes. Then come with me to the interrogation room. Can we change locations? Officer One, that place is too oppressive. I'm afraid. No negotiation. Until we catch the suspect, you can only stay at the police station. Suhi sighed, got out of bed, changed clothes, and walked to the door, suddenly asking, Officer One, if I find a clue at the police station, does the 200,000 reward still count? As long as we can catch the suspect, I'll personally hand the 200,000 to you. Another officer at the door took Suhi away first, and Yang Lin couldn't help but ask, Master, Suhi is just a delivery worker. Do you really think he is some kind of detective? Last time, he just stumbled upon the murderer's clothes by chance. Mingjia looked at Suhi's departing figure and inexplicably said, in less than half a month, 3 cases, the murder of a female streamer, a hit-and-run taxi chase in a busy market, and a female corpse in a parking lot. He is involved in all of them. You say it's a lucky coincidence. Although I can't see any connection, I still feel something is off. Master, now that you mention it, Suhi really is quite unfortunate. He seems to have walked into a scientific investigation, probably another unsolved mystery. Chapter 21. Reported for being too handsome. Jinan City Public Security Bureau. Sitting in the familiar interrogation room, Suhi successfully obtained information about the case, but the price was that until the suspect was caught, he had to stay in the police station for all his needs, and his phone was confiscated. Outside the interrogation room, Mingjia stood in front of Director Fu and said solemnly, Director Fu, I know this violates the regulations, but I have a feeling that Suhi may bring us a breakthrough. I am willing to accept punishment afterwards. Detective 1, you've been a veteran criminal police officer for over 10 years. Why are you talking about feelings? When has a police case ever relied on a delivery worker? You need to investigate this Suhi thoroughly to see what he really wants. And next time, don't take matters into your own hands by letting non-case personnel view the files. This is a serious violation. Go right as self-criticism. Director Fu shook his head after glancing at Suhi sitting in the interrogation room, feeling that the situation was ridiculous. What use is a delivery worker if he can solve a case? Unaware that his request had caused Officer One to be punished. So he was currently flipping through the detailed case information, trying to find any clues. However, even the police had not found anything, so his hopes were very slim. Many pieces of information matched what he found online, but there were also many things he didn't know. The victim, Tian Xiaowan, died on June 5, 2022, between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. The cause of death was asphyxiation, with Zhao Xian's fingerprints on her neck, indicating he had strangled her. Tian Xiaowan's pants were pulled down to her knees, and there had been sexual activity before her death. The evidence left at the scene was conclusive, and video surveillance could also confirm that the murderer was Zhao Xian. However, after Zhao Xian left, the parking lot management did not discover the body in the car until 7 days later, on June 12, 2022, after Suhi fainted, at which point someone reported it. 7 days was enough time for the murderer to hide or escape, which was also why the police found it difficult to apprehend the suspect. The data showed that on the night of the 12th, Zhao Xian returned to school and invited his dormitory classmates out for barbecue, getting drunk. The next day, on the 13th, Zhao Xian went home. Because he had recently quarreled with his father did not notice anything unusual and had a calm lunch. Afterwards, Zhao Xian went to visit his elderly grandfather in the countryside, and the trail went cold from there. The police searched various hotels, entertainment venues, bus stations, subway stations, and airports, and retrieved Zhao Xian's phone records and travelogues. Ultimately, they pinpointed that Zhao Xian ordered delivery from a remote mountainous area in Jinan City, Lingyin Temple. By the time the police arrived, Zhao Xian was already gone. The trail was once again cut off. Lingyin Temple was remote and had no surveillance, making it impossible to start. The case stagnated like this, and the police issued a wanted notice. Under normal circumstances, the police would only continue the investigation after discovering Zhao Xian's whereabouts. Behind Lingyin Temple were continuous mountains, and if Zhao Xian found a secluded place to commit suicide, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So he was dumbfounded. No wonder Officer One agreed to let him look at the information. Even if he learned all this, what could he do? Looking up at the cold interrogation room, Suhi felt like crying without tears. Can I just go out and deliver food? That evening, Suhi was taken out of the interrogation room and locked in a temporary holding room for prisoners. Fortunately, there was a bed and a blanket, and someone brought food. It was evident that this was a VIP room because the man in the room opposite him, with tattoos and dyed red hair, had to sit on the cold floor. The next morning, Lewin brought breakfast to Suhi, leaving the man opposite dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Dude, what's going on? Your treatment is so good. What did you do?" Suhi sighed and replied, "I was reported for being too handsome. There's no helping it. I turned myself in a hide for a couple of days." At noon, Director Fu entered the cafeteria and happened to run into Mingjia. So he asked, "How long are you planning to keep Suhi locked up?" Mingjia thought for a moment and said, "I didn't expect him to eat so much. He eats enough for 2 people. I think we should let him go back this afternoon. It's not a solution to keep him like this. Just so you know, by the way, a major case has come up in the province, and a special task force is being formed, specifically assigning you to it. The detailed information is already on your office desk. Eat your meal and go check it out." In the afternoon, Suhi signed a confidentiality agreement and finally walked out of the police station. Turning to Lewin, he said, "Officer Liu, thank you so much. Did you help plead for me?" I'll be going now, goodbye." Lewin smiled and replied, "Come by often. I want to come back." Suhi walked out the door but suddenly ran back, asking, "Officer Liu, where's my electric bike?" Lewin pointed impatiently to an electric bike under a big tree beside the guardroom and said, "There, you're so forgetful. Don't come back. If you come back, I'll lock you up." This time, Suhi did not return and quickly rode off on his electric bike. On a moonless night, while tomb raiding and digging graves, a figure was crouched in a cornfield, staring intently at a nearby, fresh grave. That's right, it was Suhi. Suhi had been lying there for 2 hours, taking a bite of bread and a sip of milk, his eyes fixed on Tian Xiaozhuan's grave. I hope I'm not mistaken. Suhi was also anxious. At the police station, he learned that Tian Xiaozhuan died between 8 p.m. and 9 p.m. on June 5th, while Zhao Xin ordered delivery at 8:20 p.m. on June 12th. Suhi arrived at the parking lot around 9 p.m., with exactly a 7-day interval. Was this a coincidence? Suhi didn't think so. Previously, when he watched horror movies, they said that on the 7th day after a person passes away, the soul would return to the place of death. Zhao Xin timed it perfectly to order Tian Xiaozhuan's favorite dish, huang minji. This was definitely intentional. Feeling guilty, Zhao Xin contemplated suicide. However, the system's choices hinted that Zhao Xin was not dead yet. What was he thinking? A bold hypothesis emerged in Suhi's mind. Zhao Xin couldn't be planning to die together with Tian Xiaozhuan. Could he? Together in life, together in death. This speculation was not without basis. Since Zhao Xin chose to order takeout on the 7th day and was hiding in the temple, it proved he believed in this. At this moment, he had reached a dead end. It was death either way. Since Tian Xiaozhuan was his girlfriend, it was highly possible that he wanted to die together with her. Therefore, as soon as Suhi left the police station, he headed straight for Tian Xiaozhuan's hometown. Chapter 22, Don't You Watch Movies? At 2:30 a.m., Suhi started to feel overwhelmed and dozed off. Suddenly, a noise woke him up. When he looked up, he saw that Tian Xiaozhuan's grave had been dug up, and a shadow was holding her urn in its arms. Then Suhi lost sight of it. Suhi got up and dashed over, startling the person in the grave, who pulled out a knife and tried to commit suicide. Tian Xiaozhuan was still alive. Realizing there was no time to waste, Suhi shouted. Zhao Xin, momentarily distracted, was pinned to the ground by Suhi, who simultaneously knocked the knife away. Zhao Xin did not struggle and asked in a daze, "You said Xiaozhuan is still alive?" "Hif hif. I meant to say if Tian Xiaozhuan was still alive, she definitely wouldn't want to die with you, you scum." So he firmly held Zhao Xin down, disdainfully saying, "I didn't mean to kill her. She forced me. I liked her. I was afraid she'd leave me. I borrowed money, sold my car to satisfy her, but she's like a bottomless pit. She had her eyes on my dad's house in Jinan City. She pressured me. I was going crazy. In the parking lot, you want me to die? Please, I killed her, one life for another." Zhao Xin tried to struggle, but was firmly restrained by Suhi, who easily subdued him with masterful grappling techniques. Suhi ignored him and took out his phone to call the police. "Hello, I want to report that I've caught the murderer of Tian Xiaozhuan." "Yes, in the parking lot of Rongda building. I'm in Xinglong Village, Jinhua Town, right on top of Tian Xiaozhuan's grave. I'm not a villager. I'm a delivery guy." After hanging up, Zhao Xin no longer struggled and glanced at Suhi's clothes with confusion, asking, "Aren't you a cop?" Suhi smiled and replied, "Plain clothes, you understand?" Zhao Xin continued to ask, "You just called the police saying you're a delivery guy? That's a code. Do you think you're clever? In fact, everything you do has been under police surveillance." Suhi had already put himself in the role of a police officer. Zhao Xin asked again, "Then why didn't you catch me sooner?" Let me think. Why do you have so many questions? 100,000 whys." So he suddenly realized that the thinking of college students was quite active, and he could barely keep up. "Officer, where are your handcuffs?" Zhao Xin chuckled. "Forgot to bring them." Suhi replied expressionlessly. "Do you believe I'll give you a bad review?" Zhao Xin suddenly turned his head and glared at Suhi. "You dare? You murderer! You think you can give me a bad review?" Suhi got angry. This kid dared to threaten him. "Ha ha! You really are a delivery guy. How did you know I would come here to die?" Zhao Xian suddenly laughed. And He realized he had been led into a conversation. He tightened his grip, making Zhao Xian scream in pain. Shut up. He glared at Zhao Xian. A scum who killed his girlfriend deserved a beating. Zhao Xian indeed fell silent. But less than a minute later, he began to talk to himself. If the lottery I bought wins, she won't leave me. Bullshit, you killed her. He couldn't help but interject again. That day, she dragged me to the mall. When we got to the parking lot, I realized she was planning to buy furniture, wanting to move into my dad's house. That house was originally meant for me, but my dad found another woman and she's pregnant, so my dad planned to live there himself. Xiaowan kept thinking about that house. She said if we moved in early, my dad wouldn't have a choice. I couldn't help but argue with her. On one side was my girlfriend. On the other was my dad. What should I do? The parking lot was dim, and Xiaowan turned off the lights in the car. We were silent for a few minutes, and then she reached for my leg. He suddenly perked up. When I was doing that with her in the passenger seat, unexpectedly Xiaowan suddenly said, "Hurry up, let us finish so we can go see the house." Hearing that, is this love? This is a transaction. House. All she saw was the house. Nick, weren't you just saying you liked her? He couldn't help but interject again. It doesn't even matter anymore. I regret it, but what good does it do? I was in pain when she was alive. Now that she's dead, I'm in even more pain. My only wish now is that we can be buried together. At this moment, the sound of police sirens was approaching. After hearing the whole story, Sui didn't know what to say, so he remained silent. When the police took Zhao Xian away in a police car, he got into another police vehicle and saw a familiar face in the passenger seat. Sui smiled and greeted, "Officer Yang, thank you for personally coming out at this hour. If I wasn't afraid he would run away, I would have just taken my electric bike." "Oh no, stop. My electric bike is still in the field at Jinan City Public Security Bureau." In the interrogation room, Sui was parched, talking about the 7 days after death, sharing a bed in life and death, while Officer Yang kept glaring at him, saying, "Come clean." Finally, Sui got angry and glared back at Officer Yang. "Are you trying to play tricks and swallow my 20,000? I want to see Officer Wen. He promised me that if I caught the murderer, he would give me the 20,000. Yang Lin angrily walked out of the interrogation room and approached Director Fu, helplessly saying, "Director Fu, it's still the same story." Sui's account wasn't entirely nonsense. According to his deductions, the murderer did hold some superstitious beliefs. During the interrogation of Zhao Xian, this was confirmed. He indeed believed that the soul of the deceased would return on the 7th day. The reason he hid in the temple was that he was afraid Tian Xiaowan would come back as a ghost to claim his life, and in the end, he wanted to be buried with her, which indicated he was prepared to commit suicide. All right, let him go back, have him register his bank card information, and follow the procedure. Director Fu glanced at Su He in the interrogation room. This delivery guy not only found the clues, but also personally caught the murderer, which was quite unexpected. This also served as a reminder to all case handlers to consider the problem from the murderer's perspective when asked why Su He connected these dots. Su He naturally retorted, "Aren't ghost movies always like this? Don't you watch movies?" At 9 a.m., Su He finally walked out of the police station, got on his electric bike, and headed towards the Harbor Youth Apartment. He needed to go back and get some sleep. He was too tired to function. Lu Wen watched Su He's departing figure and silently thought, "You better not come back." Chapter 23. You two are cut from the same cloth on the way. So he opened his phone to find 3 missed calls from the station chief, Zheng Jun, Dong Yong, and his mother, Sui's mom. "Hey, Mom, you little brat. Not picking up my calls again. Mom, what is the matter? Sui, do you even care about this family? You've been out for over half a year, and people are thinking you've gone abroad. I'll tell you, the dad just fell off his bike. Come back if you want, or don't. Is it serious?" "Hello, Mom." The call was abruptly ended by his mother. Sui hurriedly turned his bike around and rode home. Sui's home is also in Jinan City, but it's over 20 kilometers from the city center, and it takes an hour and a half on an electric bike. On the way, Sui called Zheng Jun to ask for leave and returned Dong Yong's call, which was just a small matter, asking Sui to bring back some good food from home. Halfway there, the bike ran out of battery, and there was no one around. Sui took out the battery he had received as a reward earlier and tried to put it in, but the old battery wouldn't fit, so he had to leave it on the bike. The front door of Sui's house was open, and he rode right in. After parking the bike, he rushed into the house. "Mom, where's Dad? Where did he fall? Is it serious?" Sui's mother, Zhao Xiaomei, was sitting on the sofa, eating sunflower seeds and watching TV, with 3 women beside her. One was the well-known matchmaker in the village, An Zhang, and the other 2 women he didn't recognize. Zhao Xiaomei glanced at Su He and rolled her eyes. "So you're willing to come back? You're pretty fast." Su He was anxious all the way home, and seeing his mother's angry expression, he couldn't help but say, "Mom, what time is it? Where's Dad? Did he go to the hospital?" Just then, the door to the room opened, and Su He's dad, Su Jiangwo, shook off his clothes and walked out, saying, "Go to the hospital for what?" "He just fell down in the field. I'm back to change my clothes." "Zhao Xiaomei, you told me your son is from a Fortune 500 company, with a company car and housing. What online food operations manager in the internet catering industry? Turns out he's just a delivery guy." The woman sitting on the sofa, in her 40s, saw Su He in his delivery uniform and pulled her daughter to leave. "You little brat. You come back and don't even bother to change your clothes," Zhao Xiaomei complained in a low voice as she hurried after them. "Du Chunhua, don't go. Since you're here, let the young people chat a bit." My son makes quite a bit from delivery. How much can you earn delivering? Not enough for my daughter to buy clothes and cosmetics. There are plenty of suitors in the city. If others find out she's dating a delivery guy, it will be a joke. Du Chunhua kept walking, muttering. Good for you, Du Chunhua. Your daughter is short and has a flat nose. No chest, and no, but my He is tall and handsome. And he doesn't even wonder if you want to find a rich guy for your daughter. Their Uncle Ma in the village, 89 years old, has social security after his wife died. Why don't you go for him? Seeing that Du Chunhua looked down on her son for being a delivery man, Zhao Xiaomei lost her temper and started cursing. Zhao Xiaomei, let us see if I don't tear your mouth apart. Come on, who is afraid of you? Seeing the two about to fight, He rushed out, grabbed Du Chunhua's hand, and gently pushed her. Du Chunhua stumbled back 2 steps and sat down on the ground. They're hitting me. The Su family is going to kill me. Help! Du Chunhua sat on the ground dazed for a moment and then started shouting loudly, rolling on the ground in a tantrum. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaomei also wanted to lie down, but was grabbed by Suhi mom. The ground is dirty. Don't get your clothes dirty. Du Chunhua's shout was loud enough, and the neighbors all came out to watch the commotion. Du Chunhua's daughter originally wanted to pull her up, but Du Chunhua refused to get up. And Zhang, the matchmaker, also tried to persuade her. But Du Chunhua wouldn't listen, and they kept cursing at each other. Suhi had watched his mother, Zhao Xiaomei's cursing skills grow over the years. And within 10 miles, few could defeat her. However, Du Chunhua was no slouch either. For a moment, they were both spitting insults at each other. A group of men stood around with their hands in their pockets, watching the show, all knowing that it wouldn't escalate to a fight. Before long, the village's women's director and the village head arrived, and after some persuasion, they managed to get everyone to leave. Zhao Xiaomei, feeling spirited, turned around and walked back into the house. As soon as the door closed, Zhao Xiaomei turned and twisted Suhi's ear, saying, "You little brat, are you trying to make me mad so your dad can find you a stepmother? Why can't you wear something else? You had to wear this yellow outfit. Look what you've done. Mom, it hurts, Dad. What are you laughing at?" Suhi hurriedly tried to divert Zhao Xiaomei's attention. "I'm not laughing. Dear, don't listen to him." Su Jiangwo turned to leave. "Stop." Zhao Xiaomei let go of her hand, hands on her hips. "You two are cut from the same cloth. Go pour me a glass of water. I'm out of breath from all this cursing." At noon, Zhao Xiaomei prepared a large table of dishes. Just as she set the dishes on the table, she saw Suhi still wearing his helmet and said, "It's time to eat." "Why are you still wearing the helmet?" "I'm used to it." Suhi said, but didn't take it off. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating heartily, praising Mom, "Your cooking is the best." Zhao Xiaomei, hands on her hips, glared at Suhi. "Take off that helmet." "Mom, come eat. The food is getting cold." Suhi still didn't move. Smack. Zhao Xiaomei slapped the table, glaring at Suhi, and said, "Su Jiangwo, take off your son's helmet for me. I want to see what's so embarrassing that he can't show his face. Ever since he was little, he couldn't even look me in the eye when he lied." "Mom, I just got a new haircut. It doesn't look good." He was still arguing. But Su Jiangwo directly took off Suhi's helmet. "Son, what happened to your head? When did you get hurt? Is it serious?" "Su Fiangwo, why are you still dawdling? Take your son to the hospital." Zhao Xiaomei looked at the bandage wrapped around Suhi's head due to the treatment of his injury. The hair on the back of his head had been shaved off. "Mom, I just accidentally bumped into a wall. It's nothing serious. Just a small wound." The doctor said it's okay. Suhi saw his mom starting to tear up and walked over to hug Zhao Xiaomei. "You little brat. You never listen. I told you to find a stable job, but you wouldn't listen. Riding an electric bike in the city is so dangerous. Don't think I don't know you've been giving all your earnings to the Shun family. You're 24 this year. You should think about yourself. Shunyu is now a vegetable. You can't keep going like this." "Mom, Shunyu will recover." Zhao Xiaomei sighed, sat in a chair without saying a word. After a minute, she raised her head and said, "Su Jiangwo, go get the savings book for your son. It's meant for him to use for getting married. Anyway." Su Jiangwo placed the savings book in Suhi's hands and smiled. "Son, I know you've been feeling bad this past year. Since you've made up your mind about that girl, your dad supports you." Seeing 200,000 in the savings book, Suhi instantly burst into tears, hugging Su Jiangwo, shouting, "Dad, what's with the hugging? Eat." Zhao Xiaomei glared. "Is it okay for you to hug him?" "What's wrong with me hugging my son?" Su Jiangwo mumbled quietly. "Say that again, dear. The dishes you made today are really delicious." Chapter 24. I won't play with you anymore after lunch. Suhi sat at the door soaking up the sun. Ms. Zhao Xiaomei had placed him under house arrest until the injury on his head healed, and he was not allowed to return to the city. With rare free time, so he planned to stay home and accompany his family. Su Jiangwo had gone to work in the fields, and Zhao Xiaomei went to the village's chess room to play mahjong, leaving Suhi at home to guard the house. "Suhi, you're back. I saw you on my phone. You're a big internet celebrity now. Let's take a photo together." "Suhi, I heard you're delivering takeout in the city, making at least 7,000 or 8,000 a month. My son Huzi is 18 this year. Let him come to the city with you to deliver takeout. Big nephew, when are you coming home? Come to my house for dinner tonight. I just caught a big carp over 4 pounds." There were too many familiar faces coming and going at the door. After staying for over an hour, Suhi had to go back inside to sleep. "Sui." Just as he lay down, a head poked in from outside the window and shouted, "Huzi, Who told you to climb over the wall? Sue. My mom said to let me go to the city to work and deliver takeout. So he came out and slapped Huzi on the head, scolding. You could have knocked on the door. Why climb over the wall? You're so young and already want to work. Huzi immediately replied, I'm about to turn 18. Sui smiled. Huzi had stopped attending school after graduating from middle school due to a childhood fever that damaged his brain, leaving him much less intelligent than others. For the past 2 years, he had been helping his father grow vegetables in a greenhouse. Sui did not agree to Huzi's mother's suggestion. If Huzi went to the city, he would definitely be bullied. So he already planned to go to the capital, just waiting for Shinyu to go. In the evening, Ms. Zhao Xiaomei returned home in high spirits, looking pleased with her day's results. Suhi reheated the dishes from lunch, and the family ate while watching TV. The news was on. Recently, a murder occurred in Jiangnan City. The victim was a nail technician, only 23 years old. This is the third woman murdered this month. The police urge single women to minimize travel late at night and report any suspicious persons promptly. The police have formed a special task force. Citizens, please do not panic. If you have any clues, please contact the police as soon as possible. After watching the news, Zhao Xiaomei slammed her chopsticks on the table and cursed. What a beast. A girl raised with so much effort has just disappeared. If they catch this kind of person, executing them 10 times wouldn't be too much. It's not that easy to catch them. This news has been on for days, and the police have made no progress. Su Jiangwo said. Zhao Xiaomei glared at Su Jiangwo. Are you trying to contradict me? Su Jiangwo picked up his bowl and focused on eating. Sui secretly laughed from the side. After dinner, he went alone to a hillside about a mile from home, where he could see the lights of thousands of homes. The night breeze was cool but comfortable against his skin. Leaning against a large rock, he suddenly saw a shadow flash by. Who? So he jumped onto the rock and saw someone crouching in the grass. Suhi smiled and shouted, There's a snake. Ah. Huzi scrambled up and ran behind Suhi, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Where is it, Suhi? I can't see it. I scared away. So he turned to look at Huzi and said unhappily, Why are you out here at night instead of sleeping? I followed you here, Suhi. Are you trying to catch a rabbit? My dad caught one the other day. It was delicious. Is delivering takeout fun? Can I come with you to the city to deliver takeout? My dad said that when I turn 18, he'll buy me a motorcycle. It's way cooler than your electric bike. My mom said someone is bringing you a wife today. When will someone bring me one? Sitting side by side with Huzi on the hillside, so he didn't answer his questions, and Huzi kept chattering away, until Huzi's mother came looking for him with a stick. Huzi turned back and smiled. Suhi, I have to go home and get a beating first. I'll come play with you tomorrow. Soon. The sound of Huzi getting beaten faded away into the distance. Huzi envied Suhi for having an electric bike to deliver takeout in the city, while Suhi envied Huzi's carefree life. On the third day, Suhi returned to the Harbor Youth Apartment with a large bag of peanuts. At 10 in the morning, the dormitory was empty. Even Dong Yong had started delivering takeout, so Suhi put down the peanuts and began delivering takeout as well. Ding! You have a new takeout order. Please handle it promptly. With the platform's orders and Suhi's grabs, there were a total of 23 orders. Suhi focused entirely on picking up and delivering the meals. Dude, Suhi, leave us a way out. Great God, please take us with you. In the delivery group, someone even made a statue out of Suhi's photo to pray for blessings. However, Suhi had no time to respond to them. During the lunch rush, he worked until 2 p.m. and completed 72 orders. After grabbing a quick lunch in a random place, Suhi turned off the order notifications and went to the bank to withdraw the 50,000 yuan reward for his bravery, along with the 200,000 yuan system reward and the 200,000 yuan his father had withdrawn, totaling 450,000 yuan. The 200,000 yuan reward from the police had not yet arrived. Suhi was very excited. With this money, Shenyu could go to the hospital in the capital for treatment, and Uncle Shun wouldn't have to sell the house. In a big city like the capital, he could earn 30 to 40,000 a month delivering takeout, which would help cover Shenyu's future medical expenses. Arriving at the happy neighborhood community, so he locked his bike and walked into the corridor. Old man, if you don't hand over the house deed today, I'll kill your whole family. Smash it. There was a loud banging sound coming from upstairs. Bang! The door was opened. Inside, Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong each held a kitchen knife and a fruit knife, looking angrily at the several men who had barged in. What do you want? Shen Yuanzhong glared at the men. Old man, stop pretending to be crazy. You've already taken the money for the house. It's time to hand over the deed. The leading man looked fierce, bare-chested, covered in tattoos, with an iron rod tucked in his waist. I only received a 30,000 yuan deposit. I haven't received the final payment yet. Why should I give you the house deed? Shen Yuanzhong protected Xiang Wanrong behind him, unafraid of the men before him. The house was meant to save his daughter's life, and he never expected to be deceived. Old man, I heard you used to be a teacher. You signed his contract in black and white, and now you want to go back on your word? The man took out a photocopied contract and threw it on the ground, pulling out the iron rod and pointing it at Shen Yuanzhong. Huh, you all conspired against me. I would rather risk my life than hand over the house deed. Shen Yuanzhong was agitated. In order to sell the house quickly and take his daughter to the capital for treatment, he contacted an intermediary but was set up. The contract he signed stipulated that the final payment could only be received 20 years later and that he had to cooperate with the transfer first. The intermediary now had the power of attorney he signed. If he handed over the deed, the house would truly be taken away. 20 years. Shin Yu wouldn't wait that long, and neither could Shun Yuanzhong. The penalty for breach of contract was 10 times the deposit. These people were like wolves that eat meat without spitting out the bones. Ha ha ha, old man, don't get agitated. You should think about your daughter. What if I turn off the power? How long can your daughter hold on? The man placed one hand on the main power switch on the left side of the entrance and smiled at Shin Yuanzhong. Chapter 25. Hey, sir, no way. Shin Yuanzhong's face turned pale instantly. Shin Yu lay on the bed, needing a ventilator to help her breathe. The power was cut off, and the machine's battery only lasted for an hour. Shin Yuanzhong hurriedly said, "Wife, call the police." Xiang Wanrong took out her phone to call for help. "You dare." The man with the iron rod swung it, hitting Xiang Wanrong's hand and knocking the phone to the ground. "Looks like you won't cry until you see the coffin. You cut the power." As the man's words finished, a delivery man stood at the door. "Hello, Mate 1 delivery. No one ordered delivery. You must have the wrong address," said the man with the iron rod. "No mistake. Building 7, Unit 2, 601 in Xingfuli Community. Is it your friend who ordered?" So he walked in as he spoke. "Who ordered the delivery?" The man asked the others. They all shook their heads. "Brother, look at the order. It says the recipient." So he walked towards the man, suddenly grabbing the iron rod from a meter away and kicking him in the groin. The man fell to the ground, clutching his lower body and unable to speak. So he grabbed the iron rod and charged at the other three, using master-level grappling techniques. In less than 2 minutes, they were all lying on the ground. He was ruthless. Each person was holding their groin, which was intentional. "Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, are you okay?" He walked over. Shun Yuanzhong looked at the men on the ground and anxiously said, "He, you should leave quickly. They are from the underworld. You can't mess with them?" "From the underworld? That's even better. They're exactly the targets of the anti-crime campaign." After he finished speaking, police sirens sounded downstairs. The men panicked, enduring the pain in their groins, and tried to run. But he struck each of them down with a blow, causing them to beg for mercy. Footsteps came from downstairs, and He turned and said, "Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiang, don't be afraid. I've already called the police. You should put down the knife." Just as the two, still shaken, put down their knives, the police rushed in. "Get down. Hands on your head. Behave yourselves." The situation was clear. Several tattooed men with bare torsos were clearly not good people. On the other side, a delivery man and an elderly couple were also squatting obediently on the ground. "Suhi, are you okay?" Luan walked in and, seeing Suhi squatting with his hands on his head, breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't call 110 directly, but sent a text message to Lu while placing his phone on the stairs to record the conversation of the men, just based on their attempt to cut the power and harm Xinyu. That was enough to bring them down, not to mention their intimidation, injuring Xiang Wanrong's hand. Breaking her phone, and that black intermediary, none would escape. Yang Lin looked at the injured men and then at He, who seemed unscathed, and glared at him. "Did you do all this?" "Officer Yang, I was acting in self-defense. They started it by injuring Aunt Xiang." "All right, take them all back to the police station." Yang Lin didn't believe Suhi's nonsense. "You have no injuries at all, and these four are all hurt, yet you dare to say it's self-defense." "Officer, can I not go to the police station? I want to stay and take care of my daughter." Xiang Wanrong's hand was swollen from being hit by the iron rod. Yang Lin looked serious and was about to speak when Lu Wen stopped him with a look and signaled him to check inside. At the door, Lu Wen and Yang Lin looked at the woman lying on the bed, pale and relying on a ventilator to breathe. She was the daughter Xiang Wanrong mentioned. "You take the others back. I'll stay to take the statement." Lu Wen saw a photo on the bedside table, which showed a man and a woman. The man was sunny and cheerful, the woman was beautiful and graceful, and the man was He. Lu Wen first contacted a doctor to treat Xiang Wanrong's injuries. And after Officer Yang took the others away, she smiled and said, "Annie, don't worry. Uncle will come back after giving a statement. Can you tell me what happened?" Xiang Wanrong explained about wanting to sell the house to take her daughter to the capital for treatment, and then being scammed and threatened by the black intermediary. "Auntie, what is your relationship with He?" Lu Wen continued to ask. A hint of resistance appeared on Xiang Wanrong's face, but she truthfully replied, "He is my daughter's boyfriend." Remembering the woman lying in bed, Lu Wen couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me about your daughter?" At the police station, he sat in the interrogation room again because the four men were injured too severely. Although he had evidence and Shun Yuanzhong's testimony, he had not been injured, making it difficult to determine if it was self-defense. With he's recording as a breakthrough. The other four soon confessed to colluding with the black intermediary to set a trap, defrauding Shun Yuanzhong of his property and threatening him violently. According to Chinese criminal law, a group of 3 or more can be classified as a gangster organization, and they fully met the criteria. After Shun Yuanzhong completed his statement, he said to the police, "Officer, He is a good person. He acted to protect us." "Okay, Uncle, I'll have someone take you back. Don't worry. We police will not let a bad person go and will not wrong a good person." In the interrogation room, He faced Yang Lin, grinning. "Officer Yang, I'm quite considerate, right? I helped you catch a bunch of bad guys." Yang Lin maintained a serious face and said, "He, I know your intentions are good, and I understand your feelings. However, whether your actions constitute self-defense is still undecided. But there's one thing you need to give me a reasonable explanation for. What is it? Sui asked, puzzled. There are 250,000 cash in your delivered box. Aren't you going to explain? 5,000 is for heroism, and the other 200,000 is for my dad, Suhi replied. After calling the police, he had transferred the system's 200,000 back, but he couldn't put the 250,000 in there. Yanglin knew about Suhi's heroism reward and would check the other 200,000. He continued, why are you carrying so much cash? Suddenly, two choices appeared before him. Option 1. Honestly explain the reason for carrying the money. Reward for completion, advanced beauty and hairdressing skills. Option 2. Respond to Yanglin, hey sir, no way. Is it illegal to carry some cash? Reward for completion, advanced acting skills. Smack. Yanglin slapped the table, and Suhi actually spaced out in front of him. Hey, sir, no way. Is it illegal to carry some cash? Suhi imitated the tone of a gangster from Hong Kong movies. The female police officer responsible for taking the statement almost laughed out loud. As police officers, they had undergone strict training and wouldn't laugh at anything, no matter how funny. Unless they couldn't help it. Be honest. Yanglin glared at Suhi. I was planning to buy a house in Jinan City, and that 250,000 is for the down payment. It's the first time I've had so much money, and I wanted to feel it before spending it. Suhi made up a reason, and just as he received the advanced acting skills, he displayed it on his face, convincing Yanglin of his answer. Chapter 26. Making money during the day. Spending at night, when Suhi saw Luwen again, she already knew from the look in her eyes. Luwen looked at Suhi, who had a calm expression and a smile on his lips, and softly said, Uncle Shan has gone back. Auntie's injury isn't serious. Shinyu is also fine. Suhi smiled. Officer Lu, thank you. After Luwen handed the written statement to Yanglin, Suhi's lies were exposed. But Yanglin did not get angry. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. The murder of the female broadcaster, the taxi incident. The female corpse in the parking lot. Every case always had Suhi asking, how much is the reward? To act bravely, Suhi rode an electric bike to crash into a taxi, and for the 200,000 reward, he squatted beside Tian Shaowan's grave late at night, fighting with the suspect. Reflecting on his attitude towards Suhi, he had always been skeptical. While Suhi did not refute it, but kept pushing for the case to be solved. Entering the interrogation room, Yanglin looked at Suhi, who was sleeping with his head down, and patted his shoulder. Officer Yang, I'm sorry, I was just so bored that I accidentally fell asleep. Suhi sat up straight. The doctor diagnosed that the 4 people had minor injuries, and given the special circumstances at the time, your actions were deemed self-defense. Suhi, you can leave now. Hearing Officer Yang's words, Suhi hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Officer Yang, really appreciate it. After leaving the police station, Suhi did not see Luwen. His electric bike was still parked at the Happy Community. It was already late at night, and the buses had stopped running. Helpless, Suhi scanned a share bike and rode towards Happy Community. On the way, Suhi suddenly needed to use the restroom. He rushed to the bathroom, but realized he didn't bring any tissue. Fortunately, there was a small supermarket nearby with the door slightly ajar. Boss, is anyone there? Suhi shouted inside. Unable to hold it any longer, Suhi slowly pushed the door open, and a man's voice came from inside. What do you want to buy? Boss, a pack of toilet paper, please. Hurry, I can't hold it. Suhi said desperately. A man wearing a baseball cap and a mask came over with a pack of tissue. How much? Suhi took out his phone to pay. Just take it. Hurry to the restroom. Don't soil your pants, the boss said directly. Suhi thanked him repeatedly, grabbed the tissue, and ran off. Finally, only leaving a little stain on his pants. Fortunately, no one saw. In the middle of the night, Suhi was the only one in the restroom washing his underwear. After washing, he hung them on the share bike and continued on his way. As he passed the small supermarket, the boss just came out and pulled the door shut. Boss, thanks. Suhi called out. The boss nodded and quickly left. Arriving at Happy Community, it was already 1 a.m. Suhi did not go upstairs but rode his electric bike back to the Harbor Youth Apartment. Guy's dad. Oh. As soon as Suhi opened the dormitory door, a blanket flew towards him. Honestly, where did you go messing around tonight? Ma Mingjia was on top of Suhi, while Panji Gang and Dong Yong held his arms and legs down. Delivering takeout. Suhi shouted back. Not honest. To the torture chamber. Dong Yong brought over a feather duster, took off Suhi's shoes, and tickled his soles. Ha, you guys. I really was delivering takeout. Yonggu, stop tickling. Suhi laughed until tears came out. Still not honest? Suhi, at 2 p.m. this afternoon, someone in the group posted the leaderboard. You ran 72 orders, and by evening, you still only had 72 orders. Come on, be honest. Where did you mess around? Ma Mingjia had a smug expression. He knew Suhi too well. He could lie without batting an eye. What's this? Panji Gang snatched the plastic bag from Suhi's hand and opened it to find a wet pair of underwear. Nice job. Suhi, having a great time. I mean, you've been working so hard delivering takeout during the day and spending at night. Brother earns money, brother spends it. Looks like you found a secret base and dared to eat alone. Tell me which store. How much? Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret for you. They're not easy either. They're just trying to survive in a tight spot. If we can help, we will. The 3 of them pressed Suhi for the address. Call me Dad, and I'll tell you. Suhi joked. Hey, still daring to negotiate with us. Ma Mingjia glared at Su-hee. Panji gang dad. Dongyong dad. Brother Ma, please step aside. Su-hee said with a smug smile. You two traitors, where's the dignity of man? Ma Mingjia turned to glare at the two, then smiled and said, Dad. Ah, good son, hurry up and get off your dad. Su-hee stood up, cleared his throat, and said, It's south the place you guys went to last time. TCH. The three suddenly lost interest and went back to their beds to play on their phones. Welcome Brother Ma to Jimmy S livestream. 3 bring 1. No, over, amazing, good, unbelievable. After Su-hee finished washing up, Ma Mingjia started watching live streams again. Panji Gang was playing Do Di Zhu, and Dongyong was surprisingly playing Happy Elimination. The next day, Su-hee arrived at the bank early in the morning, and the 200,000 reward had also been credited. After withdrawing it, Su-hee went to Shun Yu's home. The door opened, and Xiang Wanrong looked at Su-hee at the door and took the initiative to say, Su-hee, come in. Su-hee was taken aback. Ever since Shun Yu's incident, Aunt Xiang had never given him a good face or acknowledged him. Today, she unexpectedly spoke first. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come in. Xiang Wanrong continued. Okay, Aunt Xiang, where's Uncle Shun? Su-hee walked into the house, but did not see Shun Yuanzhong. One of my old classmates' son is an agent. He went out early to sell the house as soon as possible so they can take Ye to the capital for treatment. Xiang Wanrong said, then went to kneel in front of the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, saying, You go in and see Ye. Once we go to the capital, it will be hard for you to see her again. Entering the room, Su-hee, as usual, patiently gave Shun Yu a full body massage, telling her stories and jokes. It wasn't until close to noon that Shun Yuanzhong returned, and from his expression, it seemed things did not go well. So he stepped forward and asked, Uncle Shun, how did it go? Shun Yuanzhong sighed and said, Our community is an old one. The houses are hard to sell. According to market prices, it could sell for over 500,000, but if I need to sell quickly, it might have to be much cheaper. I've run through several agents, and they all said 400,000. That's the price, and it won't be easy to find a suitable buyer for a while. So he brought over the takeout box, opened it in front of Shun Yuanzhong, and smiled. Uncle Shun, no need to sell the house. I have 450,000 here. You can take Ye to the capital for treatment first. So he still had 200,000 in his system space, but he couldn't take it out right now. After several visits to the police station, his background had been thoroughly checked. Having an extra 200,000 without a clear explanation of its source would lead to big trouble. Shun Yuanzhong did not seem happy about Su-hee taking out 450,000. He stared at Su-hee and said seriously, Su-hee, we're short on money, but we cannot break the law. Are you going to turn yourself in at the police station, or do I need to take you? Old Shun. The kid has good intentions. Xiang Wanrong was also startled by this large sum of money. Su-hee quickly returned the money to others. Maybe they won't pursue it. Su-hee delivered takeout, making only a few thousand a month, and suddenly taking out 450,000 left her panicked. Chapter 27. Quit drinking? Why do I have to quit drinking? Fortunately, Su-hee had already guessed their reactions and took out the certificate for bravery and the bank transaction receipts. A 50,000 yuan award for bravery, 200,000 yuan reward for capturing a fugitive, plus Su Jiangwo's 200,000 yuan withdrawal slip. This, Shun Yuanzhong did not expect that Su-hee would go after a murderer for the money. Looking at Su-hee's smiling face, he couldn't help but sigh. I can't take this money. Shun Yuanzhong turned away. Xiang Wanrong also said, Su-hee, you're still young. You're a good kid. Once your Uncle Shun sells the house, we'll have money. We only have one daughter in our lifetime, and we can go bankrupt for you, but you're different. You still have to get married and have children. You have your own life. Aunt Xiang, Uncle Shun, do you still see me as an outsider? Yeah, is my girlfriend. I promise to take care of her for life. Money can be earned again. I have hands and feet. I can deliver takeout. With this money, Ye can go to the capital. I've consulted with doctors, and the earlier the treatment, the greater the chance of waking up. So he did not expect the elderly couple to refuse the money. Selling a house isn't as quick as selling buns or vegetables. But Shun Yuanzhong remained stubborn, not turning around. Anyway, I won't take the money. If you don't want it, I'll take Ye to the capital myself. So he said straightforwardly. Shun Yuanzhong knew Su-hee was capable of this. Previously, Su-hee would come over every month and leave a few thousand yuan before leaving. He couldn't stop him. Shun Yuanzhong turned around to look at Su-hee, then walked into the bedroom. Su-hee, why go through all this? It's not your fault that Ye is like this. It's the drunk driver's fault. Your uncle, and I don't want you to bear so much at such a young age. We'll think of a way about the money. At this moment, Shun Yuanzhong came out of the room, holding the house deed and handing it to Su-hee, saying, I'll accompany you to transfer it this afternoon. Uncle Shun, what do you mean? My money is for Ye's treatment. I don't want to buy your house. Su-hee did not expect Shun Yuanzhong to intend to give him the house as collateral. Su-hee, listen to me. We can accept the money, but you have to take the house too. After all, you and Ye are not married. You have no obligation to spend this money, and it's not a small amount. Your aunt and I are very grateful to you, and we don't know if we can come back in the future. Having the house in your hands gives your uncle peace of mind. Su-hee, just accept it. You've already helped us a lot. seeing the elderly couple being so stubborn. Sui sighed and said, Uncle Shun, the transaction for a second-hand house, the agency fees, taxes, and various handling fees add up to quite a bit. Why waste that money? Why not just write me a note? You keep the house deed for now, and when Yia wakes up, you can transfer the house to her as our dowry. Hearing what Suhi said, Shun Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong exchanged glances and finally agreed. Shun Yuanzhong wrote a note, signed it with Xiang Wanrong, and solemnly handed it to Suhi. Suhi smiled and accepted it, preparing to leave. Sui, stay for dinner, Xiang Wanrong said. Okay, Aunt Xiang. Suhi readily agreed. While Xiang Wanrong was cooking, Suhi and Shun Yuanzhong discussed the arrangements for Shun Yu to go to the capital. What, you want to go with us? Shun Yuanzhong asked in surprise. Uncle Shun, the capital is a big city. It's better for everyone to have someone to look after. Besides, I can deliver takeout. I can do it anywhere. Did your parents agree? They're still waiting for me to bring Yia home. I promised to have a big grandson in a couple of years. Shun Yu's uncle is in the capital and is responsible for contacting the hospital there to rent a small house for Shun Yuanzhong near the hospital. If all goes well, they should be able to take a flight to the capital in the next few days. After He finished handling his resignation, he would be able to leave as well. After lunch, He accompanied Shun Yuanzhong to deposit cash into his bank account, then went to Jinan City People's Hospital to inquire about Shun Yu's transfer to the capital. By 5 p.m., He watched Shun Yuanzhong get on the bus, and he began to take orders. Just the flight ticket from Jinan City to the capital, along with the accompanying medical staff and various expenses, added up to about 30,000 yuan. Once they got to the capital, it was uncertain how much more would cost. The heavy pressure forced He to work hard to earn money. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please handle it promptly. Once again, he was assigned 23 deliveries simultaneously. So he began to pick up and deliver food without stopping. The neon lights in the city flickered, and countless delivery workers rode their electric bikes through the streets, too busy to appreciate the scenery. Their eyes were filled with dreams of a better future, believing that as long as they worked hard, they would reap rewards. Each delivered order made them feel secure. Sweat soaked his clothes, and beads of sweat covered his forehead. So he couldn't bear to buy a bottle of mineral water, continuing until 1 a.m. He opened WeChat and sent a message in the group chat. Lu Sanjia's restaurant gathering. I am treating. Dongyong, did I hear wrong? So he said he's treating. Ma Mingjia, it's definitely a scam. Whoever goes is your son. Panskigank, I am going dud. I'm coming. At 1:30 a.m., Lu Sanjia's homestyle restaurant still had people coming in and out. Ride-hailing drivers, delivery workers, and designated drivers. This restaurant often stayed open until 3 a.m. At the dinner table, Ma Mingjia, Dongyong, and Pan Jigang looked at Suhi warily. Go ahead, pay the money first. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Ma Mingjia spoke first. Suhi smiled and asked, What? Are you afraid I'll skip out on the bill? Afraid, the three replied in unison. Once the dishes were served, each person had a case of beer, but no one moved their chopsticks. Lu Jia, how much is it? Suhi called out. Oh, Suhi treating today? Boss Lu came over and said, Is the sun rising in the west? Or did you win the lottery? After Suhi paid, Dong Yong slammed the table and shouted, Come on, brothers, let's drink one first. Suhi was taken aback. Goodness, Yongge, didn't you say you were quitting drinking? Dong Yong stood up, glaring at Suhi. Quit drinking? What right do I have to quit drinking? Those who are wealthy quit drinking for health. Those with cars quit for fear of drunk driving. And those with skills quit for their future. I have nothing left. Just this little tolerance for alcohol. If I don't drink to achieve something, what meaning does my life have? Can't argue with that. I love hearing that. Come on, we must drink one separately. Ma Mingjia and Dong Yong clinked glasses. The few of them exchanged words, and after Suhi drank half a case of beer. He couldn't hold it anymore and was the first to get up to go to the restroom. Self-punishment of 3 cups. Dong Yong, with red eyes, laughed and pointed at Suhi. This was their little punishment. Whoever went to the restroom first had a drink. His phone rang, and Suhi picked it up to see it was Lu Wen. Hey, Suhi, where are you? Ugh. Officer Lu, I'm drinking. Are you coming? Ugh. Suhi, where are you now? I'm at Lu Sanjia's restaurant drinking. Officer Lu, do you want to come have a drink? After Suhi finished throwing up, he found that Lu Wen had hung up. He washed his face, walked out, and shouted, I can't take it anymore. You all drink. Try and play tricks again? Huh? Come on, pry his mouth open. Chapter 28, Has he always been this brave? In less than 10 minutes, Suhi was poured 2 more bottles and lay on the table, mumbling, You're all my best friends. I used to ugh. Suddenly, several police officers walked in. Who is Suhi? So he heard someone calling him, turned his head, and saw several police officers, sneering, Officer Lu, you really came quickly. Have a seat. Sister Lu, stir-fry a few more dishes and add some bowls and chopsticks. Suhi, we suspect you are related to a murder case. Please cooperate with us and come to the police station. A male officer said. Suhi looked at the male officer with bleary eyes, not recognizing him. Murder case. Dong Yong and the others were dumbfounded. Usually, Suhi, who never spends a dime, is treating today. Could it be that Suhi killed someone and came to drink celebratory wine? Are you mistaken? Ma Mingjia stood up and said. Suhi heard the words murder case, and instead of being surprised, he looked excited and asked, Has the reward notice been issued? How much is the reward? What the hell is this brain circuit? The police officers looked bewildered. Only Lu and beside them showed a bitter smile. Soo-hee really values money over life. Ugh. As soon as he went outside, the wind blew, and Soo-hee vomited. First, take him to the hospital to sober up. In the hospital, Lewin stood up, looking at one of the police officers and said, Captain Chio, you can go back first. I'll stay here. When Soo-hee wakes up, I'll take him back to the police station. Chio-chan glanced at Lu-won and smiled. I've already looked at Soo-hee's file, and it is indeed a bit unusual. This time coming to Jinan City, he found an important eyewitness right from the start, which is a relief for our task force, so you'll have to work hard tonight. At night, Soo-hee lay in bed asleep, while Lu-won sat on a chair, staring blankly at Soo-hee's face. When you try to understand a person, their shadow lingers in your mind. Some will gradually fade, while others will become clearer and clearer until they remain permanently. At first, Lu-won regarded Soo-hee as a suspect, but as time went on, and with each case, Soo-hee's shadow appeared, she gradually came to understand him. A man full of affection, responsibility, and unafraid of danger. You really know how to stir things up. Lu-won tucked Soo-hee's exposed hand into the quilt and couldn't help but murmur. Once is an accident, twice is a coincidence. She couldn't find the right words to describe Soo-hee, who would periodically end up in the police station, both baffling and amusing. In the morning, Soo-hee opened his eyes, looking at himself lying on the hospital bed, and saw Lu-won sleeping beside the bed. Discovering that his phone was missing, Soo-hee looked around, and at that moment, Lu-won woke up. Soo-hee, what are you looking for? Officer Lu, I'm really sorry about last night. I drank too much and troubled you to bring me to the hospital. Did you see my phone? Soo-hee scratched his head, recalling that Lu-won had called him last night. Then he got drunk with Mom Mingjia and the others, and he couldn't remember what happened afterward. Your phone is at the police station. Come on, since you're awake, let's go to the police station. Lu-won bought breakfast for Soo-hee downstairs and took him to the police station. This time, it was finally not the interrogation room. Officer Wen, you're back? Soo-hee greeted Mingjia with a smile, only to find that many more police officers had suddenly appeared in the police station. Mingjia nodded and looked at Soo-hee. Soo-hee, you're quite familiar with our police station now. This time, we're hoping you can tell us what you saw around 12:30 a.m. on June 20th, the night before yesterday, at that small supermarket on Huanghuai Road. The night before yesterday? Soo-hee thought carefully. Because of the house issue, he had reported to the police, then made a statement. And since he had injured a few people, he stayed until almost midnight before leaving the police station. He left his electric bike at the Xingfuli community. So he scanned a shared bike, but halfway, he couldn't hold it anymore and wanted to use the bathroom. He found no toilet paper and bought some at a nearby small supermarket, where the owner gave him a pack of paper. Huanghuai Road, small supermarket? So he raised his head in surprise and asked, another person died? In the corner, Yang Lin covered his forehead, lamenting in his heart. He really didn't know if Soo-hee was being intentional or unintentional. A single sentence made everyone more vigilant. Another person died? Look at what he's saying, as if he knows something, but don't think he really knows. In the end, he'll definitely say, isn't that how it's portrayed in TV dramas? However, several higher-ups from the task force were present, and Yang Lin didn't dare to speak up, so a familiar scene appeared. Another person died? What do you mean by that? Chio-chan glared at Soo-hee. Officer, I was just guessing. Look at your large setup. It clearly isn't some trivial matter. Standing here are all criminal police officers. And from your expressions, I can confidently say my guess is correct. Soo-hee said calmly. He had become accustomed to interrogations and felt no inner turmoil. Chio-chan smiled and said, you're very clever. No wonder you were able to play a role in previous cases. From your resume, you were once an auxiliary police officer. It's not surprising that you possess these skills. Hearing the officer praise him, Soo-hee grinned. You're making me embarrassed with your compliments. Actually, I was just guessing. Isn't that how it's portrayed in TV dramas? Upon hearing this, Mingjia couldn't help but cough twice and said, regardless of whether you guessed right or not. First tell us what you did, what you saw, and what you heard at that time. After leaving the police station, I remembered that my electric bike was still at the Xingfuli community, so I scanned a shared bike, planning to ride to get my electric bike. Halfway, I needed to use the bathroom, and, finding no toilet paper, went to the supermarket to buy some. The owner generously gave me a pack. After using the bathroom, the supermarket owner also closed up and left, and I thanked him. The police reviewed the surrounding surveillance footage, which basically matched Soo-hee's statement. Can you describe the owner's physical characteristics, what he said, and his accent? Mingjia continued to ask. Soo-hee thought for a moment. He was so desperate at the time that he couldn't focus on remembering these details and replied, I only remember he was wearing a dark baseball cap and a mask. About my height and build. I opened the door and asked if anyone was there. After waiting for about 10 seconds, someone inside replied, asking what I wanted to buy. I said toilet paper, and the owner came out with a pack of toilet paper for me. I asked him how much it was, and he said it was on the house, telling me to hurry up and use the bathroom, or I might soil my pants. Then I went to use the bathroom. As for the accent, he spoke in a muffled voice. I can't tell what kind of accent it was. Was the owner male or female? Male. Can you estimate his age? Between 25 and 40, I suppose. After all, he was wearing a hat and a mask, so I didn't pay much attention. After Officer Wen finished asking, Officer Chio continued. The surveillance footage shows that it took 10 minutes from when you entered the bathroom to when you left. What did you do in there? Soo-hee was taken aback, two choices appearing before him. Option 1. Tell them you pooped your pants. Reward: advanced excavator skills. Option 2. Say to the officer, "Hey sir, come on, of course, I went to the bathroom to poop. Is pooping a crime?" Reward: advanced chef skills. So, do you need to think about it for a long time? Seeing Soo-hee staring blankly ahead, as if contemplating something, Chio-chang reminded him. Soo-hee looked at the several female police officers not far away and had to give up his most desired advanced excavator skills and said, "Hey sir, come on. Of course, I went to the bathroom to poop. Is pooping a crime?" With the same expression and the same tone, in the corner, Yang Lin stared blankly at Soo-hee. Has he always been this brave? Chapter 29, he is slandering me. He is slandering me. Soo-hee, speak properly. Officer Wen knows Soo-hee's personality and occasionally blurts out something strange. With a lot of information about cooking in his mind, Soo-hee smiled and said, "Officer Wen, it's just that this officer's question is too hard to understand." Officer Chio was not angry, but continued to ask, "After you came out, you were holding a pair of underwear. What's going on?" This. Soo-hee lowered his head awkwardly, not expecting to escape this topic. If he had known, he would have chosen excavator technology and murmured I couldn't hold it in, so a little got on the underwear. Officer Chio nodded and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. I hope your phone will remain available for 24 hours. We may contact you again at any time. Now you can leave." Soo-hee remained motionless, seemingly waiting for something. Officer Chio said again, "Mr. Soo, you can leave now. I want to ask, how much is the reward for this case?" Soo-hee raised his head and smiled awkwardly. Officer Chio did not respond and left with several other officers. "Soo-hee, go back first. Xiaoyang, please see him off." Mingjia glanced at Soo-hee and also left, sitting in Officer Yang's car. Soo-hee looked at his phone in surprise. The small supermarket on Huanghuai Road. Yesterday morning, the owner reported to the police that his daughter had been murdered, at the age of only 22. In the video, the owner was collapsed on the ground, crying uncontrollably, according to nearby merchants, because the owner's wife was bedridden. The father and daughter took turns guarding the store, and it happened that it was the daughter's turn to guard the store the night before, but she was brutally murdered. Yang Lin saw Soo-hee searching for information related to the case on his phone and couldn't help but remind him, "You might as well not waste your effort. This time it's not as simple as before." Officer Yang, I'm just taking a look. By the way, such a big case. Why is there no reward notice?" Soo-hee couldn't find anything online. "Haven't you watched a lot of TV dramas and movies? Guess for yourself." Yang Lin didn't think Soo-hee could be of any help this time. Soo-hee pondered for a moment and then raised his head, saying, "I know, because the police haven't identified a suspect yet." Yang Lin said nothing, and Soo-hee fell silent as well. Yang Lin dropped Soo-hee off at the entrance of Liu Sanjia's homestyle restaurant. Soo-hee rode his electric bike and started accepting orders. He planned to resign tomorrow. In the central square of Jinan City, the place was packed with people. The annual folk food competition had entered the finals today, with 19 chefs preparing ingredients, and there was still an hour before the judges started their evaluations. However, one workstation was empty. Below the stage, the owner of the Pinway Xian Hotel was angrily shouting on the phone, "I don't care if you had an accident. You must come to the scene immediately." On the other end of the line, a man was silent for a moment before hanging up the phone and turning off his device. Dong Li's face darkened. He never expected that before the finals, the head chef of his hotel had disappeared along with 2 other chefs. The food competition was an excellent publicity opportunity for a hotel, and now, Pinway Xian was left with only a few apprentice employees, all of whom were downcast and afraid to look Dong Li in the eye. The organizers had come over 3 or 4 times, and if no one took the stage to prepare within half an hour before the competition, they would be disqualified. At this moment, the owner of the Phoenix restaurant, Shui Dagua, walked over with a sly smile and said, "Boss Dong, I heard your chefs at Pinway Xian have run away. Do you want to send 2 people to help you hold the fort?" Dong Li squinted his eyes, clenched his fists, and angrily said, "Shui Dagua, I knew it was your doing, you bastard." Shui Dagua smiled and made an exaggerated expression while looking at Dong Li, shouting loudly, "I warn you not to talk nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation, do you know that? I'll sue you for defamation. He is slandering me. He is slandering me." Shui Dagua's voice was piercing, like a pig being slaughtered, drawing the attention of half the square. The organizer staff dispersed the crowd and issued Dong Li a final notice in the last 10 minutes. If Pinway Xian did not send anyone on stage, they would be considered to have forfeited. It should be known that Pinway Xian had won the championship for 3 consecutive years, and this time, unexpectedly, the chefs had disappeared. "Boss, how about I go?" an apprentice suggested. Dong Li glared at him and scolded, "You? Go embarrass yourself? Do you have any skills? You know it yourself." At this moment, Dong Li's wife, Chening, walked over and whispered a few words in Dong Li's ear. Dong Li was stunned and said, "Can this work?" Chening smiled nonchalantly and said, "The worst outcome is forfeiting, right? Besides, with the chefs of Pinway Xian gone, it's a good opportunity to recruit a few." Chening found a piece of cardboard and a pen and handed it to Dong Li. Dong Li laughed heartily and wrote boldly, "1 dish for 10,000. We sincerely invite skilled chefs to come on stage to cook 1 dish. First place wins 50,000. Second place wins 30,000. Third place wins 10,000. A deposit of 10,000 is required, non-refundable if no ranking." Dong Li loved calligraphy since he was a child, and as he wrote, others praised him continuously. In the last 8 minutes, Dong Li stood on the table and held the sign high. The crowd was in an uproar. One dish, a reward of 10,000. However, upon seeing the conditions, everyone sighed. Only the top 3 would receive rewards, and they also needed to pay a deposit of 10,000. If they didn't make it to the top 3, the deposit would not be refunded. Dong Li's eyes showed anticipation, but the crowd murmured, and no one dared to step forward. If there were no barriers, everyone might want to give it a try. But who would be willing to take out 10,000 to gamble? If they really had the skills, they would have already stood on the stage. Time ticked by, and Dong Li's expression grew increasingly disappointed. It seemed this year's competition would turn Pinwei Xian into a joke in Jinan City. Not only failing to participate in the finals, but also losing their head chef. In the last minute, Dong Li put down the sign and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a figure in yellow squeezed through the crowd and asked, "Does that still count?" Dong Li was taken aback, looking at the delivery worker in front of him, and instinctively said, "It counts." "That's good." So he took a deep breath, pulled out 10,000 from his pocket, and slammed it on the table, saying, "Let's get started." Dong Li looked at Su He's young and handsome face, then at his delivery worker's uniform, and then at the 10,000 on the table, thinking, what kind of idiot is this? At this point, Su had already run up to the stage and shouted to Dong Li, "Boss, come help me out." Chapter 30. Today us young people are still too impulsive, unlike us back in the day. As the competition entered the countdown, it would end precisely in 30 minutes, with scores given by 6 judges. On stage, the 6 judges included the president of the Catering Association, a food blogger, a local internet celebrity, a representative from the organizers, a food enthusiast, and a randomly selected audience member. As a local cultural feature of Tianjin City, Tianjin TV would also provide live coverage of the event, with Zhao Luyao serving as the host of this food competition. Halfway through the program, a delivery worker ran onto the stage, tied on an apron, and seemed ready to cook. Dong Li rushed onto the stage, and, seeing Su-hee's calm demeanor, couldn't he help but ask, "Hey, have you ever worked as a chef before?" Su-hee thought for a moment and replied, "Sort of." "Then which hotel did you work at?" Dong Li continued to question. "Not a hotel. My grandfather is a cook in the countryside. He taught me a few tricks when he hosted banquets for others." Su-hee glanced at the countdown and saw that only 26 minutes were left, so he walked toward the ingredient area. The ingredients for this competition were provided by the organizers, and everyone could use them freely, but since Su-hee arrived late, there wasn't too much left on the shelves. A countryside cook? Learn a few tricks? Dong Li felt dizzy and almost fainted. Turning around, he saw Su-hee directly pushing a rack over, with one hand carrying a bucket of rice. "Boss, don't worry. My grandfather's cooking skills are famous in the area. Whenever someone has a funeral, they always invite him. I often followed him when I was young, and I've already learned his tricks." Su-hee gave Dong Li a reassuring look and picked up a basket of eggs, cracking them one by one into a bowl. As the smile gradually faded, Dong Li sat down on the ground with a face full of despair. "Are you crazy? This is going to ruin me." Zhao Liao walked over with a camera. "Dear viewers, the highly anticipated Pinwei Xian Hotel has finally sent someone to compete. As you can see, the head chef is actually wearing a delivery worker's outfit. I don't know if this is intentional or if there is another story behind it. As Pinwei Xian Hotel has been the champion of the food competition for 3 consecutive years, what kind of surprise will they bring us this time? How strange. The owner of Pinwei Xian is actually sitting on stage. Let us see what is happening, Mr. Dong. Do you think you can continue to win the food competition this year? Mr. Dong?" It seemed Mr. Dong was having some issues. "Let us see what their chef is preparing, oh my." At that moment, Zhao Liao turned around just as Su-hee suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Zhao, you're here too." "Sue?" Zhao Liao gently patted her ample chest, puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Su-hee using chopsticks to beat eggs in a bowl, Zhao Liao had a bad feeling. Could it be that Mr. Dong's lost expression was because of Su-hee? "This boss invited me to compete, boss." "So your last name is Dong. Mr. Dong, come and lend a hand. There is not much time left." At that moment, Dong Li's wife, Chening, rushed over, looking at Dong Li and shouting, "Honey, what is wrong? Are you okay? Don't scare me." Dong Li glanced at Chening, then looked at the smiling Su-hee, sighed, and said, "Honey, after we go back, let us sell the hotel and start over in another city. This is a food competition. You, a delivery worker, come up and start with hundreds of eggs? Are you making a huge pot of stir-fry?" Chening also noticed Su-hee's actions and asked in confusion, "What are you preparing to make?" "Fried rice." So he had already beaten the eggs and started preparing the rice, with only 20 minutes left in the competition. Stunned, Chen Ing exclaimed, "In a food competition, you're just making fried rice? And preparing so many eggs and rice? Are you out of your mind?" "A slight concussion, but I should be healed now," Su-hee replied honestly. Chen Ing hugged Dong Li and sat down, sighing, "Honey, I'm sorry. I was being unrealistic." Many people in the audience took out their phones to capture this moment, and soon it was trending on social media and short videos, causing laughter everywhere. Pinwei Xian had completely embarrassed themselves this time, so he was also a bit speechless. Since no one was helping, he had to speed up, cutting the ingredients. With only 15 minutes left, he hurried to heat the pan and pour in the oil. "Oh my, I'm not seeing things. That delivery worker is using such a big pot to make fried rice. Totally out of his mind. Does he really think he can win the 50,000 yuan prize? Ah, Today, us young people are still too impulsive. Unlike us back in the day, the audience was buzzing, and even the judges on stage shook their heads. A staff member from the organizers approached Soo-hee and reminded him, "Hello, this is a food competition. Isn't it inappropriate for you to make fried rice?" So he rolled his eyes. The ingredients on the rack had been taken, and there wasn't even a piece of meat left. If it weren't for the basket of eggs, he would only be able to fry plain rice. "Could you please get me 2 3-kilogram Australian lobsters, 10 premium sea cucumbers, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, and a bottle of soy sauce, Sue?" he said to the staff. At that moment, the TV camera happened to focus on the two, capturing the few ingredients left on the rack. The staff member was stunned. Wasn't this just being argumentative? Who told you to come so late? However, Zhao Liao directly stood by Soo-hee's side, handing the microphone to the staff and asking, "Hello? May I ask why the organizers didn't provide ingredients for the contestants? Is it intentional difficulty, or is there a scandal?" Isn't that the same thing? The staff member looked nervous at the camera, just about to speak when Zhao Liao took the initiative to address the camera. "Dear viewers, a dramatic scene has unfolded in the food competition. Contestants are unable to even get a bottle of soy sauce. Just now, we interviewed the other 19 groups of contestants, and we can see that their ingredients and materials are quite complete. Yet, here at Pinwei Xian, there are only some eggs and plain rice left. It's hard not to doubt whether the competition is truly fair. What kind of insider information is there? Let us interview the chef of Pinwei Xian. Hello. Do you think this food competition is fair?" The camera focused on Soo-hee, who had just put a large bucket of rice into the pot. "It's unfair. They didn't even provide a bottle of soy sauce." So he genuinely hadn't found any soy sauce. At that moment, a staff member from the organizers hurriedly brought a bottle of soy sauce over. Soo-hee smiled. "What about the lobster and sea cucumber? In the 1982 Lafite, Chapter 31. Do you believe I'll hit you with a cane?" The staff was furious and said, "No. Who told you to come so late? All ingredients are first come, first served, treated equally, absolutely fair. 3 kilograms of Australian lobster, top-notch sea cucumber, 1982 Lafite. You, a delivery person, have little skill, but a big mouth, and you dare to say that out loud. This leader, we are live streaming now. Please mind your tone." Zhao Liao pointed to the barrage on the phone and said, "Netizens are questioning whether you are engaging in private transactions." "Let me see." So he leaned over and said, "It really is. They're cursing you badly." In the last 5 minutes of the competition, the other groups had already finished and placed their dishes on the judge's big table. So he was still vigorously stirring the fried rice in a large pot. In the competition's backstage, Shui Dagui and a leader from the organizing committee were smoking, nodding, and bowing, saying, "Director Ma, we really trouble you this time. This card is the Supreme Gold card from Phoenix Restaurant. Next time you come, your meal is on us." Director Ma smiled, accepted the card, and nodded, saying, "No need to be so polite. Since you have the ability to poach chefs from Pinwei Xian, this year's champion is undoubtedly yours at Phoenix Restaurant. Time's up." So he picked up a plate of fried rice and placed it on the table. "What do you call this dish?" the staff asked. "Fried rice." So he turned and walked back to the pot, shouting to the audience below with a small bowl, "Those who want to eat, line up." So he was not worried about whether he would win. Before he arrived, while playing on his phone and watching videos, he came across a video of Dong Li holding up a sign, and 3 choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Participate in the food competition. Completion reward, 20,000 cash. Option 2. Win the food competition championship. Completion reward, professional racing skills. Option 3. Expose the insider of the food competition. Completion reward, professional photography skills. Soo-hee rushed over on his electric bike and chose the first option without hesitation. Guaranteed profit. He was focused on making money and had no interest in racing or photography. This was the first time the contestants on stage interacted with the audience below. In the past, they could only watch the judges eat, not knowing if it was really delicious, so they all lined up. Although it was just a bowl of fried rice, it was better than standing below and swallowing saliva. Wow, it smells so good. Just smelling it makes it seem delicious. Looks like this delivery person is a bit impressive. Hey, young people today are just too impatient. Hey, don't push me. Do you believe I'll hit you with my cane? The judges on stage were tasting the dishes and giving comments, while the people below were forming a long line to receive fried rice. Seeing this, Dong Li also ran over and began serving rice with a few apprentices. So he was relieved and was called to the judges' table. The other chefs looked at Soo-hee with disdain. The food competition was about culinary skills and creativity, and bringing fried rice was simply lowering their standards. When Soo-hee approached, the judges were just commenting on his fried rice. The president of the Catering Association frowned and said, after so many years in the industry, this is the first time someone has made fried rice at a food competition. From the ingredients and appearance, it lacks creativity. After taking a bite, the president continued, the taste is acceptable. I'll give it a 5. Next was the food blogger, Akai, who has millions of fans on short video platforms. He frequently checks out local delicacies and, combined with his good looks, is very popular. Delicious. This is the best fried rice I've ever had. Babies, today I discovered a treasure delivery person. His fried rice is truly exceptional. What is even more surprising is that he managed to cook enough for over 100 people at once. I give him a 9.5. Akai gave a great review and took out a small toy, just a crystal thumbs-up ornament. Fans familiar with Akai know this is his way of acknowledging good food. Here you go. Take it quickly. Don't hesitate. This is your honor. Akai was very enthusiastic, maintaining a bright smile on his face. Thank you. Suhi suddenly froze, looking up into Akai's eyes. Remembering that earlier statement, the tone of voice, the night before last, that boss handed him a piece of paper, saying, here you go. Go to the bathroom quickly. Don't soil your pants. At this moment, the next judge continued to comment, a local internet celebrity, giving a score of 9. 2. The representative of the organizing committee gave a score of 4. 5. Food enthusiasts and randomly selected audience members gave scores of 9. 5 and 9. 8. After removing the extremes, the overall score was 8. 3. Undoubtedly the last place. So he didn't care about the score. His mind was filled with Akai's words. Was it a coincidence? No. So he understood the system's tasks and rewards too well. He had just obtained advanced chef skills, and today there was a culinary-related choice. Although he didn't choose the supermarket murder case, the system would always guide him to approach clues. It just depended on whether he could grasp the clues. On the background wall of the competition was Akai's introduction. Sui looked at the stylishly dressed, flamboyant Akai and found it hard to associate him with the boss he met in the supermarket. At this time, the organizers began to announce the results. As expected, Phoenix Restaurant won the championship, while Pinwei Xian's fried rice came in last. Dark curtain, someone shouted from the audience. Dark curtain, dark curtain, dark curtain. The crowd erupted in a unified shout. These people had tasted the fried rice and found it unacceptable for it to be in last place. Dong Li watched this scene, angrily joining in the shouting. He originally thought it was just Shui Dagui playing tricks, but with the low scores from the Food Association and the organizers, he had to doubt it. After the organizers presented the medal and certificate, they left in disgrace. So he glanced at Akai, who was interacting with fans and preparing to approach him for a few more questions when Zhao Lu Yao came over with Dong Li. Suhi, this Mr. Dong wants to thank you for your help. He wants to return this 10,000 yuan to you. Dong Li returned the 10,000 yuan to Suhi, who did not refuse and directly pocketed it. Suhi, hello, let me formally introduce myself. I am Dong Li, the owner of Pinwei Xian. I would like to invite you to join Pinwei Xian with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you think? Dong Li had also tasted Suhi's fried rice and discussed it with his wife. Suhi indeed had some skills. 20,000. If Suhi were still that delivery person making a few thousand a month, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now he shook his head and rejected Dong Li. Looking back, Akai had already left. Suhi greeted a few people and also left. Chapter 32. Brothers, let go drink sitting on the electric scooter. Suhi felt somewhat distracted. He had found Akai's account on a short video platform with over 12 million followers. Every video featured him traveling around, reviewing various food spots, often visiting 5-star hotels, spending tens of thousands in a single outing. Akai also had a girlfriend, a major internet celebrity in her own right, an 8 million follower beauty blogger named Annie. The couple lived in the capital, but spent most of their time filming outside. So he couldn't imagine Akai as a murderer. He was rich, good-looking, and had a girlfriend. It was hard to connect him to the daughter of a small supermarket owner. Moreover, so he remembered that the murderer's attire was no different from that of an ordinary middle-aged man, while Akai dressed fashionably and stylishly. The only similarity was their height. Caught in a dilemma, the police weren't providing him with more information, and Akai had no motive for murder. He lacked nothing in terms of career, love, or fame. It made no sense for him to kill the daughter of a small supermarket owner. On stage, Sui also sensed Akai's warm and kind side. Could it be that he was overthinking things? Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Shun Yuanzhong, notifying Sui that he was scheduled to go to the capital the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Sui stopped overthinking and continued accepting orders. He wanted to earn as much as possible to help with Shun Yu's treatment. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please check it promptly. Once Sui got busy, he quickly pushed the matter of Akai out of his mind, accepting and grabbing orders, picking up and delivering meals, going up and down, and finally shutting down order acceptance at 1 a.m. He found a small shop to eat. After a break, he finally checked his phone and saw several messages on WeChat. It turned out that the food competition was being live-streamed by Jinan TV, and many had noticed the special figure on stage, a delivery worker frying a large pot of fried rice. The short video platform and friend circles exploded with comments. Many people commented on Suhi's looks, while others criticized him for being oblivious to the situation. Some defended him, saying his fried rice was delicious. There were even thousands debating whether fried rice should appear in a food competition. Some dug up videos of Suhi fighting a martial arts school coach, with comments suggesting that delivery workers were a hidden talent pool. However, some argued it was just for show and to gain attention. Suhi didn't care. He would resign tomorrow, and the day after he could board a plane to the capital. The comments of these people didn't affect him. He treated it as entertainment. After finishing a bowl of rice, Suhi returned to the Harbor Youth Apartment. As soon as he entered, he found Dong Yong and Pan Jigang whispering, while Ma Mingjia was still not back. Suhi, Ma Mingjia's wife, came with their child to find him. Dong Yong hurriedly said to Suhi, "Why is she looking for him?" So he was taken aback. Ma Mingjia is also a pitiful man. 2 years ago, he had a happy family. His wife was beautiful, and his daughter was well-behaved. But one day, while delivering food, he happened to deliver next door and thought he'd surprise his daughter. When he opened the door, he was in for a shock. He found a strange man in bed with his wife while his daughter was in the living room watching Peppa Pig. Ma Mingjia was furious and assaulted the man and his wife. The next day, his wife took their daughter and ran away. For 2 years, she would often ask him for money, but eventually, he preferred to spend his money on streamers rather than give it to her. He never expected she would come looking for him this time. Only Dong Yong and Su He knew about this. Panji Gang had just learned about it today. Usually, Ma Mingjia only said his wife was back home taking care of the child, but in reality, she had run off with another man. Suddenly, Su He's phone buzzed. It was a message from Ma Mingjia in the group chat. Brothers, let's go drink. When Su He and the others arrived at Liu Sanji's restaurant, Ma Mingjia had already finished a bottle of liquor. Come on, let us drink some white tonight. Why are you all just sitting there? Ma Mingjia laughed as he poured drinks for everyone, not mentioning his wife and child at all. Dong Yong, who usually got along well with Ma Mingjia, knew he was just in a bad mood and quickly joined in, drinking one cup after another. Su He and Panji Gang didn't tea drink because they needed to carry these two back later. Before long, Ma Mingjia started telling stories about how his wife and daughter asked him for money, and seeing his daughter in ragged clothes, he gave that woman 3,000 yuan. The plot was very kitsch. Su He had heard enough of Ma Mingjia's stories, but Panji Gang listened with great interest. At 2 a.m., Dong Yong successfully got Ma Mingjia drunk and collapsed himself. Su He paid the bill, carried Ma Mingjia on his back, and Panji Gang carried Dong Yong as they slowly made their way back to the Harbor Youth apartment. Suddenly, a man wearing a baseball cap and a black mask brushed past them. Stop! So he turned around and shouted at the man. The man took off running. Sui, still carrying Ma Mingjia, wanted to put him down, but Ma Mingjia tightly locked his arms around Su He's neck, mumbling, "Wife, don't leave me." Seeing the man disappear into the night, Su He had no choice but to continue walking with Ma Mingjia on his back. Su He, what is wrong? Dong Yong thought Su He was calling him to stop. It's nothing, let us go. The next morning, Su He was awakened by the sound of police sirens. He jumped out of bed, quickly got dressed, and rushed outside. Across from the Harbor Youth apartment was a cluster of self-built houses where many workers rented, as not everyone was willing to cram into a small room. When Su He got downstairs, he saw a police car turning in, and without a second thought, he followed. In front of a 5-story building, a police cordon had already been set up, and several officers were questioning the person who reported the incident. There was a large crowd of onlookers, and Su He blended in. The reporter was a woman in her 20s, visibly anxious, pale, and clearly shaken. She kept repeating, "There has been a death. A death." Seeing this, the police took her away. Soon, Su He saw Officer 1 and his team arrive. Recalling the man he encountered the night before, Su He regretted not having thrown Ma Mingjia down. Clearly, he had killed again. Sui? Yang Lin spotted Su He in the crowd. Seeing Officer Yang approach, Su He smiled and said, "Good morning, Officer Yang. What are you doing here?" "I live nearby. Just came down for breakfast and thought I'd take a look." Officer Yang walked in, half unconvinced. Chapter 33, I know who the killer is. Several police cars arrived one after another, dispersing the crowd. So he could only watch from a distance as the police carried a corpse out, covered with a white cloth, rendering it invisible. However, some people in the crowd discussed that it was a woman, living alone, probably in her 20s, who worked at a nearby electronics factory. It was said that she was quite attractive, and opinions varied, with some suggesting it was a crime of passion, while others claimed she was followed and raped by a criminal. So he even saw the woman's appearance on a man's phone and casually found her short video account, which contained only a few videos, showing that she had some beauty. Several police officers began to check nearby surveillance footage and question people in the vicinity. Seeing this, Su He decided to leave. He still had to resign today, buy a plane ticket, and prepare the things he needed to take with him tomorrow. There was a lot to do. He arrived at the delivery station. Zheng Jun was somewhat surprised when Su He told him he was resigning, as Su He's business ability ranked among the top 3 in the entire station. He had always been regarded as the king of orders. Especially recently, Su He's order volume had surged. If it weren't for his frequent absences, which lowered the data, he would definitely have set a record. Su He's reason for resigning was, "The capital is so big. I want to go there to deliver food. It seemed that my small temple couldn't accommodate such a great deity." Zheng Jun glared at Su He and asked, "Are you really sure about this?" Sui nodded, looking seriously at Zheng Jun, and said, "Brother Jun, thank you for your care. If I can't make it, I will come back." Zheng Jun did not stop Su He, and after completing the formalities, he saw Su He to the door. So he looked back at the delivery station. When he was at his most desperate and helpless, he had squatted at the hospital entrance, silently shedding tears when a delivery worker handed him a tissue. He hadn't even seen the delivery worker as face. And didn't he have time to say thank you? Shin Yu survived, but became a vegetative state. The hospital expenses became a death knell for the Shun family. Helplessly, Shin Yu and Zhong brought Shin Yu back home. So he hated his own powerlessness at that time. He wanted to earn money. He knew that delivering food paid well. As long as he was willing to endure hardship and not fear exhaustion, he worked from morning till night every day, desperately working. He lived frugally just to save money to take Xinyu to the hospital for treatment. However, everything was now heading in a positive direction. So he took out his phone, ready to book a plane ticket when Lu Wen's call came in. Suhi, where are you? At the delivery station's entrance. Then come to the police station. Suhi hung up and analyzed why the police would look for him. Was it because Officer Yang saw him at the crime scene? Or because they checked the surveillance footage from last night? He rode his electric bike and quickly arrived at the police station. Lu Wen came out, looking at Suhi with a complex expression, and said, "Come with me." There were many people in the police station. Suhi also saw the woman who had reported the case in the morning. She was crying continuously. Several people connected to the deceased were also giving statements. "Sue, sit down. We asked you to come this time to ask you a question." When Jia approached, took out a tablet, placed it on the table, and clicked play. At the street corner 500 meters from the Harbor Youth Apartment, Pan Jigang was carrying Dong Yong in front, while Suhi was behind, carrying Ma Mingjia about 10 meters apart. At that moment, a person wearing a mask and a baseball cap walked towards them and brushed past. So he turned around and shouted at that person, who immediately ran away. The video quickly ended. There was only the image, no sound. Officer Wen asked, "At 2:21 a.m., you brushed past this person. Why did you stop and turn back? What did you say?" The police quickly retrieved nearby surveillance footage, identified the suspicious person, and discovered this strange scene. "I saw him wearing a mask and a baseball cap, which reminded me of the killer who impersonated the boss at the small supermarket. I turned and shouted, 'Stop!' But he ran away." Suhi answered honestly. "Are you sure he is the person you met in the supermarket?" Officer Wen continued to ask. His height and build were similar. "I couldn't tell with a mask and hat, but he definitely changed his clothes. I remember, it wasn't this color before. But since he ran away, it means he was guilty. It must be him. So speculative." Officer Wen nodded. So he was not wrong. Although the person had changed clothes, he did resemble the suspect in height and build. The reason it was said to be similar was that after technical analysis, there were some slight discrepancies. However, the suspect dressed differently each time, with height fluctuating, which was puzzling. "If you were so sure, why didn't you chase after him?" Officer Wen asked again. It was because my friend was drunk and had his arm around my neck. I hadn't had a chance to put him down when the killer disappeared. If I hadn't been carrying Ma Mingjia, I might have actually chased him," Suhi replied. "Then why didn't you call the police at that time?" Officer Wen's tone was somewhat angry, clearly upset with Suhi's actions. If he had reported it sooner, they might have caught the killer. I didn't think much about it at the time, so he did feel a bit regretful. He just thought that since the person ran away, it would be hard to catch him, and never considered calling the police. Officer Wen looked at Suhi's expression and sighed, helplessly saying, "You really give me a headache. Do you have any more clues? Don't hide anything. Prioritize the bigger picture. The killer is very cunning. He dresses up meticulously every time and leaves no trace at the scene, not even a strand of hair. I even suspect he might be bald, but he has hair in the video. There were no fingerprints or footprints at the crime scene. This was a premeditated murder, but there were no leads. After the special investigation team was established, they had been toyed with by the killer. According to the killer's pattern in the same city, he wouldn't kill more than 3 people, which meant that it was very likely that more victims would appear before the killer struck again. Capturing him became the current challenge for the special investigation team. Suhi shook his head. Having brushed past the killer twice, he had no substantial clues. As for the food blogger A Kai, he was just speculating with no evidence. If he spoke out, the other popular influencer would certainly sue him for defamation. Seeing Suhi shake his head, Officer Wen smiled, stood up, and said, "Thank you for your cooperation. Xiaoyang, see Suhi out." Just as they reached the door, a middle-aged couple rushed in. The man was wearing factory clothes, covered in grease, while the woman was simply dressed. As soon as they stepped onto the steps, she knelt down, crying and shouting, "My daughter." This kneel happened right in front of Suhi. Her husband was no better. He was trembling all over, holding back tears in his eyes, pulling at the woman's arm and advising, "Let us go see Yao Yao first. Be strong." The woman looked up at her husband and scolded, "Gua Haipeng, my daughter is gone. How can I be strong? If it weren't for you not letting her date, would she have run away from home? Give me back my daughter. Give me back my daughter." Gua Haipeng sat down on the ground, tears streaming down his face, continuously slapping himself and saying, "I'm not human. It's my fault. I harmed my daughter. I'm not human." Officer Yang saw this and immediately stepped forward to grab Gua Haipeng's hand, advising, "Uncle, it's not your fault. Please rest assured. We will catch the killer and bring him to justice." Suhi stared blankly at this scene, and 2 choices appeared before him again. Option 1, leave the police station directly. Reward, 100,000 cash. Option 2, look for clues and find the killer. Completion reward, advanced singing skills. He looked at the police station gate, less than 30 meters away, but his feet felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Although he sang purely with emotion and lacked technique, he had no interest in singing. However, the 100,000 yuan was very real, and he only needed to take a few steps to complete it. The middle-aged couple on the ground was assisted inside, but Suhi hesitated to make a decision. According to the plan, he could board a flight to the capital tomorrow. As for this murder case, he currently had no more clues. Staying could delay many things. "Suhi, why haven't you left yet?" Officer Yang walked out and saw Suhi still standing there in a daze. Taking a deep breath, Suhi looked up at Officer Yang and said, "I know who the murderer is." Chapter 34. Locking onto the killer. Who is the killer? Suhi's words sent a shockwave through the entire Public Security Bureau. The police in Jinan City were searching everywhere for clues about the suspect, but so far, there hadn't been any useful leads. After committing the murder, the killer quickly vanished into a village in the city under the cover of night. The lack of surveillance cameras meant the police lost their target once again. The search continued, and the police were fully engaged in the investigation. At that moment, however, Suhi was sitting in the interrogation room, requesting to see the case files. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Officer Mingjia had already made a mistake once and written a self-reflection report. He would not agree to Suhi's request. Suhi smiled lightly and said, "It's not the first time, Officer Win. If you can't make the decision, you can step out and apply for it." In dramas, when interrogating suspects, there are always a few big shots watching from the next room. Suhi was taking a legal risk, wanting to confirm her suspicions as soon as possible. "Director Fu, this delivery worker is quite interesting. I heard he helped solve 2 cases for you before. It seems he knows something this time too." Kyukyang stood beside Director Fu, watching Suhi in the interrogation room, looking so calm. "Want to see the case files? That is quite audacious. What do you think?" Director Fu turned to look at Xiao Chong, who, as a member of the special investigation team, clearly had more say. Since Officer Wen has already broken the rules once, let us see if he really is as capable as he claims, more so than us veteran detectives. Xiao Chong had handled hundreds of cases and had never encountered someone as strange as Suhi, who repeatedly appeared in homicide cases. If it weren't for the file showing no connection to Suhi, he would have wanted to interrogate her thoroughly. Officer Wen, the special investigation team, unanimously agrees. "Take Suhi to the conference room, and let us see how much she really knows." Director Fu's voice came through the earpiece. Officer Wen glanced at Suhi and said, "Let us go to the conference room. We'll tell you everything you want to know. But if you can't name the killer this time, you want to be let off easily." Seeing Officer Wen's serious expression, Suhi sighed inwardly, hoping there wouldn't be any slip-ups. In the conference room, over 10 police officers were seated, with Director Fu sitting on one side. Suhi sat at the back, directly facing the projector. Director Fu nodded to signal the start, and an officer opened the prepared materials to begin explaining to Suhi. On June 1st, 2021, at 9:52 a.m., the Ningdu police station in Huaihai City received a call reporting a female corpse found in Unit 403 of Building 5 of the Jinmen community. The body had multiple stab wounds and blunt force injuries, with the words "informer" carved into her back. After forensic examination, a large amount of anesthetic residue was found in the victim's body. No fingerprints or DNA of the suspect were found at the crime scene, and the surveillance footage could not confirm the suspect's physical characteristics. 3 days later, on June 4th at 3:21 p.m., the Qingxi police station in Huaihai City received a call reporting another female corpse found in Unit 12-5 of Building 1 in the Highway Garden community. The body also had dozens of wounds, with the same words "informer" carved into her back. The method of killing was consistent with the first case, and the suspect's physical characteristics remained unidentifiable. In August of the same year, the killer reappeared in Funan City, murdering 3 women before disappearing from the police's radar. On January 3rd, 2022, 2 women were killed in Jingyun City. In April, May, June, looking at the horrifying photos of the deceased on the projector, Suhi felt a chill down her spine. What kind of monster could kill 13 young women? The victims had not been sexually assaulted. Judging by the extent of the mutilation, the killer's methods were extremely brutal. Only a psychopath could commit such heinous acts. As photos of the deceased in their vibrant youth flashed by, smiling brightly, Suhi noted that they included teachers, university students, bank employees, and supermarket cashiers, hailing from 3 provinces and 6 cities, with no connections in life. When all the photos were placed together, it became apparent that the women shared some facial similarities, which the police believed was the reason the killer chose them as victims. It was evident that the killer's methods were becoming more sophisticated and the frequency of the crimes more alarming. If he was apprehended soon, more women would fall victim. "Can I use your phone for a moment?" Suhi looked at Officer Yang beside her. The phone was displayed on the projector, and Suhi opened a short video app, finding a KS account. She clicked into the videos from May to June 2021, checking in at the Junwei restaurant in Huaihai City, Wuji Scallion Pancakes, and Li Feng Hotel. In August 2021, in Funan City, at Channy Canteen and Yulin Restaurant. In January 2022, in Jingyun City, at Taikgu Country Hotel and Yao Restaurant. As Suhi continuously opened and closed videos, the expressions on the faces of the police gradually turned to astonishment. One video could be a coincidence, 2, 3, but every crime scene matched up. This was not a coincidence. Akai was the prime suspect. Officer Wen stood up, followed by Officer Chiu, both showing excitement in their eyes. And another officer began searching for Akai's information. Song Shan, male, born August 27, 1993, height 1.75 meters, from Lituan Village, Kaiyuan Town, Daki County, Jingwu City. He was arrested on February 21, 2010, for intentional homicide. Due to being under 18 and being an accomplice in the crime, he He was sentenced to 8 years in prison. Song Shan had an older brother, Song Lin, male, born July 4, 1990, who was arrested at the same time for intentional homicide and robbery, sentenced to death for multiple crimes. In this case, there was a whistleblower, Song Shan's girlfriend, Du Chunyan. When the police contacted Du Chunyan, they found that her family had already reported her missing. The motive for the murders was also uncovered. Song Shan carved the word informer into the backs of the female victims because he believed that his brother's death and his own 8 years in prison were due to Du Chunyan's informing the police. He hated Du Chunyan, and the other women were merely killed because they resembled her. So far, all the information pointed to Akai, or rather, Song Shan, but there was no substantial evidence. Director Fu stood up, looking at Officer 1 and Officer Chiu, and said, "Arrest Song Shan immediately, search his residence, investigate his social connections, and bring any suspicious individuals for questioning." Yes. Officer Chiu led the team out. Officer 1 glanced at Su He and asked, "You guessed Akai was the killer long ago, but weren't sure, so you requested to see the case files?" Sort of. At the food competition, I happened to hear him say his sentence. The phrasing and tone were very similar to the man I encountered at the supermarket on Huanghuai Road. But to determine he was the killer based on just one sentence, I didn't have full confidence, so I needed more information to support my suspicion. "It seems I was right," Suhi replied honestly. In the conference room, a round of warm applause erupted, with Director Fu leading the way to express gratitude to Suhi. Chapter 35, No matter how cunning the fox is, it cannot outsmart a good hunter in a large hotel in Jinan City. Akai was live streaming to introduce dishes. He and Annie had received an invitation to check in at the hotel and promote it. Suddenly, a few police officers approached, and a hint of panic flashed in Annie's eyes as she dropped the spoon she was holding on the floor. "Mr. Song, hello. We are from the criminal police team of the Jinan City Public Security Bureau. We suspect you are related to a murder case, and we need you to come with us," Officer Yang said, showing his credentials, then turned to Annie and added, "Miss Zhao, please come with us as well." Akai remained calm, continuing to speak into his phone. "Dear fans, some officers have found me, but don't worry. We'll see you at the live stream at 8 tonight." After ending the live stream, Akai turned to Officer Yang, surprised, and asked, "Officer, what happened?" "I'm very busy. Why don't you just contact my lawyer directly?" Officer Yang placed a criminal detention warrant on the table and said sternly, "Mr. Song, please cooperate, or I will take coercive measures." Akai stood up, tidied his hair, and smiled. "Let's go, officer." He patted Annie on the shoulder and said, "Baby, don't be afraid. The police just want us to cooperate with the investigation. It's nothing." On the other side, Chiu Chang arrived at the homestay where Song Shan and his girlfriend were renting, armed with a search warrant. However, after searching every corner, he found no clues related to the murder case. In the interrogation room, Akai calmly looked at Officer 1, still smiling, and said, "Officer, I don't know what you're talking about. I request to see my lawyer, and until he arrives, I refuse to answer any questions." Mingjia observed Song Shan's demeanor, further confirming his connection to the case. He took out several papers and placed them in front of Song Shan, saying, "Du Chunyan was your girlfriend 10 years ago. You told her about the murder and robbery with your brother Song Lin, but she reported it to the police. Your brother was sentenced to death, and because you were under 18, you served 8 years in prison. After your release, you found Du Chunyan and killed her." "Hey, officer, what kind of story are you telling? I don't understand at all." Song Shan interrupted Officer 1, looking at him disdainfully and laughing. "Isn't police work supposed to be based on evidence? Why is storytelling in vogue now?" At that moment, Chiu Chang's voice came through Wen's earpiece. "When? We didn't find any evidence at Song Shan's residence. I've already notified the Public Security Bureau, where Song Shan was previously located, to assist in investigating the hotel surveillance footage of his comings and goings. Officer, can you please be more professional? I have a live stream tonight, and I've already been paid. The penalty for breach of contract is very high." Song Shan said impatiently, looking at Officer 1. From then on, every time when Jim mentioned something related to the case, Song Shan either insisted on seeing his lawyer or simply refused to comment. After exiting the interrogation room, Mingjia exchanged glances with Director Fu and said, "It seems he's a tough nut to crack. Next, let us focus on his girlfriend and see if Chiu can find evidence." No fingerprints or DNA belonging to Song Shan were found at the crime scene, and there was no evidence in his residence to accuse him of murder. Based solely on the city and time captured in the short video, it was impossible to identify Song Shan as the suspect. Song Shan was very clever and cautious. In another interrogation room, Annie, whose real name was Zhao Qi, also claimed ignorance, appearing cooperative while going in circles. Soon after, Song Shan's lawyer, Ding Lei, arrived. He was a notoriously unscrupulous lawyer known for defending the wealthy, willing to represent anyone as long as they paid him. Having won several highly controversial cases, he had gained the trust of the rich. He was a lawyer widely recognized for having sold his conscience for money. In a small room, Ding Lei looked at the indifferent Song Shan and said, "The police can only detain you for 24 hours. I'm currently negotiating about your live stream compensation. Here, you just need to remain silent, and I'll take care of the rest. Thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Ding." Song Shan smiled slightly and leaned in to whisper into Ding Lei's ear, "Please keep an eye on Annie. She is a girl and might be a bit nervous." Meanwhile, Cho Chong was busy collecting evidence, retrieving video surveillance from various public security bureaus, checking Song Shan's hotel stay. However, on the night of the incident, Song Shan did not leave the hotel. Nevertheless, there was a finding. Song Shan's girlfriend, Zhao Qi, consistently chose a room on the second floor when booking hotels, and there were no protective barriers in those rooms. This meant that Song Shan could have easily left through the window. During the investigation of the hotel, it was discovered that none of the hotels had surveillance at the back. The police expanded their search area and found a suspect wearing a mask and hat near the hotel. However, even so, they could not confirm that Song Shan was the person wearing the mask and hat. Scum! Yang Lin angrily threw the record on the table and said to Mingjia, "Master, are we just going to let him swagger away? 13 lives. He is simply a devil." Officer Wen's expression was also grim as he glared at Yang Lin and replied, "Even the most cunning fox has to reveal its tail at some point. As criminal police, what we need to do is find a breakthrough, gather evidence, and ensure he receives the punishment he deserves. Check Song Shan and Zhao Qi's call records, online shopping records, and chat logs on short video platforms. Expand the investigation and leave no detail overlooked." With only 8 hours left, time was running out for the police. Wait. Contact the short video platform and request all the chat logs from the victims' accounts. How did the murderer know the victims' addresses? Follow this line of inquiry. Time ticked by, and Song Shan remained calm, while Zhao Qi grew increasingly anxious. In the last 30 minutes, Officer Wen suddenly walked in and said sternly, "Song Shan, you are suspected of murdering 13 women, and we are initiating criminal detention against you. Don't worry, we have already notified your lawyer. Zhao Qi, you are suspected of assisting Song Shan in the murder of 13 women, and we are initiating criminal detention against you." Song Shan abruptly raised his head and laughed at Officer Wen, saying, "Haha, impossible. You are trying to trick me. I have the right to sue you. I want to see my lawyer. You are breaking the law." Mingjia ignored Song Shan and directly handcuffed him, saying, "Even the most cunning fox cannot outsmart a good hunter. You will face the consequences of the law. I want to leave. I want to see my lawyer. You have no evidence." Song Shan clung tightly to the interrogation chair. "You are clever, having destroyed all evidence, but there is one thing you cannot destroy." Mingjia said, "What?" Song Shan lifted his head to look into Mingia's eyes. "The person who helped you find your targets." Song Shan's face instantly turned pale, collapsing to the ground, then broke into a maniacal laugh. "They all deserve to die, okay? Was I not good to them? They should be punished for their mistakes." Chapter 36. I am allergic to ugly people. How did the murderer find people with similar appearances in the vast sea of humanity? It all thanks to a man named Meng Xiangfeng, who is paralyzed from the waist down. During the investigation of the victim's chat records on a short video platform, the police discovered multiple accounts that had communicated with the victim. The victim had disclosed her address and living situation to the other party. Upon further investigation, it was found that these accounts were operated and used from the same IP address, leading the police to quickly locate Meng Xiangfeng. A search of Meng Xiangfeng's home uncovered a large number of chat logs and transaction records. Meng Xiangfeng was responsible for finding targets, while Song Shan paid the fees, 100,000 yuan for each woman. During police interrogation, Meng Xiangfeng confessed everything. 5 years ago, Meng Xiangfeng had a car accident that left him paralyzed from the waist down. The misfortune of his body pushed him to the brink of collapse. 2 years ago, his wife could no longer endure such a life and abandoned him. In despair, Meng Xiangfeng contemplated suicide. When he posted about his unfortunate circumstances and suicidal thoughts on social media, the only responses he received were mockery and insults, with not a shred of sympathy. At that moment, a netizen privately messaged him, asking if he hated his wife and wanted to kill her. This crazy idea consumed him, haunting his thoughts day and night. 3 days later, he replied, yes. Meng Xiangfeng provided his wife's address, and to his shock, he saw the news of her death a week later. Murder. He hurriedly contacted the netizen, who did not answer his questions but simply said, "Now it's your turn to help me." Thus, Meng Xiangfeng began searching online for women who resembled Du Chunyan, trying to obtain their addresses to give to the netizen. The first woman died, and he received a reward of 100,000 yuan. Thus, this dirty transaction continued in his darkroom. On Meng Xiangfeng's computer, there were over 100 women from across the country on a shortlist. If Song Shan had not been arrested, what would have happened to these women's fates? Meng Xiangfeng and the mysterious netizen later adopted a more covert means of communication, using an encrypted forum to stay in touch. The police quickly obtained all the chat content. Out of curiosity about the other party's identity and appearance, Meng Xiangfeng hacked into Song Shan's computer webcam and recorded a video of Zhao Qi dressing up as Song Shan. This video ultimately solidified Song Shan's guilt in the murders. Under the evidence, Zhao Qi also confessed that she helped Song Shan disguise himself because she was deeply in love with him and was willing to commit a crime for him. The law would impose severe punishments on all three of them. Unaware of these events, Suhi was currently sitting on a flight to the capital. Next to him were a fashionable woman and a simple but youthful and beautiful woman, who occasionally turned their heads to glance at him and then leaned in to whisper to each other. "Look Xiao Jia, he's really handsome." Can you help me get his contact information? Are you crazy? What's the use of being handsome? Look at his clothes. They're all cheap stuff. Totaling less than 100 yuan tonight's event. You better seize the opportunity. Any one of those rich kids has assets over 100 million. We're going to participate in a competition, not to find boyfriends. Besides, I just like handsome guys. And yes, good looking when looking for a man. Looks, talent, and wealth are at least 2 out of 3, right? Yes, a poor guy. Can his looks support you? Don't forget, you want to break into the entertainment industry. If you don't meet a few big bosses, when will you get your chance? I never said I wanted him to be my boyfriend. I just want to get to know him also. I'm not going to the event tonight. I want to practice more for tomorrow's competition. Ting. Do you know how many people I beg for this opportunity? Competition, you're too naive. Do you really think you can become famous just because of your singing skills? If you don't put in some effort, those big bosses and judges 1T recognize you. There are plenty of girls like you in the capital. Why would they choose you? Li Ziding was brought to tears by Bai Liqiao's words. Singing had been her dream since childhood. She had worked hard and saved 7,000 yuan to find a woman who claimed she could take her to the capital for the competition. Bai Liqiao, an intermediary for an entertainment company. Bai Liqiao saw the young girl crying and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, with Liqiao Jie here, you'll definitely advance in tomorrow's competition. The person we're meeting tonight is a big boss behind the scenes. Whether or not he can make you famous depends on his word. Come on, stop crying. Your makeup will run." Bai Liqiao turned to glance at the culprit, Su He, who was pretending to sleep, and muttered, "This poor loser almost ruined my plans, served him right to be poor for life." So he suddenly opened his eyes and stared at her. Bai Liqiao was startled by his sudden gaze, nearly losing her composure, but quickly realized that Su He was doing it on purpose. She scolded him. "What are you staring at with your dead fish eyes, you smelly loser? Do you believe I'll report you for harassment? You've never seen a woman before, looking so poor. You'll never find a beautiful woman in your life. Even if you do, you can't keep her. She'll run off with someone else sooner or later. I've seen plenty of women like this. I've never seen someone whose ugly face can't be covered up by 10 pounds of flour." Su He's acting skills were on display as he glanced at Bai Liqiao, immediately making a disgusted expression and raising his hand to call the flight attendant. "Flight attendant, I feel like throwing up. Please give me a bag." The flight attendant approached with a smile, saying, "Hello, sir. There's a bag right next to you on your table. If you're feeling nauseous, we can also provide cough. No need. Just seeing you makes me feel better." Su He smiled, then looked at Bai Liqiao, who was fuming, and picked up the bag. "Ugh, flight attendant, I want to file a complaint against him. He insulted me, and I want to call the police." Bai Liqiao shouted loudly, attracting the attention of everyone around. The flight attendant looked at Su He, who was still pretending to vomit, and asked with concern, "Sir, are you okay?" Su He patted his chest, raised his head, and smiled. "I'm fine. I'm just allergic to ugly people. Seeing you makes me feel much better. Who are you calling ugly?" Bai Liqiao glared at Su He, shouting, "You're the one whoever responds is ugly." "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve?" "Ugh, I can't take it anymore." Looking at Su He's handsome face, Bai Liqiao wanted to find another word to insult him. Just then the flight attendant said to Su He, "Sir, let us move you to a different seat. Please follow me." Su He was arranged to sit in business class, leaving Bai Liqiao there cursing, nearly starting another argument with the person next to her. Chapter 37. Life is bitter, but you must be sweet. Due to the delay at the police station, Su He couldn't book the same flight as Shen Yuanzhou. He finally arrived at Capital International Airport at 4 in the afternoon. Su He had no suitcase, just a large plastic bag containing all his belongings. Upon exiting the airport and looking at the distance on his phone's navigation, he prepared to take the subway. After walking 200 meters, a red convertible Ferrari stopped in front of Su He. In the driver's seat, Bai Liqiao, wearing sunglasses, said to the passenger Li Ziding, "See, this is the handsome man in your eyes. Do you want to pick up trash on the street with him, dragging a plastic bag?" Li Ziding glanced at Su He and buried her head down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Bai Liqiao smirked and stepped on the gas, leaving Su He standing there foolishly. "System, can you really tolerate this? Don't you have a choice to show off and slap me in the face? Do you believe I will uninstall you? Damn it. Useless." Su He spat on the ground, cursing, but the system showed no reaction. "Hey, young man, you can't spit here. At a 5 yuan fine." An older woman wearing a red armband walked up to Su He and handed him a fine ticket. "Do you know who I am?" Su He asked. The woman put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "How would I know who you are? No matter who you are, you still have to. Hey, don't run away, you brat." On the subway, Su He called Shen Yuanzhou. "Hello, Uncle Shun, I've arrived in the capital. I'm on a subway. Is everything okay on your side?" "Su He, everything is fine here. The doctor did a full checkup on Yaya today and said her bodily functions are quite good." "Uncle Shun, how much do you spend a day?" 4 to 5,000. After hanging up, Su He fell silent. At this rate, he could only stay in a hospital for 4 months. This was not a plot from a TV drama. It was the cruel reality. He clenched his fists tightly. This time, no matter what, he would not let Shen Yu be kicked out of the hospital. 150,000 a month. He had to find a way to make money. As a man, what he needed to do was not to accompany Shen Yu in the hospital, but to find ways to earn money to ensure she received the best treatment. Looking at the various rewards from the system, including navigation maps, delivery order rates, and delivery order assistant, these 3 could guarantee that he would become the king of delivery orders. Working hard, he could make at most 40 to 50,000 a month. which was already the limit of his time and physical endurance. As for the wound suturing technique, as an excellent vocational high school graduate with an excavator operating certificate, he couldn't even get a job at a hospital, let alone as a veterinarian. As for grappling and combat techniques, perhaps he could find a martial arts school to be a coach, but his income would probably be less than what he made delivering food. Chef skills were also ruled out, leaving only performance and singing. It is well known that the entertainment industry is the most lucrative place. A celebrity's random gig or a movie can generate wealth that ordinary people cannot accumulate in decades or even generations. Sui never dreamed he would have such thoughts one day, but for money, as long as it was not illegal, he was willing to do anything. The system's appearance and rewards were too random. He could only rely on existing resources and plan a reasonable scheme as much as possible. After all, his system did not feed him. 2 kilometers from the capital People's Hospital, Sui found a cheap hotel that only cost 65 yuan a day. Then he walked to the hospital and arrived outside Shen Yu's ward. Inside the ward, Shen Yuanzhong, with white hair, was eating. There were only a few green vegetables on a bowl of white rice. Rent in the capital was simply too expensive. The elderly couple rented a 1-bedroom apartment for 800 yuan a month. If it weren't for their excess luggage, they would prefer to sleep in the hospital corridor. Sui, behind him, Xiang Wanrong came over with a basin of hot water. Aunt Xiang. Sui stepped forward to take the basin and smiled. Let me do it. Shen Yuanzhong was called out by Xiang Wanrong, leaving Suhi alone in the ward. Yeah, we come to the capital. You must get better quickly. I've already planned our itinerary. First, we'll go to Tiananmen Square, then to the Forbidden City. After staying in the ward for over an hour, Sui only left when the nurse came in to administer medication. Wandering aimlessly on the street, he took in the bustling scenes of the capital. When he reached a pedestrian overpass, he saw a long-haired man singing, with a phone set up for live streaming beside him. When I walk on every street here, my heart seems never to be at peace. Besides the roar of engines and the sound of electricity, I seem to hear his heart beating through my bones. The man's voice was deep and slightly hoarse, giving a unique flavor. Many people stopped to listen, taking out their phones to record, while others scanned the QR code at the man's feet to give him tips. After finishing a song, the man sat down to rest. Suhi approached him and asked, Bro, how much can you earn a day? The man glanced at Suhi and smiled. I only sing 3 songs every night, probably around 100 yuan. Why? Do you want to give it a try? Suhi gave an awkward smile. That was still less than what he made delivering food. They say online streamers earn money, but it seems it varies from person to person. Every profession is not easy. At this moment, the man's live streaming interface was flooded with comments. Crazy bro, that passerby is so handsome. Let him sing a couple of lines. Crazy bro, please get that handsome guy's contact information. Wow, that handsome guy. No way, crazy bro, keep him here. I'm taking a flight to the capital right now. The man's online name was Crazy One Bro, and his fans called him Crazy Bro. He looked at the screen and saw many people sending gifts. His eyes brightened. He looked at Suhi and said, Dude, my fans are asking me to let you sing. How about it? Forget it, I can't sing. Besides, I'm hungry. I'm going to get a bowl of noodles and then sleep. Suhi planned to check out nearby delivery stations in the morning. He couldn't just lounge around in the capital. He would start delivering food while exploring the city. The screen continued to flood with comments. And Crazy Bro was both happy and frustrated. His fans were just over 50,000, and he was excited if 500 people showed up during a live stream. In just a short time, the number of viewers had actually surpassed 1,000 and was still increasing. These people were clearly attracted by Suhi's looks. He had already added beauty filters, making him appear even more handsome on screen than in reality. Bro, don't leave yet. Crazy Bro was almost frantic, quickly grabbing Suhi and saying, Just help me sing a song. I'll treat you to a meal. You can just chat with him a bit. Fearing that Suhi might sing poorly, Crazy Bro pulled him in front of the camera and said, Fans, I brought you the handsome guy you wanted. Yes, really handsome. Let me turn off the beauty filter so you can see. No need. Suhi smiled bitterly, not expecting Crazy Bro to turn off the filter directly. A dramatic scene unfolded on the screen. No one continued to praise Suhi's looks, and instead, they all started commenting. Crazy Bro, quickly turn the beauty filter back on. I'm about to vomit. Crazy Bro turned to look at Suhi, puzzled. Am I really that ugly? Suhi stared at Crazy Bro in surprise and said, Have you never looked in a mirror? Actually, I think you're quite unique. Suhi said a couple of sentences, and the screen went wild again. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so humorous. Crazy Bro watched as the number of viewers in the live stream quickly broke through 2,000, and the tip income exceeded 500 yuan, breaking into a grin. With that smile, the screen erupted in a chorus of wails and various vomiting emojis. Suhi was also amused by such a scene. It was his first time live streaming, and interacting with unfamiliar netizens turned out to be quite interesting. Crazy brother, why don't you turn on the beauty filter? He said, looking at you, and then at the screen is just a double whammy. Crazy brother didn't expect Suhi to be quite articulate with one sentence. He drew the fans' attention back. Seeing the live stream so lively, he couldn't bear to turn off the beauty filter. Bro, the fans want to hear you sing. How about you sing a few lines? Crazy brother hurriedly changed the topic. Regardless of whether Suhi could sing or not, whether it was good or bad, just by virtue of his looks, the heat was already rising. In just a short while, his account had gained over 1,000 followers. If he posted a video of Suhi singing, it would definitely trend tomorrow. If the singing was good, people would just leave simple comments. If it was bad, then it would be something else entirely, and the comment section would surely explode. It was Suhi's first time with live streaming, and seeing the enthusiastic calls from netizens on the screen made him happy. All right then, I'll sing a song. Suhi had never had a musical talent since he was young. His singing voice sounded like a duck quacking. Over the years, it had been hard for him to sing, but after receiving the advanced singing skills as a system reward, he had privately tried it out, and his singing had indeed improved. Facing the screen, he felt more confident. What song are you singing? Crazy Brother asked. Suhi, who rarely sang or listened to music, replied, the one you just sang. He couldn't even remember the lyrics, so he took out his phone to search for them. Soon, the prelude began, and Crazy Brother handed the microphone to Suhi. As I walk on every street here, my heart seems never to be calm. Apart from the roar of engines and the sound of electricity, I seem to hear his heart beating, eroding my bones. So he closed his eyes, feeling as if he were aimlessly walking on the street, his heart empty and filled with confusion about the future. Would Shin Yu recover? In this bustling and vibrant city, he gritted his teeth, moving forward in loneliness, simply because there was still a light shining in the distance. On the overpass, all pedestrians stopped their hurried steps. They rushed every day in this bustling city, but had no time to appreciate the beauty around them. Life's helplessness made them want to struggle, yet destiny held their throats, rendering them voiceless. Suhi's voice was ethereal, like a lark breaking free from its cage, flying freely into the sky. In one moment, there was loneliness and hesitation. In the next, it was filled with hope and unwavering belief. Life is hard, but you must be sweet. Suhi's voice deeply penetrated their hearts, using joy to cover up their tears, moving forward all the way. Crazy Brother silently watched Suhi from the side, feeling so damn frustrated. It was already unfair how handsome he was, but he sang so well too. It was as if the heavens had served the meal right into Suhi's mouth. Thank you. After finishing, Suhi handed the microphone back to Crazy Brother. This was his first time singing in public, and it was live-streamed, but he felt very comfortable, a feeling he had never experienced before. It turned out that performing a song could also calm his heart. The audience at the scene emerged from Suhi's singing, immediately erupting into warm applause. Suhi smiled and waved at them, preparing to leave to eat noodles, as he was still hungry. On Crazy Brother's phone screen, the barrage of comments was already hard to see. The number of people in the live stream had actually exceeded 10,000. Before Crazy Brother could feel happy about it, he turned to see Suhi walking toward the overpass. What to do? Crazy Brother was almost in tears. It started with him just wanting to casually chat with Suhi. How did it turn into this? The comments kept scrolling. Where's the young man? Crazy Brother picked up the live streaming equipment, gritted his teeth, and chased after him. Bro, wait for me. I'm treating you to a meal. Chapter 38. I have a good stomach. I don't rely on others in a hot pot restaurant, watching the bubbling broth. So he didn't expect that Crazy Brother was so persistent. As a singing streamer, he actually set up his live streaming equipment at the dining table. Sue. As for this copper pot hot pot, I'm a seasoned gourmet. Look, the lamb must be hand-sliced, with no blood or strange smells. It can stand on its own, and there's very little foam when you cook it. Crazy Brother had come to the capital at 18, having experienced sleeping on the streets, washing dishes, and delivering takeout. With rich life experiences, he now worked as an extra during the day at a film studio and sang live on the overpass at night. It was Suhi's first time eating hot pot. Hearing Crazy Brother's introduction, he picked up a piece of meat and put in the pot. Laughing, Crazy Brother, it feels awkward eating with all the viewers watching. What's the big deal? There's so many eating streams online where people eat for their fans to see. Don't be shy. You'll get used to it. When I first started singing, I was really timid, afraid of others' gazes. Look at me now. I'm not afraid of anything. You're in the capital for the first time. If you need help, just ask. By the way, what are you planning to do next? Crazy Brother had a unique style, but was warm-hearted. So he thought for a moment and replied honestly, delivering takeout. What? Crazy Brother stared at Suhi, baffled. Are you kidding? You're handsome and have a nice singing voice. Why would you go deliver takeout? The comment section was filled with cries of despair, with many female fans making offers to support him. Crazy Brother laughed. Heroes don't ask where you come from, and rich women don't care about age. Suhi, why don't you consider it? I have a good stomach. I don't rely on others. Suhi said earnestly, not realizing the viewers were joking. Watching the cheerful atmosphere in the live stream, Crazy Brother felt a bit depressed. The viewers were clearly not there to see him. They were all urging him not to crowd into the frame. How much can you earn delivering takeout? You might as well live stream with me in the future. Crazy Brother had a good idea. Since Suhi had such high popularity, why not just do live streaming directly? So he thought for a moment and replied seriously, about 30 to 40,000 a month just getting by. I haven't thought about doing live streams yet. I really don't know what to say. It feels awkward looking at the screen. So he also watched live streams. Those streamers could talk a lot. Besides singing, he didn't know what to chat about with viewers. How much? 30 to 40,000 a month? Crazy Brother thought he misheard. When did delivering takeout become so profitable? Before coming to the capital, Suhi had checked online. The average price per order was 8 to 10 yuan, and during special weather, there were higher bonuses. A good day could easily yield over 100 orders, which was a conservative estimate. Seeing Suhi nod, Crazy Brother exclaimed, "Suhi, you must have been deceived. In the capital, delivery workers generally earn around 15,000. Even the exceptional ones only make about 20,000. Don't believe what the agents say. They're all scams." In a live stream, many viewers said Suhi had been fooled. Some who had worked as delivery drivers in the capital stated that most could only earn around 10,000. "Suhi, why don't you live stream with me? During the day, I can take you to the theater to shoot scenes. With your looks, you'll definitely have a line or two." Crazy Brother, speaking of being an extra, hadn't had a single line yet. He played a female ghost, acted as a corpse, and the most screen time he had was just his back. Other extras earned about 200 to 300 a day, while he only managed 40, and that was with much persistence. "Sure, when I have time, I'll contact you." Su didn't refuse. He had just had a taste of singing and was sure about acting, but he wanted to see if he could act. However, he had already decided that tomorrow morning he would go to the delivery station. As for singing and acting, he wouldn't force it. He would just go with the flow. After finishing their meal, Suhi exchanged WeChat with Crazy Brother and left. At the entrance of a big hotel, many people had gathered, with someone shouting, "Call an ambulance, call the police." Suhi went closer to see and was instantly stunned. It was the woman who drove the Ferrari. The woman lay on the ground, a large pool of blood beneath her head, her left hand twisted and deformed, and one of her shoes was missing. Someone checked her breath and exclaimed, "She is dead." Everyone looked up at the building, clearly realizing that the woman had fallen from above, fortunately missing any pedestrians. Someone upstairs opened a window and shouted down, "What is all the noise? Can't you let people sleep at this hour?" Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, drawing everyone's attention. At the top of the building, a woman was half hanging in the air. A man was grabbing her hair, shouting loudly, "Bitch, die." The woman clung desperately to the railing, pleading, "Mr. Huang, it was Li Xiao Jie who made me do this. I really didn't know. You're all in this together. If I kill her, I want to survive either. I want you to accompany her in death." The two figures vanished from sight. At that moment, the police and ambulance arrived. The doctor took a look, determined she had already passed away, and covered her with a white sheet. The police set up a cordon and rushed into the hotel. In just a few minutes, two figures appeared again atop the building. The man was choking the woman's neck, shouting, "Don't come over, or I'll jump with her." This building had 15 floors, and being night, people could only see two shadows. Suddenly, the man twisted hard, exposing the woman entirely. She gripped the railing tightly, but her neck was being choked. Half of the man's body was also hanging out, and he yelled, "If you take another step forward, I'll drag her to her death." At that moment, three options appeared before Suhi. Option 1, shout loudly. If you have the guts, jump down. Completion reward, second-hand electric bicycle. Option 2, leave the scene and go to sleep. Completion reward, 10,000 yuan in cash. Option 3, save the woman on the rooftop. Completion reward, master-level calligraphy skills. Suhi was just about to buy a second-hand electric bicycle, but option 1 seemed too malicious and could easily lead to online bullying. So he directly ruled it out. Option 2 required no action. Just going back to sleep would earn him 10,000 cash. However, knowing the system's tendencies, Suhi chose option 3. If 10,000 yuan could grant him master-level calligraphy skills, Suhi believed that Ms. Zhao Xiao would definitely encourage him to sign up. He remembered that when he was young, he had also attended a few days of calligraphy training and even won third place in a group. The hotel entrance had already been cordoned off, making it unrealistic to enter from there. If nothing unexpected happened, the back door should also be guarded by police. So he went to the left side of the building and spotted a pipe leading to the rooftop. Everyone else was distracted by the commotion on the rooftop, and no one noticed a dark figure slowly climbing up. Chapter 39, Just Treat Me as a Concerned Citizen. Huang Hai never imagined that one day he would take a girl he had only known for a few hours hostage. He didn't want to die, but he had killed someone, and he had no choice. After struggling for more than 20 years, Huang Hai had achieved some success. Not only was he a popular television actor, but he was also a shareholder in a film and entertainment company. Now everything was ruined. When he thought of his wife and his 3-year-old son, Huang Hai felt deep regret. It was all Bail Qiao's fault, that greedy woman, taking nude photos, recording videos, extortion. Such despicable tactics were actually used against him. Huang Hai had underestimated Bail Qiao's greed. 10 million. Otherwise, he would be ruined. On the rooftop, Bail Qiao threatened him, giving him 3 days to come up with 10 million. Huang Hai's anger surged, and he lost control, directly pushing Bail Qiao off the building. Watching her lie motionless on the ground, Huang Hai didn't panic or think of escaping. He returned to his room and found an excuse to lure Li Ziding to the rooftop, wanting to stage one last scene. This time, he was both the director and the actor. He wanted to experience taking a hostage and escaping. As an actor, he was completely immersed in the role. When the police arrived, he pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into Li Ziding's thigh, shouting, "Take another step forward, and the next time I'll stab her straight in the heart." 2 police officers immediately stopped in their tracks. One began to persuade Huang Hai while the other called for backup. This was a serious case of murder and hostage-taking, beyond the control of the local police station. The murderer unhesitatingly stabbed the hostage in the thigh, clearly indicating that they couldn't provoke him further. as a grassroots police officer. This was the first time Chow D had encountered such a situation. He loudly said, "Big brother, don't get agitated. Don't worry, I'm standing right here. Let's talk it over. If you have any demands, just tell me. Give me your phone to record, hurry." Huang Hai pressed the knife against Li Ziting's neck and said to Chow D, "Recording?" Chow D was a bit surprised, but complied. Huang Hai hesitated for a moment, then spoke into the phone. "Wife, I'm sorry. Son, Daddy did something wrong and has to go to a very, very far place. You must listen to Mommy." Just then, Chow D saw a hand suddenly reach out from below the railing, startling him so much that he fumbled and dropped his phone. Huang Hai noticed the policeman's reaction and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he suddenly felt movement behind him and turned to see a hand reaching for the hand holding the dagger. Instinctively, he wanted to kill Li Ziting, but the person twisted his arm hard, causing the dagger to fall, and then he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck before everything went black. Chow D was stunned, looking at the man lying on the ground. Was he subdued just like that? Li Ziting also fell to the ground. Due to the bleeding from her thigh, her face was pale. She looked up at the man who had subdued Huang Hai, also in shock. "The handsome guy from the plane? Officer, I'm fine, I'll head back now." Sui prepared to leave. "Stop," Chow D shouted, drawing his gun and aiming it at Suhi. Suhi was startled and quickly raised his hands. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Chow D asked sternly. "My name is Suhi. I'm a delivery guy." "No, wait." Suhi suddenly remembered he had resigned, so he changed his answer. "Just treat me as a concerned citizen. No need to thank me. Of course, if there's a reward for bravery, then I'd be happy to stay and cooperate." Suhi suddenly realized a serious question. Did this situation qualify as bravery? If so, it would be better to leave a contact number. Concerned citizen? Brave behavior? Chow D looked completely bewildered. Where did this guy come from? At that moment, a large number of police rushed in. Seeing Suhi with his hands up, one officer immediately tackled him and handcuffed him. Feeling the cold handcuffs, Suhi didn't resist or say a word, allowing the police to take him away. In the interrogation room, Suhi honestly explained everything, from his arrival in the capital to discovering someone falling from a building and climbing up the pipes to subdue the criminal. This was a criminal case that had already been transferred to the Chaoyang District Criminal Police Team. At this time, a middle-aged man was reading several reports, and the cause of the case was straightforward. Bail Chiao had premeditatedly introduced a woman to Huang Hai and recorded videos and nude photos to extort him. After being threatened, Huang Hai impulsively pushed Bail Chiao off the building and took Li Ziting hostage. The police found the video materials recorded by Bail Chiao, which were enough to prove that Huang Hai was not lying. Li Ziting was unaware of Bail Chiao's plan. She only wanted to exchange her body for a chance to step onto a big stage. She only knew Huang Hai was an actor and had no knowledge of the events that transpired afterward. As for the suddenly appearing Suhi, Huang Hai was unaware and thought he was a police officer. Li Ziting had only met Suhi once on the plane, which matched Suhi's testimony. To save someone, he climbed 15 floors barehanded. Zhou Bing, the captain of the criminal police team, had never encountered such a concerned citizen before. Even police officers wouldn't dare to take risks without safety measures. In the surveillance footage from another building, they found the video of Suhi climbing the pipes. Soon, a female police officer walked in, holding a stack of documents, and handed them to Zhou Bing, saying, "Captain Zhou, here's the information from Jinan City. This Suhi has assisted the Jinan City Public Security Bureau in solving cases multiple times. Just a few days ago, he found a suspect in that serial murder case." When Zhang Xiaoyu received the documents, she thought it was a short story, an ordinary delivery guy repeatedly assisting the police in solving cases. No wonder he would climb 15 floors to rescue a hostage. After reading the documents, Zhou Bing picked up his phone and called someone. "Wengo, can this be explained scientifically?" Zhou Bing asked directly, without pleasantries. On the other end of the line, Mingjia laughed. "Zhou Bing, this Suhi is a treasure. In the future, if you have a case you can't solve, just find him, and you won't be wrong." Just getting off the plane, in just a few hours, Suhi was involved in a criminal case again. Although Mingjia was surprised, he quickly accepted it. After all, it was Suhi, a delivery guy passionate about watching suspenseful, crime-solving dramas. For this reason, the Jinan City Public Security Bureau held a special meeting to discuss whether to strengthen research and analysis of film and television dramas to improve the police's crime-solving capabilities. If it weren't for Suhi's lack of qualifications and education, Mingjia would have considered recruiting him into the criminal police team. Of course, Suhi's situation was indeed a bit unbelievable, but every time a case arose, Suhi's appearance was coincidental, with ample evidence. In the end, Mingjia could only attribute it to coincidence. Chapter 40. Isn't it just writing with your hands? At the hotel entrance, Zhou Bing personally escorted Suhi over and said, "Mr. Su, thank you for your cooperation and understanding. I hope you won't take such risks in the future." Suhi scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Captain Zhou, you said it 8 times already. I know I was wrong. I'll pay attention to safety next time." Next time? Zhou Bing was taken aback. Suhi didn't answer, but secretly thought if the system didn't set up a few murder cases for him, was it even his system? Fortunately, this time the police didn't suspect him. Otherwise, how could he have been released after just 3 hours? Back in his room, Suhi couldn't wait to pick up a pen and write a few words. No matter what font he used, it all gave a comfortable feeling. making him so excited that he couldn't sleep, writing until dawn before reluctantly stopping. After washing up, he went downstairs for a simple breakfast and walked towards the delivery station. Before coming to the capital, he had already contacted a nearby delivery station, which was not far from the hospital, allowing him to keep an eye on Uncle Shun and the others. Since Su he had experience delivering food, his onboarding went smoothly. The station had a second-hand electric bike, which he bought for 800 yuan, removed the old battery to sell, and installed the battery rewarded by the system, completing the setup. The station manager originally planned to familiarize Su He with the surrounding environment and routes, but with the smart navigation map in his head, Su didn't need to learn the routes at all and directly started accepting orders during the lunchtime rush. Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please handle it in a timely manner. Riding the electric bike, that familiar feeling returned. So he didn't grab too many orders, although he had the system's navigation. He was still a newcomer facing unfamiliar neighborhoods and security guards, needing time to get acclimated. Sir, could you please open the door for me? So he encountered trouble on his first order. The security guard was sitting inside, listening to the radio, glanced at him, and turned back as if he hadn't heard. Fortunately, there was plenty of time. A few minutes later, someone came out, and Sui hurried inside. Hey, what's the matter with you? Don't you know that delivery workers are not allowed in this community? The security guard chased after him and blocked his way. The station manager had already explained the situation in this area for the more difficult security guards. Most delivery workers chose to give a bribe of 1 or 2 yuan to get in. Sui had encountered such situations before, but 3 options appeared in front of him. Option 1. Persuade the guard with virtue and get him to let you in. Completion reward. Universal access card for the capital area. Option 2. Force your way into the community to complete the delivery. Completion reward. New phone. Option 3. Pay the guard to let you pass. Completion reward. 1 yuan. The difficulty was proportional to the reward. Conflicts between delivery workers and security guards were a common occurrence. Almost a rite of passage for every delivery worker. Offering cigarettes, paying money, and speaking softly were common methods for delivery workers. How many people can earn money standing tall? Persuading with virtue? Sui glanced at the guard, who was short but had a strong presence, looking righteous and principled. In fact, the station manager had already said that just 1 yuan would get him through. However, this would only yield a reward of 1 yuan, which clearly didn't meet his expectations. As for solving the problem with force, the guard was already bored at work and wanted to lie down at the hospital, so Suhi wasn't that reckless. Young man, are you new here? The security guard, seeing Suhi dazed, couldn't help but say, this is a high-end community. Not just anyone can come in. Newcomers should understand the rules. Suhi scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss. The guard clearly was an old hand. For someone like him, you just needed to pay to get in. Trying to persuade him was harder than climbing to the sky. At that moment, another delivery worker rode over, tossed a yuan on the table, and directly went in without the guard even lifting his eyes. Sir, what you're doing is wrong. If your boss finds out, you'll definitely be fired. Suhi started to reason with him. The guard snorted and said impatiently, you little brat, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Don't try to scare me with that. The property manager is my nephew. You should find out which delivery worker in this area doesn't pay. Go on. Even if you pay, you still can't get in. The guard rushed back into the guard room, grabbed a steel fork, and shouted at Suhi, get out quickly, or I won't be polite. The delivery worker who had just gone in came out and advised, buddy, delivering is important. After saying that, he left. The guard felt even more pleased with himself. Although he was just a security guard, he held the power to control access to the community. What to do? Suhi glanced at his phone. This order was about to exceed the time limit, and he still had several other orders to deliver. Was he really going to fail his first order in the capital at the hands of the guard? Sir, how about I sing you a song? So he tried to bridge the gap and ease the awkward atmosphere. Get lost. The guard jabbed the fork towards Suhi, glaring ferociously, ready to fight. It turned out the guard didn't like to hear songs. So he didn't give up and continued to negotiate. Sir, are you hungry? How about I cook you a couple of dishes? The guard pushed harder, causing Suhi to stumble back. Helpless, Suhi pulled out a yuan, ready to pay to deliver the food, when he suddenly noticed a prominent piece of calligraphy hanging in the guard room with 4 large characters. Demeanor over fame and fortune. It was clear it had some quality, but it didn't impress Suhi. Sir, did you write that character? The guard, standing tall, replied proudly, of course. Don't think I'm just a security guard. I'm a member of the Capital Calligraphy Association, and this piece even won an award. Once the topic of calligraphy came up, the guard started to talk nonstop, but he still had no intention of letting Suhi in. Then the threshold for this calligraphy association is too low, isn't it? Randomly writing a few characters can win an award? Suhi displayed extreme shock and disdain, shaking his head with a face full of disbelief. The guard thought Suhi would compliment him, and maybe he would let him in if he felt good. But this brat was indirectly insulting him. Calligraphy had always been something he prided himself on, and now, being belittled by Su, he made the guard explode with anger, shouting, you little brat, what do you know about calligraphy? You don't even know how to hold a brush, yet you dare to criticize my writing. Isn't it just writing with your hands? What's so difficult about it? I can write better with my feet than you can. So he was not afraid of the guard's threatening gaze. Beep. The door opened. The guard rushed out, shouting, come on, write with your feet. If you can do it, I'll let you in, and I won't charge you in the future. What are you waiting for? Get the pen. So he directly took off his shoes. Chapter 41. I might as well deliver takeout outside the security room. Several elderly men and women were gathered. So he was using his foot to hold a brush, writing the words, detachment from fame and fortune, on the paper prepared by the security guard. As Suhi completed the last character, the security guard was left stunned. Suhi's writing appeared simple, yet it conveyed a profound meaning, perfectly complementing the 4 characters. In contrast, the calligraphy hanging on the wall was sharp and flamboyant, giving off an aggressive aura. While the characters were good, the meaning fell short. An elderly woman saw Suhi writing with his foot and looked at the dazed security guard, saying, "Old Liu, is this your new apprentice? His writing is quite good." The old man smiled bitterly and replied, "I'm not qualified to teach him. Young man, you're just pretending to be humble while hitting me in the face." Suhi grinned, grabbed his delivery box, and ran into the community, with only 2 minutes left before the order would be considered late. Fortunately, the delivery was to the 2nd floor, and he successfully completed the order. When he returned to the entrance, the group of elderly folks was still discussing him. So didn't he have time to chat and dashed out. "Young man, what is your name? At least leave a signature." The old man chased after him, but Suhi had already ridden off on his electric bike. This scene left the old man greatly shocked, repeatedly muttering. Suddenly, he made a significant decision. He would no longer charge delivery fees to delivery workers. True calligraphy is not about the hand, but about the heart. The characters are a reflection of one's inner self. Those who are calculating will never write the 4 characters well. After obtaining a universal access card, Suhi's efficiency in delivering takeout improved. Before he knew it, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The capital truly deserved its reputation as a big city, with plenty of orders and high prices. He earned over 400 in just one lunchtime. Once he became familiar with the area, he believed he could earn even more. Not long after, the station manager added Suhi to a group chat where everyone was discussing him. "The new guy is impressive. He made it into the top 3 right away. I think Shun's title might be in jeopardy. Dude, the newcomer is giving out red envelopes." Shun was a dominating figure on the list, a walking map of the capital, and not so easily surpassed. Someone shared a screenshot of the leaderboard in the group, showing Suhi with 45 orders in 3rd place, while the first was Jinghua, known as Shun. Suhi had seen his interview on a short video platform before. He was a man in his 40s, earning an average of over 30,000 a month, running from morning till night like a master. Suhi greeted everyone in the group, sent a small red envelope, and then set the group to do not disturb mode. At that moment, Phone Gu sent a message. "Suhi, their essay play, and the director is looking for a handsome man. I showed him your photo, and he said to let you try out for a role." Seeing that Suhi didn't reply, Phone Gu continued, please, the director said if you come, he'll arrange for me to have a role with lines." Phone Gu's voice was filled with excitement and pleading. Suhi thought for a moment and agreed. He heard it was a suspenseful detective drama, which piqued his interest even more. He hopped on his electric bike and headed to the film studio. Phone Gu had been waiting outside and immediately greeted Suhi with excitement when he saw him. "Suhi, you have to perform well, don't be nervous. It's your first time filming, the director might scold you a bit, but don't take it to heart. Even if the director doesn't like you, don't be discouraged. We'll start with small roles, and one day we'll make it big." As they walked, Phone Gu told Suhi that there were many beautiful men and women here, and not everyone could get a chance. Relying solely on looks without acting skills wouldn't work. Soon, they entered a chaotic set where a Mediterranean man was fuming. The reason was that an actor for a role had encountered an issue and couldn't come, and today's shoot was crucial. The male and female leads, who were big stars, were currently in the makeup room, with only half an hour until filming started. "Director, this is my friend, Suhi." Phone Gu smiled widely, but with his face, it created an indescribable feeling of discomfort. Yu Qing was the director of this drama, Dark Night Walker, which was the most satisfactory script he had received this year, telling the story of an undercover police officer pursuing truth and self-redemption. When he saw Suhi for the first time, he waved his hand and said, "No, you lack any presence. You can't act." Yu Qing didn't want to waste time and impatiently continued, "Go find the crew to reimburse your travel expenses. Let us go." So he didn't expect to be rejected at his first visit to the set after just one glance from the director. "Let us go, Suhi. There are still plenty of extra roles. I'll try to get you one." Phone Gu noticed Suhi was dazed and tried to pull him out, but he couldn't budge him. "I can act." Suhi looked calmly at Yu Qing. Seeing Suhi not leaving, Yu Qing disdainfully said, "Kid, you're too arrogant. I've directed so many dramas, and I can tell at a glance whether you're suitable or not. You might as well go back to delivering your takeout." Suhi was dressed in delivery attire, but what Yu Qing wanted was someone with the aura of a rich second generation. Handsome on the outside, yet dark on the inside. Such presence was innate, and Suhi clearly did not possess it. "What do you mean?" Suhi didn't leave. He hadn't even started acting yet, and was already dismissed. Since the director invited him, it indicated that his appearance and age were suitable. How could one judge acting skills with just one glance? Seeing that neither of them was leaving, a crew member came over and shouted, "Do you know your own worth? Get out of here. Don't expect to work in the film city anymore." The crew member tried to drag Suhi away, but found he couldn't move him. Suddenly, with a strong pull, Suhi grabbed his wrist, twisted it behind his back, and gently pushed. The crew member fell flat on the ground, fortunately landing on a mat and not getting hurt. What do you mean? So he wasn't afraid of the gazes around him. He didn't expect to rely on acting for a living. If it didn't work out, he could just walk away. But before leaving, he wanted to know why he couldn't act. Yu-Ching was somewhat surprised by Soo-hee's skills, but quickly regained his composure, handing Soo-hee the script without courtesy, saying, "Rich second generation, can you act?" Soo-hee ignored Yu-Ching, quickly glanced at the script, then took Yu-Ching's sunglasses hanging on his chest, casually sat down on a nearby chair, and picked up a bottle of mineral water, tasting it as if it were red wine. He then slowly poured it on the ground, saying one of the lines, "Whoever can lick the wine off the ground will get a sports car for me." Still in delivery attire, using a mineral water bottle as a wine glass. Yu-Ching stared, dumbfounded at the scene. Soo-hee hadn't changed clothes or put on makeup, but he vividly portrayed the arrogant demeanor of a rich second generation. In the next moment, Soo-hee stood up and walked to Yu-Ching, smiling and saying, "Crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. Or, I'll have 10 men kill you." Soo-hee's face was smiling, but the line he delivered made Yu-Ching's heart tighten, and his cold gaze sent chills down one's spine. "Do you think I still have a chance?" Soo-hee quickly stepped out of character and looked at Yu-Ching. Yu-Ching stared at Soo-hee in disbelief. He had actually felt fear just now. His eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Very good, it's you. Crew member, take him for makeup." "Wait, aren't we discussing money?" Soo-hee looked at Yu-Ching. At this moment, the crew member next to them said, 500 a day, travel expenses reimbursed. I might as well deliver takeout then." Soo-hee turned to leave, while Feng-ge, just coming out of Soo-hee's performance, was greatly shocked. 500 a day? Has Soo-hee gone crazy? What is the point of delivering takeout now? Chapter 42, I want to report a case. Someone is framing me. What is going on? The male and female leads walked out after finishing their makeup, and the entrance of the film set was crowded with people. The director was desperately tugging at a delivery guy, pleading with him. "The pay is negotiable. Don't leave. I'll give you more scenes. Please stay. We need you for this show." Yu-Ching encountered such a stubborn actor for the first time on set. To be precise, it was a delivery guy working as an extra. He was already offered 800 yuan for a day, but he still wanted to go deliver food. With such good looks and acting skills, why was he still delivering food? "Director Yu, what happened?" The male lead, Li Yifeng, approached. He played an undercover police officer who had to survive in the abyss for his beliefs, and at that moment, he looked no different from street thug. So he was to play a rich second-generation character and had several scenes opposite Li Yifeng. According to the script, the rich second-generation character would have many lines, and if filming went smoothly, it could be wrapped up in 2 or 3 days. With 800 yuan a day, so he might as well go deliver food. Seeing Li Yifeng walk over, Yu-Ching hurriedly said, "An actor dropped out, and I found someone more suitable. But he doesn't want to stay." Li Yifeng looked at Soo-hee. "A delivery guy? He is quite handsome, but I wonder how his acting is." Li Yifeng walked up to Soo-hee with a smile and said, "Hey, I'm Li Yifeng. Why don't you want to stay? This drama is really good. Why don't you reconsider?" Soo-hee, who had watched several of Li Yifeng's dramas, was not nervous at all in front of the star. He replied, "The pay is too low." Soo-hee had the expression that this little money wouldn't help much, and Li Yifeng turned to Yu-Ching and asked, "Director Yu, how much is he getting paid?" Yu-Ching shook his head. Soo-hee had no fame, so it was hard to talk about pay, even for a relatively well-known extra. 800 yuan a day was already a high price. Unexpectedly, Soo-hee was still not satisfied. "How much do you want?" Li Yifeng asked directly. 800 per minute. Soo-hee played. According to the script, the rich second-generation character had only over 30 minutes of screen time, so he didn't know how much his acting was worth. But he decided to quote a price first. If it didn't work out, he would just go deliver food. 800 per minute. "Soo-hee, are you crazy?" Feng-ge rushed forward to persuade him. "You have so many lines and a chance to be on screen. Even if you have to pay to play, countless people envy you. With Li Yifeng and Song Yi as big stars, this drama will definitely be a hit, and you'll be famous too." Feng-ge was anxious, stamping his feet. So he didn't know how to cherish such a great opportunity. The director had already promised him that as long as Soo-hee stayed, he would get a chance to be on screen. "Fine. I'll agree on behalf of the director, but whether you're worth that price, you'll only know once you perform." Li Yifeng turned to Yu-Ching and said, "Director Yu, it's getting late. Let us start." Filming quickly began, and when Soo-hee changed clothes and styled his hair, everyone was stunned. At that moment, Soo-hee exuded the aura of a rich second-generation character in every gesture. His expression alternated between being approachable, like a breath of spring, and coldly brutal, instilling fear in others. The female lead, Song Yi, was taken aback and hurriedly asked her manager, "Who is Soo-hee? What works has he done?" But Soo-hee was just an unknown little figure, a delivery guy dragged along by a friend to play an extra. After another half hour of delay, the first shot finally commenced. The plot was simple. Soo-hee, playing the rich second-generation character, accidentally encounters the female lead. Their conversation appears elegant on the surface, but deep down, he's already fixated on her. The shot was brief, but Soo-hee's performance made Yu-Ching unable to refrain from applauding. In the shot, the rich second-generation character was suave and charming, trying to attract the female lead's attention. When she turned to leave, the malice in his eyes sent chills down one's spine, and though the shot passed quickly, it left a deep impression. One take. Yu Qing even felt that Song Yi's acting was dragging Sui down. Had it not been for the contracts already signed by the other characters, Yu Qing would have thought about giving him a supporting role. 800 yuan per minute. Such a bargain. Li Yifeng was also surprised by Su He's performance. He was on the idol route, and during filming, he often had to shoot a single scene over 10 times. Uninformed fans thought he was pursuing perfection, but in reality, he was just not that good. The next scene required him to act opposite Su He, making him a bit nervous. The next plot involved Li Yifeng's undercover police officer, who was instructed by the rich second-generation character to kidnap the female lead. This required showcasing the ruthless side of the rich second-generation character and the inner struggle of the undercover police officer trapped in a dark abyss. When he first appeared, Su He was only seen from behind, standing on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. After delivering his lines, he suddenly turned around, and the brutality in his eyes startled Li Yifeng, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back, his face growing pale. Click! Li Yifeng was so frightened that he forgot his lines and had to stop. Yu Qing couldn't help but sigh. Previously, he didn't care how many times Li Yifeng shot his scenes. But that moment when Su He turned around and the look in his eyes perfectly showcased the dark side of the rich second-generation character. At the same time, he developed a great fondness for Su He and was very glad to have kept him. The money spent was too worth it. Li Yifeng was unable to get into character afterwards, so he had to give up. Su He's scenes for the day were finished, and he went to change clothes. In the changing room, Su He was alone. Just after changing, he suddenly heard a faint voice outside, as if someone was calling. Help. Stepping out of the changing room, he found nothing. At that moment, the shouting stopped. So he looked down the other side of the hallway, where the props room was located and the door was locked with a chain. Slowly walking over, he could hear a thumping sound coming from behind the door, intermittent and sporadic. Is anyone there? Sui tugged at the chain, but the door didn't budge, and there was no response from inside. Just as he was about to leave, there was suddenly a frantic knocking sound from inside. Help! A faint cry for help emerged, then fell silent. Turning around, he noticed that the empty hallway was deserted. Something was off. Sui quickly walked outside and saw that the entrance door, which he had entered through, was inexplicably locked with a chain from the inside. 2 people stood outside, looking at Sui in surprise. Upon seeing him, they pointed at the chain and urged him to open it. Sui realized the key was in the lock, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Someone was calling for help inside the props room, but the situation inside was unknown, and the entrance door was locked from the inside. It seemed he was the only one there. Looking up, he saw no surveillance cameras. Furious, Sui almost cursed, quickly took out his phone, and called the police. Hello. I want to report a case in the film city. Someone is framing me. It might be a homicide. They might be dead. Or maybe not. You'll know when you get here. Chapter 43. Go catch the criminal. The killer has been found after hanging up the phone. Sui still felt uneasy, so he called Zhou Bing again and recounted the situation in detail. He then picked up his phone to start recording, took the fire axe off the wall, and walked to the props room door. He struck the lock 3 times with all his strength before finally breaking it open. Pushing the door, a strong smell of blood wafted out. A man lay on the floor, unconscious, and looking inside, there were 2 more men, both lying in pools of blood. Not wanting to go further in, Sui crouched down to check the man's breath at the door and realized he was still alive. He immediately called 120 again and then returned to the door. This was just a side room, only 1 floor, and all the rooms had no windows. The only way in and out was through the front door. The front door was locked from the inside, and the props room door was locked from the outside. The truth was clear. The killer was none other than himself. Sui felt like crying without tears. This series of actions was simply pushing him into a pit of fire. A double-locked room, the victims in the props room, and Sui outside. How could the killer have done this? Just as Sui was lost in thought, there was a loud crash as the glass door was smashed open, and a group of people rushed in. Sui hid in the corner, crouching on the ground and covering his head. The action was so familiar that everyone was astonished. Sui, are you alright? The crazy guy saw Sui crouched on the ground, motionless, and reached out to pull him up. Yeah, me fine. Just come over and crouch down with me. Don't run around, Sui said, pulling the crazy guy down with him. What's going on? Why did you lock yourself in? The crazy guy and the others had gone to the extras' dressing room, and when he came out, he heard that Sui had locked himself in the star's dressing room. There's a dead person. A scream came from inside, and a group of people ran out again. Soon the police arrived. A cordon was set up outside, and Sui was taken away. At the police station, Zhou Bing came to take Sui to the criminal investigation team. According to Sui's report and video recordings, the case was not progressing smoothly. In the props room, 2 people were dead, both extras from a village in Chongqing province, and the other was the props room manager, who had a large amount of anesthetic in his system but was not in life-threatening danger. As Sui had explained, there was only one exit, the front door, which was locked from the inside, and the props room door was locked from the outside. If it weren't for Zhou Bing knowing Sui too well, he might have directly arrested him. There were no fingerprints on the exit lock, and only Sui's fingerprints were found on the iron chain of the props room. The key to the props room was found in the rich second-generation clothing Sui was wearing. In the props room, both deceased also had large amounts of anesthetic in their systems, and no footprints, fingerprints, or hair from Sui were found. If Suhi was not the killer, then the real killer had vanished. Honestly, the interrogation rooms in the capital looked more upscale than those in Jinan City. Suhi sat honestly in the chair, answering whatever the officer asked him, and his cooperative demeanor made the female officer, taking notes, furrow her brow. This was the first time she had encountered such a coherent suspect. Finally, when Suhi asked to see the case file, the female officer was stunned. After Zhou Bing stepped out for a moment, he directly handed the case file to Suhi, leaving the female officer wide-eyed. Captain Zhou actually agreed. This was outrageous to the extreme. After 8 years on the force, she had never seen such a situation. Captain Zhou couldn't he have been hypnotized? Could he? The key is in my pocket? Suddenly, two choices appeared before Suhi. Option 1. Look for clues and assist the police in solving the case. Reward for completion. Advanced airplane piloting skills. Option 2. Wait for the police to solve the case. Reward for completion. Advanced tractor driving skills. Come on. A man who could drive a tractor is super cool. Okay. Suhi chose the first option without hesitation. He once longed for the blue sky and dreamed of flying a plane in the sky. However, after failing the high school entrance exam and entering vocational school, he had operated a sewing machine, driven an excavator, and even played with his roommates. That was a wonderful memory. Suhi, please be serious. The female officer, seeing Suhi staring blankly at her, couldn't he help but remind him. Suhi calmed down and used the process of elimination. First, he was not the killer, which led to the answer surfacing. The killer was someone else. Seeing Suhi deep in thought, Zhou Bing asked, Suhi, do you have any discoveries? The police had searched the entire room and found no traps or other exits. The only way the killer could have left was through the front door, which was locked from the inside, and only Suhi could have done that, so his suspicion was the greatest. Even if he wasn't the killer, he was still an accomplice. However, after reviewing Suhi's file, Zhou Bing felt that this case was not so simple. It was Suhi's first time at the film city, and the reason he came was an invitation from a friend. He had no connection with either of the deceased. He hadn't even seen them in person, without a motive for murder. Coupled with the fact that both deceased and the props room manager had needle marks and large amounts of anesthetic in their systems, the murder weapon had not been found. There were 2 dressing rooms on set, one for extras and one for more important actors. Suhi, playing a rich second-generation character, obviously met the requirements of an important actor, which was why he appeared in that dressing room. Stars are very concerned about privacy, and there were no cameras installed inside the room or in the corridor, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of solving the case. Since the film set was newly constructed, there were only cameras at the entrance, and no suspicious places had been found so far. The killer isn't working alone, so he suddenly raised his voice. Huh? The female officer was surprised. Could it be a ghost? Zhou Bing furrowed his brow, signaling Suhi to continue. This is a premeditated locked room murder case. The killer made a mistake by choosing the wrong scapegoat. At that moment, Suhi figured everything out. How did the killer disappear? Why did the key to the props room end up in the pocket of the rich second-generation clothes he was wearing? Since the killer wanted to frame Suhi, they would definitely not have placed the key in his pocket ahead of time, as the killer couldn't predict Suhi's movements. The trap set by the killer allowed for no mistakes. The props room door was locked from the outside, and there were no murder weapons or items used to inject the anesthetic inside, so someone must have committed the murder and left the props room. The front door was locked from the inside, meaning the killer must still be in the room, just hiding. There were only 3 rooms inside: the male dressing room, the female dressing room, and the props room. When Suhi entered the male dressing room, the killer locked the door from the inside and then hid in the female dressing room. When someone broke in, the killer blended into the crowd and left the crime scene, leaving the key in Suhi's rich second-generation clothes pocket. However, this plan had a fatal flaw. The killer was hiding in the female dressing room and had to leave before the police arrived. To achieve this, someone outside had to cooperate. Suhi immediately locked onto the man who smashed the door, a background actor earning only 120 yuan a day. Would someone like that really break the glass door? Before the glass door was smashed, people outside thought Suhi was just playing a prank by locking the door, completely unaware that someone had died inside. In this situation, was it even necessary to smash the door? Then, Suhi found 2 copies from a large stack of notes, placed them on the table, and raised his head, saying, "Go catch the criminal. The killer has been found." Chapter 44, I said it was a coincidence. Do you believe it? Chen Gui, male, 42 years old, a well-known supporting actor, has appeared in many popular dramas. He is known for being righteous, has a low salary, and is liked by many directors. Last year, he won the Best Supporting Actor award and has participated in several TV dramas directed by Yuqing. Zhu Yanqing, male, 31 years old, an ordinary extra in a film and television city, has an average appearance and has been here for 5 years without playing any significant roles. Looking at the 2 transcripts selected by Suhi, Zhou Bing immediately instructed someone to gather information on the 2, then walked up to Suhi and asked, "Are you sure it's them?" Suhi nodded, pointing to Chen Guohui's name, and said, "The murderer," then pointed to Zhu Yanqing's name and said, "The accomplice." In a locked room murder, how the murderer escaped is the key question. The only exit is the main door, which was locked from the inside, so at that moment, the murderer was still in the room. I was distracted by the prop room and didn't check carefully. I called the police and didn't open the door. At that point, the murderer was like a turtle in a jar, seeking their own demise. However, He had already considered this possibility, so someone outside smashed the glass door, and a crowd rushed in, allowing the murderer to escape amidst the chaos. Whoever smashed the door has the greatest suspicion. There were no surveillance cameras on set, so we could only rely on on-site investigations and transcripts. Everyone had a motive, but everyone would find an alibi. In the transcripts of Zhu Yanqing and Chen Guohui, they both verified that they were together. In the transcripts of others, Zhu Yanqing's name appeared, but not Chen Guohui's. Ultimately, the locked-room murder was just a trap deliberately set by the murderer. The seemingly perfect layout overlooked a simple logic, which ultimately pointed back to him. If he had left directly after clearing the traces, perhaps he wouldn't have left any clues. Zhou Bing looked at Su He meaningfully and asked, "Can you give me a reasonable explanation for why you keep appearing at the crime scene?" Su He smiled and said, "I said it was a coincidence." "Do you believe it?" Zhou Bing did not answer. He didn't believe it all. If all these cases were planned by Su He might believe it. But he was a police officer, and there was no evidence linking Su He to this case. Even when Jia from Jinan City said Su He was very suspicious and could not be explained by common sense. Soon, Chen Guohui and Zhu Yanqing were arrested, and during interrogation, Zhu Yanqing confessed outright. As a seasoned extra, having played corpses and background characters for 5 years, he had a chance encounter with Chen Guohui. 2 days ago, Chen Guohui approached him, saying he needed his help, and after the job was done, he would ask the director for a role with lines for him. Zhu Yanqing agreed without hesitation. What he needed to do was simple, under Chen Guohui's instructions. He smashed the glass door and led people to take a look at the prop room. When he discovered the dead body in the prop room, he was pulled aside by Chen Guohui, who warned him that if he reported it, he would be an accomplice and would face 10 years in prison. Chen Guohui assured him the police wouldn't find them, which is why Zhu Yanqing didn't tell the police the truth. Zhu Yanqing also received a hush money of 50,000 yuan from Chen Guohui, and his quick confession was due to fear of being silenced by Chen Guohui. During the interrogation, Chen Guohui flatly denied everything and refused to cooperate. But during the investigation of Chen Guohui, there was a significant breakthrough. The address on Chen Guohui's ID card turned out to belong to another man named Chen Guohui. After the police visited the other Chen Guohui, they learned that over 10 years ago, a man had given him 500 yuan to accompany him to the Public Security Bureau to obtain an ID card. The information was his, but the photo was that of the man. Continuing the investigation, the police, through multiple comparisons and inspections, discovered that this actor Chen Guohui was a fugitive murderer who had been on the run for 20 years, originally named Gu Shiji. This time, Chen Guohui, also known as Gu Shiji, obediently confessed everything. In 2002, when Gu Shiji had just turned 18, along with 2 friends, committed robbery. Unfortunately, their victim was a police officer. To avoid being tracked down, they killed the officer and fled. Later, during a police pursuit, the other 2 were shot dead on the spot for resisting arrest and taking hostages. Gu Shiji, however, went into hiding and escaped the law. Without an ID, Gu Shiji traveled to various places and ended up in Shenzhou, where he enjoyed performing and singing, becoming a well-known singer and host in the area. He underwent plastic surgery and changed his appearance, believing that no one would recognize him. He spent money to obtain an ID card and became Chen Guohui, coming to the capital to start his acting career. Thus, from the moment he fled until now, 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he had completely taken on the identity of actor Chen Guohui. However, when 2 men came knocking at his door, his nightmare began. Gu Shiji, from a village in Changjiang province, was threatened by these 2 fellow villagers who demanded money or they would report him. They stayed there, occasionally playing extras, but in reality, they kept demanding money from Gu Shiji. In just a month, Gu Shiji handed over 150,000 yuan, but the 2 were still not satisfied and continued to threaten him. So, Gu Shiji decided to kill them. Only the dead can keep secrets forever. He was fed up with being threatened and extorted. While changing clothes in the dressing room, Gu Shiji suddenly came up with a plan. He called Zhu Yanqing to assist him outside. He then told the 2 fellow villagers that if they helped him knock out the prop room manager, he would give them 200,000 yuan. The 3 entered the prop room, and while the manager was not paying attention, they knocked him out. At that moment, Gu Shiji took a pre-prepared syringe, stabbed it into the bodies of the 2 fellow villagers, and used a dagger to stab their hearts. After killing the 2, Gu Shiji noticed someone entering the dressing room through the door crack, so he quickly locked the main door from the inside and hid in the women's dressing room. He contacted Zhu Yanqing via phone, who then broke in, and they escaped with the crowd. To direct all clues towards Suhi, he also deliberately placed the key to the prop room in the clothes Suhi had passed through. Regarding the outcome of the subsequent interrogation, Suhi was unaware. After receiving the system rewards, he knew the case had been solved. At this moment, he sat on an electric scooter, his mind filled with knowledge about flying planes. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, he wondered where he could get a plane to try flying. Delivering takeout by plane shouldn't receive bad reviews, right? Sigh, I also don't know how much fuel to add. I heard the oil prices have risen again recently. It's so annoying. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please handle it in a timely manner. Putting on his helmet, Suhi dismissed his unrealistic thoughts and began a busy day. Chapter 45, Did you see anything suspicious? The TV series Night Walker has become a sensation. The overwhelming news brought traffic and topics, with murder on set and locked room killings. Netizens, eager to solve the case based on news reports, suggested that the culprit was Soo Hee, with a support rate of 95. Evenly, Yifeng and Song Yi couldn't escape the netizen support. Just as the discussions were buzzing online, the police issued a report stating that they had arrested the suspect, actor Chun Momu. An even bigger revelation came. Chun Guohui's real name was Gu Shiji, who killed a police officer in 2002, and after fleeing, became an actor. No drama would dare to write such a plot. With the murder case occurring, the crew had to stop filming, but the hype for Nightwalker was already skyrocketing. Yu Qing announced on a short video platform that filming would resume soon, releasing a lot of behind-the-scenes footage, including a segment with Soo Hee and Song Yi. After Soo Hee cleared his name, the netizen sentiment shifted dramatically. I told you, with looks like that, how could he be the murderer? Poor baby, come to Annie's arms for a hug. Soo Hee's popularity remained high, but unfortunately, he didn't have a social media account, so netizens could only scroll through short videos about him. Meanwhile, Soo Hee was delivering takeout when his phone kept buzzing. After finishing his last order, he opened WeChat to find over 100 messages. Most were inquiries about his acting in the TV series, while Mom Mingjia and the others clamored to come to the capital to join him in filming. In Don Yang's words, if Soo Hee could make it, they would definitely win acting awards. Panji Gang was already packing his bags, though was uncertain if he was serious. The delivery group chat was also lively, with a bunch of sour grapes nearly choking on their jealousy. Wu Xiaodong. Soo Hee is just good looking, apart from being quick with deliveries, singing a bit better, and acting a bit better. What else can he do? What is he even? Soo Hee ignored the messages in the group when suddenly, Zhao Xiaomei's call came in. Hello, Mom. You little rascal. You said you were going to the capital to deliver takeout, but how did you end up acting? The matchmakers have nearly broken down the door these past few days. Though Zhao Xiaomei complained, she couldn't hide her joy. She had been worried about Soo Hee's marriage prospects, but now that was no longer a concern. He could have as many wives as he wanted. Didn't she see how many people online wanted to have children with Soo Hee? Mom, it's just a small role, only a few minutes of screen time. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Soo Hee, I warn you, the entertainment industry is too chaotic. You must protect yourself. You understand what I mean, right? Mom, I'm a guy. What is there to be afraid of? You little rascal. If you want to blame someone, blame me for making you so handsome. I saw in the news that some directors like men. Don't do anything stupid. All right, Mom, stop watching so much gossip news. That stuff isn't reliable. Once I settle down in the capital, I'll bring you and Dad here to travel, and I'll be your tour guide. They chatted for half an hour, and when he hung up, it was just past 2 o'clock, and there weren't any orders left. So Soo Hee headed to the hospital. Shinyu was still so quiet. Soo Hee gently stroked her forehead, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Yeah, I secretly learned a new song recently. You always laugh at how bad I sing, huh? When you wake up, I'll take you to karaoke. I want to redeem myself. If fate is to be accompanied by storms, please let me protect you as you sail. If destiny is a rose flower, please let me hold up an umbrella for you. If there are parallel worlds, I hope I can keep you from harm. If one day you open your eyes, I hope that day is tomorrow. As he sang, Soo Hee's voice choked up a bit, holding Shinyu's hand. He silently roared in his heart, Dog system, can you help me heal Shinyu? There was no response whatsoever. Sighing, Soo Hee saw a nurse coming in and stood up to leave the ward. At the entrance, Xiang Wanrong looked at Soo Hee, revealing a faint, pale smile, and said, Soo Hee, don't push yourself too hard with the deliveries. Look at those red bloodshot eyes. Your Uncle Shun found an unloading job. When he returns, I'll wash dishes and mop the floor in the hospital cafeteria for 3,000 yuan a month. Andy, I need to go deliver takeout now. I'll come back tomorrow. So he didn't feel he was overdoing it. With the system's help, he had already passed the most desperate times. He believed that one day he would be able to heal Shinyu. Shinyu's ward was on the 4th floor, so he didn't take the elevator. He was used to climbing stairs, and he got downstairs much faster than the elevator. Suddenly, a man in a white coat, wearing a white hat and mask, entered the stairwell from the 2nd floor, colliding with Soo Hee, who was rushing down. The man was holding a box, which slipped from his grip and rolled down the stairs. I'm sorry. E.M. Soda. Soo Hee expected someone to suddenly run out and hurriedly apologized. The man didn't speak, stood up, and walked downstairs. Soo Hee thought, oh no, I've caused trouble. He saw the box hit the corner, and a heart fell out. What to do? Soo Hee panicked. This was a heart. Thinking of the heart patient waiting for it, he felt guilty and quickly asked, Doctor, can this still be used? The man didn't answer, picked up the heart, placed it back in the box, and left without looking back. Huh. Soo Hee didn't expect the man not only to not hold him accountable, but to leave directly? Good, no harm done. That was a close call. Soo Hee dusted himself off and walked out of the hospital, only to see the man get into a taxi. Soo Hee frowned. A bad premonition washed over him. Would a doctor take a heart in a taxi? Moreover, that box seemed very makeshift. If it were professional equipment, how could it be so easily damaged? Just then, police sirens echoed from afar. Dozens of police cars sped by, and many officers quickly set up a cordon surrounding the hospital. Soo Hee happened to be inside the cordon. Zhou Bing led a group over and immediately spotted Soo Hee in his mate 1 delivery uniform. You all go up first, Zhou Bing instructed those behind him. Then walk straight up to Soo Hee, feeling strangely that he was right to find Soo-hee. As an experienced detective, if the same person frequently appear at crime scenes, they would generally be considered a key observation target. However, Soo-hee's presence was unique. He was there to solve the case. Quickly solving cases, capturing suspects, and reducing social harm were the basic principles of a detective. Zhou Bing didn't team mind an errand boy providing clues. Soo-hee, what are you doing here? Zhou Bing asked. Officer Zhou, I came to the hospital to see my girlfriend. Soo-hee answered honestly. Zhou Bing nodded and continued. Did you see anything suspicious? I did. Soo-hee recalled the man from earlier and said, there was a man in a white coat carrying a heart who took a taxi. Zhou Bing was taken aback and asked, why didn't you say this earlier? Hey, are you blaming me now? Soo-hee pouted. Next time, just ask the key questions directly. By the way, Team Zhou, the taxi license plate is Jingbi 9527F. Don't just stand there, let us move. Chapter 46. No time. I have to deliver takeout. The hospital director was murdered, his heart ripped out, and the killer placed a stone filled with strange runes in the victim's chest cavity. Another bizarre homicide. Zhou Bing picked up another case file. 7 days ago, a man who was poaching protected animals was killed at home. The murderer cut open his stomach, pulled out his intestines, inserted a rune-covered iron rod, and then stitched him up. In both cases, the killer's method was basically the same. Inject anesthetics, remove organs, insert substitutes, and sew up the wounds. The two victims had different ages and social backgrounds, and there were no obvious connections between them, which made it difficult for the police to solve the case. Who was the murderer? What was the motive for the killings? In the first crime, the murderer chose a less populated area to strike. But this time, he even chose the hospital, targeting the director. The taxi driver only drove 2 blocks when the suspect got out, then changed vehicles multiple times. According to nearby surveillance, he ultimately disappeared into a patch of woods. The search area continued to expand, but there were no discoveries yet. The hospital surveillance showed a man in a white coat, wearing a white hat and mask, leaving only his eyes visible. His footsteps were quick, making it impossible to gather effective physical features. The police deployed dogs to track him down, and all local officers began searching their jurisdictions. At the same time, various media reports flooded in. The killer's brutal methods had caused public panic, intestine extraction, and heart ripping. This person was simply a demon. Online, people described the murderer as a cannibal. Children at home refused to eat or sleep, but if they mentioned the cannibal, it worked. So he also took a statement. But the killer was so well covered that he had no useful leads. Just as he took out his phone to continue accepting orders, a voice call from Feng Ge came in. Hey, Soo-hee, the director is looking for you everywhere. You didn't leave your number. He said he is going to shoot on location in Kunyang province for half a month and wants you to join the crew immediately. I have no time. Soo-hee, I think you've gotten too big for your britches. This is a huge opportunity. So many people want to go, but can't. How much can you earn delivering takeout in a day? You're simply being foolish. Feng Ge was really at a loss with Soo-hee. On the first day of auditions, there was a great role for him, and he could act alongside the lead. Once the drama aired, he would surely become famous. Yet Soo-hee only thought about delivering takeout, which made others furious. About $1,000. I've been pretty busy these past few days. All right, I need to go deliver takeout now. It was already 5 p.m., and the evening rush hour was about to start. Soo-hee had no intention of leaving the capital, especially not for half a month. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please process it in a timely manner. In the past few days, Soo-hee had become familiar with this area, and his delivery efficiency had improved significantly. He had surpassed the station's top performer, Qi Zhenghua. Today, due to a few hours of delays, Soo-hee was still in second place. Once he got busy, Soo-hee could hardly check his WeChat messages. Riding his electric bike through the streets and alleys of the capital, sweat soaked his clothes, and his steps grew heavier. It wasn't until 1:30 a.m. that he stopped accepting orders and found a noodle shop to fill his stomach before heading back to sleep. While waiting, Soo-hee took out his phone and opened WeChat. Feng Ge's messages numbered in the hundreds. And Ma Mingjia had mentioned he had already submitted his resignation and would need Soo-hee to pick him up from the airport tomorrow. Director Yu Qing sent a friend request, and Soo-hee accepted. He didn't expect Yu Qing to reply immediately. Soo-hee, the crew plans to go to Kunyang province for location shooting. Are you free these days? In his study, Yu Qing nervously stared at his phone screen. The show Night Walker had been hot lately, and the investors added an extra 50 million budget to support his location shoot in Kunyang province. For this, he even revised the script, increasing Soo-hee's role. However, he didn't expect Soo-hee to run off to deliver takeout and not respond. The entire crew only had Feng Ge's WeChat, not even a phone number, and he had waited all night. No time, I have to deliver takeout. Soo-hee replied while eating noodles. As a new delivery worker, he had to work at least 8 hours a day, and he really didn't have time to go far. No time. The reason is to deliver takeout. Yu Qing was itching to curse. If it were another actor, he wouldn't even bother. As long as it was his directed drama, even with zero pay, many stars would be willing to play supporting roles. But it was this Soo-hee who made him both love and hate him. His acting was undoubtedly superb, outperforming many stars, and he was handsome. Once behind-the-scenes footage was released, the popularity would skyrocket. I've increased your role by about 50 minutes. According to the price we previously discussed, it's a total of 40,000. If we move quickly, we can wrap it up in 2 or 3 days. Okay, director, when do we leave? Suhi agreed without thinking, as the offer was simply too generous. In about a week, I need to coordinate schedules with Li Yifeng and Song Yi. I'll notify you then. Yu Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally sleep well tonight. It was already past 2 a.m. Just as Suhi stepped out of the noodle shop, he ran into a familiar face. Qi Zhenghua, the king of orders at the station, a man who seemed to be on a different level. In his 40s, Qi Zhenghua looked like he was in his 60s, with graying hair and deep wrinkles etched on his face from the passage of time. At that moment, he was squatting by the roadside, holding his head, blood flowing through his fingers. Nearby, a man got out of a Mercedes SUV, angrily shouting, "Stupid delivery guy. Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's bad luck to damage my car in the middle of the night. Can you afford to pay for it?" Qi Zhenghua's on his face suddenly showed a pleading smile, looking pale under the dim light. Sorry. Sorry. It was my mistake. Luckily, I didn't hit anyone. He hurriedly nodded and apologized, explaining that he had just tried to turn left on his electric bike when a car suddenly appeared behind him. In a moment of panic, he had to throw himself to the ground. Although his head was injured, he thankfully didn't hit anyone's car. Zhang Deda, a popular host, was used to being arrogant. Seeing Qi Zhenghua admit fault, he said, "You delivery guys are simply the scourge of society. Uncultured brutes. Young man, you're being too harsh. If you hadn't been driving so fast, this wouldn't have happened. Besides, I didn't hit your car. You should apologize to me." Qi Zhenghua was still bleeding from his head and couldn't believe how offensive the other person's words were. "You a worker delivering takeout. Why do you have to ask me to apologize? You deserve to deliver takeout for life. Let me tell you, workers should be submissive. Don't think of equality. You're not worthy." Zhang Dada's words deeply angered Qi Zhenghua. He clenched his fists, glared at Zhang Dada, and picked up his fallen electric bike, preparing to leave. "Bah, what a bad day. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm late for recording the show. You're lucky today, otherwise I'd post about you online and ruin you." Zhang Dada hurried back to his car and drove away. Chapter 47 Boss. 2 more cases of beer. The off-road vehicle sped away, leaving Qi Zhenghua standing there, holding his head in a daze. Nearby, a few young people stared at their phones, excitedly saying, "Did you get it? We got it. We got it. It's amazing. It's definitely going to be trending tomorrow. Come on, let's interview that delivery guy." Qi Zhenghua glanced at them, got on his electric bike, and left. The young paparazzi looked regretful, and when they turned around, they saw Suhi getting ready to leave on his electric bike. "Wait, buddy, we're from social media. We want to interview you." Interview about what? Suhi was already used to this kind of scene. He didn't know when it started, but delivery workers have become punching bags for some people. "Do you believe I'll give you a bad review? Do you believe I'll report you?" Even if the delivery person put on a smile and acted humble, they still wouldn't receive any kind words. Everyone is just trying to make a living. Why should people be ranked in tiers? Under the constraints of the platform, the dignity of delivery workers has gradually disappeared. Life is not a TV drama. It's really hard to earn money while standing tall. What do you think about the incident where the owner of the off-road vehicle insulted the delivery worker? "I was sitting on my electric bike watching." So he didn't have a good impression of these paparazzi, who raised the banner of exposing ugliness. But in reality, it was all for profit. If they were so righteous, why didn't they stand up just now? After saying this, he left directly. Zhang Dada became famous. He was cursed by netizens. The paparazzi released a video of Zhang Dada insulting the delivery worker, creating a stark contrast between Zhang Dada, who drove a nice car and wore designer brands, and the honest and bloody-faced delivery worker. Qi Zhenghua is also a microcosm of the vast number of delivery workers. What he endured was not understanding and care from others, but insults, discrimination, and harsh words. However, in the video, Qi Zhenghua did not dare to resist, which was heartbreaking to watch. At the end of the video, Suhi sat on his electric bike, coldly glancing at the camera, leaving alone. Getting scolded? Not at all. Zhang Dada woke up to messages from his agent and the company. However, as a host known for his sharp tongue and being scolded frequently, Zhang Dada did not care how netizens insulted him. The more people scolded him, the more popular he became, and the more money he made. To him, it was just saying some truths that poked at the fragile hearts of certain lower-class individuals. What Suhi said was cut out, leaving only a cold gaze and a lonely back. Immediately, someone recognized Suhi as a supporting character from Nightwalker, and the comment section began discussing him. As the parties involved, Qi Zhenghua and Suhi continued their daily lives, bustling through streets and alleys, delivering meals to thousands of households. "Hello, Mate One Delivery." Suhi stood at the door. This was his first order of the day from Mr. Zhang in a high-end residential area. After waiting for 3 minutes, the door finally opened, and a man with a face mask complained, "Hurry up. Do you not know I'm wearing a face mask? It clearly says in the order to wait for me to finish my mask. Why do I keep encountering these silly delivery workers? Are you trying to get a bad review?" Facing the man's sharp accusations, Suhi took a deep breath, handed over the breakfast, and said, "Sorry, Mr. Zhang. Here, that's your delivery." Zhang Dada rolled his eyes, took the bag, and closed the door directly, letting out a sigh. Suhi didn't think much of it and continued delivering. Inside, Zhang Dada sat on the sofa, still cursing. "What bad luck. What kind of people do I keep running into? making it so I can't even go out now. At that moment, his phone rang. After hanging up, Zhang Deda changed clothes, put on a hat, headphones, glasses, and a mask, and rushed out. In the garage, he chose an ordinary sedan, a car he used specifically to avoid paparazzi. Although he could be fearless online, in reality, there were too many people who wanted to hit him. Qi Zhenghua was injured and didn't work today. Suhi undoubtedly topped the charts. By 2 p.m., he had completed 69 orders, while the second place only had 41. Stopping accepting orders, Suhi rode towards the capital airport. Unexpectedly, Mingjia and the others were serious. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, they came out dragging large bags. Dong Yong ran the fastest, jumping into the back seat. Suhi was surprised by their arrival, but in their words, why should Suhi be the only one to act? They could do it too. Ma Mingjia and Pan Jigang called a taxi to take their luggage to the hotel where Suhi was staying. He had informed the boss in the morning and arranged a separate 4-person room for them, costing 200 yuan a day. Brother Yong, let us not hug waste, okay? Suhi, you've changed. Get lost. Let go of your hand. To welcome the three, Suhi didn't deliver any food that evening and took Ma Mingjia and the others to the place where Fengge treated them to hot pot last time. As soon as they sat down, the three looked eagerly at Suhi. Suhi turned to the boss and said, "Boss, the bill." The boss was confused. The dishes just arrived. Why are you asking for the bill already? Boss, bring 2 more cases of beer. Ma Mingjia shouted. Come on, brothers, let's go for one. Dong Yong stood up. Pan Jigang, sitting there grinning, also raised his cup and said, thanks to Suhi for treating us. After downing 2 bottles of beer, the group started chatting lively. Suhi, when are we going to the film crew? I saw online that you have a good relationship with the director. You should say a good word for us to arrange a good role. Suhi, I'll tell you. I learned to do flips when I was a kid. I can ride a unicycle, and I can even do handstands. Who can't do a handstand? Suhi, don't listen to them. We want to go through the back door. We'll eat based on our skills. You guide us tomorrow, and we'll go ourselves. Really not delivering anymore? Suhi asked in surprise. Have you ever seen anyone who delivers food or drives for Didi getting rich? ISN T. Wang Baoqiang, also someone who went from being a background actor to a star. The money he earned could last for generations. Besides, with our skills, not going to act would be a loss for Chinese film and television. Exactly. It's just acting. Can it be harder than delivering food? We're not afraid of hardship. Suhi, don't blame us for becoming more famous than you later. Come on, drink up. After arriving in the capital, Su didn't have many friends except for Fengge. It was rare for Mom Mingjia and the others to come, and Suhi was very happy. As for their longing for acting, it was evident from Fengge that wanting to go from being a background actor to a star was incredibly difficult. The group drank from 8 in the evening until 1 in the morning, supporting each other as they returned to the hotel. Brother Yong, you take the upper bunk. No, Suhi, I'll sleep with you. Get lost. Chapter 48. Don't you all watch movies? A ringtone sounded, and Suhi groggily picked up his phone, squinting at the caller ID. It was Officer Zhou from the criminal investigation team. Hey, Officer Zhou, who died this time? Don't ask. Just know I'm in a bad mood. There was a brief silence on the other end, and Zhou Bing's voice came through. Suhi, come to the police station. Rubbing his hungover forehead, Suhi got out of bed. Ma Mingjia and Dong Yong were still fast asleep, while Pan Jigang was throwing up in the bathroom. It seemed they wouldn't be able to make it today, so after giving Pan Jigang a few reminders, Suhi rode his electric bike to the police station. As soon as he parked, 2 officers approached him. Suhi, please come with us. This time, it was finally not an interrogation room. In the office, Zhou Bing looked seriously at Suhi and asked, from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. on the 25th, where were you and what were you doing? Suhi frowned, recalling the events of the early morning of the 25th. After delivering the takeout, I had noodles at that couple's noodle shop on Ruidong Road. Then I went back to the hotel to sleep. Zhou Bing continued to question him. After eating, what happened on your way back to the hotel? Nothing happened. Oh, you mean the incident with Qi Zhenghua falling down? I can prove it was the fault of that SUV. He was speeding and cursing, and he ran away. ISNT that considered hit and run? Seeing the expression on Officer Zhou's face, Suhi was taken aback. Qi Zhenghua is dead? Zhou Bing didn't answer, but stared into Suhi's eyes. After a long pause, he said, you really don't know? Suhi shook his head. At 9 a.m. on the 26th, you delivered takeout to the Jinghu community. Do you remember, Mr. Zhang? Suhi clearly remembered. A man with a face mask who spoke sharply and nearly received a bad review. Zhou Bing nodded. Yes, dead? Suhi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was Qi Zhenghua who had an accident. Why? You don't seem surprised. Zhou Bing observed Suhi's expression. As an experienced detective, he could tell if Suhi was lying. Officer Zhou, this has nothing to do with me. I have the delivery record, and there are surveillance cameras all over the Jinghu community. You can check the footage. The footage shows you took a full 6 minutes after exiting the elevator to get back in. Why did it take so long? Suhi hurriedly took out his phone, found Mr. Zhang's order, and said, look, he said he was putting on a face mask and told me not to rush him. I waited 5 minutes before knocking on the door, and as soon as he opened it, he started cursing. I just dropped off the takeout and left. On the order, there was indeed a note. Zhou Bing had an officer take a photo of Suhi's phone and continued, Mr. Zhang was found dead in a trash bin this morning by sanitation workers. Do you have any leads? Suhi shook his head. He was just delivering takeout and hadn't even seen Mr. Zhang's face clearly. At that moment, Two choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Assist the police in solving the case. Reward: truth serum. Option 2. Do nothing and wait for the police to solve the case. Reward: clear all assets, bank cards, WeChat, Alipay cash. Sui rubbed his eyes. If he wasn't mistaken, the second option would leave him with nothing. System: come out. You call this a reward? The system clearly wanted him to participate in solving the case. Sui felt a bitter laugh. He was just a delivery guy. How could he solve a case? If delivery guys could solve cases, what would the police be for? Seeing Officer Zhou looking at him with confusion, Sui sighed and said, Officer Zhou, can I join you in the investigation? Zhou Bing was not surprised. He took a document from the table and handed it to Sui, saying, this is a letter of cooperation approved by the Bureau considering your special situation. You are a talent. Here, SA recommendation letter. If you're interested in becoming a police officer, you can pursue further studies at the police university. With your abilities, I believe you will definitely become an excellent detective. Go to college? Sui had failed the high school entrance exam, though his teacher praised him as a talent. However, that didn't affect him going to vocational school to learn to operate excavators. After graduating, he ended up delivering takeout, wasting so much time and taking so many detours. If he had known it would be like this, he should have just delivered takeout from the start. Zhou Bing brought Sui to another office where about a dozen officers were busy. They only glanced at Sui before continuing their work. In less than 10 days, there had been 3 homicides. On April 17th, the first victim, Wei Chong, unemployed and living off hunting in the mountains, was found murdered in his home. The killer had opened his abdomen, pulled out his intestines, inserted an iron rod, and then stitched him up. On the projector, shocking photos showed the victim's face was calm, and the stitched-up wound on his abdomen was very neat. Sui, a master at suturing, recognized it as a commonly used, simple, interrupted suture method in surgery. The killer was a surgeon. On April 24th, the second victim, Ma Yihong, president of the Capital People's Hospital, was murdered in his office. The killer took his heart and left behind a similar item. Both the stone and the iron rod had dark brown symbols that seemed related to some religious ritual. On April 27th, at 5:28 a.m. today, sanitation workers reported finding the third victim, Mr. Zhang, a well-known host, in a trash bin. The killer had removed his tongue and placed a piece of iron in his mouth. Mr. Zhang? So he looked at the photos. Mr. Zhang's mouth was stitched shut, his eyes wide open, his fingers stained with blood, the stitches undone, and a piece of iron in his mouth, which also bore those symbols. According to forensic identification, all 3 victims had large amounts of anesthetics in their bodies. The first and second victims were already dead after having their intestines and hearts removed due to the nature of their injuries, while the third victim woke up after the anesthetic wore off and was choked to death. The police initially judged that the killer was about 1.7 meters tall, aged between 35 and 40, male, and had surgical experience. They had retrieved multiple surveillance videos, but could not identify the killer's facial features. To prevent the killer from committing further crimes, it was imperative to identify the suspect within 24 hours. As for the motive, it was suspected to be related to some kind of ritual activity, and experts were working on deciphering those symbols. Intestines, hearts, tongues. Sui suddenly exclaimed, this isn't a ritual. This person wants to become an immortal. Become an immortal? All the police officers turned to look at Sui. You're really something. Cases caused by feudal superstitions often occur. They had only heard of sacrifices to evil spirits, but had never heard of someone wanting to become a deity themselves. Don't you all watch movies? Looking at the bewildered expressions of the officers, Sui said helplessly. Chapter 49, a cat and mouse game, officially begins. What movie? Zhou Bing asked. Sigh. Sui said, it's much more pleasant to cooperate with Officer 1 from Jinan City. I heard he organized all the members of the criminal police team to watch suspenseful detective movies and TV shows for a week. He even required everyone to write reflections on each movie, which is scarier than a Chinese teacher. Double Vision, starring Tony Leung, but we can't blame you. It's an old movie. So he took out her phone and looked it up, continuing. In the movie, there is a girl who wants to become an immortal. She goes through 5 tribulations to ascend to immortality, killing 5 victims corresponding to the ice hell, the fire pit hell, the gut extraction hell, the heart-cutting hell, and the tongue-ripping hell. Zhou Bing was taken aback and immediately said to the other officers, check if there have been any drowning or burning cases in the capital recently. Is it that bizarre? Is the murderer obsessed with the movie, wanting to become an immortal? Several police officers also looked it up and began to whisper. From the current situation, it closely resembles the plot of Double Vision. According to the order of death, the first was drowned, the second burned, the third had their guts extracted, the fourth had their heart cut out, and the fifth had their tongue ripped out. Now the last 3 have appeared. Captain Zhou, we found it. On April 8th, a factory owner in Fonlin community was drowned in the bathroom. The family reported it, but refused an autopsy. The local police station classified it as an accidental death. On April 15th, in Daxing District, a fire broke out at Jinzhou Impression Foot Massage, and a technician was burned to death. The district police station recorded it as a fire caused by aging wiring. The 2 cases, not long apart, correspond exactly to the ice hell and the fire pit hell. Zhou Bing looked at the information from Baidu. The murderer actually chose victims by mimicking the movie plot. Now that the 5 trials are completed, what's next? Ascending to immortality. This is getting out of hand. The motive for murder has been found. But Zhou Bing was still puzzled about what the murderer would do next. According to the movie's plot, the murderer would make a police officer named Huang Huitu kill himself to complete the ascension. Check the officer files for anyone named Huang Huitu. Names with fire and earth will do. None. Soon, the officer in charge of the search reported back. Zhou Bing turned to Suhi. Suhi awkwardly scratched her head and said, "Solving cases can't rely solely on watching movies. There are many coincidences in movies that don't exist in reality. There's no police officer named Huang Huitu, and the murderer may look for a similar substitute. If the murderer already has a target, we can only wait for them to ascend. However, if the murderer is still looking for a target, why not create a fake Huang Huitu for him? Is that even possible?" The officers were stunned, feeling a deja vu of playing along with the murderer in a movie. The murderer kills, according to the movie plot, trying to ascend to immortality. And if we create a fake Huang Huitu, would he take the bait? Zhou Bing looked at Suhi and smiled. "I've seen you act. You're pretty good. How about you play Huang Huitu, acting ISNT hard?" But the challenge lies in how to present the fake Huang Huitu to the murderer. In this vast capital, how would the murderer find someone named Huang Huitu? Zhou Bing made a quick decision and instructed his subordinates. Contact short video companies, TV stations, and advertising companies to cooperate with the police to loop a reward video throughout the capital. "Suhi, you go change into a police uniform. We'll help you put on a show." After changing from a yellow delivery outfit to a police uniform, Suhi walked over, and all the officers were stunned. In their eyes, a perfect police image looks just like this. An emergency-built podium. Suhi stood solemnly in the center, as the host narrated. To be an excellent people-as police officer, one needs the spirit of self-sacrifice, the skills honed through rigorous training, and most importantly, to carry the safety of the people in their heart. The first officer we honor tonight is one such officer. He has subdued dozens of vicious criminals in his 3 years of service, and his name is Huang Huitu. Suhi took the microphone, her eyes shining. "As a people-as police officer, I always remember my responsibilities and mission to maintain social stability." This was an impromptu award ceremony, but every police officer stood solemnly, gazing ahead. When Suhi stepped down, Zhou Bing couldn't help but praise. "Suhi, it's a pity you're not a police officer. Have you really thought about it? Becoming a police officer isn't that easy." With Suhi's level of education, he barely qualifies as an auxiliary officer. To get a formal position, according to Zhou Bing's plan, Suhi would have to study at a police university for 4 years. Suhi quickly shook his head. He was focused on work, wanted to earn more money to treat Xinyu. Moreover, he had already received approval from the director to participate in the case investigation, so there was no need to study for 4 years. He knows his own capabilities and limits. This time he could provide clues because he had just watched this movie not long ago. The police sent the video to various platforms and began to play it in rotation. At the same time, as long as one opened the browser and searched for Huang Huitu, Suhi's photo, achievements, and unit would appear. 3 hours later, the officer on duty suddenly received a strange phone call. A group of stupid police officers. Just these few words, and the caller hung up. What does that mean? The police quickly traced the incoming number and found it was registered, so they hurried to the address for verification. They knocked on the door, but no one responded, so the police forced their way in. A female corpse lay on the ground, her wrist slashed open, and the blood had stopped flowing. The corpse was turned to the side, staring at the nearby clock with wide eyes. The clock was still ticking, but the woman was already a cold corpse. In the criminal police team, upon seeing the returned photos, Suhi was dumbfounded. The murderer didn't want to ascend to immortality. He was imitating the plot of movies and TV shows to commit murder. The woman wore an eerie smile, completely disconnected from the concept of death and murder. But having watched this TV show, Suhi knew the woman had been injected with anesthetics and muscle relaxants. And that phone call was a mockery and provocation to the police. Who is the murderer? A show where if the murderer isn't caught, they will keep killing. Unlike Double Vision, where the methods of death are different. This time, the method of death is the same, and the murderer will continue to kill. The previous cases misled Suhi. The murderer's brutality is appalling, and a cat-and-mouse game has officially begun. The police began to search for clues at the scene and check surveillance, while Suhi opened the video app and started to re-watch the series. Chapter 50. You say 90 minutes is 998 expensive? While looking through the case files and watching a TV series, Suhi always felt that the murderer killing was not like the so-called perfect crime depicted in movies. It was more like a pathological, killing fantasy of a suspense enthusiast. In the double pupils case, the murderer won once, confusing the police's vision, and now he committed another crime, openly provoking them. If the murderer is not caught quickly, there will always be victims. At that moment, Suhi's phone rang. Looking at it, it was a call from Mom Mingjia. "Hey Suhi, can you lend us 800 yuan? What's wrong? This afternoon we went for a group audition, but no one wanted us by the evening. To save 2 yuan on the bike-sharing fee, we decided to walk back. While walking, we passed a foot massage shop and were called in for foot massage. It cost 998 per person. We don't have enough money. We're short 800. The cost of living in the capital is too high." "Wow, You can't spare 2 yuan for bike sharing, but you blinked an eye at 998 for a foot massage? Is it that expensive? So he felt a bit of a headache. Mingjia and the others usually scrimp and save, not even buying a piece of clothing, yet as soon as they entered the foot massage shop, they acted like they wanted to max out their credit. A beautiful woman doesn't care if I have a car or a house. She washes my feet, massages me, talks to me, and relieves my worries. You say 90 minutes. Is 998 expensive? So he was speechless. 1,000 yuan could buy over 100 takeaway meals. After hanging up, Suhi transferred the money to Ma Mingjia. At that moment, Zhou Bing walked over and said, Suhi, you can head back now. The criminal police had spent the whole night, with half continuing to investigate leads and analyze the case, while the other half watched who is the murderer with Suhi. In the end, everyone reached a consensus that the murderer was merely imitating the plot of the show, unrelated to the storyline. So all that time watching the drama was wasted. Suhi also felt embarrassed. The murderer was very cautious each time, leaving no identifiable clues. Analyzing the motive, it seemed the murderer had no rules when selecting victims, which posed a huge challenge for the police. Currently, the only thing they could do was to increase efforts to check surveillance footage near the crime scenes for clues. Stepping out of the police station, the cool night breeze cleared Suhi's mind a bit as he rode his electric bike toward the hotel. The beauty of the capital's night scenery was self-evident. Whether it was the modern skyscrapers or the historically rich old alleys, each had its unique charm. However, thinking about the fact that the murderer had cruelly killed 6 people under such nightfall and was still at large, possibly committing another crime at any moment, Suhi lost his mood. Bang! A car came rushing around the corner and crashed straight into Suhi's electric bike. Suhi felt a tremendous force hit him, and he flew off, landing on the greenbelt, his arm scratched deeply by a branch, bleeding profusely. A panicked woman got out of the car and rushed over, trembling. Are you okay? Suhi stood up, moved around a bit, and found that only his arm was injured. He turned to look at the woman. I am sorry. I just got my driver's license and didn't dare drive during the day. I plan to practice at night. I got nervous and pressed the gas instead of the brake. Let me take you to the hospital. Don't worry. It's my responsibility, and I will take care of it. The woman's attitude was sincere, and Suhi didn't blame her. However, looking at the car parked aside, with the wipers still swaying back and forth, Suhi didn't dare get in her car. After checking his arm's wound, which wasn't serious but too long to be stitched, he decided against going to the hospital and suggested going to a clinic nearby. If it weren't for the wound on his arm, Suhi could have stitched it himself. The woman repeatedly nodded, went to the car to grab her bag, and followed Suhi to the clinic. In the clinic, the doctor was cupping an elderly man. Upon seeing Suhi covered in blood, the doctor hurried over and said, take off your clothes. The doctor first stopped the bleeding, cleaned the wound, administered local anesthesia, and then began stitching, finishing the entire process in less than 10 minutes. All done. Go back and rest. Don't let it touch water. Don't lift heavy objects. Come back for a checkup in 3 days. The woman paid, but Suhi was staring at the freshly stitched wound when suddenly he thought of something. The police were falling into a misunderstanding. Just because the murderer could perform surgical stitches didn't necessarily mean he was a hospital surgeon. Even in a regular clinic, these doctors had received training in suturing, and the victim's stitching was also the most basic interrupted suture technique. With this in mind, the scope of investigation just expanded several times over. After leaving the clinic, Suhi and the woman exchanged WeChat contacts, and she transferred 2,000 yuan as compensation. The electric bike was totaled, so Suhi removed the battery and threw the wrecked frame into the trash can. He sent a message to Officer Zhou, explaining his speculation, and then took the subway back to the hotel. Upon entering, Ma Mingjia and the others were still awake, chatting. Dong Yong said, I've been through all kinds of difficulties in my life, faced great storms, until the moment number 66 walked out the door, I felt like the sky had collapsed. Ma Mingjia replied, then you haven't encountered number 99. Pan Jigang interjected, ahem, Suhi is back. The room was dark, and none of them noticed Suhi's injury. After washing up in the bathroom, Suhi came out and lay on the bed. Dong Yong poked his head from the upper bunk and laughed. Suhi, tomorrow we'll go deliver takeout with you, okay? What? Don't want to act anymore? Damn. That group leader watched us through the door crack and wanted us to act as corpses. Brother Ma almost got into a fight with him. Pan Jigang said. Later, the group leader gave Brother Ma a script and asked him to read it. Brother Ma held it in for a long time. His face turned bright red, and he didn't dare to let out a fart. Dong Yong added. Ma Mingjia sighed and said, it seems we VE realized that we don't have that ability. Let us just be honest and deliver takeout. If you want to deliver takeout, go ahead. I'm here in the capital to do big things. I plan to buy a tricycle to collect scrap, and when I have money, I'll upgrade to a truck, grow big and strong, and create brilliance again. Pan Jigang didn't plan to go out to deliver takeout anymore. On the way back, he inquired and found that there were no recycling stations within a few kilometers, so he planned to start a business. No one responded to Pan Jigang because they all knew that when morning came, he would definitely join them to deliver takeout. Thinking about 1,000 paths at night, but waking up in the morning to walk the old road, don't look at how passionate Pan Jigang is now. After a good sleep, he would forget everything and still have to go deliver takeout. Wise men do not fall in love. Resentful ones repeat their mistakes, continue the delivery life, and build a beautiful China. Chapter 51. Born not to flatter, I accept glory and downfall early in the morning. So he brought Mom Mingjia and the other two to the delivery station. Since they were all experienced, the station manager only briefly went over some precautions, and they quickly completed their onboarding process. Mom Mingjia and the others had spent all their money at the foot massage shop, so Suhi lent them 2,000 yuan for a second-hand electric scooter and daily expenses. Although they were unreliable when passing by the foot massage shop, they promised to repay as soon as they got their salaries. So he bought another second-hand electric scooter and started accepting orders. Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please handle it in a timely manner. Due to an arm injury and the light rain, so he didn't dare to take too many orders. By 2 in the afternoon, he had delivered over 30 orders. The police had not made any new progress, and the investigation was still ongoing, with all medical staff in the capital on the list for investigation. In the afternoon, He didn't go to the hospital to visit Shunyu. Earlier, director Yu Qing had notified him to come back for a reshoot of the scene with Li Yifeng. At the filming site, He slowly rode his electric scooter in, and Li Yifeng's manager, Deng Shu, immediately came over to scold him. Why are you only just arriving? Don't you have any sense of time? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were some big shot already, acting like a diva before you're even famous. Li Yifeng sat nearby, ignoring Deng Shu's behavior and watching He with interest. Before He could speak, Yu Qing ran over to smooth things over. Now that He is here, let us get started. All departments get moving. Seeing this, Deng Shu shot He a glance and angrily returned to Li Yifeng's side. It was still the previous scene where He turned his back to Li Yifeng and then suddenly turned around, looking at him with a fierce expression. Li Yifeng showed a terrified face as he recited his lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1. He grinned. If you don't get her into my bed tonight, you know what the consequences are. Li Yifeng hurriedly turned and left. Click. Okay, perfect. Yu Qing looked at the camera, surprised that Li Yifeng nailed it in one take. It seemed he had practiced a lot behind the scenes. After finishing this shot, He had no further role, and now he just needed to wait for the notification to shoot on location elsewhere. Just as He was about to leave, Li Yifeng walked over and said in front of everyone, He, are you interested in signing with my company? Deng Shu hid in the corner, showing a cold smile. He's looks and acting skills were undeniable. It was only a matter of time before he became famous. Perhaps with this TV series, he could achieve instant fame. However, He was still an obscure extra, making a living by delivering food. If they signed him, and he obeyed, he could make money for the company. If he didn't, there would either be a hefty compensation or he could be hidden away. Yu Qing watched silently from the side, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He was a good actor with natural talent. He almost nailed every shot in one take. Given time, he would surely become a sensation. If he were signed so early, the treatment would surely be unfair, leading to many conflicts in the future. He didn't expect Li Yifeng to want to sign him, but given the attitude of his manager just now, he didn't feel good about Li Yifeng either and said, I'll think about it. After finishing his scene, He turned and walked out of the filming site, riding his electric scooter to continue delivering food. Crazy brother happened to see this and hurried over to He, saying, He, are you stupid? If Li Yifeng wants to sign you, you'll be famous, you know? How many newcomers are desperate to flatter him? By doing this, you're basically offending him. How will you survive in the entertainment industry later? I was born not to flatter anyone. I accept both glory and downfall. He patted Crazy Brother on the shoulder and rode away on his electric scooter. Everyone has their own path to follow, and there will always be farewells along the way. Crazy Brother has pursued this for half his life just to get a few more lines. While didn't want to enter the cutthroat entertainment industry, Li Yifeng stood there, his face pale. His manager hurried over, shouting, What are you all looking at? Don't you have anything to do? The rain got heavier in the evening. Checking the back end, He saw only a 0.5 yuan extreme weather subsidy and complained a bit before starting to accept orders again. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the rain was pouring down even harder. He held the last delivery, preparing to finish it and go back for some rest. In a village behind the China World Trade Center, there were many workers gathered, office workers from nearby buildings, small vendors, delivery workers, couriers. This was also the most troublesome area for new delivery workers. Navigating through narrow alleys, He arrived at the door of a dilapidated little house. Hello, Mate One Delivery, your order has arrived. He called, but no one answered. He knocked a few times and shouted, Are you asleep? After waiting a few more minutes, he was about to report to the platform when he heard some movement inside. The door opened a crack, and a man's voice came from within. Give it to me. He quickly handed over the delivery. Enjoy your meal. The man took the bag and shut the door right away. After delivering the last order, he turned to leave and rode his electric scooter back to the hotel. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed the sky. In the dark alley, he noticed a red liquid on his hand, which was gradually fading with the rainwater. He slammed on the brakes, threw down his scooter, and ran back. Bang! Kicking open the door, there was complete silence in the dark room. Another flash of lightning illuminated the scene. A woman lay in a pool of blood, and in front of her, a clock was ticking away. Thunder rumbled. A shadow darted past, and Suhi hurriedly chased after it. Suhi had always been puzzled, in TV dramas, when chasing after the bad guys. The pursuer always shouts, "Stop!" But the more they shout, the faster the bad guys run, as if cheering them on. The person in front had to run far before slowing down, while Suhi quickly closed the distance. Seeing this, the person stopped, turned to face Suhi. They stood facing each other, with a small light at the alley's entrance that allowed them to see each other clearly. A man dressed in all black, wearing a black hat and mask, held a black bag. Without the light, one could only see a dark silhouette. Suhi, dressed in a yellow delivery uniform, could tell the man knew he couldn't escape, so he pulled out a syringe, preparing to act. In the rainy night, in the dim alley of the urban village, Suhi rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the man's face, grabbing his wrist and twisting it behind his back, causing the syringe to drop to the ground. A kick to the man's knee brought him down. Coughing, the man fell to the ground, writhing in pain. He pulled off his mask and started to vomit. Under the light, Suhi saw the man's face, a gaunt, pale, middle-aged man. "Hey, Officer Zhou, I caught the murderer in the urban village." Chapter 52. The ghost targets the weak. The Buddha causes suffering to the good. The man spat for a while and then collapsed onto the ground. So he picked up the syringe from the floor and opened the black bag, discovering several sets of clothes and some surgical instruments inside. So he first checked the man for any other weapons and then dragged him toward the small room they had just been in. Inside the room, so he casually threw him onto the floor and found a light switch, which lit up immediately. The man shielded his eyes from the light, trembling on the ground, completely unrecognizable as a psychopathic killer. After checking the woman's breath and pulse, Suhi sighed, stood up, and dragged the man over to her side, roaring in anger. "Open your eyes and look. She's only in her 20s. Why did you kill her?" The man opened his eyes and let out a hoarse laugh. "The ghost targets the weak. The Buddha causes suffering to the good. I have already paid for my weakness and kindness. I don't believe in ghosts or gods, officer. If you really are Huang Huatu, why not just grant me my wish?" At this moment, Suhi had already removed his mask. The man on the ground looked at him, and a glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not Huang Huatu, and I won't kill you. What awaits you is the punishment of the law and a cold bullet. People like you, scum, still think you can become an immortal?" The woman on the ground smiled, but her eyes were filled with terror as she felt the blood draining from her body. Time passed before her eyes as she witnessed her own death. How cruel was that? Suhi wished he could kill him right away. But the man should be grateful that this was a society governed by law. Cough, cough. The man coughed a few times and looked up at Suhi, mumbling, "Life is a grand theater. Some people accompany you to act, you perform for others, and when it's exciting, someone applauds for you. If all else fails, you can still appreciate your own beauty. I never expected to be caught alive by you guys. What a pity, what a pity. Crazy." Suhi could only curse at him. The man seemed like someone who had escaped from a mental hospital. Well, who could kill 7 people in such an extremely cruel way without being a bit insane? The man tried to sit up but was kicked back down by Suhi, who glared at him and said, "Be honest." The man lay on the ground, suddenly looking fierce as he stared at Suhi. Suhi approached and slapped him across the face, cursing, "Who are you glaring at? Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out and use them as marbles?" The man's expression softened immediately, and Suhi thought to himself, "Look at you, cowardly and pathetic, and you still dare to kill. They deserve to die." The man suddenly said, "Hey, look at my bad temper." Suhi raised his hand as if to hit him again, but the man shouted, "Zheng Junyuan, the owner of Bohua chemical plant, discharged toxic wastewater, causing more than half of the people in 3 villages to get cancer. Do you know how much he compensated? 20,000. A life is worth 20,000 yuan. So you killed him?" Suhi had read the case file and knew about the incident at the chemical plant. At that time, the compensation was already the maximum amount Zheng Junyuan could provide due to the extensive damage. What about Luo Shi from the foot massage parlor? Why did you choose her? The man's emotions suddenly calmed down as he said, "She deserved to die for being in that profession." Nonsense. Getting a foot massage is nothing to be ashamed of. There are many women doing foot massage in this world. Should they all die? The man raised his head, his eyes red, and said, "She was my ex-wife." Damn, do you have any conscience left? So he didn't expect the man to kill his ex-wife just because she worked in a foot massage parlor. Seeing that the man was silent, Suhi asked, "What about Wei Chong? Why did you kill him? Didn't you police guess already?" The third one, held the intestines. 5 years ago, Wei Chong killed my dog and ate it. When I want to find him, he even beat me. So he deserved to die. 8 years ago, I was the chief surgeon at the Capital People's Hospital. Once, a child who had been in a car accident urgently needed surgery. Just as I was about to start, the director, Ma Yi-hong, asked me to perform another operation for a wealthy businessman. I refused and performed the surgery on the child first. Later, that businessman died, and Ma Yi-hong retaliated by expelling me from the hospital. He deserved to die too. As for Zhang Dada, I had no grudge against him, but I chose him to make up the numbers for hell of the intestines. He had previously suffered from a brain tumor, and I performed surgery on him. After the surgery, he had persistent headaches and had been in contact with me all these years. No wonder Zhou Bing had searched through all the hospitals and clinics in the capital and found no clues. It turned out the killer had already been expelled from the hospital. Do you really want to become an immortal? Sui asked in confusion. The man seemed to have heard the funniest joke, laughing wildly. Become an immortal? If killing people could make one an immortal, how chaotic would heaven be? I told you before I don't believe in ghosts or gods, but I believe in karma. This world is sick, and I'm a doctor. That's all. You are not a doctor. You are a devil. Sui felt no sympathy for the man. The man's thoughts and actions were too extreme. We have no right to deprive a person of their right to live, even if they have made mistakes. You have already gathered enough for hell of the intestines. Why continue killing? Sui glared at the man. When I saw on the television that you police were acting with me, I suddenly wanted to keep playing. Anyway, I'm going to die. I thought I had done it perfectly, but I didn't expect you to find out. Can you tell me where I showed a flaw? Sui stared blankly at the man on the ground, realizing that it was because the man was impersonating Huang Huitu that he continued to kill innocents. A surge of anger welled up in Sui. He felt he could hardly breathe. He originally thought he was solving a case, but someone had been brutally murdered because of his suggestions. Did that mean that the deaths of these two women were caused by him? At that moment, the police rushed in, and Zhou Bing looked at Sui, who appeared dazed, and asked, Sui, are you okay? Sui smiled weakly, shook his head, and said, Officer Zhou, I'm fine. The rest is up to you. I'm tired and will go back to rest now. I'll come back tomorrow morning to give my statement. Zhou Bing watched Sui's desolate figure leave, unsure of what had happened. Inside the room, a woman lay lifeless on the floor, and a man curled up on the ground, emaciated and pale, with handprints on his face. This was the killer? A man who looked like he was already gravely ill and had little time left that committed such heinous crimes. Take him back. Chapter 53. I have no peace with evil. The rain fell harder and harder, as if trying to wash away all the filth in the world. A delivery man rode his electric bicycle through the curtain of rain, his gaze occasionally resolute, occasionally filled with guilt. Too much had happened that night. Sui returned to the hotel, took a hot shower, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Mingjia and the others went out to deliver food, while Sui had to go to the police station to give a statement and did not go out with them. With no one in the room, Sui took out the system reward, a truth serum, which causes the user to speak the truth for 10 minutes after consumption. Inside a small transparent glass vial was just a drop of liquid that seemed almost alive when shaken gently. After putting it back into the system space, Sui went downstairs to buy breakfast and then headed straight to the police station. After a night of interrogation, the man had confessed everything. Liao Fan, male, 38 years old, was once the head of surgery at the Capital People's Hospital. He excelled academically from a young age, outstanding and awarded numerous times. A rising star in the medical field. 8 years ago, he left the Capital People's Hospital due to non-compliance with the dean's arrangements. While looking for a job, he was repeatedly obstructed by Dean Ma Yi-hong, which led him to leave the medical field and seek other work. He started his own business, delivered food, and worked in a pet store. Just as he was slowly integrating into life, he was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer, which caused him immense pain. His wife couldn't bear such a life, and fortunately, they had no children, so she chose to divorce him directly. He hid at home, bearing the psychological and physical pain alone. In the final moments of his life, he suddenly felt an urge for revenge. Ma Yi-hong. If Liao Fan's life had not been rewritten on that day, these 8 years would not have been so painful. An evil plan began to grow in his mind. He wanted to eradicate this evil in the last moments of his life. Looking at the news reports, where Liao Fan was spirited and vibrant, and then glancing at the man lying on the wooden bed, gasping for breath and coughing incessantly, Zhou Bing asked, Do you regret it? Liao Fan opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Bing. Officer, I just want to experience what it feels like to have a bullet pierce my head. I don't regret it. Even if everyone curses me, at least it proves that I existed. Delayed justice is not justice. Before I close my eyes, I must turn myself into a demon. Officer, do I have a choice? Zhou Bing said nothing, gently closing the case file. Perhaps before the day of legal judgment arrived, Liao Fan would have already left this world, and just as he said, his name would be condemned by thousands. How then could the victim's justice be served? So he gave a statement. He did not see Liao Fan. The case was over, and for him, there was no need to know too much. In the news reports, there was no mention of Sui's name or figure. The only proof he participated was that segment of the award ceremony, which led many to mistake him for a policeman. Officer Huang, are you catching criminals? Sir, I'm delivering food. I understand, don't worry. If you need any cooperation, just speak up. My old bones can still manage. I have no peace with evil. Sui had no choice but to put on a mask, continuing to deliver until 2:30 in the afternoon. After accidentally spilling a delivery on the road, he paid for it himself and sat down on a stone bench to have lunch. A middle-aged man was setting up a stall to play chess, surrounded by a group of old men arguing incessantly. Bet how much? Double the payout bet. Whatever you want. The old men folded their arms, enjoying the spectacle, while a young man in his 20s squatted on the ground, looking a bit pale. The middle-aged man urged, This is the last game. Think it over. If you win, I'll pay you double. You bet 500, and if you win, I'll give you 1,000. The young man had already lost twice. And an old man nearby advised, Young man, you shouldn't have moved the horse. First you should have gone straight for the king, then young man. Are you still playing? If not, I'll pack up, the middle-aged man added. The young man hesitated, stammering. I have no money left. Borrow some from your friends. This bet pays double. If you win once, you'll get everything back, the nearby accomplice continued to persuade. At that moment, 3 choices appeared before Suhi. Option 1, win the chess game. Reward, master-level chess proficiency. Option 2, expose the scam publicly. Reward, 500 cash. Option 3, call the police to take down the criminal gang. Reward, title of Good Samaritan. Effect, improves others' favorability during communication. In the world of con games, knowing a trick without exposing it is a rule. Exposing it could lead to trouble. Suhi looked around. Apart from the young man, it seemed that 8 others were accomplices. These people appeared to be observing the game, but kept their eyes on their surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. While the young man remained oblivious, looking for friends to borrow money. As the saying goes, the world of con games is a shady place. Recognizing a trick within a trick makes one superior. One can be illiterate, but cannot be unwise. According to past street ethics, Suhi was an outsider and should not speak too much, or else he would face retribution. However, now was a society governed by law, and Suhi was not worried at all. Among the 3 options, the first seemed to reward master-level chess proficiency, but the prerequisite was winning the game. Since they dared to set up a stall, no matter how skilled one was, the best outcome would be a draw. Moreover, Suhi only had an elementary school level of chess skills. The second option, exposing the scam publicly, was a common tactic in street con games, the willingness to gamble and accept losses. Most people sensed something was off, but rushed in anyway, only to complain about their poor chess skills after losing, never realizing it was a trap. Even if you told the young man that they were conning him, it would be of no use. Pretending to be nonchalant while playing with his phone, so he sent a message to Zhou Bing and then approached, pulling out 10 yuan and tossing on the ground. I'll play a game. Chapter 54. You can deceive my feelings, but you can't deceive my money. Starting from 100 yuan. The middle-aged man looked up at Suhi and continued. This handsome guy came first. You'll have your turn when he's done. The young man was still on the phone, trying to borrow money, and Suhi didn't say anything. He picked up 10 yuan and squatted there pretending to study how to play chess. The young man had already lost about 15 to 1600. This time, he directly bet 2,000 yuan, ready to go all in. Suhi took a closer look. The chess situation did indeed look tempting, and even with his elementary school level, he felt he could win. This time, the young man was not impulsive. He stared at the chessboard for a full 5 minutes before squatting down and hesitantly making his first move. In less than 2 minutes, the young man sat down on the ground, looking at the chessboard in disbelief, while the middle-aged man continued to shake the stack of money in his hand. Hey, why did you move the cannon again? I told you to move the pawn first. Today's young people are too anxious. The middle-aged man said, Kid, it seems you're having bad luck today. Why not come back another day? He was ready to take his winnings and leave. The young man got up, said nothing, and prepared to leave. Wait, I haven't played yet. Suhi grabbed the young man's hand and said, Buddy, I'm not good at this. You guide me. If we win, I'll give you half. Hearing this, the young man squatted down again. Since he didn't have to spend money, he wanted to see how it would go. A true gentleman observes quietly, but I can only play alone. The middle-aged man said immediately. Suhi said nothing, studied for another 2 minutes, and started. Pawn. A minute later, Suhi was defeated. Damn it, let's play again. Suhi threw 100 yuan onto the table. Kid, the first game is 100. The second game is at least 200. That's the rule. The middle-aged man said. Rules? Huh. Then let's do 200. I won't be superstitious about it. Buddy, this time you help me play, and I'll support you. Suhi stood behind the middle-aged man like he was losing his mind and continued. If we lose, it's on me. If we win, we split it. I'll be watching from behind. You can play with confidence. Suhi looked like he was about to chant prayers behind him. Are we playing or not? If not, I'm packing up. Let's be clear, this is the last game. The middle-aged man said nervously as more and more people gathered around. We're playing? Why not? But can we change the location? Suhi glanced at the undercover police officer next to him and smiled. Change the location? Where to? The middle-aged man was taken aback. To the police station. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from the crowd. Don't move, police. A few men tried to run, but Suhi grabbed the middle-aged man, kicked him in the leg, and knocked him to the ground, twisting his hand behind his back, saying coldly, Trying to run? No way. The middle-aged man didn't expect to be subdued by a delivery guy. He immediately bared his teeth and said, Kid, just wait. You'll see how I deal with you when I get out. Smack. Suhi gave him a slap across the face, glaring at him with your skills. Being so arrogant in front of the police, you better take care of yourself first. The middle-aged man was still unconvinced after being slapped, cursing, You son of a bitch. Have the guts to give me your name. If I don't kill you, I won't share your surname. Smack. Another slap followed. Suhi had never met someone so asking for a beating. Laughing, My name is Huang Huitu. I'm waiting for you to come kill me. Although Zhou Bing didn't come, a few familiar detectives from the criminal police team arrived. Suhi handed the middle-aged man over to the police while the young man was still squatting on the ground, trembling. Suhi took a statement, and the police returned 300 yuan to him on the spot, while the young man was taken back to the police station and would be educated before getting his money back. He had easily taken down a fraud gang, and the surrounding citizens praised Suhi after receiving the system reward. As long as he spoke to others, his favorability would increase, which which was quite practical in daily life. It didn't take long. Around 5 o'clock, Suhi started accepting orders again. The weather was nice, and he kept running until dawn before shutting off the order acceptance. 132 orders, ranking first, with the second place being Chi Jinghua, who had 98 orders. In the delivery workers group, everyone had gotten used to Suhi's insane delivery speed, no longer shocked or envious. In their eyes, Suhi had already transformed into a true master. When he returned to the hotel, Mingjia and the other two were already lying on the bed playing with their phones. Damn, Dong-Yong, you can't be serious. Meeting someone online? You've only been here a few days. Impressive. What's that girl like? Show me. Ma Mingzi suddenly exclaimed. Pan Ji Gang joined in the fun. You found a girlfriend? Does that mean you're going to treat us to drinks? Girlfriend my ass. She's just a bar scammer. When we first met, she said she was thirsty and we should get something to drink. I thought about buying a milk tea, but she took me to a bar and ordered a bottle of wine worth over 2,000. I got up and ran. Dong-Yong said angrily. He had thought it was love, but it turned out to be a mistake. You can deceive my feelings, but you can't deceive my money. I only have a few $100 on me. After that drink, how can I leave without losing a kidney? Suhi found this quite amusing. People can love many throughout their lives, but money is limited. If you lose the one you love, you can find another. If you lose your money, you can only eat instant noodles. Meeting people online? I never do those superficial things. Mom Mingjia began to boast, and the voice of a female streamer came from the live stream on his phone. Thanks for the rose from Brother Ma. Did you hear that? This female streamer is from the capital. I've been working on her for days, and when payday comes next month, I'll make my move. Nice job, Brother Ma. You're willing to spend big. Suhi knew them well. The only relatively normal one was Pan Ji Gang, who sent 2/3 of his earnings back home. His father had gone into debt from business, and the whole family was working away from home, afraid to go back. Suhi, I've noticed your delivery volume is increasing. How come you're so fierce? Any tips you can share? Pan Ji Gang asked as Suhi came out of the bathroom. Actually, the platform does have a loophole. Suhi sighed and continued, since we're all good brothers, I'll tell you. Ma Mingjia and Dong-Yong immediately perked up. The better you look, the more orders you get. I can't help it. With great power comes great responsibility. As they say, if I don't enter hell. Damn it, get him. Hold him down, quick. Bring the beer bottle. Brother Ma, we don't have a beer bottle, but there's a steel pipe. Chapter 55. Some news made me laugh as I read waking up in the morning. I received a message from Yuqing. The popularity of Night Walker was steadily rising, and many variety shows were extending invitations, with the much-anticipated He also on the list. Director, you know I'm delivering takeout. How can I find time to record a show? Suhi, how many people would fight for this opportunity? You don't know how to cherish it. No. Director, you misunderstood me. In your situation, you need to pay more. Pay more? Yuqing looked bewildered. What's the deal? As an artist outside the 18th tier, do you have the right to talk about money? Just being able to appear on the show for free is already a stroke of luck, and you still have the nerve to ask for money. Strictly speaking, so he was just a background actor now, without a company or an agent. To continue climbing up, he might even have to spend money. Many small artists spend a lot of money just to get a face on a variety show. How much do you want? Yuqing was participating in the show as an important role from the entire cast, which was a resource exchange with the production team. And all expenses were covered by the crew. 2,000 yuan. So he thought for a moment and replied, delivering takeout for a day can earn about 1,000 yuan. If it delays a day, I can't lose money, right? Okay, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, come to the New Star Light Film and Television Park. The recording starts at 3, and you need to do your makeup and go over the script. Don't be late. All right, director. After replying, so he opened the takeout backend and went online to accept orders. Ding, you have a new takeout order. Please process it in a timely manner. There were few morning orders. After finishing the morning rush, Suhi casually found a breakfast shop to eat noodles, scrolling through short videos on his phone while eating. The serial murder case had been solved, but the impact was significant. Information about the murderer, Liao Fan, had been uncovered by reporters. He was once a prominent figure at the Capital People's Hospital, having saved hundreds of lives. The past between Liao Fan and director Ma Yihong was also revealed by insiders, and netizens overwhelmingly began to support Liao Fan. However, the mistakes Liao Fan made were not limited to this. Later, he also killed 2 innocent women. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry was also lively. Host Zhang Dada was brutally murdered, and the process of his death was enough to support a horror movie, with netizens mourning. Even if everyone in the world hates Zhang Dada, I will stand with the world. Some news made me laugh as I read, so he didn't pay attention to the netizens' comments. In life, everyone has different pursuits. When a person dies, it's like a light going out. Everything becomes meaningless. After some time, everyone involved in this case will gradually be forgotten, fading away. After breakfast, Suhi continued delivering takeout. It had rained heavily yesterday, and today was beautifully sunny. By almost noon, Suhi was completely soaked. He had one last takeout order, which happened to be for the New Star Light Film and Television Park. Hey. Takeout cannot be delivered inside. Have someone come out to get it. The security guard stopped Suhi. Hello, Miss Deng, your takeout has arrived, but the security 1T let me in. Could you please come out to get it? Hand the phone to the security. Suhi successfully walked in. It was his first time at the film park. It was very large, and he had to ask several people before he found his way. However, at the makeup room door, he was stopped by the security again. Suhee, why are you so late? Hurry up. Go change your clothes first. You're all sweaty. You should take a shower first. Yuqing came over from behind and pulled Suhee into the makeup room. Director, wait. I still have a takeout to deliver. So he called Miss Deng. In the corner, Li Yifeng was getting his makeup done, and a woman, Deng Shu, his agent, was standing next to him. That delivery guy, stop calling. What are you standing there for? Bring it over. Deng Shu shouted loudly. So he walked over and said, your takeout. Enjoy your meal. Suhee? Li Yifeng turned his head to look at Suhee and smiled. You're really delivering takeout? I thought it was a joke. Suhee smiled, but said nothing and turned to take a shower and change clothes. As soon as Suhee left, Li Yifeng's expression changed instantly, and he coldly said, I don't want to eat it anymore. Just throw it away. I'll give him a bad review. Deng Shu directly threw the takeout bag into the trash can. After showering, Suhee changed into the clothes the production team had prepared for him, which are the clothes of a rich second generation from the TV drama, and the crew's makeup artist did his makeup. Yuqing handed a script to Suhee, urging him to familiarize himself quickly. Suhee flipped through the script. The variety show was called King vs. King, featuring 2 comedy stars and 2 entertainment celebrities as regular members, while Suhee and others were invited guests, interacting and playing various games together. Previously, Yuqing had asked Suhee if he had any talents, and he casually said, I can cook a bit, sing a bit, and do some calligraphy. So he didn't dare mention stitching wounds or flying a plane. He couldn't possibly perform stitching wounds or flying a plane live, right? The script included segments for him to sing and perform calligraphy, but there was a note in parentheses saying, to be determined. From now on, cameras were aimed at Suhee. As a background actor, very few people recognized him, and even the host didn't know how to introduce him. The production team found a lot of videos about Suhee online, which filled in his background introduction. If it weren't for director Yuqing strongly recommending Suhee, he would have had the right to participate in the show. It's known that there are only 4 guest spots, and aside from the male and female leads, plus the director, the last spot would surely go to a more famous supporting actor. Having Suhee on the show put a lot of pressure on Yuqing. But with Suhee's stunning acting skills, he would surely become popular in time. In the backstage, Li Yifeng and Song Yi were already ready, and Yuqing took Suhee over. Host Shin Tao was introducing the roles played by the 4 regular members, and the scene was filled with laughter. Then, amid the exclamations, the door in front of Suhee opened, and Li Yifeng, Song Yi, Yuqing, and Suhee walked slowly towards the stage. Shin Tao smiled and said, Today, as 4 guests are remarkable, the much-anticipated drug trafficking suspense web drama Night Walker, our old friend Li Yifeng, plays dual roles. A battle between good and evil, whetting the audience's appetite. Li Yifeng greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Li Yifeng, in a world of black and white, where good and evil are hard to distinguish, with high-energy twists, darkness without end, in this drama. I play a drug enforcement officer who has to thrive in the abyss for faith. I hope to bring you a different me. After Li Yifeng finished speaking, Shin Tao continued to introduce. The female lead is also our old friend. She has a rich acting career with shadows of light and darkness. Hard to discern between truth and falsehood. What will her ending be? The camera focused on Song Yi, who smiled and said, Hello everyone, I'm Song Yi. Back on this stage, in this Dark Knight script murder, welcome everyone to join in. After the introduction of the male and female leads, it was time for director Yuqing. The hostess' words were brief. Director Yuqing, is there anything you'd like to say to our audience about this drama? Yuqing, holding the microphone, said, Night Walker, walking on the edge of light and darkness, with our backs to light, facing darkness in the pursuit of truth. There's a light that questions justice. Soon, it was Suhee's turn. Host Shen Tao said, Today, in King vs. King, we welcome a new friend. Let's get to know him. Hello everyone, my name is Suhee. Chapter 56, who says only those standing in the light are heroes when the others picked up the microphone. There was a teleprompter on the opposite wall that displayed the words to read. When it was Suhee's turn, it only showed the words self-introduction. The host, Shen Tao, said nothing. Suhee's introduction would be added later, since the purpose was to promote the TV series Night Walker. The games in the program were more related to the series. The first challenge was called Acting Competition. 2 teams, Ace Family versus Night Walker. There was a script for the challenge, and all the scenes had been rehearsed in advance, except for a scene between Suhee and Li Yifeng, which required improvisation. The recording continued, and Suhee's presence was minimal. The camera rarely focused on him, making it difficult for the host to interact with him. There were 4 scenes in total, and after performing, the audience would score them. Soon the first 3 scenes ended, and it was Li Yifeng and Suhee's turn to take the stage. The script introduced a scene where Suhee played a rich second generation at the end of his rope, while Li Yifeng played a police officer, which was the plot they would film later. Li Yifeng's undercover character revealed his true identity, standing in front of Suhee with a gun pointed at him. Suhee got into character in 3 seconds, looking disdainfully at Li Yifeng and saying, Chinamo, don't be cowardly, shoot. Why are you afraid? Haha, don't think just because you have a gun, you can threaten me. So he seized the gun from Li Yifeng's hand and pressed it against his chest, glaring at Li Yifeng. Have you forgotten? You personally sent your woman to my bed. Haha. Are you still a police officer? You're my dog. With a roar from Su-hee, Li Yifeng's hand holding the gun suddenly loosened. The gun fell to the ground. In the audience, Yu Qing covered his face, not expecting that despite Li Yifeng practicing secretly dozens of times, an accident still occurred. It was supposed to be Li Yifeng's lines at this point, but he was at a loss. At this moment, Su-hee suddenly hugged Li Yifeng's head and laughed wildly. Chinemo, I know you want to kill me. Come with me, I'll give you money, women, whatever you want, I'll satisfy you. After saying that, Su-hee turned around. In Li Yifeng's earpiece, Yu Qing's voice came through. Don't pay attention to the gun on the ground. Take out the handcuffs, cuff Su-hee to you, and say the line. How go? I'm sorry, I'm a police officer. Li Yifeng quickly reacted and did as Yu Qing instructed. The lights dimmed, the performance ended, and the audience erupted into warm applause. That segment of the performance was stunning. The audience didn't notice the performance accident and thought the plot was meant to be like that. Only those holding the script marveled at how amazing Su-hee's acting and improvisation were. Li Yifeng excused himself to go to the restroom, and the recording paused. In the restroom, Li Yifeng looked at himself in the mirror with a gloomy expression. Once again, he was thrown off by Su-hee's acting. He had practiced in advance, but still made a fool of himself in public. If the director had asked for a redo at that moment, everything would have been fine, but that detestable delivery guy unexpectedly improvised and changed the scene, making him look ridiculous. The recording continued, and after the audience scored, Night Walker went around. Yi, help me out for the next song, let me and Su-hee sing. Li Yifeng, who debuted as a singer idol, was not particularly skilled in acting, so he wanted to take revenge by singing. Song E didn't expect Li Yifeng to make such a request. She glanced at Su-hee and laughed. Sure, I was worried about not singing well. Li Yifeng's manager approached the director and mentioned switching Song E with Su-hee, so the host announced, Light and darkness. There are always those who bear the weight for us. In the unknown battlefield, there's a group of people who walk alone, guarding the safety of the people. Next, let us welcome Li Yifeng and Su-hee to perform the song Lone Brave, in tribute to all the drug enforcement police. On stage, Su-hee looked bewildered. This segment wasn't in the script. It was written for Li Yifeng and Song E to sing, so why was he included? And no one informed him. Everyone moved to the guest seats, and Su-hee followed. Huh? Yu Qing said curiously. Su-hee, it's your turn to sing. Director, it says here that Li Yifeng and Song E are singing. The host made a mistake, Su-hee replied. At that moment, someone ran over, saying, Su, you go up and sing with Li Yifeng. Song E isn't feeling well. Su-hee stood still, turning to look at Yu Qing. Yu Qing, seeing Su-hee's puzzled expression, encouraged. Didn't you say you could sing a bit? Why not give it a try? It wasn't out of the question. But it would cost extra. How much? 1,000. All right. Yu Qing sighed. Su-hee's mindset was too narrow, focusing solely on money. However, Su-hee still didn't move. At that moment, two choices appeared before him. Option 1, complete the performance. Completion reward, advanced dance skills. Option 2, refuse to perform. Completion reward, cancellation of advanced singing skills. Not singing would mean losing the reward. Su-hee didn't expect the system to be so ruthless. He felt like a puppet being maneuvered step by the system. But it was truly exhilarating. This song was very popular and had been topping the charts recently. Su-hee could sing it, and there were lyrics prompts in front of him, so he wasn't worried about forgetting the words. Thus, Su-hee walked onto the stage and stood shoulder to shoulder with Li Yifeng. All are brave. The wound on your forehead, your differences, the mistakes you made, do not have to be hidden. Your worn-out doll. Li Yifeng's voice was deep and magnetic, slowly unfolding and captivating. Love you walking alone in the dark alley. Love you not kneeling down. Love you confronting despair and refusing to cry. Su-hee's voice suddenly overshadowed Li Yifeng's. Go, go, with the most humble dreams. Fight, fight, with the most solitary dreams. To the whimpering and roaring in the dark night. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Su-hee was already immersed in the lyrics, completely unaware of the astonished expressions of the audience. If Li Yifeng's singing touched the heart, then Su-hee's voice struck straight at the soul. On stage, Li Yifeng still wore a smile, but inwardly he began to curse. The script said Su-hee could sing a little. Was this what they called a little? Thankfully, this was just a mid-show performance and not a competition. If they were to score, it would be utterly humiliating. After singing, they resumed playing games. And Su-hee performed adequately, while Li Yifeng dazzled with his witty remarks, earning cheers. Su-hee, I heard your calligraphy is pretty good. Li Yifeng casually remarked. I could do a bit. Chapter 57. I'm pretty good at delivering takeout. Li Yifeng looked at Su-hee's humble demeanor and suddenly felt a bit insecure. Was it a little or a lot? The next segment was a calligraphy competition, where the Ace family and the Night Walkers each sent a member to write the 4 characters Night Walkers for evaluation. Before the competition, they could communicate internally to decide who would go on stage. Song E directly abstained, and Yu Qing indicated he would also abstain to leave the opportunity open. So the production team brought out paper and pens, and Li Yifeng looked at Su-hee. You go first. Su-hee was not polite, picking up the brush and swiftly writing. the 4 characters leaping onto the paper as the brush moved like a dragon and snake. The characters' night walkers appeared. Their color and form, the thickness and delicacy, all varied infinitely, like a black and white mist, elusive and mysterious. Great! Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, immediately deciding to use these 4 characters as the cover for the TV series. The quality of the characters varied, reflecting status. Suhi's writing was not just about the characters, but also an artistic conception, perfectly embodying the spirit of the TV series, aligning beautifully with its theme. Good thing I was clever. Li Yifeng looked at the characters on the table and smiled. Suhi's writing can completely defeat the Ace family team. So I won to embarrass myself. At that moment, Shun Tong from the Ace family sneaked over to take a look, surprised. Let us hand out the award quickly. Is there even a need for competition? The Nightwalkers team won another round, and the host, seeing Suhi's excellent calligraphy, asked him to leave a piece of ink treasure for the production team. Li Yifeng prepared ink for Suhi, who reluctantly picked up the pen and wrote, "A gentleman is cautious when alone, does not deceive in dark rooms. He prepares himself with self-discipline. His virtue can be steadfast. A true man stands between heaven and earth, should nurture the righteous energy of the universe, act with integrity, control oneself, be cautious when alone, guard the heart, and clarify the nature. Control one's own heart to control oneself, and accommodate others with a heart that accepts oneself." After Suhi finished, the applause in the venue was thunderous. Even Li Yifeng couldn't help but marvel. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, the brush falls like smoke, illuminating others with words, provoking deep thought. When he looked up at Suhi again, Li Yifeng suddenly remembered that there was no gap between him and Suhi. It had always been jealousy in his heart at play. An outstanding delivery person made him uncomfortable, but should Suhi submit to him? Everyone has their own strengths. Suhi is good at acting, singing, and calligraphy, but might not be good at dancing. Li Yifeng suddenly became magnanimous. He was already at the summit. Why argue about winning or losing with a junior climbing the mountain? Next, it was his turn to dance. "Suhi, can you dance?" The open-minded Li Yifeng now regarded Suhi as a friend. "I can dance a little." Suhi felt the change in Li Yifeng's attitude and replied with a smile. Having already experienced Suhi's humility, Li Yifeng smiled wryly. "I've heard that delivery people can do everything, aside from delivering takeout. They're all professionals." "Ah, I can't say that. I'm pretty good at delivering takeout too." The conversation couldn't continue. It was Li Yifeng's turn to perform on stage, while Suhi sat in the guest seat. "Director, when will you transfer the money to me?" Suhi whispered to Yuqing. Yuqing rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I'll have finance transfer it to you later." I said, "It's only 3,000. Do you really need to be like this?" "How long is later?" Suhi didn't expect Yuqing to use his catchphrase. "Next time, another day. There's no such thing as later. Once you turn back, you forget. Can I have finance transfer the money right now? Is that okay?" Yuqing glared at Suhi. Suhi glared back at Yuqing and said, "Take action. What are you waiting for?" On stage, Li Yifeng's dance was also explosive. The cheers from the audience were overwhelming. No wonder he debuted as an idol. He was incredibly handsome. Suhi also felt a surge of excitement. He had just received a system reward for dance skills, but had no opportunity to perform on stage. Li Yifeng, as if having changed his personality, no longer clashed with him, which was truly a pity. As the program recording neared its end, Suhi had fewer opportunities to appear in the subsequent segments, as his status was not high enough, and it was normal for him to have less screen time. After receiving the transfer of 3,000, Suhi changed his clothes backstage, rode his electric bike, and left the film and television park. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and Suhi planned to go back to rest directly. A McLaren slowly drove up from behind, and Li Yifeng, in the driver's seat, greeted Suhi. "Suhi, see you at Kunyang." Suhi nodded and smiled. "Brother Foam, see you at Kunyang." The McLaren gradually drove away. Inside the car, Li Yifeng said to his manager, Deng Shu, "Delete the bad review about the delivery. A true man stands between heaven and earth and should act with integrity. Suhi is my friend." Deng Shu looked incredulously at Li Yifeng's profile. And after a long time, she sighed and said with a bitter smile, "I never expected to place the intrigues of the entertainment industry on a background delivery person. Suhi is indeed talented. I need to interact with him more and strive to sign him. From today on, he is no longer just a background actor. I've said it. He is my friend, and friends shouldn't be bound together by interests. This person is quite interesting." Back at the hotel, Mom Mingjia and the others had not returned yet. Suhi had just finished showering when Dong Yong came in. "Suhi, what happened today? You only delivered over 30 orders, causing me to lose a bet with them. Did you collude with Mom Mingjia?" "What bet?" "A bet on whether you could break yesterday's record. Who knew you only ran this few orders today? What was the wager?" "Washing socks for a month. And by the way, help me wash them. Next time we bet, I'll help you." Dong Yong went to wash socks, and Suhi lay on the bed playing with his phone. The crew of night walkers had already set off for Kunyang province, and Yuqing booked Suhi a flight for 3 days later. Once preparations were ready, Suhi would go and start filming. Near midnight, Ma Mingjia and Panji Gang returned together, bringing roast chicken and a case of beer. "Come on, brothers, let us drink." Ma Mingjia's face didn't look good. Panji Gang nudged Suhi and Dong Yong, whispering. Brother Ma's wife came to find him again today. Don Young rolled out of bed, grinning. Come on, let us drink. Ma Mingjia was completely out of money this time. His wife had made a scene, scolding him for being useless, not even being able to take out 1,000 yuan. Ma Mingjia said nothing, stuffing the only 300 yuan he had in his pocket into his daughter's hands. The roast chicken and beer were bought by Panji Gang. Sui sometimes admired Ma Mingjia's wife for chasing him all the way from Jinan City to the capital. He didn't know what for. Ma Mingjia took out a bottle of white liquor from the bedside cabinet and gulped down half a bottle before saying, When I first met her, I was only 18. At that time, I held her hand and promised to give her happiness. Later we started a family and had children. I haven't even touched her hand since. I don't blame her. I'm just a worthless person. You all, don't learn from me in the future. Don Young snatched the white liquor from Ma Mingjia's hand, poured himself a cup, and laughed. Brother Ma, we're doing fine now. Being poor is at least not starving. Ma Mingjia glared at Don Young and said, Wait until you have a wife and kids. Then you'll know what poverty means. Come on, let us drink. Talking about this is useless. Cheers. Chapter 58. Help me call the police. I killed someone who knew that after waking up from a drunken stupor, life was still the same old mess. Ma Mingjia left early in the morning, while Don Young and Panji Gang were still sound asleep. So he was in the bathroom, throwing up violently. After going downstairs and drinking a bowl of porridge, his stomach felt much better. Before he knew it, it was almost 11 o'clock. So he opened the food delivery app and started accepting orders. Looking at the leaderboard, he was surprised to see that Ma Mingjia had already delivered 13 orders. Ding! You have a new food delivery order. Please process it in a timely manner. Delivering food is a positive and proactive profession. It doesn't require anyone to urge you from behind. To earn more money, you take on more orders. Overextending your youth and burying your dreams in this society where it's easy to be born and easy to live, but hard to make a living. With gritted teeth, you persist through it all. After running back and forth, Sue had become completely familiar with the area he was responsible for. Accepting and grabbing orders, picking up and delivering meals, the system had mapped out the shortest routes and optimal delivery plans for him. But it couldn't predict the speed at which the restaurants prepared the food. Boss, is that mate 1 order number 39 ready? Wait a moment. One of the chefs called in sick today. It'll take 10 more minutes. Boss, I have other orders to deliver. If I wait 10 more minutes, I'll be late. If you're late, there's nothing I can do about it. Why don't you just cook it yourself? Damn it. Sui rushed to the kitchen where there were 2 dishes, a dry pot of squid and a spicy crayfish. He quickly lit the stove and poured in the oil, working on both pots simultaneously. 5 minutes later, he grabbed the meals and ran out swiftly. Despite his efforts, Sui couldn't finish all the deliveries. 2 orders were late. But fortunately, the customers didn't complain. For the 2 late orders, he was fined 10 yuan. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sui was exhausted and unable to run anymore. So he closed the app and found a shady spot under a large tree to rest on a stone bench. An old man nearby was picking up trash and walked up to Sui, saying, Young man, can you give me your water bottle? Sui finished the last sip and handed the bottle over, saying, Old man, it's so hot. You should come out later. The old man took the bottle, skillfully placed it on the ground, stomped it flat, and tossed it into his plastic bag, sighing, When I was young, I didn't suffer much. Now that I'm old, I can't even afford to eat. Yes, young people should endure more hardships. Otherwise, how will they cope when they're old? The road is chosen by oneself, and there's no turning back. The old man sighed, picked up his bag, and continued searching for valuable trash in the nearby trash bin. So he got up and smiled. This is life. He rode his bike to the hospital, where Shun Yuanzhong was working outside, and Xiang Wanrong was taking care of Shenyu. Although the elderly couple was tired these days, they felt much more optimistic seeing their daughter receiving treatment in a big hospital in the capital. With the care of doctors and nurses, Shenyu's face had started to gain some flesh. So he gently brushed her hair back and whispered in her ear, Yeah, didn't you say you like Li Yifeng? I recorded a show with him yesterday. I'm not lying. We even sang together. He dances so well. Next time, I'll ask him for a signed photo. In a couple of days, I'm going to Kunyang province to film. I'm an actor now, and soon I'll be a big star. And you'll be the girlfriend of a big star. Leaving the hospital, Suhi started accepting orders again. Hello, mate 1 delivery. Your food has arrived. He opened the door to find a chubby boy with his upper body bare, bloodstains on his stomach, and hollow eyes as he took the food from Suhi's hands and walked back inside without even closing the door. At the door, Suhi hesitated. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Who knew if they were slaughtering chickens or people inside? Just then, the boy walked back over and said, Help me call the police. I killed someone. Hey, don't you know how to call the police yourself? Seeing that Suhi didn't respond, the boy went back inside, brought out a human leg, and tossed it at Suhi's feet, saying, Thanks, bro, huh? Now that essay been insulting. Did I say I didn't believe you? Suhi looked at the leg at his feet, noticing the toenails were painted red, clearly belonging to a woman. He took out his phone to prepare to call the police while walking into the room. Inside, the boy was sitting on the sofa with his back to Sue, eating heartily. He had ordered a steak meal. Bloodstains on the floor led all the way into the bathroom. The boy turned his head to glance at Sue and said, I advise you not to go in. You'll have nightmares tonight. With that, he continued eating his steak. Sue had seen plenty of scenes before, He immediately pushed open the bathroom door and took a quick look inside. Oh my god. Dude, how can you still eat? Just one glance made Soo-hee step back out. The scene inside was scarier than a horror movie. I'm hungry. I can't just eat raw meat, can I? The boy said, devouring the steak. Have you called the police yet? The boy ignored Soo-hee and walked over to the computer in the corner to start playing a game. So he didn't call 110 directly, but instead called Officer Zhou. Officer Zhou, there's someone confessing at Building 5, Unit 2, 15th floor of Fujin Garden. Someone killed someone. Yes, the murderer is very calm. Just finished eating steak and is now playing a game. 8 minutes later, Officer Zhou arrived on the 15th floor with 5 police officers. As soon as the elevator opened, a faint smell of blood wafted in, instantly raising their alertness. Seeing that the door was ajar, Officer Zhou made a gesture to approach slowly, making not a sound as he reached the entrance. A leg. The bloody scene began right at the door. Officer Zhou heard sound from inside and rushed in with his gun drawn. Police. In the living room, Officer Zhou aimed his gun at the murderer, but the murderer didn't turn around. Next to him, Soo-hee was sitting on a stool, reminding the murderer, dude. The police are here. Wait a minute. I'm about to get a pentakill. Soo-hee helplessly looked at Officer Zhou and said, Officer Zhou, hurry up. He is really good at playing Yasuo. The other officers checked other rooms. Captain, come take a look. Officer Zhou had seen many crime scenes and various brutal and bloody scenarios, but when he opened the bathroom door, he suddenly froze. On the floor, there was a cutting board with a knife that had already curled, surrounded by various pieces of flesh. Blood was gradually coagulating on the ground, and in the corner, a bloody and mangled mass of meat caught his attention. A freshly formed fetus. Victory! The boy slapped the table, stood up excitedly, and looked at Soo-hee, saying, how about that? I played really well, right? Cough cough, dude. The police are waiting for you. Chapter 59. If you keep this up, I'm gonna scream Ding Sikong. 19 years old, lost both parents in a car accident 6 months ago. The insurance company paid out $36 million, half of which he used to buy game props and skins. In the interrogation room, Ding Sikong was very cooperative and recounted everything that happened. The victim was a female university student, Li Ying, 21 years old, studying in the capital, whom Ding Sikong met online. Since his parents passed away, he had not stepped out of his house, and the compensation money was enough for his daily expenses. After chatting for more than a month, Ding Sikong had more thoughts and invited Li Ying to his home. Li Ying came as promised, and they had a sexual encounter. Afterward, Li Ying told Ding Sikong, I want to commit suicide, but I can't bring myself to do it. Can you help me? Ding Sikong felt the pain in Li Ying's eyes, reminiscent of when his parents had just left, when he too had contemplated ending his life. Driven by an inexplicable urge, he grabbed Li Ying by the neck. She did not resist. 3 minutes later, Ding Sikong released his grip and collapsed onto the bed. He did not regret killing Li Ying. He dragged her body to the bathroom and went to play games. The next day, he realized that if the body started to decompose, it would emit a foul smell, which would lead to discovery. So, Ding Sikong planned to dismember the body, chop the flesh into pieces, and flush it down the drain, boiling the bones to deal with them later. However, when he actually tried to do it, he found it incredibly difficult. The kitchen knife couldn't cut through the bones, and her hair almost clogged the drain. When he opened Li Ying's belly, a fetus, about the size of a palm, appeared before him, overwhelming him with guilt. He wanted to call the police and confess, but was too scared. At mealtime, starving, Ding Sikong ordered takeout, as usual. And what happened next was just as Soo-hee had seen. The police confirmed that the scene matched Ding Sikong's description. And as for whether Li Ying had asked Ding Sikong to kill her, there was no way to prove it now that she was dead. Regardless, Ding Sikong killed someone and would face legal consequences. Meanwhile, Zhou Bing personally escorted Soo-hee out of the police station, asking, you said you would go to Taiwan in a couple of days? Yes, just 2 or 3 days. I'll be back after the shoot. No ruse, no ruse. It's hard to get out. You should play for at least 10 days or half a month. Watching Officer Zhou's strange behavior, Soo-hee wondered, are you hoping I don't come back? Zhou Bing awkwardly smiled, patting Soo-hee on the shoulder. If you think that way, then that's great. In any case, in Zhou Bing's eyes, Soo-hee was a peculiar person. The further away he went, the better. It was already late at night when Soo-hee rode his electric bike back to the hotel. Mom Mingjia and the others were already asleep. He lay in bed, but couldn't fall asleep at all, not even daring to go to the bathroom. Every time he closed his eyes, scenes from Ding Sikong's bathroom flooded his mind. Severed limbs, dismembered flesh, the newly formed fetus. Ding Sikong was also a monster in that environment. He could still eat steak and play games. So he hadn't even eaten dinner. The thought of rice or noodles made him feel nauseous. In the early hours of the morning, Dong Yong got up to use the bathroom. When he turned around, he found Soo-hee standing silently behind him, eyes drooping. What the hell are you doing? Dong Yong was almost scared into wetting himself. Soo-hee, looking exhausted, said, Yong-ge, I'm going to the bathroom with you. Dong Yong glared at Soo-hee and said, are you crazy? Soo-hee, honestly, are you thinking about women? Soo-hee pulled Dong Yong towards the bathroom, saying, hurry up. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. Dong Yong absolutely refused, gripping the steel frame of the bed, saying, Soo-hee, calm down. Calm down my ass. I've been holding it all night. Yong-ge, I beg you. I'll treat you to breakfast tomorrow. Soo-hee was desperate. directly offering to treat Dong Yong to breakfast. Dong Yong held onto the bed tightly, looking into Soo-hee's urgent eyes. Soo-hee, listen to me, don't get agitated. Let me go to the bathroom first, then I'll take you outside. Before Dong Yong could finish, Soo-hee interrupted, I'm going to the bathroom with you. Soo-hee, if you keep this up, I'm going to scream. Dong Yong glared at Soo-hee, his bottom line not to be crossed. He never expected Soo-hee to be this kind of person. It was just going to the bathroom together. Was it that big of a deal? Unable to hold it any longer, Soo-hee had no choice but to go to the bathroom alone. As soon as he squatted down, he hurriedly looked around and called out softly, Yonggo, are you there? Dong Yong sighed and replied, Soo-hee really can't. A minute later, Soo-hee called out again from the bathroom, Yonggo, are you still there? Dong Yong climbed back into bed, not planning to use the bathroom anymore. The next morning, Ma Mingjia got up early. He saw Dong Yong jump out of bed and rush straight into the bathroom. Ma Mingjia was taken aback, puzzled. Dong Yong, do you have diarrhea? 2 minutes later, Dong Yong came out of the bathroom, cautiously looking at the sleeping Soo-hee and quietly reminded, Ma Ge, make sure to cover yourself with the quilt at night, and remember to lock the door when you go to the bathroom. Are you sick? Have a fever? Talking nonsense. Ma Mingjia reached out to touch Dong Yong's forehead, but Dong Yong swatted his hand away. Forget it, it's complicated. Ma Jie, let us go to work, and call Zhanzi too. Dong Yong felt it was too scary to stay in a room, and he couldn't bear to leave Pan Ji Gang alone. Given last night's situation, Soo-hee wouldn't carry anyone. If Pan Ji Gang was left alone in the room, who knows what would happen to him? Soo-hee slept until 10:30. When he opened his eyes, he found the room empty. After getting dressed, he left the hotel, washed up in the public restroom downstairs, and immediately started taking orders. Feeling the hustle and bustle and the warm sunlight, Soo-hee felt much more energized. He didn't believe in ghosts or gods, only feared the human heart. A 19-year-old boy, killing and dismembering, eating steak, and playing games right in front of him. Ding! You have a new takeout order. Please process it promptly. Delivering takeout helped distract him from overthinking. After receiving an order, Soo-hee got busy. Ever since he got the system, every time he delivered takeout, he was on edge, not knowing when the next murder would happen. Fortunately, everything went smoothly today. Late at night, Soo-hee returned to the hotel. Inside, Ma Mingjia and the others were lying in bed playing on their phones, while Dong Yong was wrapped in a blanket, looking like a silkworm cocoon. Yongga, aren't you hot? Soo-hee asked in surprise. Dong Yong shot Soo-hee a strange look and said, Soo-hee, I can't hold it anymore. You go solve it outside. I won't let you succeed. What nonsense are you talking? Have you caught a fever? Soo-hee reached out to touch Dong Yong's forehead. Don't come over. Chapter 60, Destruction. Hurry up. I'm tired, ladies and gentlemen. The plane is about to take off. Please sit tight, fasten your seatbelts, and for your safety, please turn off your mobile phones or set them to flight mode for the duration of the flight. We wish you a pleasant journey. As soon as Soo-hee boarded the plane, he felt very nervous because he had previously received a reward for advanced aircraft piloting skills from the system. Young man, is this your first time on a plane? An elderly man with white hair, sitting in the right seat, noticed Soo-hee sitting down and started fidgeting in his seat, his eyes darting around. Soo-hee nodded and gave the old man an awkward smile. Don't worry, flying is the safest mode of transportation. I've been flying for decades and have never encountered an accident. That's because you don't know me well enough. Soo-hee muttered to himself. The plane ascended to over 10,000 meters, and the buildings below became indistinguishable, leaving only blue skies and white clouds. The elderly man to Soo-hee's right was dozing off, while a woman on his left was applying makeup. More than 2 hours later, just as Soo-hee thought everything was fine, the plane suddenly shook violently, waking the old man next to him instantly. What happened? The old man panicked and tried to get up. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit tight. Do not leave your seats. Do not unfasten your seatbelts. The voice of the flight attendant echoed through the cabin. Before the flight attendant could finish speaking, the plane shook violently again, and, at the same time, it began to descend rapidly. Ah! A woman started screaming, but the old man remained calm. So he turned to look, and the old man had fainted. The plane shook violently, and panic spread throughout the cabin, as the crew tried to calm the passengers while returning to their seats to fasten their seatbelts. Aside from the flight attendant's repeated reminders, the captain remained silent. At this moment, Soo-hee faced two choices. Option 1. Pilot the plane safely to land. Reward. Advanced professional racing skills. Option 2. Wait for the plane to crash. Reward. Death compensation of 2 million. It's here. Soo-hee was not surprised. He had a premonition that something would go wrong. The two options were not easy to choose. Destruction. Hurry up, I'm tired. Soo-hee closed his eyes and waited for a minute, but the plane gradually stabilized. Is it okay now? Just when everyone thought everything was fine, the cockpit door opened, and the captain, covered in blood, crawled out and collapsed upon seeing the flight attendant. What? The flight attendant rushed to check on the captain, while the safety officer walked towards the cockpit. Inside the cockpit, the co-pilot was slumped over the instrument panel, motionless. The safety officer quickly approached to check, but found the co-pilot had no breath and had a bloody strangulation mark on his neck. The captain was severely injured and unconscious, and the co-pilot was dead. The flight attendant and the safety officer exchanged glances, both recognizing the fear in each other's eyes. At this point, the plane was still on autopilot, and there was less than an hour until Taoyuan International Airport. Suddenly, a man ran over, followed by several flight attendants shouting, "Sir, you can't go over there." A few delicate flight attendants couldn't catch up to Soo-hee, who was a delivery worker, and he quickly reached the flight attendant's side. At this moment, the safety officer stepped forward. Pai Mingliang was a veteran and had been working as an aviation safety officer for 5 years. This was his first encounter with such a serious plane accident. The captain was severely injured and unconscious, the co-pilot was dead, and now a passenger was trying to enter the cockpit. "Stop! What are you doing?" Pai Mingliang was ready to subdue him. "I can fly the plane." Sui stared into Pai Mingliang's eyes. "What do you mean?" Now that the plane was flying smoothly, a passenger running over claiming to be able to fly was alarming, and Pai Mingliang immediately decided to subdue him first. Seeing the safety officer slowly approaching, Sui continued, "I know you're suspicious of me, but time is of the essence. Without the captain watching, the plane could have an accident at any moment. Hey, why don't you understand what I'm saying? If you come any closer, I won't hold back." Pai Mingliang quickly reached Soo-hee's side, grabbing his arm, intending to pin him to the ground. Soo-hee certainly wouldn't just sit by. He immediately fought back against Pai Mingliang. Suddenly, the plane shook violently again, causing the two to separate. Seeing this, Soo-hee dashed into the cockpit, closed the door, and locked it. Sitting in the pilot's seat, Soo-hee's mind was filled with piloting techniques, and he quickly addressed the issues, stabilizing the plane once more. He took off the co-pilot's sunglasses and put them on, lying back in the pilot's seat with a bitter smile, thinking, "This is quite a big deal." Ping le 9527. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Capital calling Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Capital calling, please respond. Sui put on the headset, thought for a moment, and replied, "Capital, Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. There has been an emergency. Please contact Taiyuan International Airport and prepare an ambulance. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. What is the situation?" Everything is under control. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Please identify yourself. Beautiful lady, here's the thing. I'm a delivery worker preparing to go to Kunyang for filming. I don't know what happened, but the pilot is dead and the co-pilot is injured. Do you understand what I'm saying? There was silence on the other end. What about the flight attendant and safety officer? They're locked outside. Another minute of silence passed. Let the safety officer into the cockpit. Can the safety officer fly the plane? Sir, please cooperate. The safety officer has undergone professional training and is currently the most knowledgeable person about flying on the plane. I can't agree with that. I can fly the plane too. The other side fell silent again. Sir, you can fly the plane? Yes. Soon, a man's voice came through. Ping 9527 Sierra Leone and Leones. Descend to 5,100 and maintain. Okay, officer. Sui quickly brought the plane down to 5,100 feet. And at that moment, the man's voice sounded again. Are you Soo-hee? Soo-hee was taken aback. How did you know? A few minutes later, Zhou Bing's voice came through. Soo-hee, you can fly the plane? This is my first time flying for real. I'm a bit nervous. Chapter 61. Stepping on the gas. I'm in a hurry to be reborn, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Kunyang Taiyuan International Airport. For safety reasons, please do not unbuckle your seatbelts or leave your seats until the seatbelt sign has been turned off. A criminal case occurred on the plane. As soon as it came to a stop, a group of police officers boarded to take control of the situation. So he opened a cockpit door, where 3 officers stood with guns pointed at him. I am Captain Ho Guangyi of the Taipei City Criminal Police Team. Please cooperate and come with us. Sui had anticipated this scene and slowly raised his hands as he stepped out. Officer, could you help me with my luggage? At the police station, Sui honestly recounted what had happened, and the officer across from him did not doubt him, but also did not let him leave. While Sui sat at the police station sipping tea, the internet had already exploded with news. An hour earlier, the Civil Aviation Administration issued an emergency notice stating that a plane flying from the capital to Kunyang had encountered an incident, deviating from its scheduled route and rapidly descending. The air traffic control had been unable to contact the crew, but after 58 seconds, the plane gradually returned to normal and continued smoothly. At that time, air traffic control still couldn't reach the crew, and it took 4 minutes and 26 seconds before communication was restored. What exactly had happened? Without follow-up reports, netizens began to speculate wildly. However, an hour later, the plane landed safely, and the Kunyang police surrounded it, while ambulances took people away. Soon after, various images and reports emerged, and the shocking news caught everyone by surprise. A murder had occurred on the plane, the co-pilot was dead, and the captain was seriously injured and unconscious. Quickly, a white-haired old man was interviewed. He said with lingering fear, that young man was sitting right next to me. After the plane had an accident, he bravely stood up, just like I did when I was young. The crew told us to stay seated and not to run around. I heard someone say someone had died, and everyone was very tense. The people in front said that young man had gone into the cockpit alone, while the chief steward and the safety officer were shouting outside. Later, the plane landed smoothly, and the police and doctors arrived. The doctor carried the blood-soaked captain past me. In the cockpit, it was not the captain or the co-pilot, but a passenger. No one knew the passenger's name, and everyone speculated that he was a pilot. The police immediately reviewed the plane surveillance footage. In the cockpit, the captain and co-pilot were flying normally when suddenly, The co-pilot removed a necklace from his chest and used its sharp end to attack the captain furiously. Taken by surprise, the captain was repeatedly stabbed, but the wounds were not deep. The captain immediately fought back, grappling with the co-pilot, who he managed to choke until he stopped struggling. At that moment, the captain was covered in holes, blood splattering the cockpit. Exhausted, he managed to bring the plane to a stable position, opened the cockpit door, and collapsed. Then came the scene of Soo-hee bursting into the cockpit. In a situation where the captain was unconscious and the co-pilot was dead, Soo-hee saved the lives of everyone on board. Soo-hee stayed at the police station for more than 3 hours until Zhou Bing arrived to take him away. Officer Zhou Bing glanced at Soo-hee and replied, "No need to explain. I've read the record. You're a genius. You taught yourself how to fly. Flying a plane is similar to operating an excavator. You are a pride of your Nanxiang Technical School. Isn't it just that I couldn't come up with a better reason?" Soo-hee thought. He didn't want to fly a plane, given the situation at the time. If he hadn't acted, they would have certainly crashed. After leaving the police station, Zhou Bing handed Soo-hee a business card and said, "In Kunyang, if you encounter anything, you can contact Captain Ho directly. You, take care of yourself." "What do you mean?" Soo-hee was taken aback, took the card, and asked Officer Zhou, "What happened with that case?" "It's already solved." "All right, don't ask what you shouldn't. Just be careful." After getting in touch with Soo-hee and confirming the situation in the cockpit, the police found a diary written by the co-pilot at his residence. The reason was simple. He was in a relationship with a flight attendant, but discovered that the captain had cheated on him. Coincidentally, all three were on the same flight today, leading him to have thoughts of mutual destruction. So he not only saved himself, but also saved the 122 people on the plane. He would have been hailed as a hero, receiving interviews from major media outlets. But Soo-hee chose to keep it confidential and not disclose it publicly. When the matter was settled, he left quietly, hiding his accomplishments and name. Soo-hee hailed a taxi and got in, saying, "Driver, to Jinhua Hotel." The taxi driver glanced at Soo-hee in the rearview mirror and laughed. "You're from the mainland, right?" "Yes." Soo-hee replied. Seeing that Soo-hee wasn't very talkative, the taxi driver focused on driving. The radio was playing, "Last night, a murder occurred in Kaohsiung. According to police, this is the 3rd homicide this month, and the victims are all young women." Soo-hee was instantly drawn in, listening attentively. The driver noticed and said, "Ah, handsome, you don't have to worry. Our security in Taipei is excellent." Soo-hee replied, surprised, "Oh really? Then I can relax. It's my first time in Kunyang, and I hear this news. I'm really scared." The driver was taken aback, laughing, "Handsome, your way of speaking is even more amusing than mine. You can speak Mandarin with me. I can also speak several dialects from the mainland." "All right then, driver, step on the gas. I'm in a hurry to be reborn." They arrived at the hotel more than 3 hours later than expected. Soo-hee had a scene to shoot that night, and Yu-ching had already urged him several times. Upon arriving at the hotel, a woman helped Soo-hee check in at the entrance, and then they drove to the film set. This was Jiufen in New Taipei City, where Tony Leung starred in The City of Sadness. You can see those Japanese-style buildings, and you can even find the prototype of Miyazaki's Spirited Away. The director was filming scenes with the male and female leads. "Let me take you for a tour first, or we can go straight to the set." The woman, named Fan Xiaodong, was the assistant arranged for Soo-hee by Yu-ching. During these days in Kunyang, she was responsible for his food, accommodation, and communication with the crew. Soo-hee did not respond and became absorbed in what was posted on a nearby utility pole. Following Soo-hee's gaze, Fan Xiaodong looked over. "Desperate for a child. Fulfill my mother's dream." A flyer featured a dignified and virtuous woman, young, fair-skinned, and beautiful, married to a wealthy businessman, whose husband was infertile. She had a wish to become a mother, offering a reward of 1 million for success, and urged not to disturb unless serious. Fan Xiaodong's face turned bright red, and she looked up at Soo-hee and said, "Soo-hee, are you really short on money? But this is a scam." In Soo-hee's view, there was a reward notice issued by the Kunyang police regarding the 3 recent home invasion murders in Kaohsiung. Anyone providing clues to assist in solving the case would receive a reward of 1 million new Taiwan dollars, which is about 220,000 RMB at the current exchange rate. Hearing what Fan Xiaodong said, Soo-hee shook his head. "I believe this is real." Chapter 62. Yes, there are ghosts, female ghosts everywhere. Li Yifeng stood respectfully behind Soo-hee and said. Soo-hee did not stand up. This scene involved his role as a wealthy second-generation man meeting with a drug dealer. Soon, a bald man with a scar on his face walked in. The dimly lit Japanese-style room had the bald man placing a box on the floor. He glanced at Li Yifeng and said, "New face?" On the other side of the room, a geisha was playing the shamisen. So Ismail Fantli took out a small knife from beside him, placed it on the table, and said loudly, "It's too unpleasant. Go chop off her fingers." The geisha stopped playing, trembling on the ground. Li Yifeng showed a hesitant expression. "Gah, Yifeng, you are an undercover police officer. The more it is a time like this, the more decisive you must be. The audience can no longer accept the previous approach. No need for inner struggles. Just go up and chop off her fingers to gain trust." Yu Qing demonstrated it for Li Yifeng. Are criminals stupid? No, they are not. Why has there always been a saying about loyalty tokens since ancient times? An undercover police officer who does not enter the abyss cannot grow towards the sun. They shot again. Li Yifeng came over with a severed finger and threw it in front of the bald man. The bald man smiled, and Suhee also laughed. Why aren't you taking her to reattach the fingers? Do you really think we are the mafia? Li Yifeng left the room, and the bald man asked in confusion. Aren't you afraid of trouble with the police around? Suhee looked at the camera, revealing an evil smile. Isn't that more fun? Gah, very good. Yu Qing replayed it over and over, watching Suhee's expression, feeling a chilling sensation, and repeatedly praised, Suhee, you were born for this role. No, you gave this role a soul. After decades of being a director, Yu Qing had never encountered an actor with such superb acting skills, who could make people shiver with just a smile or a glance. After finishing this scene, during the break, Suhee stood on the balcony. Looking at the beautiful night view, the red lanterns perfectly matched with the Japanese architecture, resembling a scene from Spirited Away. Yeah, I really wish to enjoy this with you. At this moment, Li Yifeng walked over and greeted. Did I disturb you? Suhee smiled and said, Brother Feng, how could that be? I just came out to get some fresh air. By the way, could I get an autograph photo of you? Li Yifeng looked at Suhee in surprise, then laughed. Is it your girlfriend? Who wants it? Suhee scratched his head and smiled. She's your fan. I also really like the movie you shot, Animal World. All right in front of you. I'm embarrassed to mention my works. Suhee, do you want me to introduce you to a few directors? With their acting skills. It won't be long before you become famous. Brother Feng, thank you, but I don't plan to enter the entertainment industry for now. Li Yifeng patted Suhee's shoulder and said, let's go shoot the next scene. At 3 in the morning, everyone in the crew was already tired. Yu Qing still felt unsatisfied, but seeing that everyone had lost their energy, he had to call it a night. Fan Xiaodong took Suhee to a nearby hotel. It was too late to return to the hotel. Jufan is a tourist spot, and it's peak season now, so many hotels were fully booked. Fan Xiaodong finally found one, but the location was a bit remote. Suhee, of course, didn't mind. After washing up, he lay on the bed and fell asleep. Knock, knock. Knock, 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 feeling that he had just fallen asleep. A rapid knocking on the door woke Suhee up. Opening the door, Fan Xiaodong rushed in with a pale face, nervously tugging at Suhee's clothes. Suhee there are ghosts. Fan Xiaodong was trembling all over, her eyes filled with terror. Grabbing Fan Xiaodong's arm, Suhee looked directly into her eyes and said softly, don't be afraid. I'm here. There are no ghosts in this world. Fan Xiaodong looked at Suhee, almost crying, and said, Suhee, there really is a ghost in my room, under my bed and the walls, everywhere. It's a female ghost. She cries sometimes and screams sometimes, and makes strange noises. Suhee was somewhat nervous due to Fan Xiaodong's appearance. It was late at night, in an unfamiliar place, and the hotel was remote. Could there really be something unclean? Suhee, should we call the police? Fan Xiaodong asked, trembling, seeing that Suhee was silent. Call the police? What do we tell them? We encounter ghost. Or a female ghost. Everywhere. Fan Xiaodong didn't seem to be lying. There were only 2 possibilities. She was sick, and all of this was her imagination, like having a nightmare, where she was seriously ill, deeply affected, and had begun to hallucinate. Regardless of which one it was beyond Suhee's ability to handle. Do you think I'm lying? Fan Xiaodong looked up at Suhee very seriously and said, what I said is all true. Yes, there are ghosts, female ghosts everywhere. Suhee pondered whether to contact director Yu Qing first. After all, Fan Xiaodong was arranged by him, and even if they went to the hospital, someone would pay. After staying in Suhee's room for a while, Fan Xiaodong was not as panicked anymore. Seeing that Suhee didn't believe her, she grabbed his hand and said, if you don't believe me, come to my room. Fan Xiaodong's room was right next to Suhee's. Upon entering, there was nothing special about it. The structure was the same as his room, and there was no female ghost under the bed. There's nothing here. You must have had a nightmare. Calm down. I'm really too tired. I'm going back to sleep now. Seeing that Fan Xiaodong had already mostly regained her mental state, Suhee decided to report the situation to director Yu Qing tomorrow. Wait a minute, sit. Fan Xiaodong pulled Suhee, made a shushing motion, and whispered, listen with your ears. Suhee began to suspect whether it was a prank by the crew, but seeing that there were no hiding places or cameras in the room, he let Fan Xiaodong lead, treating it as a game. A minute passed with no sound. Suhee was too tired and grew a bit impatient. Just as he stood up to return, Fan Xiaodong suddenly grabbed his hand and said, did you hear that? Suhee was startled by Fan Xiaodong's grip. Hear what? Where's the sound? I think you're seriously ill. Suhee fell a bit speechless. Suddenly, a faint sound came. Creak. It sounded like nails sliding and rubbing against the wooden floor. Seeing Suhee perk up his ears, Fan Xiaodong looked excited. You heard it too, right? It must be the wind moving the window, Suhee said as he walked toward the window. The wooden window was closed, and Suhee opened it, letting a cool breeze in. Just as he was about to close it, a woman's crying sound came. And Suhee turned around abruptly to see Fan Xiaodong covering her mouth, trembling all over, staring at him. Chapter 63. Do you think you're funny? Suhee was already quite sure that the crew was playing a prank. He walked back to the center of the room, sat down on a chair, crossed his legs, and casually said, Director Yu Qing, why are you working so hard at this late hour? We're not filming a variety show. No one answered. Suhee walked out the door, and there was no one in the corridor. Suhee, blood, Fan Xiaodong suddenly exclaimed. Suhee returned to the room and saw Fan Xiaodong looking terrified at the corner of the wall, where red liquid was oozing out. Next door, Suhee quickly stepped out of the room, walked to the door of the neighboring room, and pushed it hard. The door wasn't locked. It opened. The room was pitch black, but he could see a shadow, which was making growling sounds, just like a zombie in a movie. Fan Xiaodong followed him outside, standing behind Su-He, gripping his arm and trembling as she said, "It's her." Su-He swallowed hard, gathered his courage, and turned on the light. A piercing scream exploded in Su-He's ears, and Fan Xiaodong fainted. Inside the room, a woman was sitting in a chair, her feet nailed to the ground, her arms hanging down, pulled by two ropes in a position resembling an embrace. Two eyeballs hung like pendants around her neck, with blood continuously flowing from her eye sockets. Her tongue lay on her hand, pierced through her palm by a nail. The woman was still alive. Hearing the noise, she turned her head to look, but she was destined to not see anything. Fan Xiaodong lay at Su-He's feet, and he felt his legs weaken as a strong smell of blood hit him. The woman in the room began to struggle violently, the chair scraping against the floor, making a creaking sound. The woman couldn't speak, only producing strange sounds, like a beast roaring. What to do? It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping? Are you crazy? A couple poked their heads out and shouted. The woman from Kunyang cursed, as if flirting. Sui's legs were still trembling. He had seen all sorts of scenes, but the woman's appearance was too terrifying. At that moment, the couple walked out. The man leading the way angrily said, "You've been making noise all night. Do you want people to sleep or not? I'm warning you one last time, or I'm calling the police." The man walked behind Su-He. Su-He turned to the side to avoid his gaze and said, "Big brother, isn't the number for the police 110? The man saw the situation inside the room and screamed instantly, his voice louder than Fan Xiaodong's. Fortunately, he only wet his pants and didn't faint. Su-He then remembered that Officer Zhou had given him a business card, which was from the head of the Taipei Criminal Police, Ho Guangyi. Su-He had already summarized his experience. When calling the police, it was better to call someone familiar, so he wouldn't have to go into interrogation rooms. Once the police ruled out suspicion, they would let you go. If he directly dialed 110, a group of unfamiliar policemen would come, and he would have to go through the process and accept interrogation. "Hello, Officer Ho, this is Su-He. We met during the day." "Yes, the Su-He who flies planes. It's Su-He, not Shook. There has been a homicide in the Jiufen Scenic area of New Taipei City. We need an ambulance. The victim, is still alive." "Hurry up, don't ask." After hanging up the phone, Su-He noticed that there were a few more people in the corridor. The man from earlier kept shouting, "Murder, murder." A few bold ones came to take a look and either wet their pants or bent over to vomit. "Nobody is allowed to leave. I've already called the police. Whoever leaves is the biggest suspect. Just look at me." He had heard that some perverted murderers would return to the crime scene to watch the police investigate. So Su-He took out his phone and recorded a video of everyone, then said, "You two, go outside and meet the police and the ambulance." He casually pointed at two men and then helped Fan Xiaodong to lean against the wall. He then walked back to the door, looking at the woman in the room, and said, "If you can hear me, nod your head." The woman nodded. "Do you know the murderer?" "If you do, nod your head." The woman shook her head gently. "Is the murderer a man?" The woman nodded. "Is the murderer alone?" The woman nodded. "The murderer." Before Su-He could finish his question, the woman's head drooped down. "She's dead." A man beside Su-He stammered, "Dude, you asked her to death." "Nonsense." Su-He turned to glare at him. It was a miracle the woman had survived this long. She couldn't hold on even for these few words. Even if the ambulance came, they wouldn't be able to save her. At least Su-He had obtained quite a bit of information. If they could catch the murderer, it would be avenging her. The man grinned foolishly and said, "I was just joking. Now, there's no need for an ambulance. Do you think you're funny?" Su-He hadn't slept all night, was now exhausted, and in a bad mood, so he retorted at the man, walked over to Fan Xiaodong, and said, "She also needs an ambulance. Help me get her to the ambulance." The hotel owner had already been scared silly, slumped on the ground, unable to speak. Then Su-He called Director Yuqing again to explain the situation. Before long, a dozen police officers rushed in, and the leading officer shouted, "Who is Su-He?" Su-He raised his hand. The police officers came to the door, set up a cordon, and the leading officer said, "Everyone come with me to the police station. From now on, hand over your communication devices, no private discussions, and no whispering." Finally, he looked at Su-He and said, "Team leader Ho wants you to wait here for him." More than 10 minutes later, Ho Guangyi arrived, followed by several plainclothes police officers. "Su-He, come with me." Ho Guangyi took a glance at the scene and turned to leave immediately. "Officer Ho, wait for me to put on my shoes." After 4 in the morning, Officer Ho brought Su-He to a CAF. It was just the two of them inside. There wasn't even a staff member. "This CAF is owned by my wife." Officer Ho poured Su-He a cup of coffee and stared at him, saying, "Captain Zhou introduced you to me. He said we would meet again. I didn't expect it to be so soon. Come, try my skills." So he picked up the coffee and took a sip. It was a bit bitter, as he didn't drink coffee. "I don't like coffee either, but as a criminal police officer, staying up late is unavoidable, so my wife opened the CF." So he smiled faintly and didn't respond. Captain Zhou said, "When encountering tricky cases, you can seek your help. Tonight, I think you won't be able to sleep either, so why not chat with me?" Saying this, Officer Ho took out a few pictures from his bag and placed them in front of Su-He, pointing at one of the pictures and asking, "Does this look familiar?" Su-He was taken aback. The scene in the picture was identical to the woman's death in the hotel. Chapter 64. Hell is empty. "And the demons are among us. The murderer was captured half a month ago." So he heard a horrifying story from Officer Ho. A cartoonist drew 10 comics, each depicting a horrific murder scene where a woman was brutally killed. The cartoonist uploaded the works online and initiated an event called 10 Comics. There were no introductions, and next to the comics was a blank box with an upload button. Until one day, a photo appeared on the website, and the story of the 10 comics began. The cartoonist was arrested by the police, but the influence of the 10 comics gradually spread throughout Kanye. Was the murderer the cartoonist, or was someone influenced by him? Who will be the next murderer? Anyone who had seen the comics could become a killer. The previous case occurred in Kaohsiung, and the next case happened in Jiufen. The entire Kanyang had become a murder scene created by the cartoonist. So his phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was director Yu Qing. What? Fan Xiaodong is missing? So he suddenly stood up, his coffee cup rolling around on the table and falling to the floor. Where was she last seen? The hospital. So he exchanged glances with Officer Ho, and they both looked at a comic depicting a murder scene set in a hospital room. I'll drive. So he grabbed Officer Ho's car keys and ran outside. In the passenger seat, Officer Ho contacted the police station to dispatch more personnel to the hospital. At 5 in the morning, there were only a few cars on the street. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed as a police car sped by, drifting with a screeching sound. At the intersection, an elderly sanitation worker was sweeping the street, and trash flew everywhere. The old man exclaimed, "What just passed by? It's making my blood boil." Inside the car, Officer Ho held onto the handle tightly. After several turns, he finally relaxed a bit. "Sue, you're a great driver, just like a professional racer." The car stopped at the hospital entrance, and Officer Ho couldn't help but exclaim, "Just a bit. After I return to the capital, I'll sign up for driving school." So he said as he got out of the car and rushed towards the hospital. No driver's license? Is he joking? Officer Ho felt a bit weak in the legs as he got out, but quickly caught up with Suhee. In the hospital lobby, Director Yu Qing and several crew members were anxiously speaking with the police. Suhee approached and asked, "Have you checked the surveillance?" Sue, "Yes. The hospital rooms and corridors have no surveillance. We didn't find Fan Xiaodong in any other surveillance footage, nor did we see her leaving the hospital. We've searched every room. It's like she evaporated into thin air." Evaporated? How is that possible? So he glanced at Officer Ho, who instructed his team to seal off the entire hospital and search room by room. So he was burning with anxiety. He had known Fan Xiaodong for less than 24 hours, but the young girl had already left a deep impression on him. If he had accompanied her to the hospital, she wouldn't have gotten into trouble. In the surveillance room, Suhee repeatedly reviewed the footage of Fan Xiaodong from her admission to when she was discovered missing. At that time, Suhee had asked a man to help Fan Xiaodong onto the ambulance. After the man completed the admission process, he left, and the footage captured him leaving. It was early morning, and there were very few people in cars entering or exiting the hospital. The only vehicle was a hearse taking bodies to the funeral home. Comics. Suhee looked up at Officer Ho. Officer Ho took out the comic, and Suhee pulled out one of the pages. It depicted a coffin filled with ice, with a woman's body lying on top of the ice. Upon closer inspection, the woman's limbs and body were distinctly separated, and her head was detached, connected by a wooden stick. Blood mixed with water flowed all over the ground. The entire comic was drenched in eerie blood red. The murderer isn't in the hospital. Officer Ho's team had searched the entire hospital, but found no sign of Fan Xiaodong. The keys. Suhee reached out to Officer Ho. After hesitating, Officer Ho handed the keys to Suhee, saying, "It's almost dawn. Drive slowly on the road." Officer Ho took the passenger seat and directed Suhee. The funeral home was located in a remote area. As they approached, Suhee turned off the lights and sirens, climbing over the wall to enter. A hearse was still parked in the yard, and the license plate matched that in the surveillance footage. Suhee and Officer Ho separated to search the funeral home. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the silent funeral home. Suhee immediately ran toward the source of the sound. He pushed open a door, and a small man was holding a large bucket filled with ice. They exchanged glances, and the man turned to run. Suhee didn't chase him. Instead, he saw Fan Xiaodong lying on the ground, occasionally frowning and mumbling, "Suhee, there's a ghost." Bang! A gunshot rang outside, and Fan Xiaodong rolled over, continuing to sleep. On the ground, Suhee picked up a piece of paper and saw that it was the comic. Inside the room, a coffin was already half filled with ice, and in the corner lay a chainsaw. Dawn broke, and Suhee fell asleep in the police car. Officer Ho took off his police uniform and draped it over Suhee before turning to walk back to the police station. 4 of the 10 comics had been completed. The 5th was blocked, but the case could happen again at any moment. In the interrogation room, the small man had his leg wrapped in bandages. The doctor had removed the bullet from his leg. "Who is that person on your phone?" The small man, named Tan Peng, worked at the funeral home transporting bodies. The police found a group chat called 10 Comics on his phone, filled with bloody and frenzied content. One user with the nickname, he was live streaming the process of murder in the group. "I don't know him." Tan Peng glanced at Officer Ho with disdain, saying, "Officer, you've caught one of me, but there are countless others. We're creating art. Have you ever seen such explosive photos? Haha, we are everywhere." Officer Ho walked up to Tan Peng and pressed down on his leg injury, applying pressure while staring into Tan Peng's eyes. "You're just a bunch of disgusting rats in the sewer. I will drag you out one by one." The small man refused to back down. gritting his teeth and remaining silent, glaring fiercely at Officer Ho. "Officer, I only attempted murder. I want to be locked up for many years." After leaving the interrogation room, Officer Ho could no longer contain his anger and shouted at the bathroom mirror, "Damn it, hell is empty, and the demons are among us." Chapter 65. Even I, a pervert, think it's extremely perverted a murder case occurred in the Jiufen scenic area, forcing the film crew to suspend shooting. After all the actors completed their statements, they were not allowed to leave Jiufen. Fan Xiaodong was overly traumatized and needed to rest in the hospital for a few days. So Yuqing specifically arranged for someone to take care of her. The 10 comics sparked a wave in Kunyang, and many celebrities stepped forward to advise the public not to imitate them, but they were met with ridicule. And some even claimed that the next photo would feature a certain celebrity. After waking up from a nap, Sui had lunch at the police station with Officer Ho. "In my 25 years as a police officer, this is the first time I've encountered a case where a comic turns someone into a demon. The murderer is everywhere in Kunyang, and the police can only passively wait and then collect the bodies of the victims." Officer Ho hadn't slept in 2 days. In the morning, he witnessed a murder case on Tanpeng's phone, where a murderer brutally killed a female college student right in her classroom. By the time the police arrived, the female student was already dead, and the murderer fell to his death while trying to escape. The identity of the murderer was an ordinary plumber. So far, 5 women had been killed, meaning at least 5 more women were suffering or would soon suffer harm. Sui buried his head in his food, feeling powerless about the case. The murderer could be anyone, and there was no machine in this world that could detect the goodness or evil of a person's heart. Suddenly, 3 options appear before him. Option 1. Knock out Officer Ho so he can get a good sleep. Reward for completion, 10,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 2. Comfort Officer Ho and tell him it's not without benefits. This way, we can catch more murderers, and the year-end bonus will definitely double. Reward for completion, 50,000 new Taiwan dollars. Option 3. Terminate the case early. For every person saved, the reward is 100,000 new Taiwan dollars. So he was slightly taken aback, continuing to eat while staring at Officer Ho. The second option was immediately ruled out. It was too damaging and would offend Officer Ho directly. Building a good relationship with the police was Su He's secret to not spending time in the interrogation room. Looking closely at option 1, it was clearly a trap. Daring to act would just earn him the charge of assaulting a police officer. As for option 3, based on previous estimates, there were still at least 5 victims. If no one else was harmed from now on, he could get 500,000 new Taiwan dollars. "Suhi, why are you staring at me?" Officer Ho noticed Suhi had been staring at him for a full minute. "Ahem. Officer Ho, how about you take a nap first? Leave the rest to me." As soon as these words were spoken, Officer Ho was stunned and hurriedly said, "Do you have a plan?" Yuqing had never thought that one day he would take such explicit photos. In the arranged hospital room, a woman was bound to the bed, her body severed at the waist but not completely detached, with her intestines piled at the severed end, mixed with blood. A nail was driven into the woman's forehead, half of it protruding out, and her mouth was sewn shut with thick thread, giving her a bizarre smile. The white sheets were soaked with blood, and 2 eyeballs rested in 2 palms. Yuqing looked at the scene he had spent 3 hours arranging and couldn't help but exclaim, "Even I, a pervert, think this is extremely perverted." "Director, what did you say?" So he walked over with a bucket of pig's blood. "Nothing, it's done, according to your request. It's a 1-to-1 reproduction of that comic." So he glanced at it, took a quick photo with his phone, sent it to Officer Ho, and turned to Yuqing, saying, "Director, it's done. Let's move on to the next comic." "Is that it?" Sui used the excuse of assisting the police with the case to have director Yuqing set up a fake murder scene that mirrored the layout of the comic and uploaded it to the internet ahead of time. As long as the 10 comics were completed quickly, the uproar would settle down. The benefit for Yuqing was that the police agreed to let the film crew continue shooting in Jiufen. To maintain secrecy, only the props master and director Yuqing were involved in setting up the murder scene. So he sent the photos to Officer Ho, and after that, he didn't need to be involved anymore. With the experience from the first round, the subsequent arrangements went quickly, and they finished taking all the photos by 2:30 a.m. When I returned to the capital, I must make a movie out of this. Sue, you'll play the comic artist. After working for more than 10 hours, Yuqing was not tired at all. Instead, he looked excited. He even thought of a title for the movie, 10 Comics. The next day, the filming work continued. Director Yuqing looked exhausted, with 2 noticeable dark circles under his eyes. Today, he had an important scene, a chase scene with the police. Originally, a stunt driver was arranged for him. But as soon as he saw the sports car, he couldn't resist the temptation and wanted to drive it himself. Ultimately, after he performed a drift, Yuqing agreed to his request. In the car, the cameraman sat in the passenger seat. As he gently pressed the accelerator, the sport car lunged forward like a beast. In a shot, he held the steering wheel with one hand and a cigarette in the other, and, after one drift, the ash from the cigarette hadn't even fallen. Suhi's eyes were filled with madness as he shouted loudly, flooring the gas pedal, eager to experience the ultimate speed. After a lap, Suhi stopped by the roadside, and the cameraman in the passenger seat opened the door and stumbled out, throwing up. "Suhi, why were you driving so fast?" The police behind you are nowhere to be seen. So he scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Director, it's my first time driving a sports car. I got a bit too excited. The subsequent shots were filled in by the stunt driver. And Sui filmed a few solo shots and monologues, ending the scene. Yu Qing watched the footage from the cameraman, where Sui looked like a madman, releasing his emotions at extreme speed. Occasionally, when he looked at the camera, his eyes were cold and ruthless. This was Sui-H's understanding of the character. A rich second generation who coexists with madness and rationality. He was sometimes crazy and sometimes calm, outsmarting the police on the cliffs. And even though his ending was not good, at that moment, he portrayed the villain with more depth. After filming, he walked out of the set alone, ready to explore. The night in Jiufen was particularly enchanting, with couples holding hands, coming here to take photos and create memories. The ancient streets were lined with various delicious foods, and the red lanterns made it feel as if one had stepped into the world of Spirited Away. So he took many photos and tasted the local delicacies, following the winding mountain road up to the top. Looking down from the summit, the view opened up, and taking a deep breath, Suhi prepared to take a selfie. Suddenly, his phone rang. Suhi, the 11th comic has appeared. Chapter 66. Is what you see the truth? Who the hell is so careless? Damn. Director Yu Qing was under a bridge, stuffing the female corpse's belly with entrails. The 10 comic strips had already been compiled, and the police reported the news through various channels. As expected, this matter was thought to be over. The cartoonist was still waiting for legal punishment and detention, when suddenly, a new comic appeared online. In the same style, it was once again the crime scene of a female murder. It really was never-ending. Given Yu Qing's extensive experience, the police asked him to continue setting up fake murder scenes, while Suhi and Officer Ho went to the detention center. Wang Bin, male, 29 years old, art major, had been expelled from school and made a living by drawing online. His art was dark, despairing, and evil, attracting only a small number of fans, with the rest filled with curses. Officer Ho placed the 11th comic in front of Wang Bin and said, "This is your drawing." Wang Bin glanced at it, a hint of pride showing behind his thick glasses, and coldly replied, "Officer, I'm just a painter. Why do you need to make things difficult for me? You have accomplices. Who are they? How many such drawings do you have? Don't you know that people have died because of your drawings?" Officer Ho stared at Wang Bin. 5 women had tragically died because of his art, yet he still wore an indifferent expression. Wang Bin adjusted his glasses slightly, grinning. "Officer, some people are destined to live in dark corners, sneaking by like rats. They can't find their way back and don't know where to go. I'm just helping them. Everyone wears a hypocritical mask. Do you really think the smiling faces you see are clean? Tell me, is what you see the truth? The sunlight represents justice. And does the night necessarily represent evil?" Wang Bin suddenly became very agitated, roaring loudly. Then he suddenly slammed into the wall. Bang! Wang Bin hit his head and was bleeding. The prison guard rushed over to pull him back. On the stretcher, Wang Bin was still very agitated, struggling hard. As he passed in front of Suhi, she suddenly said, "Since you want to die so much, why didn't you succeed last time?" Wang Bin quieted down, staring at Suhi, licking the blood off his lips, then closed his eyes. A tear fell down. After leaving the detention center, Officer Ho couldn't help but ask, "Suhi, what did you mean by that? Why did Wang Bin cry when you said that?" As they walked to the car, Suhi explained, "Wang Bin's arms are covered in tattoos, but they can't hide the scars left from his suicide attempts. Wanting to die, but failing, what exactly happened?" Officer Ho nodded and then said, "You still haven't said why he cried." "How would I know? It's not like there's sand in his eyes." Suhi got into the driver's seat, but was pulled down by Officer Ho, who scolded, "You don't even have a driver's license, yet you're addicted to driving. Where to now?" Suhi obediently sat in the passenger seat and said, "Wang Bin's home." Experts confirmed that the 11th comic and the previous 10 were drawn by the same person. Wang Bin was in detention, so who took it out? In a rundown apartment building, Wang Bin's room was originally a storage room, now empty, with only graffiti covering the walls. "I told you, we've cleared everything out. All of it is in the police station, we just haven't torn down the walls." Officer Ho followed Suhi into Wang Bin's former residence, looking at the dark-themed paintings on the walls, and said, "The house is rented. In less than a year, the police station has photos of the paintings on the wall. Suhi, if you're looking for clues here, I advise you not to waste your effort. It will be better to investigate where the 11th comic came from." So he took out his phone, found the 11 comics, and compared them to the graffiti on the wall. Suddenly, he smiled. The comic wasn't drawn by Wang Bin. "Look here, the colors are brighter. It must have been drawn recently. Pay attention to the edges. Wang Bin has attempted suicide by cutting his wrist, causing him to be unsteady when holding the pen, and the drawings he made have significant fluctuations at the edges, easily overlooked because they don't affect the aesthetics. We've only captured a counterfeit cartoonist." Officer Ho compared the comic with the graffiti on the wall, turned his head, and asked, "According to your theory, there's another cartoonist, but with such a big Kanyang, there are too many people who can draw. Where do we start looking? Also, if the comic wasn't drawn by Wang Bin, why doesn't he just say so and take this blame off himself?" The comic spread online, making it difficult to pinpoint a target. Before, it was because Wang Bin's style was too unique that industry insiders recognized it at a glance. Now, someone was imitating Wang Bin's style, and finding this imitator was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Bin gave us a clue. Do you remember what he said? Is what you see the truth? Does sunlight represent justice? And does the night necessarily represent evil? Sui Didn't continue to keep them in suspense and added, if we reverse Wang Bin's words, we'll be closer to the answer. Officer Ho asked in confusion, why C isn't the truth? Sunlight represents evil, and night represents justice? Sui smiled and said, Wang Bin's first question, is what you see the truth? He said this to tell us that we haven't found the truth yet. As for what the truth is, it's certainly not the truth we have now. Does sunlight represent justice? And does the night necessarily represent evil? If my earlier assumption holds, and the comics were drawn by someone else, then this night should refer to Wang Bin himself. The comics weren't drawn by him. The police misunderstood him. He used this method to express his inner dissatisfaction. The night isn't necessarily evil, and sunlight doesn't necessarily represent justice. If Wang Bin, hiding in a storage room, represents the night, then this sunlight might be right in front of us. Wang Bin is willing to go to prison to protect this sunlight. Who is this sunlight? Officer Ho asked. So he was taken aback, looking at Officer Ho, and replied, how would I know? Investigating social relationships is your job as the police. Officer Ho awkwardly smiled. He subconsciously regarded Su He as a criminal investigator and then realized that Su He was just a delivery person who could act. If they could find a real cartoonist, everything would come to an end. Returning to the police station with Officer Ho, looking at Wang Bin's file, both parents deceased, no relatives in contact, never held a job, living on drawing commissions online. From Wang Bin's social connections, these people lacked any artistic talent. The 11 comics, regardless of their conception and layout, were very clever. And to imitate Wang Bin's style to achieve a realistic effect, this person's drawing skills must be very high. So he stared at the education section of the file. High school, but previously Officer Ho mentioned that Wang Bin had attended university, only to be expelled midway. So he raised his head to look at Officer Ho and said, next stop, Kunying Academy of Fine Arts. Chapter 67, all the answers are in this painting officer. Wang Bin is the only student expelled from that class because he hit a classmate. As for the specific situation, you can ask his counselor. Meeting with Officer Ho, and Su He's the head of the Fine Arts Department, Kai Fengwen. Before long, a woman rushed in. Liu Mai. These two officers want to know about Wang Bin from your class back then, the one who won an award in his freshman year and dropped out soon after. Come, sit down and talk. Kai Fengwen went to pour tea for the group. Liu Mei, holding a stack of art catalogs, sat down and said to Officer Ho, Officer, Wang Bin was the most talented student I ever taught. If it weren't for his illness, he wouldn't have dropped out. Wait, wasn't Wang Bin expelled for hitting someone? Officer Ho looked up at the director beside him. Director Kai Fengwen sighed and said, Wang Bin's situation is very complicated. He has a mental illness. He always talks nonsense. He was painting on the walls in the dormitory and got into a fight with a classmate, breaking 3 of that classmate's ribs. The other students' parents came to the school to cause a scene, and Wang Bin is an orphan who couldn't even afford the medical expenses. In the end, the school advised him to withdraw. Officer Ho glanced at the director, dissatisfied with Kai Fengwen's earlier omissions, and reminded him, I'm not here to investigate your school's responsibility. I hope you think carefully before speaking in our upcoming conversation. Director Kai Fengwen expressed his apologies awkwardly. Does Wang Bin have a girlfriend? Officer Ho looked at Liu Mei. No. Wang Bin is particularly reclusive and never communicates with others. He is seen as an odd person. However, he really has a talent for painting. I have some of his paintings here. Officer, take a look. Liu Mei opened the art catalog, and Officer Ho glanced at Su He. Both frowned. Are you sure this is painted by Wang Bin? Officer Ho looked at Liu Mei. I'm sure. There is his signature here, WB. Some classmates teased him about it, calling it Wang Ba. However, in the second semester of his freshman year, there was a night when it rained heavily, and Wang Bin ran back from outside the school, yelling and screaming in the dormitory, which also alarmed the police. From that day on, his painting style changed to this. As the catalog turned to the last page, a scene of a woman's death appeared, filled with black and blood red across the entire page, the style dark and chilling. Compared to the previous paintings, it was completely different. You said Wang Bin was ill. What illness? Officer Ho raised his head and asked. Wang Bin is an orphan. He had no money and never went to the hospital for an examination. He doesn't often go crazy. Most of the time he is quite normal, except for the change in his painting style. Do you mind if I take a few photos? Officer Ho said. I don't mind. You can even take the catalog. Over the years, other students have come back to take their things, but his items are still here. As Officer Ho was taking photos, Su He suddenly asked, does Wang Bin paint with his left hand or right hand? Liu Mei turned to look at Su He and smiled. I told you, he is a genius. He can paint with both hands, but most of the time he uses his left hand. That might also be why he is different. After leaving the Fine Arts Academy and sitting in the police car, Officer Ho lit a cigarette and sighed. In the end, it's still him. How did the 11th comic come about? Split personality. The sun represents justice, and the night represents evil. Who would have thought both the sun and the night reside within him? But I still feel something is off. What have we overlooked? Seeing Officer Ho's worried expression, Su He comforted him. It's not without gains. At least we got this. Su He opened Wang Bin's catalog to the last page and said, I have a feeling that all the answers are in this painting. This painting, compared to those 11 comics, isn't exactly terrifying. A woman is lying on the ground surrounded by grass and trees. In a pitch-black environment, only the outline of her body can be seen. Rain is falling from the sky, and blood is flowing from the woman's body, as if it were about to overflow from the page. Is there anything special about this painting? Officer Ho picked it up and looked at it through the sunlight. Unlike those 11 comics, this painting has a rainy night background, and Wang Bin's counselor said that Wang Bin first exhibited symptoms on a rainy night. As an experienced detective, Officer Ho instantly understood Su He's implication and said, "You mean Wang Bin witnessed a murder, triggering his second personality?" Sui nodded and shook his head, saying, "It might not be that simple. If witnessing a murder leads to split personality, then wouldn't Su He have dozens of personalities?" Officer Ho sent the painting back to the police station, narrowing the time frame to the period just before Wang Bin first exhibited symptoms. Not long after, a case file arrived on his phone. This is a case that occurred 10 years ago and remains unsolved. The victim, Zhuang Ro, female, 35 years old, was found in a park near Kunyang Fine Arts Academy, with multiple stab wounds, none of which were fatal. The forensic examination determined death was due to excessive blood loss. Due to heavy rain the night before, all evidence at the scene had been washed away. The next morning, after receiving a report, the police arrived at the scene, which had already been disturbed by onlookers. At that time, there were no surveillance cameras in the park. After a round of investigation, no progress was made. And since the victim's family did not press for follow-up, the case was left unresolved, becoming a cold case. When Officer Ho flipped to the page listing the victim's relatives, he suddenly froze. In the spouse section for Zhuang Ro, it read, "Kai Fengwen. Is it a coincidence?" They had just come out of Kai Fengwen's office. In the eyes of the police, there are no coincidences, only clues. "Let us go. We need to meet him again." I felt he was being dishonest. Officer Ho got out of the car, ready to find Kai Fengwen again, but Suhi said, "We already startled him. He probably won't be honest now. Moreover, it's been 10 years since the case was unresolved. What do you expect to gain? Even if Kai Fengwen is the murderer, what does that have to do with Wang Bin?" Officer Ho sat back in the car, helplessly saying, "Then what do you suggest we do? Let's go eat first." So he got out of the car and pointed to a restaurant across the street. It was lunchtime, and Officer Ho also got out of the car. "What about after we eat?" So he looked up at the entrance of the Fine Arts Academy and said, "After we eat, we go to Kunyang Fine Arts Academy." Chapter 68. The mask had been worn for so long that he truly believed it was his face. "Suhi, when I mentioned going to find Kai Fengwen, is there a difference from your suggestion to go to the art academy?" "Of course there's a difference. If Kai Fengwen has issues, he won't tell the truth. And we have no evidence. Although it's been 10 years since the incident, there's still many old staff members at the academy." Sui followed Officer Ho directly to the department responsible for work-study programs and obtained the records from Wang Bin's graduating class. The art major is a costly one. When Wang Bin was in high school, his father was diagnosed with cancer and eventually passed away, spending all their savings and accumulating a mountain of debt. Unable to bear it, his mother chose to commit suicide. It is quite suspicious that a high school student with no financial resources chose to major in art in college. Wang Bin's name was not on the list. Where did Wang Bin's tuition and expenses come from? If Wang Bin had money, why couldn't he even afford to pay for medical expenses after injuring a classmate? With these two questions in mind, Suhi and Officer Ho sought out Wang Bin's counselor. Liu Mei. "Officer, back then our academy launched a poverty alleviation initiative. Each teacher and leader voluntarily chose to support a struggling student. Wang Bin's artistic talent was evident in high school, but due to family circumstances, he couldn't continue to college, so he was on the list of needy students." Liu Mei rummaged through a cabinet for a while before finally retrieving a list and handing it to Officer Ho, saying, "Here, this is the list from that year. The students are listed at the front, and the teachers who supported them are at the back." Officer Ho found Wang Bin's section and looked further down, where it was clearly written, "Kai Fengwen." It's him again. Kai Fengwen financed Wang Bin's college education, and later, Kai Fengwen's wife, Zhuang Ro, was murdered. On the night of the murder, Wang Bin fell ill, and subsequently, he was expelled from the academy for injuring a classmate. The painting Wang Bin created depicted the scene of Zhuang Ro's murder. Back at the detention center, Wang Bin sat in a chair with a bandage wrapped around his head, gesturing with both hands on the table. When he saw Officer Ho arrive, he suddenly stopped. Through the glass, Officer Ho pressed the painting against the glass. Wang Bin raised his head, instinctively gripping the table with both hands, his expression gradually turning fierce as he shouted, "I don't know anything. Don't pressure me. Why are you all forcing me? Who is pressuring you?" "Wang Bin, tell me, who is pressuring you?" Officer Ho asked, looking into Wang Bin's eyes. "Who is pressuring me? No one is pressuring me. I killed him. Officer, please execute me. I'm in so much pain. I'm begging you." Wang Bin's face showed a pained expression as he pleaded with Officer Ho. Officer Ho took out a photo of Kai Fengwen and pressed it against the glass. "This man, do you know him?" Suddenly, Wang Bin raised both hands to cover his head, panicking, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Kai Fengwen hit you, didn't he? Why did he hit you? You saw something you shouldn't have, and he got angry, right?" Officer Ho continued to question. "I don't know anything. I don't know. Please stop asking me. Let me die. If I die, it will be quiet." Suddenly, a hand pressed against the glass. Sui held up a photo and said, "Your counselor, she's very worried about you." Do you remember? You wanted to commit suicide, and she saved you. Wang Bin looked at Lu Mei's photo, gradually calming down. He lifted his head to look at Su He and said, "It has nothing to do with the teacher. The comic was drawn by me. Everything is my fault. I plead guilty." Su He exchanged a glance with Officer Ho and smiled. Officer Ho turned to the officers behind him and said, "Go to the art academy and bring Lu Mei to the police station." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin immediately went mad, shouting, "It has nothing to do with the teacher. It's my fault, my fault. Wang Bin, you have a good teacher. She's the only one who still cares about you. Can you bear to let her continue to be wrong?" So he continued to ask. Wang Bin was agitated, trying to slam against the glass, but 2 guards held him back. After 5 minutes, he seemed exhausted, slumping in his chair, muttering to himself, "Why are you all forcing me? The dead won't come back to life. He already knows he was wrong. He promised me he wouldn't kill again." Seeing this, Officer Ho asked, "Who is he?" Wang Bin, "The dead cannot come back to life. But they cannot die without clarity. If you do something wrong, you should bravely step forward. Tell me, what is his name?" Wang Bin's face showed signs of struggle. After a long time, he finally spoke, "Kai Fengwen." Saying this name seemed to exhaust all his strength. Wang Bin lifted his head to look at Officer Ho and said, "That night, it was pouring rain. Director Kai called me to the park. I went and saw a woman lying on the ground covered in blood, crying for help. Director Kai handed me the knife and told me to kill that woman. I didn't dare, and he hit me. He made me take the knife away, saying if I told anyone, he wouldn't give me money. I was so scared. I ran for my life. That woman is everywhere in my mind. I open my eyes and close my eyes. It's all her." Outside, sitting on a stone bench, Officer Ho looked at Su He and asked, "How are you sure that the person who spread the comic is Lu Mei?" Su He smiled and replied, "From the moment we entered the art academy, Lu Mei took out Wang Bin's sketchbook, and then there was the list of teachers who sponsored Wang Bin. This is something from 10 years ago. She had it prepared and was just waiting for us to find her. If I'm not mistaken, Wang Bin told Lu Mei about Kai Fengwen's murder. But Lu Mei knew that Wang Bin wouldn't report it voluntarily, let alone expose Kai Fengwen. So, she planned this comic murder activity. The goal was to redirect all clues to Kai Fengwen, revealing the truth of the case from 10 years ago. Both Lu Mei and Kai Fengwen were brought back to the police station. Upon hearing that the police had reopened the case of Zhuang Rou's murder, she confessed everything without reservation. She did this because, in her eyes, Kai Fengwen ruined Wang Bin. Over the years, Kai Fengwen frequently hit Wang Bin, even pushing him to contemplate suicide. In Lu Mei's words, "I see Kai Fengwen every day, watching his hypocritical smile. He is a murderer. After wearing the mask for so long, he truly believes it is his face." Lu Mei had no children. Perhaps in her eyes, Wang Bin was her child. When Lu Mei learned that Wang Bin was willing to stand up and identify Kai Fengwen, she said, "Officer, to punish the devil, I've become a devil myself. This world is truly helpless." Chapter 69. My family has an inherited interrogation secret technique. The comic murder case has finally come to an end. Lu Mei and Wang Bin will face legal judgment. And as for the Kai Fengwen murder case, it will be handed over to Officer Ho. After all, Su He is just a delivery worker and generally isn't interested in solving cases. He received a system reward of 600,000 new Taiwan dollars, which is about 130,000 RMB at the current exchange rate. Upon receiving Su He's message, Yuqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the bizarre murder scene was set up, he had nightmares every night. If new comics continued to come out, he would have collapsed. The next day, the filming crew continued their work, with only Su He's final scene left. It depicted his performance in the interrogation room and courtroom after being captured. Throughout, he remained silent, smiling. And in the final moment, he even gave the camera the middle finger. Su He portrayed the arrogance of a rich second-generation heir and his inner world so vividly that even director Yuqing couldn't help but stand up and applaud him, saying, "Su He, after this drama airs, you'll be the villain in the hearts of the people. So bad to the bone." Su just smiled. The wickedness of this world can never be fully expressed through acting. No matter how he performed, he had only scratched the surface. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Officer Ho calling. "Hello, Officer Ho. Are you the police, or am I? Can a delivery worker like me interrogate criminals? I booked a flight back to the capital tomorrow." Kai Fengwen was arrested, and facing Wang Bin's testimony, he was completely unperturbed, saying, "Wang Bin has dissociative identity disorder. Do you really believe his nonsense?" The police found a doctor's certificate regarding Wang Bin's condition at Kai Fengwen's home, sitting on a coffee table. According to Wang Bin's account, Kai Fengwen had given him the murder weapon, which he buried under the school flower bed, but after 10 years, the police only found a rusty blade. Faced with this situation, Officer Ho was also helpless. Seeing that Kai Fengwen was about to be released, he suddenly thought of Su He, this miraculous delivery worker, and wondered if he could help find solid evidence that would make Kai Fengwen confess. "Sue, you've cracked 10 comic cases. The police department previously issued a reward notice. I've applied to the department and will reward you 1 million new Taiwan dollars. Officer Ho, I just remembered I have an inherited interrogation secret technique. I'm coming over now. Prepare a small black room without surveillance. Su He, police work is rules. You can't just act recklessly. Don't worry, Officer Ho, I won't hit him." Arriving at the police station, Officer Ho followed Soo-hee, saying, "The existing evidence cannot charge Kai Fengwen. There are only 3 hours left, and we can only let him go. As you requested, he's now locked in the small black room, but you mustn't act recklessly. Relax, Officer Ho, just wait for my news." Opening the door, the inside was dimly lit, definitely a small black room. Soo-hee quickly walked to Kai Fengwen's side and slapped him hard across the face. Kai Fengwen hadn't reacted yet. As he opened his mouth, Soo-hee took out a bottle and poured a drop of liquid into his mouth, followed by another slap, saying, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity. I advise you to come clean." After saying that, Soo-hee turned and left, leaving Kai Fengwen dazed, his head buzzing. "Officer Ho," he confessed. "Hurry up with the interrogation. Is 10 minutes enough? I'm gonna rush to go home for dinner. The truth serum only lasts 10 minutes. And Soo-hee was anxious. Officer Ho stood at the door, and those 2 crisp slaps nearly drove him to the brink. This kid said not to act recklessly. Yet he didn't even say a word before taking action. As Officer Ho was about to go in, Soo-hee shouted, "Confess for leniency, resist for severity. I advise you to come clean." Then he said Kai Fengwen had confessed, treating him like a fool. "Hurry up, dinner's about to start." To celebrate the completion of Soo-hee's scenes, Director Yuqing specially arranged a banquet to treat him. The police brought Kai Fengwen back to the interrogation room to begin questioning. In the hallway, Officer Ho glared at Soo-hee, angrily saying, "Soo, do you know what you've done? I told you not to act recklessly. Do you think hitting him twice will make him confess honestly?" At that moment, an officer came out of the interrogation room holding the records and said, "Captain Ho, Kai Fengwen confessed. Did you hear that? Kai Fengwen. What did you say? He confessed?" Officer Ho incredulously took the records and looked at Kai Fengwen's confession. Back then, when Zhuang Ro wanted to divorce him in the park, he couldn't accept it and stabbed her several times. Afterwards, he called Wang Bin, who couldn't bring himself to do it as Zhuang Ro was still alive, and ran away, fearing Wang Bin would report him, and left the scene. When the police asked, "Why did Zhuang Ro want to divorce you?" Kai Fengwen replied, "Back then, I had just become the director. The college organized an event to support struggling students, with many teachers and leaders participating. My salary was very low, and half of it went to support Wang Bin's studies. My wife and I had many arguments, and later, when her father fell seriously ill, I couldn't provide the money, and our conflicts grew larger. After her father passed away, she proposed divorce." Kai Fengwen confessed everything. 10 minutes later, he told the interrogating officers, "It was that police officer who slapped me awake. After saying it, I felt much lighter." Soo-hee stood outside, saying to Officer Ho, "Look, Kai Fengwen even thanked me." "Officer Ho, are you trying to back out of the reward? No matter what, hitting someone is wrong. But since Kai Fengwen isn't pursuing responsibility, let's consider this settled. The 1 million new Taiwan dollar reward has already been approved by the chief. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you later." With the case solved, Officer Ho also breathed a sigh of relief and no longer pursued the matter of Soo-hee hitting someone. Looking back at the whole case, he never expected the incident's origin was helping struggling students, like a chain reaction leading step by step into the abyss. He wondered what Wang Bin would think upon hearing this story. Perhaps everything was already arranged, and his life script began as a tragedy. All is fate, and not a bit is up to us. Chapter 70. Not me, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of treatment is it to have someone pick you up right after getting off the plane? Isn't that the feeling of the Dragon King returning, giving a command, and 100,000 soldiers from Huaxiao rushing to his side? Looking at Mom Mingjia and the others, Soo-hee fell into deep thought. Which of the 3 electric cars should he take? "Soo-hee, you're really not a good friend, going to Kunyang without bringing us along. I heard the girls in Kunyang are soft, cute, and each one is like Sister Jeline. Did you have any in-depth exchanges to strengthen the relationship between the 2 sides? A few days ago, a plane to Kunyang had an accident. We were all worried. Thank goodness you were on that flight." So he got on Panji Gang's car, while Dong Yong and Mom Mingjia helped him with his luggage. Facing their incessant questioning, Soo-hee said, "Tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Su." A cheer erupted, and the group sped away. It was still early, so upon returning to the hotel, Soo-hee rode the electric bike to the hospital. On the hospital bed, next to Shin Yu's pillow, lay the gift Soo-hee had brought back from Kunyang, a signed photo of Li Yifeng, a comic of Spirited Away, and a stone he picked up from the top of Jufan Mountain. "Yeah, you're really greedy. A signed photo of Li Yifeng can't even make you smile, but it's okay. When you wake up, I'll have him come to our house as a guest. Our future house will definitely be big, lying on the sofa, facing a huge screen. You love watching Miyazaki's films, and I'll accompany you from sunrise to sunset. If you get hungry, we'll just order takeout, and I'll order takeout for 10 years straight. Haha. ISNT, that incredible. This stone is something I brought back from the top of Jufan Mountain. It almost made me tumble. I think this is destiny, just like when we first met. I recognized you at first sight." Soo-hee longed for the day when he could receive a system option in front of Shunyu, willing to give up everything to wake her up. Even if he had to return to being an ordinary delivery person, he could still give her happiness. But this damn system doesn't cooperate. Returning to the capital also meant that Soo-hee could start delivering takeout again. Leaving the hospital at 5 in the afternoon, Soo-hee got on his electric bike and began accepting orders. "Ding! You have a new takeout order. Please process it promptly." With his helmet on, he didn't care about anyone, twisting the throttle and heading towards a bright future. With a stylish maneuver, Suhi immediately squeezed into the flow of traffic. Seeing the traffic police not far away, he executed a quick turn and ducked into an alley. With a sudden brake, Suhi shouted towards the shop, "Boss, is the mate 1 order number 45 ready?" The boss looked up and said, "Not yet." "Damn, it's you. I've been looking for you for days." "Bro, do you remember last time when you cooked for the customers in my shop?" "Not me. I didn't tea. Don't talk nonsense." Suhi realized his mask wasn't tea on properly and hurriedly put on. The boss came out, scrutinizing Suhi, focusing on the Hello Kitty sticker on his helmet, and said, "Who else could it be? Don't worry. I'm not here to cause trouble for you. But you've created a big problem for me." "Not causing trouble? Then we can chat." Suhi was startled, thinking a customer might have had a bad stomach or something. The next day, that customer ordered the same dish again, still a dry pot squid and a spicy crayfish. Less than 10 minutes after the rider delivered it, the customer called to complain, saying the taste was off and not as good as yesterday. "Do you think I'm being wronged?" "Bro, it's clear you've worked as a chef. With that skill, why are you still delivering takeout? Come work for me, $8,000 a month, plus commission. It's about 13 or 14,000. Suhi shook his head and refused. "Boss, I'm doing fine delivering takeout now. Look at my shop. It's sheltered from wind and rain. Much better than being out in the elements. This salary is decent. I say, bro, how much do you make delivering takeout a month?" "Just around 20 to 30,000. Suhi answered honestly. The boss looked surprised, then laughed. "Bro, you really can brag. Well, let's not talk about that. I genuinely want to be friends with you. How about you come try a dish first? We can negotiate the price later." "Boss, let us do it another day. I'm delivering food. Is order number 45 ready?" Suhi took the food and turned to run, speeding away on his electric bike. The boss's wife sitting nearby said, "He can't be just saying that, right?" The boss, hearing this, confidently replied, "What a joke. With a salary of 13 or 14,000, he can't be that foolish. I'm sure he'll come over tomorrow morning." At 10:30 at night, in the chat group of the number 1 brother, Mingjia and the others were shouting for Suhi to log off. They wanted to indulge in pleasure, living carefree. So he looked at the messages in the group chat and replied with just 2 words, "Arrange it." Half an hour later, 3 electric bikes arrived one after the other. Just as Suhi was carrying a box of beer out, he smiled and said, "Come on, lend a hand." The waiter called in sick and the boss is busy. "Suhi, is this what you call covering all the expenses for tonight? Midnight is the time when hormones are most agitated, yet you brought us to eat fried sauce noodles with beer. You're about to become a big star. If the paparazzi catch this, it'll be a black mark in history." So he placed the beer on the table and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Drink or go back to sleep. Hormones agitated? How much money do you have in your pocket to be agitated?" The 3 immediately sat up, grabbed the beer, and Mingjia laughed. "I've been wanting to eat fried sauce noodles for a long time. I heard this place is the most authentic, with people lining up all the way to the 5th Ring Road every day." Dongyong opened a beer while agreeing. "Really?" I said, "Suhi is a good friend. This table must be a VIP card table, not something ordinary people can get." Panji Gang was about to say something cheeky when Mingjia pulled on his clothes and gave him a look. Panji Gang took out a stack of money from his bag and handed it to Suhi, saying, "Suhi, are you running out of money? We borrowed some from the station master to pay you back first. If you're in trouble, we can borrow more from the station master in a few days." Suhi was taken aback, not expecting to be misunderstood by them. Going to Kunyang, encountering a crisis on the plane, and then facing a murder case after getting off the plane, even he needed to vent a little. But he couldn't talk about these things, so he could only get drunk. At least Mingjia and the others still regarded him as a brother. They came running to drink as soon as they called. In this day and age, how many brothers can you call on like that? You guys. Hey, did I say you should pay me back?" So he casually stuffed the money into his pocket. He couldn't refuse it. After drinking, there are plenty of foot massage places on the way back, and Mingjia and the others would surely have fun. "Boss, bring 3 more bowls of fried sauce noodles." "Suhi, there's a place next door selling barbecue. Barbecue isn't healthy. Let us wait for another chance. Enough talk, let us drink first." Chapter 71. Fellow suffers in the world help. He's killing someone. After a few rounds of drinks, it was deep into the night. Suhi and his 3 friends stood in the middle of the road to urinate. Suddenly, a woman in pajamas rushed out from the nearby community, shouting as she ran. Behind her, a man was chasing her. The woman ran up to the 4 of them, as if she had found her saviors, and fell to the ground. Mingjia shook himself, zipped up his pants, and stared at the woman on the ground, saying, "What are you lying on the road for at this hour? Trying to scam us? I'm not driving." At this moment, the man had already caught up and started punching and kicking the woman. "Help! He's killing someone! Help!" The woman's heart-wrenching cries echoed. "What is going on?" Dongyong also shook himself, zipped up his pants, and quickly took 3 steps back. "You're hitting a woman. What kind of man are you?" Mingjia shouted angrily and rushed up to pull the man away. "Mind your own business. This is my wife. If I want to hit her, I will. Get lost, or I'll hit you too." The man's fist was already bleeding, glaring at Mingjia. "Get lost." Mingjia turned and walked away. Suddenly, Suhi lunged forward, delivering a kick to the man's face, followed by a kick to his stomach, knocking him to the ground. "Get him." Panji Gang grabbed a beer bottle from a stall and rushed over, smashing it over the man's head. The bottle shattered, and blood flowed down the man's face as he held his head. The woman had already gotten up and hid behind the others. Don't be afraid. I hate scum who hit women the most. With us here, he can't touch you. Mom Mingjia shielded the woman. Yes, scum. Women are meant to be cherished. Look at you, what a cowardly sight. Are you even a man? Dong Yong echoed. The man sat on the ground, his initial arrogance gradually fading into silence. Suddenly, he started to cry. She cheated on me, brought other men home. I couldn't take it anymore and hit her. If I don't hit her, I feel suffocated. His cries grew louder, and the four turned to look at the woman. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Thank you, big brothers. You can go now. I'll take him to the hospital." Smack. Mom Mingjia gave the woman a slap across the face and scolded. "I hate women who cheat on men the most. If I had known, he would be justified in beating you to death. Get lost. Don't let me see you again." The woman covered her face, glared at Mom Mingjia, and cursed. "Are you crazy?" After cursing, she turned to help her husband, but was pushed away by him, who shouted, "Get lost. I don't want to see you anymore." Divorce. The woman left alone. At this moment, the owner rushed over, quickly trying to stop the bleeding of the man. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too serious. Didn't he even need to go to the hospital, and just wrapped it with a piece of gauze. The man sat on the steps, smoking. "Sorry, man." So he scratched his head. By now, he was mostly sober. Panji Gang brought over another beer bottle and handed it to the man. "I don't have money to compensate you. Just hit me on the head once, and we'll call it even." The man took the beer bottle, weighed it in his hand, and smiled bitterly. "I don't have your skill. If I accidentally send you away, would I be wronged?" Panji Gang patted his head. "Full of bravado, no problem. Just go ahead. My head is tough." The man looked at Panji Gang's demeanor, lightly tapped the bottle on his head, and said, "All right, we're even now. You can go. I want to pursue responsibility." After saying that, he walked to the owner's stall and said, "Boss, bring me a case of beer." Mom Mingjia sat down next to the man, opened 2 bottles of beer, and placed them on the table, saying, "Bro, we're both fellow sufferers in this world. We're destined to meet. Let me drink with you." The man was taken aback and glared at Mom Mingjia. "What do you mean? His wife cheated on him too." Dong Yong also sat down, opened a bottle of beer for himself, and added, "She also brought other men home. Brother Ma even hit his wife, and the lover got beat up too." The guy left crying, holding his groin. Suddenly, a song began to play. Fellow sufferers in this world, traveling together on this path of sorrow. Perhaps it's unnecessary to know who the lover is. No need to make you shed tears once again. Mom Mingjia was already in tears, looking up at Su He, and said, "You sing beautifully. Don't sing any more next time. Sing. Keep singing. Men should expose their scars, be tough on themselves. That way, the wounds heal faster. Only through pain can you learn a lesson. Come on, brother, keep singing. We want to go home until we're drunk tonight." The man's eyes were red, tears flowing uncontrollably as he tilted his head and chugged from the beer bottle. "Nice." Dong Yong stood up, opened a bottle of beer, and laughed. "Come on, let me show you all a 5-second whirlwind." After Dong Yong spun a bottle, he put his arm around Pan Ji Gang's shoulder and said, "Come on, Gongzi, show our newly acquainted brother your special skill. All rivers return to the sea." Pan Ji Gang had a mournful expression and said, "Brother Yong, I really can't hold it anymore. How about I spin one too?" After many rounds of drinks, it was already 3:30 a.m., and Su He and the others stood in the middle of the road to urinate again. Suddenly, a car's headlights shone brightly. "Quick, cover your faces." After the car passed, Mom Mingjia laughed and said, "Bro, you're still impressive. Tonight we became friends through fighting. From now on, we're brothers in adversity." "Brother, what do you do?" The man shivered, tugging at his delivery uniform, and said, "I'm a delivery driver. What about you, brother?" "Ha ha." The group burst into laughter. Chapter 72. You keep falling. I keep trying. We will meet again. What the hell? Who are you? Mom Mingjia had a beautiful dream. Lightly stroking. "Huh, why is it so fluffy?" As he opened his eyes, he saw a strange man sleeping naked beside him, one leg draped over him. Sunlight streamed in through the window, and Su He and the others surrounded this strange man, demanding, "Come on, tell us your name. Why are you in our room?" The man looked wronged and raised his head, saying, "Don't you recognize me? We drank together last night." Ma Mingjia exchanged glances with a few others, puzzled. "Was he with us last night?" Sui rubbed his face and said, "I can't remember clearly, but I think there was someone like him." Dong Yong glared at the man and asked, "Did you mooch off for drinks last night?" Pan Ji Gang looked at the bandage on the man's head, pouting, "What s with that thing on your head?" So flashy the man was close to crying. "Ha! I'm just messing with you. Look at his expression. Let us go. Time for breakfast? Oh no, it's already 4 in the afternoon, all set and ready to go." The 4 of them split into 3 groups. Ma Mingjia carried his good brother home. Dong Yong and Pan Ji Gang went out to eat, and Su He bought a bread downstairs and started taking orders. "Ding, you have a new delivery order. Please handle it in a timely manner." After finishing the bread, Su He glanced at his phone. It was still early, with only one order, which was for cake delivery. Delivering cakes is quite troublesome. If you deliver it well, the customer celebrates their birthday. But if you mess it up, you might as well be celebrating your own. This order was for 35 yuan, and the cake was quite large, so he could only carry it with one hand. There is something very sad about being a delivery person, Both the platform and society demand that they don't break traffic rules, don't go against traffic, and don't run red lights. However, being fined for delays and complaints puts them in a difficult position. Fortunately, Suhi had smart navigation maps and an intelligent order assistant, allowing him to perfectly avoid red lights and take the most convenient routes. The journey was a bit remote. Carrying the cake, Suhi didn't dare ride too fast. After winding through alleys, he arrived at the entrance of a large theater. The dilapidated door had only one copper knob left, and the ground in front was very clean. Suhi knocked a few times but got no response. So he peered through a hole in the door. "Hey, young man, what are you messing around with here?" Suhi was startled by the sudden voice behind him. He turned around to see an old man leaning on a cane, glaring at him. "Sir, I'm delivering food for this household." They aren't answering their phone. No one is responding when I knock nonsense. The UN Grand Theater hasn't had anyone living in it for many years. I think you're here to steal something. The old man advanced with his cane, ready to deal with Suhi. Just then, the door opened. A fashionable woman with short hair looked at Suhi apologetically and said, "Sorry, my phone died." Then she smiled at the old man beside her. "Grandpa G, it's me, Xiaochong. Do you remember me?" The old man looked at the woman, puzzled. "Xiaochong? The Gu family has returned?" The woman took the cake from Suhi's hands and said, "Thank you." After delivering the cake, it was peak time and more orders came in. Suhi got busy. It was the weekend, so there were fewer orders from office buildings and more from residential areas. At 11 at night, while passing a footbridge, Suhi ran into Crazy Brother, who was still live streaming himself singing. When he looked up at Suhi, his eyes instantly lit up. Suhi. Ever since Suhi appeared in Crazy Brother's live stream last time, his fan count had surged, but as time passed, many fans gradually unfollowed. And now his live stream had returned to its original level, with only a few hundred viewers left. Seeing Suhi was like seeing walking cash to Crazy Brother, who quickly rushed over. "Suhi, it's been a while. Come sing a song in my live stream." "Crazy Brother, I'm delivering food." Suhi still had 3 orders to deliver. Crazy Brother turned around, holding his live streaming equipment, and said to Suhi, "I'll accompany you to deliver food. Is that okay?" "I'm in a hurry," Suhi replied while walking. "No worries. The fans love to see you." Crazy Brother raised his phone towards Suhi, greeting the viewers in the live stream. "Fans, guess who I ran into?" "Ha, many old fans should recognize him. Yes, that handsome young man from before." Suhi smiled at the phone, saying, "Hello everyone," in a live stream. A few people who had seen Suhi before instantly flooded the comments. "Oh my god, the handsome guy is really delivering food. What a waste. Handsome guy, you keep falling. I'll keep trying. We will meet again." As they entered the residential area, Suhi started climbing the stairs. Crazy Brother was panting behind him, and by the time they reached the 4th floor, he couldn't help but stop. Less than a minute later, Suhi came back down. "Suhi, wait for me. Are you even human?" After delivering the last order, Crazy Brother collapsed on the ground, looking at Suhi, who was still energetic and sweating profusely. Crazy Brother sighed. "Suhi, if you weren't delivering food, it would be a loss for Mate 1. After catching his breath, Crazy Brother set up his equipment and said, "Suhi, the fans want to hear you sing." It was almost midnight. Suhi opened the app to log off, sitting on the ground with Crazy Brother, and smiled at the phone camera. "Then I'll sing a song for everyone." "Just a moment. Let me find the lyrics." Suddenly, the comments changed dramatically. "So scary, what is that over there? It looks like a figure, it can't be a ghost, right? Wearing red, so creepy at night." Suhi was focused on finding a song, while Crazy Brother stared at the screen, then turned to look in the distance. "Oh my god. Suhi, there's a ghost." Following Crazy Brother's gaze, Suhi saw a red figure near a big tree on a distant hillside, faintly visible in the moonlight. Although it was too far to see clearly, the outline looked very much like a person. Crazy Brother had 2 phones. He took out the other one and snapped a picture of the hillside. As he zoomed in, the red figure gradually became clearer. "Suhi, that should be a person, right?" Crazy Brother's hands trembled, and his voice shook. On the phone screen, a woman in red was hanging from the tree, swaying in the wind. "Suhi, could it be someone playing a prank, hanging a blow-up doll?" Crazy Brother looked up at Suhi, but Suhi stood still, staring ahead, which frightened Crazy Brother. At that moment, 2 choices appeared before Suhi. Option 1. Assist the police in solving the case and find the murderer. Completion reward. Master of Opera. Option 2. Leave here and go back to sleep. Completion reward. Master of Embroidery. Seeing the word murderer, Suhi understood. What was hanging from the tree was indeed a corpse. Taking out his phone, Suhi called Zhou Bing. He patted Crazy Brother on the shoulder and said, "Stay calm, Chapter 73. You call this punishment, fans? Tonight we unexpectedly discovered a female corpse. Just 10 meters away from me, hanging from a tree." Crazy Brother's live stream already has 50,000 viewers, and the broadcast captured the woman hanging from a tree. This news spread like wildfire, with thousands entering the live stream every minute. "Hey, turn off your phones. No photos or videos allowed." Zhou Bing walked over and pointed at Crazy Brother. 2 police officers pulled Crazy Brother aside for talking to, and Zhou Bing approached Suhi, asking, "What's going on?" Suhi looked at the distant tree and said, "I didn't go over there." Before the police arrived, Suhi had the sense not to disturb the crime scene. Zhou Bing nodded, took a shoe cover and a pair of gloves, handed them to Suhi, and turned to walk into the cordon area. "Come in." Zhou Bing noticed Suhi standing outside, motionless, and called out, Suhi gazed at the red figure in the distance, and her mind involuntarily recalled the woman from the Diane Grand Theater. The system rewarded her with proficiency in opera, which must be connected somehow. Putting on the shoe covers, Suhi followed him. Officer Zhou, is it okay for a delivery person like me to come in? She said as she walked. Zhou Bing turned back and glared at her, saying, then you can go back out. Hey, I'll come this far. I might as well take a look. The two quickly arrived under the tree, and Suhi glanced at the corpse, stunned. It was a long-haired man. It wasn't a woman in red. It was just a man whose white shirt and gray pants were soaked in blood. The police laid the body down and took photos. Zhou Bing squatted down to take a look, noting multiple wounds all over the body. Triangular stab wounds. The reason the corpse was covered in blood, soaking through the clothes, was that the weapon was a particularly brutal triangular stab, and the forensic expert on the side made a preliminary judgment that the victim died from excessive blood loss. This was not the primary crime scene. 18 stabs, each avoiding vital areas, were only meant to cause bleeding, and there were no other injuries on the victim. The body was disposed of after death, yet so blatantly hung on the tree. What could the reason be? Suhi and Crazy Brother returned to the foot of the mountain, and Crazy Brother invited Suhi for a late-night snack. Suhi had only nibbled on a piece of bread that day, and she was already starving, finishing 3 bowls of rice and a bowl of soup. Looking up at Crazy Brother, she asked, aren't you going to eat anything? Suhi, I have no appetite. You really have a strong stomach. A dead person, a woman in red, and you can still eat? Since the murder incident on the set last time, Crazy Brother had switched to a different venue for minor roles. Didn't he expect to run into Suhi again today and encounter another murder case that looked so horrifying? On a dark and windy night, with a bright moon hanging high, a woman in red was swaying in the wind from the branch. Just thinking about this scene made Crazy Brother's back feel cold, as if something were behind him. Suhi smiled, served herself another bowl of rice, and poured the leftover dishes in her bowl, eating heartily. Crazy Brother didn't know that it was a male corpse, but Suhi didn't tell him. This case was under police investigation and needed to be kept confidential. Suhi, have you finished filming your play? Hasn't any director contacted you for a role? I've seen a lot of your videos online. You're practically a little star now. If I were you, I wouldn't deliver food anymore. Acting pays well, right? I don't have any plans to act at the moment. Just taking it one step at a time. Director Yu Qing had also introduced a few roles to Suhi, but the filming locations were all outside the capital. Some projects took months to shoot, and he didn't want to be away from the capital for too long. The next day, Suhi arrived at the police station early. Zhou Bing informed her that this morning, another male corpse was discovered on a hillside 5 kilometers away, with the same cause of death, triangular stabs, 18 wounds, and death from excessive blood loss. After confirming the identity of the deceased and notifying the family, it was unexpected that both deceased families insisted that the murderer was a man named Huang Shoujuan. In both cases, the time of death was nearly simultaneous. Yet the murderer chose to hang them on trees 5 kilometers apart. Why? And why were the deceased families so certain that the murderer was this Huang Shoujuan? As the investigation deepened, the police retrieved Huang Shoujuan's file. Male, 47 years old, a renovation worker, living less than 10 kilometers from the two deceased in Shi Sanchi village, but he was not at home, according to nearby residents. Huang Shoujuan sold his house a month ago and has not been seen since. The reason the families of the deceased identified Huang Shoujuan as the murderer was related to an old case from 8 years ago. 8 years ago, while Huang Shoujuan was working away, his wife was assaulted by 7 men at home and committed suicide by jumping into a well. At that time, the highest sentence among these men was 10 years and 5 months, while the lowest was 3 years. The man sentenced to 10 years and 5 months received 3 reductions for good behavior in prison and was released 3 months ago. On the day of his release, he held a banquet in the village, where the 7 men made jokes about Huang Shoujuan's wife. Many people knew about this incident. While the police were searching for the suspect Huang Shoujuan, another report came in. The remaining 5 participants from that year had all gone missing. Soon, another corpse appeared, also hanging from a tree, blood flowing everywhere, with holes all over the body. Zhou Bing's expression turned grim. Based on the current situation, it was likely that the remaining 4 had already met with misfortune. Sure enough, within an hour, 3 more emergency calls came in. 3 people had been murdered. The police had dispatched all available personnel to search for Huang Shoujuan near the body disposal site. So far, there was still 1 person left, Su Zhibang, who had been sentenced to 10 years and 5 months. While other officers searched for the suspect outside, Su He sat in the office, reviewing all the materials, deep in thought. If the disposal sites of the 6 victims were connected on a map, they formed a perfect circle, with the center being Huang Shoujuan's home. The distances between the 6 victims were not far apart, already forming a circle. Where would the remaining Su Zhibang be? Had he already been killed? Staring at the center of the circle, Su He picked up her phone. Hello, Officer Zhou. Huang Shoujuan is likely near his wife's grave. Zhou Bing hurriedly drove to Shi Sanchi village, and when he arrived, a crowd had already gathered. In a barren area, Huang Shoujuan was gripping a man's arm with his left hand. The man was covered in blood, but was still alive, looking desperately at the dirt grave in front of him. Huang Shoujuan. Zhou Bing ran over, gun in hand, shouting, I advise you not to be delusional. It's not too late to surrender now. They have already faced legal consequences and received their due punishment. Punishment? My wife is dead, yet they are living well. You call this punishment? They held banquets, raised their cups to celebrate, and made jokes about my wife. You tell me not to be delusional? Yes, the law has its provisions, but does my wife deserve to be violated by these beasts? My wife committed suicide. It's been 8 years. 2,954 days. Every day, I want to go down and accompany her, but I have to give her an explanation. I am her man. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Shoujuan plunged the triangular stab directly into Su Zhibang's heart, then aimed the weapon at his own heart. Huang Shoujuan. Zhou Bing stood frozen, watching Su Zhibang, who had already breathed his last, and Huang Shoujuan, who was spitting blood, shouting, "Call an ambulance." Huang Shoujuan smiled, looking at Zhou Bing, and said, "Officer, I think I see my wife." Chapter 74. The old man collecting bottles earns more than this in the police station. So he received the system's reward, along with information relayed from the police. He sighed and left on his electric bike. This world shouldn't be like this. But now that it is, what can be done? So he did not take any delivery orders. He aimlessly rode through the streets, listening to many people discussing the murder committed by Huang Shoujuan. Some said the act was too extreme, while others said he was a good husband. As he rode on, He found himself at the Yuen Grand Theater. After experiencing so many homicides, He had roughly figured out the system's rules. Since he delivered a cake to Ms. Gu, he had received a reward for mastering opera. A murder that had already happened or was about to happen would revolve around Ms. Gu. Recalling Ms. Gu's thank you after she received the cake, he felt he should do something. Perhaps he could prevent a murder. He didn't want to see Ms. Gu's cold corpse next time. At the entrance, a large poster advertised for Peking opera actors. Inside, he could hear someone warming up their voice, singing, "Su Lang, he treats me with all kinds of affection, celebrating joy, supporting through illness, accompanying in loneliness. Only then do I know the taste of life. Not in vain to travel to Jiangnan this time." The door was wide open, and Su-hee stood at the entrance. Ms. Gu had her back to him, facing a bronze mirror, singing a short segment from the legend of the White Snake. After finishing, she turned to look at Su-hee and asked in confusion, "You were the delivery guy from yesterday? What is up?" Su-hee smiled and said, "Miss Gu." "Hello, I'm here to apply for the role of a Peking opera actor." Ms. Gu looked at Su-hee in surprise. This handsome man in a delivery uniform and helmet, encouraging the king to drink and listen to the song of you, dancing to relieve the king's worries. Winning against Qin's tyrants to break the nation, heroes rise in arms. It's an age-old saying that doesn't deceive me. Success and failure can change in an instant. Drink with ease and sit in the treasure tent. Su-hee sang a segment to Ms. Gu. "Wonderful. I didn't expect you to sing so well. A monthly salary of 2,500. Come in tomorrow to report." Ms. Gu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said, "Wow, even capitalists would cry. In this huge capital, you offer a salary of 2,500. Even the old man collecting bottles earns more than this, right?" Seeing Su-hee frown, Ms. Gu said, "My grandfather said when he worked at Yuen Grand Theater, his monthly salary was only 800. I also inquired at other theaters, and it's about the same. Once we open and sell tickets, I'll give you a share." After saying this, Ms. Gu looked at Su-hee with anticipation. "I'm free every afternoon from 2 to 5. I want to come every day. Forget about the salary. I mainly enjoy opera." "Oh, that works too. Welcome to the Yuen Grand Theater. My name is Gu Chong. What is your name?" "Sui." Sui walked into the theater, which was still quite clean, but the doors and windows were broken. At a glance, he saw there was still standing water and weeds inside. "Sui, you are now the second member of the Yuen Grand Theater. Come, let us clean up together." Ms. Gu handed Su-hee a broom leaning against a stone pillar, while she took a basin of water and a cloth to wipe the tables. Su-hee took the broom and toured the theater. There was a large open courtyard in front, with private rooms on both sides and 2 rows of buildings. The front ones should be for actors to change and apply makeup, while the back ones were for housing. One of the rooms had some items in it. It should be Ms. Gu's room. "Ms. Gu, did you finish that huge cake by yourself yesterday? Why would you order such a big cake when you're the only one in the theater?" "Su-hee, just call me Gu Chong from now on. I ordered a cake online for my birthday yesterday. I didn't know it would be so big. It was so expensive, over 2,000 yuan. Su-hee was somewhat speechless. The salary Ms. Gu offered was worth just one cake. After some casual chat, Su-hee learned about Ms. Gu's background. She moved abroad with her family at the age of 10 and decided to revive the Yuen Grand Theater to fulfill her grandfather's wishes. Actually, Su-hee didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Opera had declined in this era. No one would be willing to pay for tickets to watch it. Her grandfather's wish was destined to be unfulfilled. Ms. Gu was 25 this year, which meant she left here 15 years ago. What kind of murder would she get involved in? While cleaning, Su-hee specifically checked every nook and cranny but found no body, indicating that the murder had yet to happen. He just didn't know what role Ms. Gu would play, whether as a murderer or a victim. However, looking at her innocent appearance, she didn't seem like a murderer. At noon, Ms. Gu ordered takeout. When Su-hee opened the door for the delivery person, he was surprised. "Your order?" Wow, a fellow delivery person. The takeout cost over 800 yuan for 2 people, and when they opened it, they found 2 steaks and 2 portions of fries, without even rice. Fortunately, Su-hee wasn't picky and quickly dug into the steak, skipping the knife and fork. Ms. Gu, on the other hand, took her time, nibbling slowly, while Suhee couldn't stand it and went to tidy up the room. In the afternoon, Suhee suggested to Ms. Gu to hire a few part-time workers to help. Ms. Gu said it would be 100 yuan per hour. So Suhee called Mom Mingjia and the others over. Suhee, what's going on? What did you start a cleaning business? Honestly, did you take a liking to that girl? A girl living alone in such a big courtyard. This is the capital. You're not planning on renting her place, are you? Suhee, don't listen to their nonsense. Introduce that girl to me. Let me suffer through this. As soon as the three arrived, they dragged Suhee into a small room, and after some banter, they started cleaning. After all, Ms. Gu was a little rich lady. They worked until nearly 8 in the evening, and then Ms. Gu wanted to order takeout to treat everyone. Suhee insisted that there must be rice this time. Not long after, the delivery person came in carrying a large bag of food, and seeing 4 delivery people sitting around the table, he was stunned and asked, "What is going on, guys? Have you fallen into depravity, or have you struck it rich? Mind your own business about the rich people's affairs. Buddy, could you help take the trash bag out when you leave? I really don't want to move anymore." Mom Mingjia slumped in his chair. Cleaning was way more tiring than delivering food, climbing up and down, bending over, and straining your back. If it weren't for the good pay from Ms. Gu, they would do it all. After dinner, the group left. Since it was still early, they took a few more orders and didn't return to the hotel until midnight. Chapter 75. It's so hot outside. How can it be cooler inside? The next morning, Suhee woke up to find that Mom Mingjia was missing. She opened the order management backend and saw that Mom Mingjia had already delivered 8 orders. Ma Gu has been acting a bit strange lately, starting to deliver takeout early in the morning and not watching live streams at night. Could he be possessed? Suhee said while brushing her teeth. Han Ji-gang walked into the bathroom to urinate and replied, "Hey, it's because his daughter wants to study in the capital. I'll let you in on a secret, but you can't tell anyone. Ma Ji's wife was abandoned by that scoundrel before, and now she wants to remarry him." Suhee finished brushing her teeth, turned around to urinate, and asked in confusion, "Did Ma Gu agree? I don't know. Anyway, oh crap, Suhee, your pee is splashing on my foot." As she walked out of the bathroom, Dong Yong was getting dressed. Suhee leaned over and said, "Brother Yong, do you know about Ma Ji's situation?" "I don't know. He doesn't tell me anything besides drinking. What's up?" "His wife wants to remarry him." "Oh crap. Suhee, I said to keep it a secret." "It's fine. Brother Yong is not an outsider." After going downstairs for breakfast, Suhee had just put on her helmet and was about to start accepting orders when suddenly, Gu Chang's phone call came in. "Hello, I'm Officer Zhou Bing from the criminal police team. May I ask what your relationship is with Gu Chang?" "Hello, are you there? Officer Zhou, Sue." Suhee's mind went blank. Something had happened to Gu Chang. Could she still be alive? On the other end, Zhou Bing was surprised to look at his phone, which had the note, "Number 2. This number 2 turned out to be Suhee. "Hello. Suhee, how do you know Gu Chang?" "Hello, Sue." "Officer Zhou, how did she die?" "The preliminary examination by the forensic doctor suggests it was suicide." "Impossible," Suhee shouted, drawing the attention of people around her. Just yesterday, Gu Chang was fine, telling her stories about her grandfather's glorious past and how she had started learning opera at 4, saying she would definitely restore the bustling scene of the UN Grand Theater. She loved life and had dreams. How could she suddenly commit suicide? "Are you going to move, or what? Are you trying to scam me in the middle of the road?" A man in a car behind them yelled as he honked his horn. Suhee glanced back at him, raised her middle finger, and rode toward the UN Grand Theater. At the entrance of the UN Grand Theater, looking at the poster recruiting peaking opera actors, Suhee was somewhat lost in thought. Gu Chang was dead, and she still had many dreams unfulfilled. When she died, she must have felt very regretful, right? "Suhee, you can't get involved in this case, and your 3 friends are already at the police station. Fingerprints and footprints of all 4 of you were found in the theater. I hope you understand." Zhou Bing walked out and said to Suhee, "Understand? Officer Zhou, didn't you say it was suicide? Just because our fingerprints and footprints were found, you suspect us? Gu Chang did not commit suicide. I can guarantee she wouldn't have committed suicide. I hope you can uncover the truth." Suhee turned and walked to the police car, looking at the officers inside, and said, "Let us go to the police station. I'm a suspect." Zhou Bing sighed and waved for the officers to drive. On the road, the driving officer looked in the rearview mirror and said, "Suhee, Officer Zhou has no choice. It's the Bureau's decision. Some speculate that you're trying to achieve a perfect crime." "Bullshit. A perfect crime? I'm sitting in a police car on my way to the interrogation room. How is this perfect? My fingerprints and footprints are everywhere in the theater. Is that perfect? My girlfriend, damn it, I don't want to talk to you. Drive faster. I need to pee." The officer in the passenger seat said, "Suhee, please mind your language. We believe in you, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Police have their own rules." All right. No more talking. Cutting off bridges after crossing, turning against those who helped you, killing the donkey after the grind, hunting down the rabbit after the bow is put away. Birds hide when the bow is put away, forgetting the trap after catching the fish, pulling up the ladder after climbing the house, hitting someone when they're down. If I had only gone to vocational school, I could give you a few more. The 2 officers sighed helplessly. Suhee was always stirring up trouble. Wherever there was a murder case, there he was. The key point was that in the end, he would even take the initiative to assist the police in solving the case. But he refused to become a police officer and insisted on delivering takeout. A few minutes later, Suhee said again, repaying kindness with enmity, being ungrateful. The officer turned his head and saw Sue. He was actually searching for synonyms for cutting off bridges after crossing on Baidu. Ahem. Sue, hand over your communication device. Take it. It's not like I have any words left. When they arrived at the police station, Sue walked to the interrogation room with familiarity. The police hurriedly stopped him and said, Sue, Officer Zhou said you don't need to go to the interrogation room. You could just make a statement outside. Come on, police have their own rules. I'm quite familiar with the process. Besides, on such a hot day, how can it be cooler outside than inside? So he opened the door to the interrogation room himself, sat down on the chair, locked the door, and handed the key to the police, saying, Here, take it. Don't let me escape. The police had no choice but to take Soo-hee's statement in the interrogation room. However, Soo-hee answered very seriously, describing every detail from when he received the takeout order to when he applied for the Peking opera actor position and cleaned the place. He even sang a part of Chising Town for the police, scolding those who are ungrateful. My fate is to depart from Chongqing, wishing to express my feelings for you. Who knows you have lost your conscience? After leaving the interrogation room, the police took out their phones. Hello, Officer Zhou. Soo-hee is very resentful. Okay, got it. Tell him to drink more hot water. Zhou Bing hung up the phone and turned to the forensic doctor beside him, asking, What time was the death? Between 3 and 4 a.m. Why was she wearing a costume at that time of night? I've checked her body 3 times, and there's only one wound on her wrist. The knife only has her fingerprints. From the direction of the fingerprints and the angle of the wound, it fits the scenario of suicide. Officer Zhou, after all these years, do you still not trust my eyes? Homicide and suicide, the wounds are different. Take the body back and examine it carefully again. Zhou Bing stood on the stage, looking at the empty courtyard. A woman, wearing costume, committed suicide by wrist cutting at 3 in the morning. What hidden secrets were behind this? Why did Soo-hee say it was impossible for it to be suicide? What did he know? Officer Zhou, there is half a footprint here. Chapter 76. Maybe she thought I was foolish. The deceased, Gu Chong female, 25 years old, returned to the country from Switzerland 3 days ago. She was discovered at 8:05 a.m. this morning by a neighbor walking their dog. The front door was open, and Gu Chong, dressed in a costume on the stage, was clearly visible. The preliminary cause of death was determined to be suicide. At the scene, there were numerous fingerprints and footprints left by Soo-hee and his friends, and based on their testimonies and the time of death, their suspicions could be largely ruled out. Furthermore, unknown footprints were found at the edge of the stage. There were signs of wiping, leaving only half a print, which could be inferred to be a size 42 men's leather shoe. With this half footprint, perhaps this was not a simple suicide. Zhou Bing finished speaking and sat down. At this moment, the director asked, Have you contacted Gu Chang's relatives? Another officer replied, Gu Chang's parents passed away 5 years ago. 3 months ago, her only relative, her grandfather Gu Hechuan, died of illness. Gu Hechuan was a renowned master of the Gu school in the 1960s, excelling in the roles of Qingyi, Huadan, and Diomedon. He performed in various operas, and tickets to the Yuan Grand Theater were hard to come by. Later, for unknown reasons, the family moved away and was never heard from again. It was obviously insufficient to deduce murder based solely on half of an indistinct footprint. At this time, someone suggested, could it be that Gu Chong, having lost her family, developed depression and wanted to commit suicide, and since she grew up with Gu Hechuan, she specifically returned here to end her life? According to Soo-hee and others, Gu Chong was an optimistic and lively person. In her room, we also found her plans for the future of the Yuan Grand Theater, which did not seem like someone who would intentionally return to commit suicide. The police were currently investigating Gu Chang's belongings, but had not yet found a suicide note or any other special items. The meeting room fell into a brief silence, and the director suddenly looked up and asked, What's Soo-hee doing now? Sleeping. The director lightly tapped the table and said, Start by checking the nearby surveillance for suspicious targets. As for Soo-hee, since he has already been ruled out as a suspect, if he wants to investigate, let him. The Yuan Grand Theater is located in an old alley, surrounded by old houses, with only a few elderly residents left, making it difficult to find any surveillance cameras. Exiting the meeting room, Zhou Bing approached Soo-hee, who was lying on a chair asleep. The Bureau has approved for you to assist the police with the case. Get up, stop pretending to sleep. Soo-hee remained motionless, and Zhou Bing turned to leave. If you don't want to, then forget it. Stop. Soo-hee suddenly sat up and said, I want to see the case files. Zhou Bing turned back and glared at Soo-hee. Soo-hee scratched his head and said, Officer Zhou, could you please let me take a look at the files? Zhou Bing placed the documents on the table and said, I forgot one thing. Gu Chang's phone had you saved as number 2. What does that mean? Soo-hee's hand hung in midair, stunned for a moment, then replied, Maybe she thought I was foolish. Opening the first page, there was a striking photo of Gu Chang in costume, dressed as Yu Ji from Farewell My Concubine, sitting there with blood flowing from her wrist, her head lowered, and a green fruit knife beside her. The green fruit knife. When cleaning yesterday afternoon, Gu Chang took out a delicate little knife from the room. The knife in the photo is the kind of cheap plastic fruit knife commonly found in supermarkets. Gu Chang was a little wealthy. She wouldn't buy such a fruit knife. The fruit knife only had Gu Chang's fingerprints. Turning to the second page, there was a close-up of Gu Chang's face, which showed no signs of pain or distortion, but rather sadness, with tears smudging her makeup. Gu Chang had cried. Was it from the pain of her wound, or from inner turmoil. Continuing to look, apart from that half footprint, there were no other clues. After informing Officer Zhou about the fruit knife, Suhi left the police station. Outside, Mingjia and his two companions were on an electric bike, and upon seeing Suhi come out, they hurriedly asked, Suhi, what happened? How could Miss Gu have committed suicide? Who told you it was suicide? Suhi found the electric bike brought back by the police from the shed and said, you guys should not concern yourselves with this. Go deliver takeout. After saying that, Suhi rode off. Turning a corner, he noticed Mingjia and his friends still following him. So he stopped and said, I'm fine. You guys go get busy. We'll drink at night. Suhi, was Miss Gu murdered? If so, I can't drink tonight. Are you planning to find the murderer? Let's go with you. More people means more protection. Find the murderer? Just based on half a footprint? All right, are you annoying or what? Catching the murderer is the police's job. Don't add to the chaos. I'm going to deliver takeout. So he took out his phone to accept 2 orders and really went to deliver takeout. After finishing 2 deliveries, Suhi rode his bike to the entrance of the UN Grand Theater. The entrance was cordoned off, and the door was sealed with police tape. While the recruitment poster for Peking opera actors had been torn down, not far away, several old ladies were gathered chatting, and Suhi slowly rode over. This theater is really creepy. It closed down because someone died here back then. That's right. It's haunted. The villagers don't dare to come close. I didn't expect a descendant of the Gu family to come back, and just a few days later, she committed suicide. Some things are still taboo. Seeing a stranger approach, the old ladies fell silent again. Suhi grinned and asked, ladies, I'm a delivery person. Is there an old man here who uses a cane, has gray hair, and has the surname G? Old man G, go down this alley, past 3 turns, turn left, and keep going. There's a big magnolia tree in front. But at this time, he's usually out for a walk. Thank you, ladies. I just heard you talking about creepy stuff, like suicide and hauntings. There are no ghosts in this world. Handsome, don't be skeptical. That Dian Grand Theater is indeed strange. A child from our village went missing. And that night, it was raining heavily. On the stage, there was a woman in costume singing. Many people saw it. And then she vanished in the blink of an eye. The child was found behind the theater. And when he returned, he fell seriously ill. Let me tell you, many people died here back then. All opera singers. Handsome, you're quite good looking. Are you married? I have a niece who's 22, and she has quite a match for you. Sister Zhao, your niece Huan weighs over 200 pounds. Handsome, my daughter is pretty and has a great figure. Why do you talk like that? When it comes to finding a wife, pick a bigger one. It's more cost-effective. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out, Suhi hurriedly made his escape. Ladies, I have something to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Bye. Chapter 77. Grandpa, you're not going to tell me a ghost story, are you? As the sun set and the swallows returned home, the old man G, leaning on his cane, slowly made his way back after taking a stroll. Grandpa, you're back. Suhi called out. Old man G glanced over and immediately turned to run, muttering, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The murderer is here to silence me, Grandpa. Where are you going again after just coming back? Suhi followed him on his electric bike. Old man G, tired from running, stopped to catch his breath and glared at Suhi, saying, don't act so arrogant. Lazy has already been on to you. He'll get you sooner or later. Grandpa, just take a breather and lean against the wall. How am I being arrogant? What does the police have to do with this? So he got off the bike to help old man G, who suddenly tensed up and closed his eyes. Grandpa, don't scare me. You have a hold on. So he supported old man G with one hand and pinched his philtrum with the other. Old man G opened his eyes, gasping for air. Are you trying to get me to commit suicide? He looked at Suhi. Suhi was taken aback and said, Grandpa, you can't die. I came to ask you about the Yuan Grand Theater. Don't worry. Young man, I know the rules of the underworld. I won't tell anyone about this for now, and the reason I've lived so long is because I never meddle in other people's business. We've never seen old man. G patted his chest to assure. Why does that sound so familiar? Oh no, Grandpa, doesn't he think I'm the murderer of Gu Chong, does he? Grandpa, you've misunderstood. I'm not the murderer here to silence you. It's the police who sent me to inquire about the Yuan Grand Theater. Come on, let me help you back inside, Grandpa. You must have liked sports when you were younger. Those 2 little steps earlier were quite good. Not much worse than Lu Xiang Su. He helped old man G into the house, then turned to get his electric bike, but hey, old man G closed the door. Grandpa, I'm really not a bad person. Don't try to trap me. With your tricks, who do you think you can fool? From behind the door, old man G regained his strength. Grandpa, I really just want to ask you about something. Gu Chong from the Yuan Grand Theater was my friend. She just passed away for no reason. Do you really think it was suicide? So he simply sat down at the door. You really didn't kill her? Old man G opened the door and looked at Suhi. Really not. We are friends. You saw that day. I brought her a cake, then coming quickly. After looking around, old man G acted as if he was meeting a spy. And when Suhi entered, he locked the door. The room was dark. Old man G fumbled around for 2 minutes before lighting the kerosene lamp. Grandpa, you're not going to tell me a ghost story, are you? In the dim room, the kerosene lamp flickered gently, creating a strong atmosphere. Kid, this is not a ghost story. There really are ghosts at the Yuan Grand Theater. When I was little, it was a tea called the Yuan Grand Theater yet. It was just a small yard with a simple stage. Strangely enough, that day a troupe was setting up, and the audience was bustling and lively. While on stage, they were performing Farewell, my concubine at the last moment. Yuji drew her sword and killed herself. And guess what? She died. Sword. Old Man G was taken aback, then said, right? At that time, Xiangyu was still on stage, frowning, and the maid helped Yu Ji off the stage. With blood spilling all over the theater, but that wasn't the strangest part. That night, there was a big fire at the theater, and all the actors died in it. Seeing Su He's lack of reaction, Old Man G continued. Later, I don't know how many years passed, and another troupe came. They rebuilt the theater in the same place, and named it the Yuan Grand Theater. The new theater became more and more popular, with the famous master Gu Hixian leading the way. The scene was no less than the stars on television, but just a few years of peace. And strange things started to happen again. Every other day, someone would die in the Yuan Grand Theater, and even the doctors couldn't find a reason. After half a month, there were hardly any survivors left. Gu Hixian packed his family and ran away overnight. It's been so many years that I can't even remember how long it's been. Everyone says he probably died on the road. Until that day, when the little girl from the Gu family opened the door, I felt something was going to happen. People in our village don't dare to enter that yard a few years ago. A stranger came to our village at night and accidentally entered the Yuan Grand Theater. The next day, he told everyone that show last night was really good. When asked what show, he said it was Farewell, My Concubine. Later, people from the mental hospital came and said he had escaped, and they took him back. Grandpa, your last story had a bit of a rough twist. Su he had initially wanted to inquire about the secrets of the Yuan Grand Theater, but unexpectedly ended up hearing several ghost stories. The key was that Grandpa's stories weren't even that scary, except that under the kerosene lamp, his face looked somewhat creepy. Kid, I advise you not to inquire further. Some things cannot be explained. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself. Suddenly, the kerosene lamp went out. Ever since I followed the king on his campaigns, enduring the wind and frost, year after year, I hate only that the ruthless Qin has harmed the people, causing endless suffering. The singing of Yu Ji from Farewell, My Concubine echoed, and Old Man G grabbed Su He's hand, saying, Don't be nervous, it's my phone ringing. Hello, son, I've eaten. I was just about to sleep after hanging up. Old Man G said, I'm getting old, my blood pressure is high. My son reminded me to take my medicine every day. Sui stood up, preparing to leave. At that moment, Old Man G lit the kerosene lamp again and said, It's been a long time since someone has talked to me. Kid, be sure not to look back on your way home. I don't believe you. You old rascal. Sui hopped on his electric bike and left without looking back. It's not the young people boasting that is scary. It's the old people telling ghost stories. Chapter 78. The old man loves to tell ghost stories. Don't be afraid. It's really creepy. Sui lay motionless on the rooftop. After leaving the alley, he found a set of black clothes at a street stall and returned to the Yuan Theater. He climbed a big tree, carefully stepped onto the wall, and arrived at the rooftop where he could see the entire courtyard. The courtyard was quiet, and on the stage, there was a pool of blood left by Gu Chong, faintly visible in the darkness. Time passed slowly, and Su he was as silent as the dead, with only his eyes wide open. Even if there were really ghosts, he wanted to see for himself. Slowly, Su he began to feel a bit tired, his eyelids growing heavier. Just as he was about to fall asleep, suddenly, a clanging sound rang out, and two figures appeared on the stage. So he snapped back to attention, his back feeling cold, but his eyes were bright as he looked over. Dad, the police are here. Can't we wait until things calm down before coming? No, your mother can't sleep at night without hearing me sing a bit. Why get the chance? I'll go down and sing for her. You won't have to worry. Then hurry up. I'll go get a stool. Saying this, one of them lifted the cloth behind the stage, moved a board aside, and went down. Soon, he returned with a stool and sat down on the stage. The other person walked to the side, then moved lightly, holding a long sword, and spun around a few times in the center of the stage before singing. Advise the king to drink and listen to the song of you, to relieve the king's sorrow and dance gracefully. The winning Qin has no way to break the kingdom. Heroes rise and fall in battle. Since ancient times, the saying does not deceive me. Success and failure rise and fall in an instant. Relax and drink in the treasure tent. As he sang, one sword turned into two. After finishing, he added, My lady, sleep early. The other person quickly wiped the footprints on the ground. The curtain was drawn, and the two disappeared from the stage, everything returning to calm. Sui waited for another half an hour before carefully coming down, then vanished into the night. Back at the hotel, Sui lay on the bed, no longer feeling tired. The scenes from the stage kept flashing in his mind. The man singing was Old Man G. Sui had focused all his attention on Gu Chong, neglecting the first encounter with Old Man G. He never expected that a gray-haired old man, leaning on a cane, would be the murderer. Regret. Self-blame. Sui struggled to calm the regret within him. This was the first time he wanted to save someone. He knew a murder was about to happen, yet he still couldn't stop it. Recalling carefully before Gu Chang's incident, he had only met Old Man G once. He sighed. Perhaps it was destined and could not be changed. He took out his phone and sent a text to Zhou Bing. Officer Zhou, I have new findings. I'll tell you tomorrow. Then he turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next morning, Zhou Bing was standing at the hotel door. Good morning, Officer Zhou. With those dark circles under your eyes, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? As Sui walked out, he bumped into the stern-faced Zhou Bing. Why is your phone off? Zhou Bing asked directly. To improve sleep quality, Sui replied. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Let's find a quiet place for breakfast. In the police car, the two ate steamed buns and drank soybean milk. Go ahead, what did you find? I found the murderer. What? Zhou Bing paused with a bun near his mouth, surprised. You found the murderer last night. Why are you only telling me now? Who is it? Where is he? So he took a sip of soybean milk and replied slowly. I was afraid if I told you last night, you wouldn't be able to sleep. The murderer is Old Man Ji. I don't know his full name, and he has a son who lives in the alley near the UN Theater. So he then told Zhou Bing everything he had seen last night. So you mean we act tonight and catch them in the act? Zhou Bing asked. So he nodded, finishing the last of his steamed buns. Officer Zhou, just the two of us will go tonight. I need to deliver takeout first. While visiting the neighbors near the UN Theater, many mentioned the haunting, saying that every night there were ghostly singing sounds. The police thought it was just folklore, not realizing that someone was actually singing on stage in the middle of the night. Watching Su-hee merge into the traffic, Zhou Bing sighed. Sometimes he admired Su-hee for lying on the haunted rooftop late at night, just for a friend he had known for only 2 days. Gu Chong had no relatives, no friends in the country. Even her body and belongings could only be handled by the police. The only person still caring about her in this world was Su-hee. Hey, Xiao Zhao, arrange for an emergency meeting at the bureau. I'll be back soon. Capturing the suspect was not something he and Su-hee could do on their own. Since he knew the situation, he had to report to the bureau. That night, So he called Zhou Bing and quietly arrived at the outskirts of the UN Theater, seeing a dozen police officers lying on the ground. So he found Zhou Bing and said, Officer Zhou, it's not a brawl. Why bring so many people? Zhou Bing glanced at Su-hee and replied, They're out here to assist. You and I are going in. Su-hee led Zhou Bing to climb trees and scale walls into the theater. Then they lay behind the stage, patiently waiting. They didn't know how long it had been when suddenly a hand covered Su-hee's mouth. He immediately opened his eyes to see Officer Zhou making a shushing gesture. On the stage, 2 figures appeared. They didn't speak, and soon the singing began. Look at the king sleeping soundly in his tent. I am here outside the tent, scattering my sorrow. Lightly stepping forward to stand in the wild, suddenly raising my head to see the bright moonlight. Zhou Bing signaled to Su-hee, and the 2 pounced like tigers on their prey. Zhou Bing grabbed Old Man Ji's arm and pressed him to the ground, shouting, Don't move, police. Su-hee lunged at Old Man Ji's son, striking him before he could react, kicking him away, then sitting on him, saying, Move, and I'll slap you. The 2 were still in shock when over 10 police officers burst through the door, surrounding them. Take them back. Su-hee stepped onto the stage, pulled back the curtain, revealing a large hole. Officer Zhou handed him a flashlight, and Su-hee stepped aside, saying, Officer Zhou, please go ahead. Suddenly, a mournful voice came from behind. My lady, sleep early. Looking back, Old Man Ji stared at Su-hee and laughed. Young man, be careful of your feet when you go down. Old Man Ji was taken away by the police. Zhou Bing looked at Su-hee and asked, What does he mean? It's nothing. Old Man Ji loves to tell ghost stories. Don't be afraid, you go down first. Chapter 79. It's over, my shoes fell off. Su-hee. What are you doing? When Zhou Bing reached the bottom of the pit, he found Su-hee standing there motionless, her eyes wide open staring at him. Could you be scared? Zhou Bing chuckled. Then you stay up there. I'll go ahead and take a look. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, Zhou Bing realized the space was quite large, and he continued walking forward. Officer Zhou, come up quickly. As soon as Su-hee finished speaking, a muffled sound came from below, followed by 2 gunshots. Su-hee hurriedly shouted down, Officer Zhou, are you okay? No response. Su-hee grabbed a flashlight from a nearby officer and jumped into the pit. It was pitch black inside, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She turned on the flashlight and walked deeper inside, surrounded by stones. It seemed that this was not a tunnel dug by thieves, but a secret passage built during the construction of the theater. Not far in, there was a corner. Su-hee shone the flashlight around and froze. There was a police boot on the ground and bloodstains. It's over, my shoes fell off. Following the blood trail, she walked ahead and suddenly saw a light ahead. Officer Zhou, is that you? Su-hee asked. There was no response, but the light was shaking. So Su-hee rushed forward. She saw a figure in a costume on top of Officer Zhou, fiercely choking him. Damn it! Su-hee cursed as she charged forward. The person in the costume noticed Su-hee coming, loosened their grip, grabbed a handful of dirt, threw it, and turned to run. Instinctively, Su-hee closed her eyes. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Su-hee fell to the ground. It wasn't for being shot. She had hit her head on a rock. Lying on the ground, her head was buzzing, and the flashlight had fallen, leaving only a small beam of light. Cough, cough, cough. Su-hee, are you okay? Officer Zhou picked up the flashlight and shined it on Su-hee's face. Her face was covered in blood and dirt, and she forced a smile. Officer Zhou, you're not dead. At that moment, several police officers rushed over, and Su-hee fainted. Leave one person to take Su-hee up, the others go chase. Don't worry about me. Officer Zhou shone the flashlight on his stomach. His clothes were soaked in blood, and lifting them revealed his intestines were almost spilling out. Captain Zhou. At the Capital People's Hospital, in a private room, Su-hee opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling light, and sighed. How'd I bump into the wall? Last night, just as Officer Zhou went down, 3 choices suddenly appeared before Su-hee. Option 1. Assist the police in capturing the murderer. Completion reward, piano proficiency. Option 2. Don't go down. Completion reward, go proficiency. Option 3. Let other police officers go down. Completion reward, Gamoku proficiency. For a moment, Suhi thought there was a bug in the system. Clearly, the murderer had already been caught. And old man Ji and his son had been taken away by the police. Suddenly, he realized he was wrong. The murderer was someone else. By the time he shouted that to Zhou Bing, it was too late. In his mind, a figure dressed in a costume appeared. That costume was from the role of the king of Chu in Farewell, My Concubine. It was too dark underground, and Suhi couldn't see the person's face. Who was this person? Why were they there? As Suhi was lost in thought, a nurse entered, saying, "You're awake. It's just a mild concussion. Stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation, and after resting for a few days, you'll be fine." Suhi nodded slightly without speaking. The nurse changed his for and reminded him, "You have several scars on your head. Be careful in the future and don't keep bumping your head." "Thank you." Just as the nurse left, a police officer walked in, not Officer Zhou, but another officer from the bureau, Zhao Xiaoyang. The little Zhao that Officer Zhou often mentioned was him. "Officer Zhao, is Officer Zhou okay?" So he was also frightened by last night's situation. Officer Zhou had lost his shoes, which was terrifying. "Sui, fortunately, you arrived in time. Captain Zhou is no longer in danger. The chief asked me to take care of you. The case is currently under investigation, and once the murderer is caught, he will personally come to thank you." "Officer Zhao, I'm fine. I just bumped my head. I'm used to it. Is there any progress now?" Zhao Xiaoyang pulled out a tablet and said, "Captain Zhou was right. He said as soon as you wake up, you'd be concerned about the case. Here are the findings from under the stage and the testimonies of Ji Yuanshan and Ji Hua." Old man Ji's full name was Ji Yuanshan. From his and his son's testimonies, on the night Gu Chong had the incident, they hadn't gone to the theater because Gu Chong was inside. The secret passage under the stage was known to very few people. Ji Yuanshan said the person in the costume was a madman who would appear from time to time, sometimes staying in the theater for days, and sometimes not appearing for months. Once they encountered him in the secret passage, and Ji Hua was injured. But that person didn't dare to come back for a long time. The end of the secret passage was on a hillside, not far from the village, in a barren area. After reading the testimonies, Suhi picked up the photos from the secret passage. After comparing the footprints of old man Ji and his son, the police found they did not match the half footprint found at the scene. However, in the secret passage, they discovered many footprints that matched the person in the costume. Both Ji Yuanshan and his son confirmed that the person in the costume was a man. The half footprint was left by the man in the costume. Who exactly was he? Under the stage, not only was there a secret passage, but also a dark room filled with a lot of garbage. There was a photo that left Suhi stunned. A cake box. The afternoon before, Suhi had delivered a cake to Gu Chong. The next day, he went to the Diyuan Grand Theater and cleaned up with Mom Mingjia and the others. Throughout the process, he and T noticed the cake box. He had cleaned every room in the theater, so there shouldn't have been any oversight. Even Gu Chang's room, which he had entered, did not have a cake box. He had thought Gu Chong threw away the box after eating the cake, but when had that cake box entered the secret passage? It must have been before Suhi arrived at the Diyuan Grand Theater the next day. Suddenly, Suhi raised his head and looked at Zhao Xiaoyang, asking, "When is Gu Chang's birthday?" Zhao Xiaoyang quickly found Gu Chang's information and said, "September 15th. Suhi grabbed his phone and looked at the date. May 22nd. So the day he delivered the cake was May 18th. He remembered Gu Chong had told him, "Yesterday was my birthday. I ordered a cake online." Gu Chong was lying. Why did she have to lie? Chapter 80. You still think you're the king of Western Shu? The person in the costume is a madman? What old man Ji says can only be listened to as a ghost story. If he were really mad, he would have been locked up in a mental hospital long ago. Most people are just paranoid, not truly insane. Suddenly, Suhi seemed to grasp something. The mental hospital. What if what old man Ji said wasn't just a ghost story, but was true? Perhaps he replaced the unexplainable with ghosts and monsters. In folktales, most ghosts actually represent the unknown. For example, the ghost fire on graves is a self-ignition phenomenon caused by the decomposition of corpses releasing phosphorus. In Old Man G's story, Yu-G's suicide could be the actor wanting to kill herself, and the fire could be accidental or man-made. The deaths at the Yuan Grand Theater could be due to an epidemic. As for the person who ran out of the mental hospital, he likely did come from there. Thinking of this, Suhi felt a bit excited. She got out of bed, pulled out the needle, drank the remaining glucose from the 4-bag in one go, changed in her clothes, and walked out saying, "Officer Zhao, take me to the mental hospital." Zhao Xiaoyang was taken aback and said in surprise, "Didn't the doctor say it was concussion? Is it getting worse?" On the way, Zhao Xiaoyang said while driving, "Within the capital area, there are a total of 19 hospitals related to mental illness. Within 10 kilometers of the Yuan Grand Theater, there are 2, one of which fits your description. No, it fits the conditions you described, a public hospital that takes in confirmed mental patients for long-term care. Let us go check that one out." So he wasn't sure if her guess was correct. Upon arriving at the hospital, after Zhao Xiaoyang showed his credentials, a nurse led the 2 inside. "We currently have 238 patients in our hospital, 205 in Area A, and 33 in Area B. Officers, how can I help you?" Zhao Xiaoyang looked at Su He, who asked, "Is there a man who often performs opera?" The nurse looked at Su He with a hint of panic in her eyes, and after a long pause replied, "I'm sorry, officers. I need to consult with the director about the patient's conditions. Please wait a moment." The nurse went aside to make a call. and Suhi and Officer Zhao exchanged glances. Officer Zhao said, "There is something here." Not long after, a middle-aged woman rushed over and asked, "Officers, do you have any news about Chongwu?" Chongwu. Suhi remained silent while Officer Zhao asked, "Who is Chongwu?" The middle-aged woman replied, "Officer, to be honest, we've lost a patient from our hospital. He has been a long-term patient here for 13 years. He usually behaves normally, but occasionally he gets a bit crazy and often sings opera. Over the years, Chongwu has sneaked out from time to time. At first, we called the police to find him and brought him back, but later he sometimes returned on his own. We've tried many methods, even keeping him in Area B for several months, but after he showed good behavior, he was moved to Area. Unexpectedly, a few days ago, he ran away again." Suhi immediately asked, "When did he run away exactly?" "On the night of May 16th. He disappeared while we were checking the rooms." Officer Zhao asked, "Do you have a photo of Chongwu?" Yes, officer. Please wait a moment." When Suhi held Chongwu's photo, she was stunned. His face was covered in bumps, making it hard to see his original appearance. "Does Chongwu have any relatives?" "No. I wasn't working here when he arrived, and no one has come to see him over the years." At that moment, Officer Zhao's phone suddenly rang. He looked and handed it to Suhi, saying, "Look, someone in costume." The middle-aged woman glanced at it and said, "That is Chongwu. I don't know where he got that costume, but it's always been his treasure. A few days ago, he ran away with the costume." On the roof of the Taijing Mobile Building, Chongwu stood at the edge, dressed as the king of Western Shu, muttering to himself, swaying left and right, almost falling several times, making onlookers anxious. "I'll drive." After leaving the mental hospital, Suhi snatched the car keys from Officer Zhao and jumped into the driver's seat. Officer Zhao knocked on the car door, saying, "Get out. Don't think I don't know you don't have a driver's license. You're driving without a license." "I'll drive." Suhi obediently sat in the passenger seat as Officer Zhao turned on the siren and headed towards the Taijing Mobile Building. Once the car stopped, Suhi opened the door and dashed out, but the police blocked her from entering until Officer Zhao arrived to take her inside. In the elevator, Zhao Xiaoyang looked at Suhi and said with a smile, "Have you considered joining the criminal police team? The bureau has special recruitment slots, and you wouldn't even need to take a written test. Next time, no police will stop you. Can I not go to work and not clock in?" Suhi asked, "Then can you not take a salary?" Zhao Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Suhi thought seriously and replied, "That is fine. No need to go to work. No need to clock in, just a white-collar criminal police certificate. Not having a salary seems acceptable. Dream on." The Taijing Mobile Building has 33 floors. After exiting the elevator, some officers were already on the rooftop trying to reason with Chongwu. Suhi followed Officer Zhao over and saw Chongwu standing at the edge, singing, "Guns challenge the Han camp's generals, brave as they may be. How to guard against ambushes from all sides." Chongwu was very engrossed, and the police didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, a clear and bright singing voice rang out. Suhi tiptoed, waving her fingers gracefully, and walked over. "My king." The officers were stunned. Suhi still had a bandage on her head. Wasn't one madman enough, and now there is another? Chongwu turned to look at Suhi and continued to recite, "This incident has caused you much alarm." Suhi followed suit. "My king, today we go to battle. What will be the outcome?" Chongwu gradually relaxed his guard, reciting, "Guns challenge the Han camp's generals, but alas, the enemy is numerous while we are few, making victory difficult. This is the heavens abandoning me, not my fault for fighting." Suikoshtisli approached Chongwu, looking into his eyes, and said, "The outcome of a battle is common. Damn you." So he suddenly grabbed Chongwu's leg and pulled him down, causing him to fall flat on his back. "Just you wait, king of Western Shu. Damn, you dare to block." So he charged in, throwing punches and kicks. Chongwu didn't even have time to react before he took several hits. "Sui, stop it." Officer Zhao hurriedly grabbed Suhi, while the other officers subdued Chongwu. Suhi kicked Chongwu in the stomach and shouted, "Why the hell did you kill Gu Chong?" Suhi's kick was powerful, and Chongwu bent over, taking a long time to look up at Suhi, and said, "My lady, you must not seek such short-sightedness." Suhi suddenly broke free from Officer Zhao's grasp and rushed up, throwing several punches at Chongwu, saying, "Will you? I'm asking you, why did you kill Gu Chong?" Chapter 81. You don't even bother to pull me a little. Everyone says stories and wine are a perfect match, but Suhi's story is too painful to tell. "Suhi, I've never backed down from drinking in my life. Today, I admit defeat, okay? Let's go back and sleep. We'll drink another day." Ma Mingjia had one hand on the table and was pulling Suhi with the other. "Let him drink. At worst, he won't go to work tomorrow. Come on, Suhi, they won't accompany you, but Yongo will." Dong Yong was holding a bottle of wine, and another 5-second whirlwind was coming. Panji Gang was already sitting on the floor, hugging the table leg and grinning foolishly. Suhi put down the wine bottle, leaned back in his chair, and laughed. "Crazy. Damn it, crazy. I'm crazy too." Right. Crazy. "Suhi, you just hit your head. Why drink so much?" Ma Mingjia glared at Dong Yong and scolded. "Can't you tell he's drunk? You're still laughing." The next day, Suhi rode his electric bike to the police station. "What? Chongwu isn't the murderer?" Officer Zhao interrogated him all night with no progress. Chongwu was acting crazy, singing "Farewell, My Concubine" all night. "Yes, my intuition tells me. Chong Wu isn't the murderer. So he couldn't just say that he woke up and found the system rewards had not been issued. Intuition? Didn't you want to beat Chong Wu to death yesterday? And now you're talking about intuition. So, what new discoveries do you have? Officer Zhao rubbed his eyes, yawned, and sat in his chair. New discoveries can't really be said. On the way here, I was thinking, since Chong Wu is already crazy, would a mentally ill person wipe off the footprints on the stage after committing the crime? Even if he knew to wipe them, why did he leave half a footprint? So he also pulled a chair to sit opposite Officer Zhao. What do you mean on the way here? You thought it just now? Sue. Precisely because Chong Wu is mentally ill, some of his actions are different from normal people. You heard the director say, Chong Wu hasn't always been like this. He has moments of clarity. When he wakes up, maybe we'll know why he killed Gu Chong. Officer Zhao stood up, patted Su He on the shoulder, and said, you need to learn to self-regulate. Don't get too immersed in a case. All right, I need to go sleep now. I'll notify you when Chong Wu wakes up. Also, I'll warn you one last time, no hitting. Officer Zhao turned back to look at Su He. Su He scratched his head and smiled. Officer Zhao, I couldn't control myself at that time. And you didn't even try to pull me back. How could I pull you back? Did you give me a chance? You probably wanted to hit me too, right? Forget it. I won't waste my breath with you. Let us talk when I wake up. Officer Zhao left. And Su He sighed. If the murderer isn't Chong Wu, then who is it? Let's boldly hypothesize, if the murderer isn't the old G and his son, nor is it Chong Wu, then there must be another person. That mysterious person is the real murderer of Gu Chong. Su He had a gloomy face. I'm losing my mind. Where's the mysterious person? Seeing Su He sitting there sighing, a female police officer walked over and said, Su He, have you had breakfast? I just bought some buns. Su He looked up and smiled bitterly. Officer Rong, I don't have an appetite. Rong Shui placed the buns in front of Su He and said, just eat a little. I see you don't look well. Do you want me to take you to the psychological counseling room to have a look? Suddenly, Su He grabbed Officer Rong's hand and stood up. Officer Rong, take me to the mental hospital. Huh? Su He, I didn't mean that. We have a psychologist in our bureau. After dealing with cases, it's normal for there to be some psychological changes. On the way, Rong Shui was driving, and Su He, after inhaling 9 buns, finally realized and said, Officer Rong, have you had breakfast? There is still 1 bun left. Rong Shui smiled and replied, you eat it. I've already eaten. You bought so many even after eating. So he finished the last bun and asked, Officer Rong, how will Gu Chang's belongings abroad be handled? Team Zhou had contacted the police in Switzerland, and all of Gu Chang's things have been sent back to the country. They should arrive in a few days. But the case has already been solved. Officer Rong, Chong Wu isn't the murderer. Please make sure to check carefully. Rong Shui glanced at Su He and said, currently, all evidence points to Chong Wu. On the cake box in the secret passage, there are only Chong Wu and Gu Chang's fingerprints, and the sheath of the fruit knife was found in the secret passage, also with Chong Wu's fingerprints. The only thing we can do now is wait for Chong Wu to wake up and let him tell us how he committed the crime. Upon arriving at the hospital, Rong Shui led Su He to the director. Officer, really no one has come to visit Chong Wu. Most patients here have no relatives, and even if they do, they have basically severed all contact. Su He said, please show me the surveillance records before Chong Wu escaped and a visitor registration list. The director had someone get it and continued. By the way, there is a photo of a woman at Chong Wu's bedside. If anyone touches it, he will fight them. I don't know if it's useful. The woman in the photo is very young and bears a strong resemblance to Gu Chong. Rong Shui held the photo and said, Gu Xinyue, daughter of Gu Heshuan. Gu Chang's mother. Gu Chong takes her mother's surname. So he sat in the office checking the surveillance, and not long later, Rong Shui walked in and said, DNA samples from Gu Chong and Chong Wu have been extracted for paternity testing. Sue, do you think Gu Chong and Chong Wu are father and daughter? So he looked up, surprised. Yes, ISNT that how they portrayed in dramas? Officer Rong, let me analyze this for you. 26 years ago, on a stormy night with thunder and lightning, Gu Xinyue and Chong Wu. Shut up. Sue. No need to go into details. Continue checking the surveillance. In the surveillance footage, some patients were reciting poetry to the air, while others were standing in the corner pretending to be vases. Chong Wu sat quietly, not saying a word, sitting there all day. Wait, who is this person? On the afternoon of May 16th, besides the caregivers, only 1 patient had contact with Chong Wu. That patient said something to Chong Wu. In the surveillance video, Chong Wu suddenly became very agitated, banging the table and shouting. At this time, the caregiver took him back to his room. His name is Luo Wenxing, nicknamed Repeater. His symptoms are like a child learning to speak. He keeps repeating a certain phrase. It can last from half an hour to 2 hours, and he can only say a few words a day aside from sleeping. Soon, the caregiver brought Luo Wenxing over. Luo Wenxing leaned close to Su He and said, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Then he walked over to Officer Rong and said, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Whenever Luo Wenxing meets someone, he will repeat this phrase. Su He walked up to Luo Wenxing and said, the moonlight before my bed. Luo Wenxing looked at Su He and said, Luo Wenxing, someone is looking for you. Su He smiled bitterly. This symptom is not just a repeater, it's also stuck. Chapter 82. Not telling the truth will cut off your social security in the surveillance footage. There was nothing particularly special about Luo Wenqing. After all, his behavior had always been quite peculiar. Besides repeating and playing tapes, Luo Wenqing lacked the rewind function and could not replay what he had said at the time. So he had been chatting with him for nearly an hour when a caregiver walked in and shouted, "It's time to eat." Finally, Luo Wenqing changed his line, "It's time to eat." The director escorted Su He and Luo Wenqing out of the mental hospital. Suddenly, Su He turned to the director and asked, "Is there any patient who can remember what others said to them every day?" The director was taken aback and smiled wryly. "Officer, this is a mental hospital, not an academy for special abilities." Back in the police car, Rong Shui said, "Su He, when we return to the police station, there will be a lip-reading expert to translate what Luo Wenqing said. While I was in police academy, the teacher reminded us to take every case seriously. As long as there is one doubt, we must investigate it. I think you were right." So we returned to the police station and directly found Old G. Until the case was closed, Old G and his son still had suspicions, of course. So he knew they were not the murderers. Speak up, confess for leniency, resist for strict punishment. If you don't tell the truth, your social security will be cut off. So he sat in front of Old G. "Young man, no, officer, that won't do, that won't do. I've said everything I needed to say. I really have no secrets." Old G still thought he was a police officer, as he had been in plain clothes before. In Old G and his son's testimonies. Many years ago, Old G's wife went to the UN Grand Theater to watch a show. Because people in the theater contracted a strange disease, it was sealed off, and his wife was inside. Not long after, everyone inside died, and fearing infection, they dug a pit to bury them right in front of the stage. Over the years, Old G had always dreamed of his wife. So every night, he secretly entered the Grand Theater to sing for her. Gu Huishuan fled, taking advantage of the darkness to escape through a secret passage. "Do you know Chong Wu?" So he placed Chong Wu's photo in front of Old G. "Chong Wu. Didn't he die?" Old G exclaimed. "This photo was just taken," Su He said, looking at Chong Wu's face full of bumps. Old G replied at that time. Chong Wu was a clean role at the UN Grand Theater, playing a painted face. He was among the first to get sick. Everyone thought he was dead. What is the relationship between Chong Wu and Gu Xinyue? So he then took out a photo of Gu Xinyue. Gu Xinyue is Gu Huishuan's daughter, always the apple of his eye. At that time, someone saw Chong Wu and Gu Xinyue meeting secretly. And when Gu Huishuan learned of this, he even beat Chong Wu. Not long after, something happened at the UN Grand Theater, and too many people died. Everyone avoided it. So he thought for a moment and asked, "Did anyone else like Gu Xinyue or Chong Wu?" Old G made a bitter face and said, "How would I know? People in that era expressed their feelings very subtly. Besides, I am not for doing Grand Theater. These matters, I fear no one knows." At that moment, Rong Shui walked in and handed him a piece of paper, which contained the translation from the lip-reading expert of what Luo Wenqing had said. "Your daughter has come back to find you. The murderer is in a mental hospital." So he walked out of the interrogation room, and at that moment, Zhao Xiaoyang approached. So he said, "Officer Zhao, take me to the mental hospital." "All right, let's go." On the way, Zhao Xiaoyang focused on driving, and Su He, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask Officer Zhao, "Aren't you curious about what I'm doing at the mental hospital?" Zhao Xiaoyang shook his head and replied, "Isn't it just to catch the murderer? By the way, let me remind you again, no hitting." So he nodded repeatedly and assured, "Don't worry, Officer Zhao, I have realized my mistake. I won't hit anyone." When they arrived at the mental hospital, 3 police cars were already parked outside. Officer Zhao did not get out of the car and said, "If the murderer can come and go freely from the mental hospital, it can be ruled out that they are a patient. The murderer is familiar with Luo Wenqing's condition and uses it to convey messages. Among all the caregivers, doctors, and logistics personnel, there is one man who is highly suspicious. Luo Wenqing's situation is very special. He can only remember what he hears within 2 hours and keeps repeating it." In the surveillance footage, before Luo Wenqing spoke to Chong Wu, no one had actively approached him. However, there are surveillance blind spots in the hospital. By comparing multiple angles of the footage, it was discovered that a man named Peng Yongda was in the surveillance blind spot with Luo Wenqing for a full 5 minutes. Before entering the surveillance blind spot, the last thing Luo Wenqing said was, "Facing the sea, the spring blossoms." After coming out of the surveillance blind spot, it changed to, "Your daughter has come back to find you." At that moment, the police brought a man out of the mental hospital. So he received a system prompt in his mind, and instantly, countless pieces of information about the piano were understood by him. The man hunched over, his face covered in bumps like Chong Wu. Suddenly, Sui got out of the car and rushed over. Sui, come back. Sui quickly ran over, and 2 police officers stood in front of Peng Yongda. Peng Yongda looked up at Su He, showing a puzzled expression in his eyes. "Why'd you kill Gu Chong?" Sui looked angrily into Peng Yongda's eyes. "The Gu family owes me a life." Peng Yongda was pushed onto the police car and gradually moved away. Sui stood there in a daze, and Officer Zhao walked over, saying, "We found a letter in the items sent back from abroad, stating, 'Your father wants to see you.' Chong Wu's birthday is May 18th. Gu Chong returned to the country to meet his biological father. There's also a diary. The answer is inside. Chapter 83, This is Love, in the Public Security Bureau, Pang Yongda had explained everything. 15 years ago, in the Duyuan Grand Theater, several actors fell ill with a strange disease. As a doctor, Pang Yongda was among the first to voluntarily enter the theater. However, the illness was severe, and despite trying various methods, he was unable to help. People were dying every day, and new cases were emerging daily. Unfortunately, he himself also fell ill. The Duyuan Grand Theater was sealed off, allowing no one to enter or exit. Upon hearing the news, his wife resolutely walked into the theater. But the illness was already beyond control. As the death toll increased, the troop leader, Gu Heshuan, began to contemplate escape. At that time, Chang Wu also fell ill, and Gu Xinyue wanted to take him away, but Pang Yongda discovered their plan. Knowing he could not change the outcome, he pleaded with Gu Heshuan to take his wife out. That night, Gu Heshuan fled with his family, and not only that, he blocked the secret exit. Before long, Pang Yongda's wife collapsed. For reasons unknown, Pang Yongda and Chang Wu ultimately survived. They escaped over the wall under the cover of darkness and began to wander outside. Later, Chang Wu became mentally unstable, and Pang Yongda admitted him to a psychiatric hospital, where he remained as a doctor. However, the hatred in his heart never subsided. A few years ago, Gu Heshuan contacted Pang Yongda to inquire about Chang Wu's condition. Thus, a plan for revenge gradually unfolded. Gu Heshuan, now old, was unwilling to return until after his death, when a letter from Gu Chang offered Pang Yongda hope. He planned to lure both Gu Chang and Chang Wu back to the Duyuan Grand Theater. On that day, upon learning about his daughter, Chang Wu fell ill again, performing on stage in costume. Pang Yongda persuaded Gu Chang to perform Farewell, My Concubine with Chang Wu. At the critical moment, Pang Yongda held a knife to Chang Wu's neck, threatening Gu Chang to commit suicide by cutting her wrist. Chang Wu stood on stage, unable to recognize Gu Chang as his daughter, merely repeating the line, "Do not seek this short-sighted end," tears streaming down her face. Gu Chang watched as her biological father screamed incoherently in front of her, ultimately walking toward the end of her life. After cleaning up his traces, Pang Yongda left behind half of Chang Wu's footprint. He had initially intended to leave Chang Wu's fingerprints on the fruit knife, but Chang Wu refused to touch it. Pang Yongda knew that Chang Wu had a mental illness, and that even if caught, he would not be sentenced. Rong Shui opened Gu Chang's diary, which recorded the longing of a daughter for her father over the years. However, their reunion turned out to be a man-made trap. Pang Yongda never felt a shred of remorse. In his words, he should have died 15 years ago, and it was his wife who saved him. Now, he used the blood of the Gu family to comfort his wife's spirit in the afterlife, closing the diary and placing it in an envelope. This was a case destined to be forgotten. So he did not get into the police car and was not curious about what was written in the diary. The murderer had been caught, and the rest would be handled by the police. On the subway, Sui opened his phone, and director Yu Qing informed him that the drama Night Walker had finished shooting. Additionally, the episode of King vs. King he had recorded would air tonight, and he should be mentally prepared for an overnight explosion in popularity. Just as he was about to reply, Pan Ji Gang's call came in. Sui, Ma Gu is going back to Jinan City. His wife wants to remarry him. Back at the hotel, Ma Mingjia was arguing with Dong Yong. Ma Mingjia dragged his suitcase while Dong Yong pointed at his nose and scolded. She didn't want to remarry you before, nor did she want to after. But now she comes back to you just because she's in debt. $5,000 just to remarry. What kind of nonsense is that? Ma Mingjia stared at Dong Yong and said, "This is love." Dong Yong cursed, "I love your mom's fried dough twist. Get lost, and don't come crying back in 2 days. You're in your 30s. What are you talking about love for?" Unable to argue with Dong Yong, Ma Mingjia picked up his suitcase and headed outside. Just as he ran into Sui, Sui sternly said, "Don't forget to take your keys. No one will open the door for you tomorrow morning." Ma Mingjia smiled and said boldly, "When I become successful in the future, I will definitely not forget you all. I'm leaving." Ma Mingjia left in a carefree manner, not even taking his toothpaste, which delighted Pan Ji Gang. That night, Sui lay in bed playing on his phone, watching King vs. King. Just a few minutes into the show, Mrs. Zhao Xiao's call came in. "Hello, Mom. You little brat. You've been on TV and didn't even tell your mom, making me so passive. I just had your dad post on his WeChat. Hurry up and like it. I've even set the TV up at the door, and now your dad is going to call people over." "Son, I'm proud of you." "Mom, it's not that big a deal." "What do you mean it's not that big of a deal? My son has made it, and I can't show off a bit as his mom. Before, my son was a delivery guy, and even matchmakers would avoid him. Now, I want them to see what it means to ignore me today, only to find they can't reach me tomorrow. Aunt Lou, I'm calling my son. He's busy filming in the capital. Come sit, the show just started. Huzi, go get some chairs from your house when your brother comes back. He can sign them for you." Mrs. Zhao Xiao was destined to be so happy that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After hanging up, her WeChat messages exploded with notifications, one after another, private chats, group chats. And Sui finally understood why director Yu Qing had reminded him to be prepared for an overnight explosion in popularity. In the end, Sui had no choice but to turn off his phone. Not long after, Dong Yong and Pan Ji Gang came over with paper and pens, grinning as they looked at Sui, saying, "Sui, hurry up and sign your name for me. Sign a few more. Sign on my clothes too." Suhi, let's take a photo. Get lost, what photo to take at night? Dong Yong and Panji Gang were excited all night. The next morning, Gongzi, where's my toothpaste? Suhi opened his eyes to see Ma Mingjia choking Panji Gang by the neck, demanding his toothpaste. Chapter 84, a Nepali knife at the waist, a kidney for a gag. Everyone was not surprised that Ma Mingjia could come back. After Dong Yong and Panji Gang dressed up, they pulled Suhi to start taking pictures, and the latecomer Ma Mingjia squeezed in as well. Suhi was furious, which seriously affected his life, but fortunately, he wore a mask while delivering food, so no one could recognize him. He opened his phone, and countless messages popped up, some from people he knew and some from strangers, with dozens of unknown calls. Many film and television entertainment companies began to contact him, and even live streaming platforms invited him to join, delivering food or becoming a star. He originally planned to interact with them as an ordinary person, but what he got in return was estrangement. No more pretending, I'm going to be a star. Brothers, let us meet again if we're fated. So he left without taking anything, giving all his toothpaste and soap to Panji Gang. Have you ever seen a big star living in a 4-person room that costs 200 yuan a day? Sui, listen, are you even speaking human language? What big star doesn't have a few bodyguards? To put it bluntly, that year I was a mercenary in Iraq, and I didn't even blink in the hail of bullets. An enemy anti-tank missile landed right by my feet, and without a second thought, I grabbed the missile and took it to the recycling station for $200. Ma Mingjia followed Su-hee, wearing sunglasses with a serious expression. Dong Yong sighed and said, since you want to talk like this, I'll lay my cards on the table. When I was 18, I was a ticket seller at a bus station in northern Myanmar, holding an AK in my left hand, a rifle in my right, and a Nepali knife in my waist, taking one kidney after another. Panji Gang was anxious and said, following behind, if you all became bodyguards, what would I do? So he turned around and asked, can you do addition and subtraction within 10? Panji Gang hesitated for a moment and nodded. I can learn. Great. You're hired, part-time financial manager and agent. It'll be tiring, but the monthly salary is $2 million. Is that enough? If not, I'll add more. Panji Gang nodded repeatedly. That's enough. That's enough. If you raise my salary, I'm afraid my education won't match. Ha ha. The 4 of them rode electric bikes, disappearing into the traffic. Just boasting. An old man sat by the roadside, soaking up the sun, and it took him a while to realize. Ding, you have a new food delivery order. Please handle it promptly. Matewan Delivery, delivering flowers fast too. So he didn't expect that the first order was actually for flowers. Upon arriving at the flower shop, he found 99 roses, which wouldn't fit in the delivery box, so he had to hold them in his arms. Looking at the order, it stated that he needed to read a passage to the recipient, and if he did well, he would get a $50 tip. If not, he would receive a bad review. If the customer refused the flowers, it would be a bad review plus a complaint. The delivery fee was 25 yuan, and after assessing the risks, he realized this money wasn't easy to earn. The address was a high-end community, where the doorman wasn't an old man, but a young, energetic guy. The new rule in the community was that no deliveries were allowed inside. The young doorman stopped Suhi. Suhi rode his bike around and parked on the side of the road, locked the bike, took off his delivery uniform helmet, removed his mask, and swaggered over holding the flowers, looking seriously at the young doorman, and said, you're young and not learning well, taking away the old man's job. Saying that, he took out the universal access card rewarded by the system, opened the door, and walked in arrogantly. Bro, don't listen to him. The old man is 60 years old and works as a security guard. We became it at 20, saving 40 years of trouble. Survival of the fittest. It shows we're both excellent. Keep an eye out. Today, Manager Liu has spoken, and no delivery person is allowed inside. Sui disliked delivering to high-end communities the most. Either the doorman wouldn't let him in, or once inside, he couldn't ride his electric bike. High-end communities also took up a lot of space, making the round trip very time-consuming. Once inside, Sui didn't dare to ride too fast, as the roses in his hands couldn't withstand the rough treatment. Hey, hello, Matewan Delivery, I'm at your door. Please come out to get it. After waiting for 2 minutes, a man came out, saw Suhi holding the flowers, and asked, are you the one delivering the food? Yes, sir. May I ask if Ms. Ning is home? I have a bouquet that needs her personal signature. The man's face darkened, and as he reached out, he said, just give it to me. I want to see who the blind one is that sent it. Suhi tactically stepped back and said, sorry, sir. The order requires Ms. Ning's personal signature. At that moment, a woman with a facial mask came out, loudly saying, honey, what's the delivery? I didn't order any delivery. Is there a mistake? The man's face turned black as he stepped aside and snapped, someone sent you flowers. I want to see how you explain this. The woman smiled awkwardly and said, it must be a mistake, right? She walked to Suhi, picked up the card on top, and said, see, I told you it was a mistake. It says little black dog on the card. Handsome. You delivered it wrong. The man grabbed the card and glared at the woman, yelling, Ning M.O., do you think I'm a fool? Come, buddy. Help me read this. Does it say little black dog or little M.O.? Suhi looked at the card, fell into thought, and replied, looking at the man, in a battle between 2 armies, we don't kill the messenger. I'm just a delivery person. Big brother, I don't recognize this word. Hey, you're awesome. Believe it or not, I'll give you a bad review. The man glared at Suhi. Suhi placed the flowers on the ground and replied, if the flowers weren't sent by you, you can't give me a bad review. Ms. Ning, do you need to refuse the flowers? Get lost. The man slammed the door shut. Sighing, Suhi felt that the start was not good. After reporting to the platform, he called the person who placed the order but couldn't get through, so he had to return the flowers to the shop. The flower shop owner didn't say anything and even gave Suhi a bottle of mineral water. Just as he walked out of the flower shop, Suhi's phone rang. It was Yu Qing calling. Hey, Suhi. How is it? Have you tasted the flavor of fame? I found a screenwriter for 10 comics. Once I find an investor, we can start filming. The role of the cartoonist I set for you. No problem. Right? Director. I'm busy. A guaranteed 3 million salary. Director, whether there's a salary or not, given our relationship. Before tax or after tax? Yu Qing fell into a brief silence, sighed, and said, after tax. Director, you're too polite. I'm always available. After hanging up the phone, Suhi instantly felt happy. The cartoonist in that film was just a supporting role and had even less screen time than the rich second-generation character he played before. After all, it was just a movie, and the storyline didn't give him much. Young man, do you still want the bottle in your hand? The old man, holding a plastic bag, looked at Suhi with anticipation. Suhi was taken aback. The mineral water given by the shop owner hadn't even had its cap opened yet. Old man, do you call this a bottle? Chapter 85. I don't know if you'll have another chance, young man. You're a good person. After finishing a bottle of mineral water, Suhi handed the empty bottle to the old man and received a good person card in return, making everyone happy. He hopped on his electric bike and continued delivering food. The temperature reached a high of 30 degrees today, and after several runs, he was already drenched in sweat. At 2 p.m., Suhi turned off his order notifications, bought an ice pop, and sat under a big tree to cool down. With such high temperatures, he didn't even feel like having lunch. While resting and playing on his phone, he received many friend requests from strangers on WeChat. After accepting, they all turned out to be from film entertainment companies and live streaming platforms, inviting him with less than ideal conditions. The show Night Walker hadn't aired yet, so people couldn't see Suhi's potential. The contracts they offered had low pay and ridiculously high penalties for breach of contract. At that moment, a voice chat from Li Yifeng came in. Hey, Suhi, are you in the capital? Brother phone, I'm in the capital. So, I have quite a few friends who want to meet you. I've organized a gathering tonight for dinner and chatting. Okay, brother phone, no problem. Great. I'll send you the time and location on WeChat. See you tonight. With a big star inviting him to dinner, Suhi couldn't refuse. After taking a shower at the hotel, he realized he didn't have any decent clothes, so he went to a clothing market. He spent 800 yuan on a suit and didn't take a tie. The shop owner gave him 3 pairs of socks. At 8 p.m. at Jimao Mansion. So he rode his electric bike to the entrance, but couldn't find a parking spot. Just then, a security guard approached him and said, Sir, hello, do you need assistance? I must say, the service attitude of the security here is excellent. So he got off his bike, handed over the keys, and said, please park it for me. Thank you. Seeing the security guard's stunned expression, so he took out 5 yuan from his pocket and placed it in the guard's hand, saying, it'll probably be parked for an hour or two. After that, Suhi turned and walked inside. Sir, are you a resident of this community? Another security guard stopped Suhi. With no choice, he had to call Li Yifeng to get through, but his manager, Deng Shu, was already downstairs to meet him. In the elevator, Deng Shu looked at Suhi, who was silent, and smiled. Suhi, this gathering is specially arranged for you. Besides the director Yu Qing, there is also director Chun Xiaoning, along with screenwriters, actors, and producers. You must seize this opportunity. After Night Walker airs, you'll become even more popular. If you take on a couple more projects and participate in variety shows, in less than 2 years, you might even be neighbors with Yifeng. The Jinmao Mansion community consists of large flats, each over 500 square meters, worth tens of millions. So he couldn't even dare to imagine it. As soon as he opened the door, he froze. Is this the husband of the little black dog? Li Di was also stunned to see Suhi, the delivery guy who brought flowers in the morning. Li Di was about to leave, and Deng Shu introduced them. Li Di, a pianist, a good friend of Yifeng. Suhi, an actor, a friend who just met Yifeng while filming Night Walker, with exceptional acting skills. Li Di awkwardly extended his hand, shook hands with Suhi, and said with a smile, nice to meet you. I'm gonna pick someone up. You guys don't have to wait for me. Once inside, Li Yifeng enthusiastically pulled Suhi to introduce him to everyone. Soon, Suhi received a stack of business cards. The cards were from directors, producers, company executives, and top screenwriters. Feeling a bit reserved during this first meeting, Suhi gradually relaxed as director Yu Qing shared many interesting stories from the film set. Just as the dishes were served, Li Di returned with a woman. Although Suhi had never seen Li Di's wife Ning Mo, he knew this woman was not her. At the dinner table, everyone was discussing matters in the entertainment industry. The woman Li Di brought was a minor star, and both director Yu and director Chun Xiaoning agreed to arrange roles for her. Suhi had been hungry all day and didn't pay much attention to the conversation, focusing on eating instead. At that moment, Li Di approached Suhi with a drink and smiled. Suhi, I'm a few years older, so calling you by your name is a bit presumptuous. In the future, let's communicate more when we have the chance. I don't know if you'll have another chance. Suhi stood up, glanced at Li Di, and replied, "Digo, you're too polite. Cheers, I'll drink to you. You do as you wish." Sui wasn't used to drinking red wine. Otherwise, he would have surely performed a 5-second whirlwind for them. Everyone subtly and overtly extended collaboration invitations to Soo-hee, and director Chen Xiaoning bluntly stated he would give Soo-hee a supporting role in the next project. After dinner, the others left, and Li Yifeng called Soo-hee over to the balcony. "Soo-hee, how do you feel tonight?" Li Yifeng leaned against the railing, smoking. Soo-hee smiled and said, "Being a star is quite tiring. It's not physically tiring, but mentally exhausting. The people in this circle are too complicated. Everyone is acting." Li Yifeng turned to look at Soo-hee, pointing into the distance. "Is it more tiring than delivering food? Who isn't tired in this world? Sui, you are the most talented actor I've ever seen. You are a born actor. Sometimes I envy you. I really enjoy acting and being an actor. Soo-hee, many companies are considering signing you, but I suggest you don't sign with any company. You can find an agent instead." Li Yifeng talked a lot with Soo-hee, and Soo-hee benefited greatly. As he was leaving, he couldn't help but remind him, "Brother Feng, don't get too close to Li Di." "What's wrong?" Li Yifeng asked in surprise. "Li Di has a wife. He was hugging another woman tonight, and if paparazzi catch that, it could cause trouble for you." Li Yifeng chuckled, but didn't say anything, walking Soo-hee downstairs. Walking out of the community, Soo-hee felt a bit lost. Li Di's identity as a pianist made him a bit sensitive. The system had just rewarded him with proficiency in the piano. In the next murder case, would the victim be Li Di? Sui. A sports car pulled up, and Li Di, sitting in the driver's seat, shouted at Soo-hee. Soo-hee didn't expect Li Di to wait for him at the door. "Soo-hee, I hope you don't tell anyone about this morning's incident." Soo-hee nodded, and Li Di waved his hand, driving away. The next morning, Soo-hee woke up and opened his phone to browse the news. After a while, he wondered, not dead. At that moment, a pop-up appeared. A male corpse discovered in an abandoned shipping container in the capital. Face, skin peeled off, identity unrecognizable. Soo-hee clicked in and saw a photo. Inside the container, a naked man was hanging by chains in the center, with his face and lower body pixelated. But even with the pixelation, it was all red. "Soo-hee, what are you looking at that requires pixelation?" Dong-yong leaned over to take a look. "Good stuff." Soo-hee handed the photo to Dong-yong. "Wow, exciting." Chapter 86, I am just a concerned citizen. As soon as Soo-hee got his phone back, the webpage prompted that the page had expired. Deleted? He searched for news and found similar reports, but they didn't include images and the descriptions were vague, only stating that a body had been discovered and the police had intervened in the investigation. Could it really be Li Di? At this moment, Soo-hee didn't dare to inquire further. After getting up and washing up, he went downstairs to a noodle shop for breakfast. "Handsome guy, your noodles are ready." Just as Soo-hee picked up his chopsticks, Officer Zhao's call came in. "Hello, Soo-hee, come to the police station." "Officer Zhao, I'll have a bowl of noodles first. Please get the materials ready. I have things to do this afternoon." Officer Zhao was stunned for a few seconds and said, "Soo-hee, you are related to this case." "I know, it's not a big deal." "All right, I want you to talk about it now. I'm eating noodles." Soo-hee hung up the phone directly. It seemed Li Di was undoubtedly involved. After finishing his noodles, Soo-hee rode his electric bike to the police station, and the security at the entrance no longer stopped him. "Soo-hee, you're here. Brother Zhao, could you please watch my bike?" "Don't worry, since the police station was established, not a single bike has been stolen." Entering the building, Li Yifeng, Yu Qing, and Chen Xiaoning were all taking notes. Soo-hee directly found a chair to sit down. Rong Shui walked over and asked, "Soo-hee, would you like tea or coffee?" Soo-hee smiled and replied, "Officer Rong, I'm not thirsty. Thank you." Zhao Xiaoyang walked over, glaring at Soo-hee. "First, take your statement." "Soo-hee, do you really think of the police station as your home?" "Put your legs down." Soo-hee obediently sat up straight, and a police officer came to take his statement. "Officer Liang, your grip on the pen is wrong. The words you write lean to one side." "Here, let me demonstrate." Soo-hee took the statement notebook, looked up at Officer Liang, and said, "Officer Liang, you can start asking me now." Officer Liang was taken aback, scratched his head, and smiled. "The notebook is in your hand. I'm a bit unaccustomed." "Soo-hee, yesterday morning, you delivered a bouquet to the Palm Island community. The surveillance footage shows you had a quarrel with the homeowner. Please describe the situation at that time." After Officer Liang finished speaking, Soo-hee held the notebook and said, "Officer Liang, pay attention to my grip on the pen. At that time, I received an order for 99 roses. The recipient was Ms. Ning, and it was Li Di who opened the door. The person delivering the flowers was not Li Di." As Soo-hee spoke, he wrote down the details. After finishing, he handed it to Officer Liang and said, "Next, it's your turn." After leaving Jinmiao Mansion last night, Soo-hee went directly back to the hotel, and the surveillance footage at the hotel entrance could prove that his suspicion was quickly eliminated. Everyone present was there except for Li Di. After Li Yifeng and the others finished their statements, they left one after another. Soo-hee sat in the chair, looking at the options that appeared before him. Caught in a dilemma. Option 1. Assist the police in solving the case and find the murderer of Li Di. Completion reward. Chess mastery. Option 2. Register at a driving school. Completion reward. Refund of registration fee. Option 3. Visit Zhou Bing at the hospital. Completion reward. A beautiful fruit basket. Seeing the words chess mastery, a scene of the next murder case floated in Soo-hee's mind. On a dark and stormy night, an elderly man happily finished playing chess and went home, only to be found dead the next day. This time, Suhee chose the second option. For the elderly man, all along, he had been following the system's intentions, like a puppet, being arranged into one murder case after another. If he didn't T1 the chess mastery, could he avoid the next murder? Thinking about how the elderly man had just turned 60 and received Social Security. So he couldn't bear it. Watching Suhee walk straight out of the police station, Zhao Xiaoyang suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Holding a large stack of documents in his hand, and turned back inside. Everyone, the meeting will start in 10 minutes in the conference room. Once outside the police station, Suhee felt much lighter. He was just a delivery guy. How could he solve cases? Free driving license, ISNT that appealing? At the driving school registration place. Suhee's first question was, what is the fastest I can get my driving license? Money is not an issue. We have a 24-hour accompanying training package. Originally priced at $12,800, now discounted to $5,800. If there are no delays, the fastest you can get the license is in 32 days. All right, I'll take this, but I have one requirement. When you collect the money, charge me the original price. Whenever I ask for a refund of the difference, you can return it to me. If that is okay, I'll pay now. The staff member in charge of registration was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? Is it not allowed? Then forget it. It's allowed. Seeing Suhee about to leave, the staff hurriedly said. After filling out the information and paying the fee, the registration was completed and the system refunded him $12,800. Suhee immediately said to the staff, refund the difference to me now. The staff frowned while refunding the money to Suhee and asked, when do you plan to take the first test? The sooner, the better. Help me make an appointment now. Holding the materials issued by the driving school, Suhee walked out with excitement. This system has a bug. He not only registered for free, but also made 7,000 yuan. This made Suhee so happy that he didn't deliver food at noon, casually finding a place to eat a bowl of rice topped with gravy, adding a chicken leg, then buying 2 kilograms of oranges and heading to the Capital People as hospital. If the system hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that Officer Zhou was still in the hospital. Officer Zhou had already been moved to a regular ward and couldn't get out of bed yet. Officer Zhou, I'm here to visit you. So he brought the oranges and suddenly felt a bit awkward. Officer Zhou's bedside table was full of fruit baskets, milk, and flowers. Suhee, why bring something when you come? Officer Zhou was looking at his phone when his partner stepped forward to take the oranges from Suhee. Suhee scratched his head and smiled, just a little token of appreciation. If I had gone down earlier that night, Officer Zhou wouldn't have been injured. Suhee, don't say that. You're my lifesaver. If it weren't for you, how could I be lying here peeling oranges to eat? After Officer Zhou's partner left, they exchanged pleasantries, and Officer Zhou directly asked, Xiao told me you left after taking your statement. This doesn't fit your character. What is wrong? Are you not confident this time? Hee. Officer Zhou, your provocation is too straightforward. I've had quite a bit on my plate lately. I trust the police and believe Officer Zhou will solve the case soon. Suhee genuinely wanted to detach himself from the case this time. All right, I want to make things difficult for you. I was going to tell you that the Bureau has specially approved a reward of 100,000 yuan. It seems we can only wait and see if any concerned citizens can provide clues. Officer Zhou peeled a piece of orange and popped it into his mouth, grimacing at the sourness. Suhee, how much are these oranges per pound? They're too sour. 10 yuan for 6 pounds. I bought 2 pounds. Officer Zhou, were you serious just now? I am just a concerned citizen. Chapter 87, just like you. I would believe that you carry 7 or 8 lives on your back. After leaving the hospital room, Suhee was carrying a fruit basket and 2 boxes of milk. Officer Zhou knew that Suhee's girlfriend was also in this hospital and insisted on having him take these items. Arriving at Shen Yu's hospital room, Shen Yuanzhong was also present today. Suhee, why did you buy these? The teacher, who used to educate others, now looked exhausted doing physical labor. On the table, there's also a lunchbox with not a single piece of meat inside. Uncle Shun, these don't cost anything. They were sent by others. You and Aunt Xiang should take good care of yourselves. Besides delivering takeout, I found another part-time job, so you don't have to worry about money. Suhee, we owe you more and more. Uncle Shun, if Iya wakes up, you just have to marry her to me, and we'll be even. Is it okay if there's no bride price? A smile appeared on Shen Yuanzhong's face as he forced a smile and said, all right, we'll step out for a bit. You keep Iya company. Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong took the fruit basket and milk and went out, saying it wasn't worth it and planned to return them for something more practical. Sitting by the bed, Suhee smiled and said, Uncle Shun has agreed, so you're officially mine now. You can't imagine how grand our wedding will be. Li Yifeng will be our host. Half of our relatives and friends will be there, and half will be celebrities. After the wedding, we'll just stay home and not go out. You have no idea how dangerous it is for me outside. A while later, Shen Yuanzhong and Xiang Wanrong returned, holding several apples and some daily necessities. After chatting for a bit, Suhee left. The police station had already issued a reward of 100,000 for information. The crime scene was a wasteland with many old shipping containers piled up, and not far away was a small river. The caller was a fishing enthusiast. Entering the police station, Officer Zhao glanced at Suhee and said, would you like some tea? It had been 10 hours since the alarm was raised, and there were no surveillance cameras near the murder scene, so the search area could only keep expanding. Officer Zhao was already overwhelmed with work. Iced tea. preferably chilled. So he walked over to Officer Zhao's side, picking up the documents to read. Sign this first. Officer Zhao took out a confidentiality agreement. Is this the attitude for asking someone to do something? So he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. After signing, he said, Officer Zhao, ISNT the reward of 100,000 a bit low. Li Di is at least a celebrity. Officer Zhao rolled his eyes at Su He and replied, if he weren't a celebrity and had caused public outcry, the Bureau wouldn't have pressured us to solve the case quickly, and we wouldn't need to issue a reward for information. So far, all the people related to Li Di have been interviewed at the police station. If everything goes smoothly, you want to even be involved. What's wrong? Is this case simple, and it's a race to see who gets it done faster? So he sat aside, flipping through the documents. The victim's skin was peeled, and his lower body was missing. The police found Li Di's ID inside the victim's abdomen, and after fingerprint comparison, confirmed that the victim was indeed Li Di. Blood tests showed an alcohol content of 127 milligrams ml, multiple fractures, soft tissue bruises, and the cause of death was excessive blood loss due to the loss of his lower body. The peeling of facial skin and the rupture of eyeballs made for an extremely brutal death. The preliminary estimate of the time of death was between 4 and 5 a.m., and the fishing enthusiast discovered the body at 7 a.m. when his dog brought back a bloody piece of flesh. However, before the police arrived, the dog had eaten the lower body. There were no clothes or personal belongings at the scene, and footprints taken from the surroundings indicated that the murderer wore size 43 shoes. But the police quickly discovered that these were Li Di's shoe prints. The murderer was wearing Li Di's shoes. Li Di, male, 35, a famous pianist, a prodigy, had won numerous awards from childhood to adulthood. Li Di had divorced 5 years ago due to domestic violence, which had made the news. A year ago, he remarried a model, Ning Mo, and they had no plans for children. Ning Mo, female, 25, a professional model, had also been married before. Last night, she went to a bar alone and checked into a hotel with a stranger, providing an alibi. The reason was that someone had sent a bouquet of roses to Ning Mo yesterday morning while Li Di was at home. After closing the door, Li Di hit Ning Mo and stormed out. Ning Mo's private life was chaotic, and she did not know who sent the flowers. The police accessed the delivery platform's information and found that the order was placed by an unregistered phone number, which was now turned off. So, was the murderer the mysterious flower sender? Looking at the photos, Sui couldn't help but frown. These things were uncensored and looked even more shocking. Just how deep was the grudge that the murderer would take such extreme measures? From the extent of the body's mutilation, this appeared to be a typical case of a murder motivated by emotional rage. The murderer was either a man or a woman. From Ning Mo's statement, it appeared that her ex-husband wanted to reconcile with her and had contacted her multiple times, which made her ex-husband Tang Jiwen a prime suspect. At this moment, a man was brought in by the police. He was very arrogant, covered in tattoos, but he settled down once he sat in the interrogation room. This man was Ning Mo's ex-husband, Tang Jiwen. I was writing songs at home all night. There are no witnesses and our community has no surveillance. So what? Are you police just going to assume I'm the murderer? So he couldn't help but interject, just like you. I would believe that you carry 7 or 8 lives on your back. Hey, what do you police talk? Do you believe I'll report you? What do I care how I look? He continued, besides, there are plenty of people who want to kill that bastard Li Di. Are you just bullying me? Fine. Go ahead and shoot me now if you have guts. Officer Zhao turned and shot Suhi a glare, sternly saying out. So he walked out, and Rongshua looked at Suhi's embarrassed expression and laughed. I told you to watch your mouth. If you were really a police officer, you'd have to write a report. Suhi, even though you're not a police officer, since you came to assist in solving the case, you represent the police, so don't talk nonsense in the future. Suhi grinned. Got it, Officer Roan, you're right. By the way, if Tang Jiwen is the murderer, does that 100,000 reward still belong to me? Dream on. Officer Zhao stood behind Suhi and said bluntly, what have you done at the police station besides flaunting 2 bottles of iced tea, a bottle of cola, 2 lunchboxes, and a banana? I also went to the bathroom 3 times. Chapter 88. No mercy for the unknown, feeling impulsive. After leaving the police station, Suhi regretted it a bit. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would have just delivered takeout. The reward of 100,000 yuan was not easy to earn at all. Li Di and Ning Mo's private lives formed a huge web, and the relationships within it were enough to give Suhi a headache. The most absurd thing was that some women who had dated Li Di were actually married to men who had dated Ning Mo. For a moment, so he couldn't tell who had a grudge against Li Di. Tang Jiwen's words were not wrong. There were many people who wanted to kill Li Di, and only the police could handle this kind of investigation. So he sat inside, unable to help at all. At present, it seemed that emotionally, Tang Jiwen was the most suspicious. He wanted to reconcile with Ning Mo, which gave him a motive for murder, and he had no alibi. From an economic perspective, Ning Mo was the most suspicious. After all, Li Di's death would leave a large sum of money, and she was the biggest beneficiary. Whoever benefits is the murderer. Having an alibi does not mean that Ning Mo was unrelated to Li Di's death. As for the others, the little star who attended the dinner with Li Di was called out of the car midway, and there was community surveillance to prove she went home. Li D's ex-wife, Du Min, was a music teacher at a training institution and lived with her boyfriend in an old community. The surveillance footage at the entrance showed them returning home together, only coming out the next morning. Most people connected to Li D had alibis. What was the murderer's motive for killing? The body showed signs of venting anger. Could it be that this was intentional on the part of the murderer to confuse the police? Li D's sport car was found on the street not far from the crime scene, with no valuables missing. The dashcam showed that he came here directly after receiving a phone call, and after getting out of the car, he headed toward the wasteland. Upon checking, that number was the same unregistered phone number from before. A single phone call was enough to lure Li D to a remote wasteland, which was clearly someone he knew well. Would Tang Jiwen call Li D and expect him to abandon a sweet little star? Obviously not, unless Tang Jiwen had kidnapped Ning Mo. But Sui guessed that Li D would have called the police immediately instead of going alone. If this were a TV drama, how would it play out? Sui no longer expected the police to gather clues. He sat on his e-bike, imagining himself as Li D in the sports car. Next to him, a soft and cute little star. Suddenly, he received a phone call. Looking at it, it was from Panji Gang. Suhi, hurry up. Brother Ma and Brother Yong are fighting with the delivery guys at Panjiang. Damn. Before Suhi could react, the call was disconnected. Suddenly interrupted. Suhi hopped on his e-bike and rode toward Panjiayuan. Anyone who offends Mate Wan will be punished, no matter how far. On the way, Suhi called Panji Gang, but no one answered. It's over. Could it be that they were wiped out? Upon arriving at Panjiayuan, Suhi saw no one around. Where did they go at this late hour? Sue, hurry up. Brother Ma has already fallen, and Brother Yong can't hold on much longer. Panji Gang shouted at Suhi from the entrance of a small alley, and was immediately pulled in by two blue knights. The situation was urgent. Suhi parked his e-bike, locked it, and grabbed a brick from the ground, rushing forward. Let us do this, damn it. Let them know how powerful we are at yelling. Me, hearing the commotion ahead, Suhi shouted, raising the brick, everyone, stop it. Before he even arrived, his voice reached them, and everyone turned to look. Panji Gang, with blurry eyes, looked at Suhi and asked, Suhi, are you drunk? Why are you holding a brick? Suhi, come here quickly. They're too arrogant. We have to teach them a lesson tonight. None of us are afraid, even when drinking. Dong Yong was sitting on a chair, rolling up his sleeves. In front of him stood a blue knight, and it seemed they were having a drinking contest. Ma Mingjia was sitting on the ground, holding a trash can. Hearing Dong Yong speak, he looked up and said, this is my buddy Suhi, known in the underworld as the deadly Big Dirty Su, the unfalling weeble from Jinan, the little whirlwind at the drinking table. One blue knight looked at Suhi and asked, buddy, pretty impressive, huh? You got so many nicknames. What do you mean? Bringing a brick to drink. You think you're going to fight? Panji Gang leaned into Suhi's ear and said, Brother Ma and the Eli. We guys made a bet. Whoever loses tonight has to pay. Suhi tossed the brick in a flower bed, clapped his hands, and said, how many bottles do we owe you? The blue knight turned back, and another blue knight counted, saying, 32 bottles. All right, let us change the way we drink. Let us have a one-on-one. Winner takes all, how about it? Do you dare? There were 5 people on the other side, and one wondered where Ma Mingjia found the courage to challenge them with just 3 people, especially in terms of the number of bottles. Buddy, that is not fair. Is it? How much have we drunk, and you just got here? That is not fair. Is it fair for you 5 to drink against our 3? How about this? You send 2 people to compete against me. How about that? The Blue Knight camp sent out 2 fierce warriors, while Suhi went in alone, rolling up his sleeves, saying, time limit of half an hour. You can concede early. And the loser pays, no problem, right? The 2 blue knights nodded. Start. So he grabbed a beer bottle and chugged it down, 3 bottles in 5 seconds, creating a small whirlwind that left the opponents dizzy. Nice. Seeing Suhi act as if nothing was wrong, the 2 blue knights each took a bottle and downed it. Suhi grabbed some peanuts from the table, eating while saying, keep going, I'm currently ahead by 1 bottle. The 2 blue knights had already drunk quite a bit. After downing a bottle, they instantly felt it in their throats. Just as they hesitated, Suhi grabbed another 3 bottles, downed them, and slammed the table, loudly declaring, don't dawdle, I'm ahead by 4 bottles. Do you know how I got my nickname? No mercy for the unknown. I, Su, once drank 2 to death. The 2 blue knights sat down on their chairs, waving their hands. We give up. We concede. May the green mountains remain unchanged and the clear waters flow forever, brothers. Farewell. Suhi pulled Ma Mingjia and whispered, let us go quickly, I'm going to vomit. Chapter 89. Have you watched too many TV dramas? It's all nonsense. This month's socks, I guarantee they'll end up on you 3. Next time, let me know after you finish drinking, or I'll be careful not to recognize you. The whole process involved just a few peanuts, which is uncomfortable for anyone, and damn it, I ended up throwing up. Dong Yong peeked his head out and chuckled. Suhi, you're a big star now. Before drinking, we noticed you didn't take any gigs today. Thinking you must be handling big business, so we didn't call you. What kind of big star am I? Brothers, no matter what happens in the future, I'll be there whenever you call. No hesitation. After saying this, Suhi suddenly paused and asked, brothers, let me ask you a question. If a big star receives a call and is asked to go to a remote wilderness, and then the big star gets killed, why would he go? How did the other party persuade him? Ma Mingjia laughed loudly. That's simple. The other party must be a beauty. Big stars like excitement. They want some outdoor interaction. Hee. Very reasonable. But there's already a beauty in the car. Why go far away? Dong Yong said. I think it's highly likely that the Big Star's family was kidnapped, and he was asked to pay a ransom. If it were a kidnapping, even if Li Di didn't report it to the police, he should at least call his family to verify, so that reason doesn't hold up. Panji Gang was about to speak when Suhee turned over and said, Forget it. Let's sleep. Damn, Suhee, I haven't finished speaking. The Big Star was caught in a compromising photo and was threatened with exposure, so he had to listen to the other party. You must have watched too many TV dramas? That's just nonsense. All right, sleep. The next morning, as soon as Suhee got up, he called Officer Zhao. Hello, Officer Zhao. I know how the murderer got Li Di to the crime scene. The murderer has compromising photos of Li Di and threatened him, so Li Di had no choice but to go. Angel Dang, isn't that obvious enough? The murderer, all right, good morning, Officer Zhao, goodbye. So he suddenly realized that there aren't many who could get their hands on Li Di's compromising photos. I told you Panji Gang was talking nonsense. After washing up, Suhee rode his electric bike straight to the vehicle management office. Today is his big day for taking the first subject exam. Upon arriving at the exam site, Suhee parked his bike properly and lined up honestly. Suddenly, two girls in high school uniforms ran over and stood in front of Suhee, shyly asking, Hello, are you Suhee? Suhee smiled and replied, Yes. Wow, it really is you. Can you give us your autograph? This is the first time someone has asked Suhee for an autograph, and it's from two little girls. Suhee happily said, No problem. Do you have paper and a pen? One of the girls, carrying a bag, took out a piano score and said, Just sign on this. Suhee was taken aback, looking at the piano score. Suhee go, What's wrong with you? Suhee came back to his senses and smiled. It's nothing. I see you're learning piano. What a coincidence, I also know a little piano. Really? Suhee go, You're so talented. But I think piano is really hard. I wish our teacher was as gentle as you. She always has a stern face. A strict teacher produces excellent students. A bit of strictness is for your own good. Not at all. Suhee go, You don't know. Our teacher is really weird. She has something terrifying hidden in her piano. Every time I touch the piano, I get goosebumps all over. The two girls, one lively and one steady. The piano score had their names on it. The lively one was named Chun Xiao, and the steady one was Fong Changcheng. After Suhee signed their names, he casually asked, Chun Xiao, are you just making excuses for yourself? What could be so terrifying hidden in a piano? Fong Changcheng pulled Chun Xiao, signaling her not to speak. Chun Xiao smiled at Suhee and said, Suhee go, your handwriting is really nice. We have to take our exam soon, goodbye. The two girls walked toward the exam room, and soon it would be Suhee's turn as he slowly moved forward in line. So he took out his phone and sent a message to Officer Rong. Officer Rong, there are two students at Beijing No. 2 High School, Chun Xiao and Fong Changcheng. Please help me find out where they learn piano and send me their teacher's information. Pianist Li Di, do these two piano students have any connection? Is the teacher Chun Xiao mentioned really weird? What terrifying thing is hidden in her piano that makes her feel scared? Entering the exam room, Suhee began to answer questions seriously. Congratulations, you scored 90 points, exam passed. Please exit the exam room in an orderly manner. Subject 1 was very simple. Suhee passed on the first try. After exiting the exam room, he opened his phone and Officer Rong's message came through. It was a private teaching situation. The teacher's name is Du Min. Suhee, Du Min is Li Di's ex-wife. Have you discovered any clues? Du Min divorced Li Di 5 years ago. According to the police records, they haven't been in contact all these years. But Suhee knew that the system wouldn't arrange for two girls to come over for no reason. There must be some connection. The reward of 100,000 yuan seems to have hope now. Officer Rong, please find out Chun Zhao's home address and accompany me to her house. Based on the vague clues provided by the system, Suhee decided to follow this lead. For now, it was just his speculation, without any substantial clues. When Suhee walked out of the exam room, the two girls were nowhere to be seen. So he had to ask Officer Rong to take him to Chun Zhao's house. Riding to the police station, Rong Shui was already waiting for him at the door. After getting in the car, Rong Shui couldn't help but continue asking, Do you suspect Du Min? So he leaned back in his seat and smiled. Right now, everyone I see seems like 100,000 yuan. Today at the vehicle management office, I ran into two of Du Min's students, and I want to understand more about Du Min. When the police showed up, Chun Zhao's mother thought something had happened to her daughter and called Chun Xiao back. So he go, What are you doing in my house? As soon as the door opened, Chun Xiao saw Suhee sitting in the living room with a female police officer beside him, and she instantly became nervous. Chun Xiao, remember when you said your piano teacher has something terrifying hidden in her piano? Can you tell us what that is? Suhee asked. Chun Xiao hesitated. Chun Xiao, answer the police honestly. Chun Zhao's mother said from the side. I don't really know what it is. Once when I was practicing piano at Teacher Du's house, she went downstairs to buy groceries. And Fong Changcheng told me that there was a black key that couldn't be pressed down. She looked through the gap and saw a small black foot. Chapter 90A key is broken, and the piece is incomplete. Teacher Du, this is my brother. He brought me to class today. You don't mind if he sits in, do you? He can play the piano too. Chun Xiao looked at Du Min nervously, but fortunately, Du Min didn't focus on her. Du Min smiled and said, Is that so? Why didn't you mention it before? Come in quickly. Why didn't Fong Changcheng come with you? At this moment, Du Min's phone rang. It was Fong Changcheng calling in sick. So he walked into the room with a smile. The not-so-large living room had 2 pianos, and it was very tidy. The curtains were drawn open, letting in bright sunlight, and the flowers on the dining table emitted a faint fragrance. Sui sat on the sofa, while Du Min poured her a glass of water. Chen Xiao, play last week's piece first. Du Min took some fruit from the fridge and went to the kitchen. Seeing this, Chen Xiao pointed to the other piano and began to play. Wrong, do it again. As soon as Chen Xiao started, Du Min's voice came from the kitchen. Sui got up and walked to the other piano, gently touching the keys before sitting down. Ding, 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 ding. This was Sui-He's first time playing the piano. On the wall, a yellowed score was only half written. Du Min stood at the kitchen door. Surprised to see He playing a half piece on the wall. The more he played, the smoother it became. And as the score ended, he did not stop. One melody chased another until the last measure, the final chord, merged together. The sunlight spilled onto Sui-He's face, and Chen Xiao watched in a daze. The repeating notes whispering gently in her ears. Unconsciously, the melody rose an octave and then cleverly returned. Finally, the music stopped abruptly. Sui shook his head regretfully and sighed. The lingering and exquisite music is like 2 souls merging together. Teacher Du, was it that you can't let go of? Du Min's expression changed instantly, glaring at Sui and asking, what do you mean? Sui looked up, pressed a black key, and said, 1 key is broken, and the piece is incomplete. Teacher Du, do you think what I said makes sense? Just then, someone knocked on the door, and Chen Xiao ran to open it. Hello, Ms. Du, we are from the criminal investigation team. We are here to search your residence according to the law. Here is the document. We hope you will cooperate. Officer Rong stood confidently at the door, followed by several police officers who entered. The fruit plate in Du Min's hand fell to the ground, fruits rolling everywhere. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, nervously saying, Officer, please be careful. Don't break anything. Rong Shui walked to Sui-He's side and said with wide eyes, who told you to act on your own? Sui smiled, pulling Chen Xiao out. Outside, Sui patted Chen Xiao's head and said, go back. Chen Xiao looked up at Sui and smiled. I completed the task. I sent their reward. Sui took out 2 coins from her pocket and placed them in her hand, saying, go buy an ice pop at the supermarket downstairs. And be safe on the way. Oof. Not long after, as the piano was opened, Rong Shui was stunned. A dried-up baby corpse. No. I beg you. Give me back my daughter. Du Min was taken away in a police car. Back at the police station, Du Min refused to answer any questions, just continuously repeating, give me back my daughter. Rong Shui handed a stack of documents to Sui and said, 5 years ago, Li Di abused Du Min while she was 8 months pregnant, leading to a premature birth and ultimately death. The obstetrician violated regulations, not handling it according to hospital procedures. It should have been sent to the funeral home for cremation, but was privately traded to Du Min. At the crime scene, the murderer wore Li Di's shoes, size 43, while Du Min's feet were size 37. The footprint identification results showed that the murderer's feet should be around size 42. Different sizes of feet wearing size 43 shoes leave different footprints. In the wasteland, the depth of the footprints can, through economic investigation techniques, roughly restore height, weight, and other information. Li Di's domestic violence caused Du Min's child to die, and Du Min harbored resentment, establishing a motive for murder. However, having a motive alone is not enough. There is currently no evidence to identify Du Min. Size 42 and size 43 are common shoe sizes for men, and based on the size alone, it is impossible to lock down a suspect. Meanwhile, Du Min has remained tight-lipped, refusing to cooperate with the police inquiries. Not long after, Du Min's boyfriend was summoned by the police. He Zhengchu, male, 34 years old, a veterinarian at a pet hospital, was a college classmate of Du Min. After Li Di divorced Du Min, the two began living together without getting married. In the interrogation room, Officer Zhao asked, He Zhengchu, do you know if there's anything hidden in Du Min's piano? He Zhengchu shook his head and replied, No. How did you get the injury on the back of your hand? He Zhengchu smiled, raised his hand, and said, Last night, a customer brought in a dog that couldn't be saved. In the end, the customer caused a scene, and we got into a fight. The police station has a record of the call, and I even compensated 2,000 yuan. After a round of questioning, Officer Zhao left the interrogation room. Glaring at Sui, he said, Why are you still here? Officer Zhao, I am absolutely against evil. All right. If this lead from Du Min can eventually identify the murderer, then the 100,000 yuan reward for the lead is yours. You can go back for now. Great, Officer Zhao. Then you get back to work. I won't disturb you. As soon as Sui left the police station, Officer Zhao took several police officers to the pet hospital where He Zhengchu worked. Officer, hello, this is the dispute that occurred last night. However, we have already handled it. The parties involved have accepted our apology and compensation. The hospital manager retrieved the surveillance footage from that time and handed over the settlement agreement. In the surveillance footage, a man rushed into the hospital holding a small dog, and soon He Zhengchu began treating the dog. However, there was no surveillance in the treatment room. After 27 minutes, He Zhengchu came out and told the dog owner that the dog had died. The dog owner, unable to accept it, caused a scene in the hospital. He Zhengchu stepped forward to persuade him, and after a few words, they started fighting. Subsequently, the front desk called the police, and after mediation, both parties apologized, with the hospital compensating the dog owner 3,000 yuan. Of that, 2,000 yuan was paid by He Zhengshu. It seemed to be an ordinary treatment dispute. When Officer Zhao played the video for the second time, he suddenly said, "Stop. Go back 5 seconds, then 2 seconds, just this." In the footage, before He Zhengshu fought with the dog owner, he took off his gloves, and it was vaguely visible that there were blood-red marks on the back of his hand. Bring the surveillance footage back. Officer Zhao turned to the hospital manager and asked, "Did anything seem off about He Zhengshu last night?" "Nothing." "Oh, right." Usually, in such situations, the attending physician wouldn't show up. Dr. He did act a bit out of character and even got into a fight with the customer. Chapter 91. This time, let's see who can outlast who collect all information about He Zhengshu. Investigate his travel routes over the past month. Retrieve his call records, social records, and spinning records. In the conference room, Zhao Xiaoyang was already convinced that He Zhengshu was related to the deaths of Li Di. Today was a great day for Su He to learn to drive. He originally didn't want to come, but the coach insisted he clock in. You say the coach is just being clueless. Su He is a man with advanced professional racing skills. Isn't it a bit excessive to learn the second driving test? The coach, wearing slippers, sat in the passenger seat, put down his teacup, cleared his throat, and said, "Su, not planning to deliver food anymore. Came to learn to drive and wants to run Didi, huh?" So he came out today wearing a food delivery uniform. He planned to finish his clock in and then deliver food. He helplessly said, "Coach, let me put it this way, with my current driving skills, to be blunt. Even Takumi Fujiwara driving his AE 86 could only be left behind sucking exhaust fumes. Let us skip the driving practice and just book the test directly." I've seen many students brag like that. As long as you pass all the items today, you won't have to come back in the future. The coach handed the keys to Su He and said, "What's wrong, scared?" So he took the keys, started the car, and said, "Coach, actually, I hate showing off and slapping faces. It's pointless, really. Hold on tight." So he stepped on the gas, and the car didn't move an inch. "Hey, coach, why are you stepping on my brakes? With your driving style, if I don't step on the brakes, you drive out of the galaxy." Then, Su He leisurely completed all items of the second driving test, leaving on an electric bike under the coach's astonished gaze. This kid can drive all right, but he needs to work on his bragging. Su He originally planned to go deliver food, but suddenly received a call from Officer Rome, saying the case was solved and the murderer was He Zhengshu. On the night Li Di was killed, He Zhengshu and Du Min returned to the community and had not been seen since. The surrounding surveillance did not capture He Zhengshu's figure. After the police investigated He Zhengshu's travel routes over the past month, they found that every day after work, he would wander around the city's streets, holding a notebook and recording something. Moreover, He Zhengshu frequently entered and exited another community. The police then entered the community for investigation and found a chilling room. Upon opening the door, a human face skin was hanging in the center of the living room, and through the light, it cast a shadow of a face on the wall. In front of the face skin, there was a chair, and behind it, a map of the capital city, densely marked with various information. A route leading from the back of the community to the wasteland, avoiding all surveillance, was marked in red pen. On the chair, there was a card that read, "You caught me." Subsequently, He Zhengshu confessed to killing Li Di. Why did you kill Li Di? Officer Zhao could never understand. If Du Min hated Li Di and conspired with He Zhengshu to commit the crime, that would make sense. However, when he informed Du Min of He Zhengshu's confession, she was very surprised and didn't believe He Zhengshu was the murderer. He Zhengshu looked up at Officer Zhao and smiled. "Officer, if I tell you, it wouldn't be fun anymore." Meanwhile, Su He had just ridden his electric bike into the police station when two choices suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Find a motive for He Zhengshu's murder. Completion reward. Chess mastery. Option 2. Leave the police station and go take a nap. Completion reward. 2 yuan cash. Su He slammed the brakes, turned the bike around, and dashed out of the police station. The security guard at the door was stunned. "Su He, aren't you going in?" "No, Brother Zhao, I'm going back to sleep." The guard looked at the clock on the wall. Puzzled. "It's only 5 in the afternoon. Going back to sleep?" After leaving the police station, Su He suddenly froze. Only 2 yuan. He might as well give up the choice and go deliver food now. So, Su He ignored the choices before him and directly started accepting orders. The next day, after waking up, Su He received a system prompt, completing option 2 and earned 2 yuan cash. Well, at least it was completed. However, Su He didn't regret it at all. The murderer had been caught, and why he killed was not important to Su He. If he had chosen option 1, someone related to chess would have died. This time, he didn't care about the reward, just wanted his grandpa to stay alive. After all, not every victim is a bad person. More importantly, he had the clue reward of 100,000 yuan in hand. With 2 yuan, he went downstairs to buy 2 steamed buns, then rode his electric bike toward the police station. As soon as he entered the police station, 2 choices appeared before him again. Option 1. Find a motive for He Zhengshu's murder. Completion reward. Chess mastery. Option 2. Leave the police station and go take a nap. Completion reward. 2 yuan cash. Oh no, it wouldn't do to let a grandpa die. So he looked at the options, analyzed carefully, and then walked into the police station building. "Su He, what are you doing here?" "The case is solved." Officer Zhao happened to walk out. Oh, don't pretend to have amnesia. Officer Zhao, you see the case is solved, so about the money. You know, is it what we agreed on before? Sui followed behind Officer Zhao. What money? I need to go out for a bit. Officer Zhao walked up to the police car and opened the door. Officer Zhao, 100,000 yuan. Clue reward. You can't go back on your word. Sui casually opened the passenger door and sat inside. Zhao Xiaoyang looked at Su He and smiled. Although the case is solved and the murderer is caught, we still haven't clarified why he Zhang killed Li Di and whether Du Min is an accomplice. So about the money. Let us discuss it after we figure it out. Officer Zhao, you weren't saying that before. Sui glared at Officer Zhao. Officer Zhao patted Su He's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I'll call you once we figure it out. This is the Bureau's decision. I can't make promises. Think about it. If Du Min is an accomplice, this case isn't closed yet. Get out of the car. I have something urgent. Sitting on the steps of the police station building, Su He cursed. Damn system. Messing with me openly and secretly. Let us see who can outlast through this time. Su He, what are you doing sitting here? Want to come in and sit? Rong Shui walked out. Su He got up, patted his butt, and said, No, Officer Ro, I'm going back to sleep. Chapter 92. It's over. The character is ruined back at the hotel. Sui set an alarm clock and fell asleep immediately. An hour later, the alarm clock woke him up. He received a system notification, completing option 2 and earning a reward of $2 in cash. Sitting on the bed, Sui began to ponder. Entering the police station would trigger a system choice. Option 1. Complete the reward of chess mastery, and an elderly man dies. Option 2. Complete the reward of $2 in cash. The next time he entered the police station, the same choice would be triggered again. Should I just not go to the police station? Once the police find He Zhengchu's motive for murder, this task would become invalid, which means the victim related to chess wouldn't have to die anymore. Ha, dog system, I've got you. Suddenly, two choices appear before Su He. Option 1. Find He Zhengchu's motive for murder. Completion reward. $2 in cash. Option 2. Take a nap. Completion reward. Chess mastery. What the heck? Su He's smile gradually froze. The reward for the two options had swapped. This time, option 2 could yield chess mastery. If he didn't want chess mastery, he had to complete option 1. Hey, I want to choose it all. Sui revealed a smug smile. Then, Sui realized that as long as he took a nap, the second option would automatically complete. How long could he stay awake? This system is too troublesome. Now, the only path left for him was option 1. Find He Zhengchu's motive for murder. In fact, Sui had never understood why there seemed to be no punishment if he didn't complete the options. What was the system really after? It was impossible to stay awake forever, so Sui chose the first option. After making his choice, he still decided to try going to the police station. Although the system's reward was only $2, the police station's reward was 100,000. As long as he could close the case quickly, it would be better than delivering takeout. Opening his phone, Sui suddenly noticed that the companies and live stream platforms that had previously begged him to join had gone silent these past few days. Even director Yu Qing hadn't contacted him. After thinking for a moment, Sui decided to give Yu Qing a call. After all, the minimum pay for the next movie was $3 million after tax. Hey, director, when is the filming starting? Sui, sorry, I forgot to inform you. This movie can't be filmed for the time being. Seriously? I just saw you post about the opening ceremony tomorrow. Oh, Sui, let me be frank. The investors specifically requested not to have you. Sai, I don't know how to explain this, but we'll talk again if there's a chance. Yu Qing hung up the phone. Sui was stunned. What does this mean? Did they kick me out? Sui called Director Chen Xiaoning. Hey, Director Chen. You mentioned giving me a male second lead. Oh, we've already cast other actors. No problem. I won't disturb you then. How strange. I haven't offended anyone. Sui decided to call Li Yifeng. Hey, brother Feng. It's Su He. I don't know what's going on, but both Director Yu Qing and Director Chen Xiaoning have canceled the roles they promised me. Su He, you don't know yet? Just search your name online, and you'll find out. After hanging up, Su He searched his name online. What the hell? Who the hell spread these rumors? The bloody-handed killer. The rise of a takeout delivery guy. Thousands of bones for one success he practiced in the underworld. The soul-seizing takeout delivery guy, grim Reaper delivery guy. Thousands of blood letters asking you to go abroad. I don't know who is so malicious to compile his appearances in the crew, Kunyang, and attending Li Yifeng's banquet, and then more and more materials were exposed, with Sui appearing in numerous cases. Slander. They're slandering me. Sui sat on the bed. It's over. The character is ruined. Hello. I want to file a complaint. Someone is spreading rumors. Yes, I am Sui. Suddenly, the call was disconnected. Hey, I've got a bad temper. Sui called again. Hello, what does it mean? I want to complain about someone slandering me. Why did you hang up on me? Mr. Su. Hello. We have verified the situation, and there is no rumor. Are you kidding? Don't you think this is a big deal? Adding an official certification is a bit bullying. At that moment, the delivery station manager suddenly called. Hey, Sui. You don't need to come to the station for now. Remember to wear a mask while delivering. At least the manager was reasonable. At least he still had his job. Just after hanging up, Zhou Bing's call came in. Hey, Officer Zhou, don't worry. I want to set foot in the police station. Cough. Sui, let me speak first. The Bureau has issued a statement for you and contacted the cyber police to address the online rumors. The Provincial Police Department has specially approved that from now on, You are a consultant for our criminal investigation team. Sue was moved to tears and asked, Officer Zhou, what is the salary and benefits like? Is there 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? On the other end of the line, Zhou Bing fell silent, taking a full minute to reply. If you work normally, the basic salary is around 5,000 a month, 5 insurances, and 1 housing fund. And if I don't work, nothing. Good things don't go out, bad things travel 1,000 miles. The calls kept coming in. Just after hanging up, Ms. Zhao Xiao called again. You little brat. What is going on with all the rumors online? I mean, no one played mahjong with me today. The internet says you can communicate with the king of hell. Can you check the death ledger for me and see how much longer I can live? Mom, it's all rumors online. Your son is working at the police station. If you don't believe me, check online later. What a disaster.